How long have you been here, hon?
Oh, I don't know if it was 2 months ago maybe that I joined. I forget how long ago it was.
It's probably the same time I disappeared for a little while because I think I heard something about you from someone, and that it would be interesting for me talking to you too when you first joined and all that. And then I was gone with my family and everything, and now that I'm back, I'm amazed. I've only been gone for about 3 months, and in 3 months, so many things can happen on the server. It's crazy. So welcome. I'm really happy that you're here with us. More ladies, it's wonderful that are awake.
Thank you. Yes, it's nice to meet you. It was cool when I found, because I was a flat earther just solo, and I was so depressed because I couldn't talk to anybody, and I felt bad telling my mom, she could just look at me and be like, my child has lost her mind. And then I found this place. And not only was it flat earthers, but then you guys have ladies night, and I was like, my people, yay.
Yeah, at first when I joined, we didn't have ladies night over here, so it's kind of cool, and it's grown exponentially. We've seen things happen unbelievably. How many months has this been going on now? Has it been going on almost a year? Actually, I don't remember when we started this.
The ladies night?
Yeah, when did we start that over here in the server? Not we, but you guys.
It's been about 6 months.
It's about March or something like that, wasn't it? March, April?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
7 months, yeah.
Something like that. But where's Mary Mom? She usually pops in on ladies night. Let's give Mary Mom a shout out.
Shout out to Mary Mom.
Miss her. Love her.
Yeah. Hi, Mary Mom. It's lovely. So, I want to hear from you. It's been a while. So I hope that she joins us next time on ladies night.
Yeah, she's probably busy with holiday stuff.
Oh, absolutely. She's got a lot of kids, man. I don't think she's going to take care of responsibilities, people.
She was on vacation this week, so she's hungover.
I think Mary Mom has 5 boys, I think. I could be wrong, but that's I think how many things she has.
It's 5 or 6 kids, so she does a lot, and she's a teacher and everything else. She's an amazing woman, and we need more like her standing up. That's why as soon as I met Mary Mom, it was like the first woman I met in the community that was awake. And for me, I needed that, and how I speak all the time about that stuff. We need way more because of our kids and the educational system. It's going to rely on the women. So, of course, I wanted to grab her for a show instantly. And then to find out she's a teacher, like, whoa. And it was just, a lot of people didn't even know that. It's very important. She's amazing.
She is.
Well, I want to say something about ladies night. I'm glad y'all stuck it out because, when you start something, it's bumpy at first. You know what I mean? Got to iron out the kinks or whatever. But I was listening to tonight, and it was excellent. So I'm glad you stuck it out. Just like when we started this live stream, you remember Helio?
Yeah.
In the beginning, it was a train wreck. You know what I mean? So you just gotta stick it out.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone. With it. It was a train wreck because we didn't really know how to do it. Go back and
listen to episodes 1 through 10. Man. Just go back and listen to the old episodes.
Well, I think it was because this was the thing for me that I didn't like it at all. I really don't. And I give all the credit to Ladies Night to the other ladies because I don't have anything to do. I like pop in if I'm here, but the aspect of it that made it difficult was it's put on us, and instead of how it is through the week with the guys and everyone else, it's like if someone comes in, it's just casual, and it's nothing is expected other than conversations, and it seemed more like it was like a stage presence and had to perform, and it just made it inorganic. It felt really inorganic, and it feels more organic now. Just I think that was
yeah, and I think when Ladies Night first started,
man, you had to take your training wheels off.
True. The first few Ladies Nights, people would jump in, guys would jump in, and they'd get pissed off when we told them to shut up. But now everybody's kind of expecting it, and I think it's working out really. and then people are enjoying it. I mean, most of the time when ladies night's going, I mean, we'll have like 60, 70 people in the Discord. And it's just like, it just fills up when ladies night's going on, and it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
And
I think it's too is more education of ourselves as well when we're speaking, so we're more confident, when I first, I've only been here a year, so for me to start back in the very, very beginning, yeah, I had information, but was I really, really confident in being able to talk about it when they would bring up something? Did I understand independent variables where I was able to tonight go, hey, Tom, you can't use that as an independent variable. Can you manipulate that? I would have not had that argument in the beginning. So it's hearing you guys, researching, and time and educating myself. You know what I mean? And you guys too, educating yourself, women, that we've gotten to this point where we can do this too.
yeah, it was excellent. But he was all over the place, man. So you guys did really good.
I've got a
That's going to
question.
make the boys scared, deeply scared.
I've got a question. Who's this superfluous? I'm just curious. I've not seen him around before. He's VC verified.
Superfluous.
Hello, Super, if you can hear us, if you have a mic and you can talk. Good evening.
Is it superfluous or superfluous? I'd say superfluous.
I mean, well, superfluous is the way I'd pronounce it.
I've never heard that person speak up.
Yeah? Okay.
I've never heard that one speak up yet.
Well, someone has heard him or her speak because it has VC verified role.
Yeah.
I saw
Well, not
somebody has,
necessarily. Maybe one of the mods gave it just in case they wanted to speak up.
Yeah, maybe forgot to take it away or something too. They were trying to get him to speak. Possible.
Okay, I was just curious. I hadn't heard them speak. Thought maybe they could open their mic, but I guess not. Maybe some other time when they're ready.
Where's all those lovers that sit there and attack me every day on gyms and stuff? Why don't you guys come over here and have a conversation? You guys have it over there all the time with me, and I have no problem talking about it. Why don't you talk to the other ladies with me so you're not just ganging up on me? Even though I can handle it, there's plenty of you over there that can come over and have these conversations.
Yeah,
Don't know why you're not.
A lot of them are banned here, but they can message any of the moderators. They can message any of the moderators here. We'll unban them if they want to come talk to someone.
Do you hear that? They will unban you. Come talk. Please, next ladies night, I want you guys to have your arguments because we're prepared, and I am too. So let's go. I'm ready.
I wouldn't want to go up against you ladies. You ladies are like getting super sharp.
Well, they like to play semantics too, so I can't wait for that. I like to play them as well.
I think masochists only make up like 2% of the population. They probably don't have any dudes over there that want to get their ass kicked.
Well, that's what it'll feel like. Yeah, a bunch of women, and they're like, you couldn't even handle a bunch of women. But in reality, you're looking at women like we're weak then.
All the credit goes to this server, for the sharpness, right? The tight arguments, because the level of intelligence that's found in this server is still amazes me.
Great.
It's
Oh, yeah.
definitely an asset in someone's life if they're looking for truth.
And if there's things that I didn't know, I was able to DM them out on the side, helping me with that research and whatnot. And friends in the community, they have no problem if you don't know something to admit that, and they'll help you, guide you in the right direction so you do have your arguments more clean, And again, I've always said too, if we need to ever see anything wrong, please, change that for us. Let us know. That's how we're going to keep getting tighter and tighter. They're not going to be able to do anything about this. You know what I mean?
And it's different when you hear the arguments. You know, like you know in your mind what the arguments are. You know the points. So when you hear them, when you hear someone else debating, they come to your mind, and you're like, well, you know that you know the points, but it's different. It's different when you actually engage with somebody and they start trying to twist words or reword stuff, or like try to just manipulate the way that you're going to respond to them or like think about what they're saying, it's absolutely different. It's like I would say for everybody to just engage more, because I found out when I started doing that, it's definitely harder than what you think it is. I mean, it's not really hard. Like the arguments, the points are there. There's no debate really, but the hard part is like managing like the psychological aspect of their obfuscation.
Absolutely. And just trying to make sure they stay on topic at one point because they try to confuse you and go in circles. And no, go back to where we're at. We're talking about one subject right now. Don't go on to the next one. I was just reading the text. You were right. You're not trying to prove the Earth is round. You're trying to prove gravity. But that's still proving that your whole globe model you're trying to claim. However, you're never going to be able to prove gravity because gravity's never been proven. What are you talking about? You already admitted that. So you're going to be the first person in the world to ever prove gravity for us? That's amazing. I hope you get to do that.
Well, of course he's going to, that's the only thing that they're going to, try to discuss. Because, why would they even discuss the curvature of the Earth? If they're going to avoid that like the plague. Because it doesn't exist, and it's something that's it's tangible, it's measurable. And so they're going to go to something more elusive that they can, just go around in circles about.
I can't stop laughing at this gif of this poor creature trying to jump to the other side.
Oh, darn her. Did Bambi take off and I didn't even realize it?
Bambi, come back. And it was good for me.
Yeah, that's exactly. Baby, come back.
Who's this UFO in boxes? They don't have a row, and I've looked up and down this room, and I haven't seen them before. Did they just jump in?
I have never seen a UFO in the box before. I've seen them in the sky, but never in the.
No.
The cat. Oh,
I knew you were going to go right there, Earl. I knew it. I was right there with you. See, Earl's in my mood tonight. He was thinking the same thing when he said, Bambi, come back. It was, I'm right on the same page with you, honey. It's a good night. I seriously have had like the best beginning of the year so far. There were so many things that weren't lined up with my move and all that, and your Texas state stuff and everything lined up literally on New Year's Eve. And then today, my mom moving and getting out of rehab, everything. It's just been amazing. So it seems like 2020 is over, and
and that's just the first day. You got 364 days left to go.
So that's why I'm happy. Like, you know what? This is already a good start, and I'm looking forward to it. A brand new year, good things coming. Please, God, do we need them? Have you ever thought that maybe if we, and I know that sounds crazy, it's not about manifestation, but people kind of claim it like that. But it almost works when it comes to energy. Like if you walk into a store and you're in a really good mood and you're smiling at everybody and you kind of walk around like, I don't give a shit. This is my store. and you're almost like background people in your reality. If you kind of walk in that world, everybody's smiling, everybody looks at you and talks to you differently. So if we were all to kind of have that energy about us and not let, have this mindset where they're controlling us and all of our thoughts and judgment and everything in the world, would the world be different? But things change because you can change people's energy with your own. I've seen it,
I remember last year, New Year's Eve I didn't think anything like what happened this year was even in the cards. It's just like, what the hell happened to the world?
Yeah.
It's like,
right.
Just like it's going to be another year, whatever, and it's like, wow, man, I can't believe what happened. It's just insane.
I know, I can't. We were just discussing it last night, and I did a live with Algo and all of them, and we were kind of going over everything that happened that we even forgot about in 2020. We're like, what's happened? And we forgot. Tons of shit's happened, but we've been so blinded by one story, basically. You know what I mean? And focused on that. And
they shut the whole freaking world down.
Yeah.
Just like that,
Last December, we were getting off the high of the UK tour. This happened. People were talking about a US tour for Flat Earth. There was all this now. I was, starting one again with the university tour. And then all of a sudden, all we've had to deal with is this bullshit. Everything has changed. There was such a momentum for people to do activism. Do you remember that? Right at that time.
I think the alien card would have been better instead of the
they should pull the alien card instead of the Sharona card. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just been insane.
Yeah, bye China Revolution. The people of China were revolting, and they were basically, they were out there fighting tanks and whatever, they were gaining ground, and virus, no more, no one's allowed to go outside. No more revolution.
Round 2, 2021.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, right after they implemented a lot of this, they started talking about the new normal. That was on the news, on TV shows. New normal. What the fuck is the new normal? What do you mean?
Right.
It's obvious what they're trying to do. There is no normal is normal. There is no new normal. What the hell are you talking about?
The new normal is
we came up with a new definition then.
That's what I'm saying. They're pushing it on everyone. Well, it's a new normal.
For new parents, when they have kids, that's a new normal.
Right. Oh, man.
That is kind of true, man. It's a whole new normal life for them. This is now your normal life that you've never understood before.
That's why the truthers got to be so ruthless this year, man. I'm just going to walk into these stores with the bandana on. As soon as I'm in there, take it off and I'm ready to debate people in Target, man. I'm ready to debate the crybaby Karens. Let's go.
Wait, are you talking about masks?
I do the same thing, but I don't have had anybody say anything, when I take my mask off.
Bro, why don't you just wear your mask, bro? You guys know in Australia they wore their mask for 4 months and they don't have it anymore? If you guys actually just wore your mask for a little bit, it would have worked. We wouldn't have been in quarantine.
Who is talking?
True, you fucking moron.
Who is talking?
Well, are you telling me Australia sells coronavirus?
Yes, they do.
You're dumb, bro.
You're dumb, bro.
You are dumb. You are
fucking dumb. Bye-bye, you fucking moron.
The one who said to keep wearing.
Sorry, guys.
See, that's what 2020 did. Created a whole new mess of Karens and Darrens.
Yeah. Who's the guy? Dude,
who was that?
Yeah,
He had
put
a
a
name.
name to your statement.
He had no name at the bottom. I got rid of him.
Well,
Sorry.
his name is Darren,
okay.
obviously, right?
Oh.
Darren.
You know what I tell people when people tell me to wear a mask? I tell them go on a diet. Oh, you don't like it when I get into your health business? I don't like it when you get into mine. And then they shut the fuck up.
Everywhere you go, everyone is wearing their mask, and the numbers keep going up. And you
How
think
do
the
you-
mask work? Bullshit.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, how do you know that somebody has the illness? How do you know that somebody has the illness? They take a test. Well, if the tests are fake, then there is no illness. The story's fake. It's all fake. So that's why we don't comply. You dress hella cute. You dress hella cute. You do your hair. You wear a cool hat. You wear cool shoes. And you look like the stylish motherfucker in the Target. And then you don't wear a mask. People will pay attention. And they will respect you. But you got to go in there and be a leader. And that's what I'm doing, y'all. And I hope everybody gets that energy to do it this year, too.
If you're gonna do that, I would suggest bringing a camera just in case anything happens, because it's gonna get real.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid. I'm just
since when are you supposed to be tested for something you don't have any symptoms for?
Yeah,
that's freaking weird.
Yeah,
too.
quarantine the healthy is what's going on.
It's weird.
No, it's
you're quarantine. We have to quarantine the healthy to protect the sick. What?
It's crazy. It depends where you live on this mask situation. There are people that have been standing up to this already, and seriously, this is back in August, and we're banned from certain places because they were doing this, harassed, heckled in stores, which I'm not saying we were not scared, no, but then they threatened police. And you have to remember to self-preserve no matter what at the end of the day, because you can talk about this stuff, but if you go to jail, they take your rights away and you get in trouble, all it does is hurt you more, you know what I mean, in the long run. And then your voice gets taken from you for a certain period of time. So we got to handle this the right way. Remember, our voice is the most important thing we have, because that's where the information is going to come from.
Well, what happens when they arrest you? They arrest you, and then they're letting people out because of the coronavirus. So you get arrested because you don't wear a mask, and you get let out because there's too many people in the jail because of coronavirus. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Are they testing you once you get into these places too, if you get arrested?
I have no idea, but I know if I were to get into one over my dead body, I'll stay there for a year if I have to. I am not getting tested. I don't give a fuck.
This shit triggers me.
Oh well, we're not gonna let you out because if you don't take the test. All right, I'll sit here. I don't give a fuck. You're not testing me. You're not putting a needle in my arm. You're not putting a mask on my face. It's not happening. I don't care.
Well, I mean, how much can we ride this out? It looks like the first, injection might have had a few real, injections in it based off of the bad reactions or whatever, assuming it's a bad reaction you get from the injection. But it looks like the first one at best is just to soften people up. It looks like the real thing we got to look out for is that second injection, the microneedle patch or whatever, the 3-in-1. So, I mean, it depends on how they want to, go about it, but we'll see.
Well, what else would it be?
I am worried.
I mean,
right now.
I heard you
My
say
sister just got one. She just told me yesterday she just got it. So.
Oh wow.
She had to because she works for the hospital.
Yeah, that's my
the
fear.
vaccination you're talking about? Is it just the first
and she
vaccination?
had to go in and get it in like a room, like a flu shot,
Yeah, that's what freaks me out. My daughter works in a hospital also, and she actually is working in the lab of a university hospital doing actual tests.
This word has. I hate when people use this word has. No, they chose to. They chose to keep their job. They chose to. They didn't have to.
Exactly. Correct. Absolutely. I believe if you, I really don't care what the situation, if they're going to force you to get a chemical concoction injected in your arm to get a minimum wage paycheck, you can do better somewhere else.
Yeah, who knows what they're injecting people with? Could it be nanotech, a tracking device, weird DNA?
All of it, all of the above.
Yeah, I mean, if you start beeping after you get the vaccine, you'll know if they injected a tracker in you or something, or who knows.
Well, Tiffany Dover's dead.
Tiffany Dover, that girl who she fainted at the with the mic in front of her that said 33?
Yeah, I have the article to prove it also if you want it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but they're still saying that she's alive, I believe. Correct though? They're not claiming she's dead. They're saying she's still around.
But I have I have the proof to prove it. Hold on.
I just know whether to believe that because of the 33 Masonic, looking microphone.
But you did see her live pass out, and that is truth.
Mm-hmm.
It does make you wonder. And there was that other nurse who got Bell palsy, half of her face scrunched up, saying, "I regret getting the vaccine." I think what's happening is a couple batches. It's like a mixture of the batches. Sometimes you get the good stuff, sometimes you don't get the really bad stuff, depending on the batch you get of the vaccine.
It's going to depend on each person, how it's going to affect them, though, too, and how that body's going to react to this vaccination. Not everybody's going to react the same. So you put chemicals in it, and my immune system's down, my body's going to react to that differently than yours. It's just like why I can't have a flu shot. My immune system's always really low because I don't absorb enough nutrients and stuff. So therefore, if they give me the flu shot, I honestly instantly get sick for 2 weeks, unbelievably, like I have the damn flu. They just gave it to me. So that's all my record cannot have. So these certain people are taking these vaccinations and could end up getting sick right on the spot or even a couple of days later. But it's a little funny, 33, like Lemon was saying, and it's funny that's on the news and they're showing this to you. Remember, they create illusions because they also want to create division. So they want us to fight over these vaccinations, even though we know the facts about them. So we need to remember that as well.
So
Hey,
here's the
Lemon,
deal. Just real quick, I want to say, a lot of people, what they don't realize is that if you take Tylenol, something like that, it's going to permeate the blood-brain barrier. And so you take the flu shot, you get the fever, you take the Tylenol, makes it worse. What's the doctors telling people to do? Take Tylenol, of course, the most deadly drug in America, right? So whatever you do, don't take the Tylenol after you've had the flu shot.
Wait, Tylenol goes through, passes the blood-brain barrier?
Tylenol permeates, so it kind of, destroys the blood-brain barrier a little bit so that the vaccine can pass through.
Weakens it. That's what the glyphosate does as well in the GMO foods.
I was wondering, if somehow, it was physically forced upon me, like somebody came to my house and they held me down with a gun and they injected me.
I say, shoot me.
Is there? No, I know. But is there what would the best thing to do be in that moment? Go on a 20-day fast and just only drink ginger juice, lemon juice. I don't even know what you'd have to do to your body to get it out, or if there's anything that can be done.
You laid out the heavy metals that are easy to get, but once it becomes part of your tissue, it gets really difficult. Inhalation, there's cilantro, general detoxing the liver, because the liver deals with a lot of poisoning in the blood in general. Other than that, there's probably some other stuff. There's zeolite, what is it called? Diatomaceous earth, stuff that basically bonds to the stuff and tries to get it out of your body. And there's also alternative therapies out there too. Some people were treating autistic kids who are, overrun with metals, racked guts, full of metal, that sort of stuff, with radiotherapy, red light therapy, penetrating the brain. Stuff like that.
MMS.
And he was trying to think of bentonite clay.
Bentonite clay, yeah. MMS, mineral supplement. They say that it's like deadly.
But lemon is
fear porn. So
is that going to be enough, though? When we're talking about this brand new thing that they've created within 5 or 6 months, that's supposed to be totally different than any other vaccination that we've ever received, that is actually going to be different because it's an RNA and stuff. So how do we even know that we can actually get this out of our body? The metals, yes, the heavy toxins that we're talking about can possibly be depleted from you, but the rest of that's not going to happen, right?
Well, the thing is, they're hitting us from so many places. The MMS helps. You gotta, work up to a higher dosage because it kills, all the bad, icky stuff in your body. And then you can have a Herxenheimer reaction where so much parasites, bacteria, and stuff is dying in your body. You have a deadly reaction from that. So,
you generally
hit the places, yeah.
You generally don't have Herxheimer's syndrome or whatever unless you've got an overload. Like if you're fighting something like cancer with the MMS, because I have actually helped a lot of people that I know in my community and just in real life with different illnesses, ailments, or whatever. It's like they actually call on me to keep from going to the doctor. And I also know someone that had cancer, and the only one that ever really truly experienced the Hersheimer syndrome was the one that had cancer, because it kills off so many cancer cells so fast that it like overloads the liver and the kidneys with the dead cells from the dead cancer tissue or whatever. Now, if you have if you're bedridden with a fever, or you've got like some kind of like flu or whatever they want to call it, and you're vomiting and you've got if you're that far into it, now you may experience a mild case of it, but it's not going to feel any different than the flu. So how would you know that's what it is? I mean, I don't even think that you would experience anything. So unless you're truly fighting something like cancer, where you've got your body's going to be overloaded with these dead cells, then Hersheimer syndrome's really the only thing that you could do is if you do too many drops, you'll know, because you'll have diarrhea, and then you just back off one drop.
Well, the thing is, the regular medicine industry, latches on to stuff like that, any negative news from especially natural cures, to instill fear and push people toward their consensus medicine. I've even looked into Jillian's Jilly Juice, which they say is this harmful product, but she says basically it's just, and I've tried it, it's just salt and cabbage and water, and she says it electrifies the body and helps the body heal itself. But I don't have time to be on, the John with all of the salt water coursing through me. But stuff like that, she kind of touts it as this way to heal the body, even from some of this stuff, to electrify the body and give it nutrients in the form of the fermented cabbage to help the body, fight some of this stuff off. So we might need to look into alternative protocols, and or maybe getting rid of some of these sources of poison, be it the poison needle, the 5G, working with the nanotech and the vaccines, if there is nanotech or something in there like that, and or all of the above.
And I'll tell you this too, Lemon, this right here was really telling to me, and I'm glad you did mention the MMS, because I was already thinking about it. But it's very telling to me that they were always on their heels, right? That's why they created or formed the Genesis 2 Church or the Ministry of Health and Healing, right? To where they're not like worship. It's not a church like a cultural construct type. It's a church to like cleanse your body and make your body as pure as you can, because it floods your body with, the more you do, it floods your body with oxygen molecules that once they encounter something and react with it, it loses like one of those electrons or whatever they have. If you want to say that they don't exist, I don't really care. But it's just like
it basically tears the thing apart. Basically,
yeah,
it oxidizes the parasite, the critter, the malaria in this case, and tears it apart, and leads to good outcomes. They were curing people in Africa with it, but
exactly,
the tell them, hey, you got to stop curing people, and that's when you know how corrupt they are, and that's why they had to make a church so that they could do it without being bothered, and treat people with MMS without having people knock on their door.
Right, and they did it for so long, and this was my point that I was getting at. But I want to finish the thing about the oxygen, though, the oxidation, because a lot of people think, well, that's not good for your body, because when you use like heavy oxidation to treat something, you have to be very careful due to the oxidative stress that goes on in your body. But the thing about this stuff is once it reacts, it's rendered back into a salt. So you don't have, like, your body's not flooded with all those free radicals. So it's very safe, and it's very healthy, and it's very natural. But the point that I was making, though, about that church is they were doing this for years, right? They were doing it for years with the church, the Ministry of Health and Healing, and they would distribute it as a church sacrament. And you could just make a donation to the church, and then they would send it to you. And this is the very same month that they come out with this and started like coming out publicly, about the COVID stuff. That's when they shut the church down and they're in federal court. They said that they took them to federal court, and they shut their websites down. When you look at their websites, it looks normal until you go to purchase, and then it says, sorry for the inconvenience. It's currently not available. And then when you look into it, they're fighting in federal court, and they came down on them the very same month that they came
They
out
were cracking
publicly
down
with
on
the
them
COVID.
already by taking down their YouTube page, because they had a YouTube page full of testimonials.
Yeah.
I cured athlete's foot with this, jock itch with this, cancer with this.
Yep.
And they took that down. And I said to myself, this is getting really crazy. The vice is tightening, and they're using this crisis. They're not letting this crisis go to waste. While they're distracting us with corona fear porn, they're tightening up the internet. They're taking away the competition for the WHO and for the allopathic chemical medical industry, and just using all of these methods to basically tighten control.
But Lemon, do you know what this tells me? I mean, if they came down on it and tried to, like, they did this for years. I don't even know how long, but I know it's for many, many years, because I had been using it for many years myself. So and they'd already been doing it for a long time before that. But it's like the fact that they came down on them the very same month that they went public with the COVID tells me that stuff will work against it. Against whatever. It's like, I don't know if they're putting some kind of bug out here to make people sick and try to say that it's COVID or whatever, because, I mean, it's like, I don't even think the damn thing exists myself, because, I mean, if
I think people are dying from ventilator, medical mistakes, and 5G. But if they did do some sort of super bug in Wuhan, China, or whatever the hell they did, maybe that's part of it too. I don't know. But I'm hearing people getting sick next to a 5G tower. I'm hearing people getting their lungs blown out on a ventilator. I hear, old people basically being euthanized, where they're looking at them saying, "Oh, COVID, put them on a ventilator," and they die. I'm seeing nurses crying on the internet, having their videos taken down, saying, we're having patients, but they're not dying from COVID, and stuff like that. They talk about how callous they are, how little they care, how much they're just gaming the system, to get some of that, COVID money, $30,000 a patient.
Right. And I mean, the moment that the swabs that they used to test people, the moment that they were tested right straight out of the package and found to be positive for whatever they're testing for, is like that in and of itself negates any claim anybody could ever make. And to me, anyone who knows that and then tries to say, "Oh, I got tested," I mean, what sense does that make? If you are aware that the swabs are testing positive right straight out of the package, then how can anybody within themselves say, "I had COVID"? I mean, you may have had something, but how can you say it's that? Because it's obvious they're faking it.
Well, the PCR test just reproduces stuff that's inside of you. If you have a little bit of, this, say, COVID protein that's inside of you, the PCR test reproduces it and reproduces it and reproduces it and reproduces it until it's, enough in high enough number for there to be a positive. But it may be already magnifying stuff that's already in you, not necessarily a deadly invader. You have to prove the pathology first. You have to prove that it's a deadly invader that's killing people.
Right. One of these... Didn't one of these nurses and doctors come out and they showed the paper on the video? I may even have it, I don't know, but I can't really post it in the voice text chat because of the heavy censorship over this topic, right? But I think everybody in here has probably seen the majority of those videos. It's just it concerns me with the public that hasn't seen it and don't have access to it. We're lucky to find the stuff that we find, but that's because we're looking for it. But wasn't there a woman that she was a doctor, and she said, or maybe a nurse or whatever, but she said she wasn't an administrator. She held the paper up and said that what they test for is actually chromosome 8, which we all have.
What? I heard that you can't even test for the strain that's coming out. They're saying that there's a deadlier strain that's coming out. They're treating this like the flu ×2, except now we got to get vaccinated for the thing, and it's mandatory if you want to, buy or sell. This thing is just getting crazy. They're just using the template of the flu to just colonize people.
The way I understood it, it was more like it was a chromosome that we had that got activated, and if you're sick and your immune system is kicking in or whatever, it's like then it will show up, and I don't know, it was something to the effect of that, but they're testing for an RNA strand, right? Yeah. It's not, and they've never, these doctors were looking for the peer review, there was none. anywhere. There's no peer review done on it.
There was a new version of the coronavirus coming out. Coronaviruses have quote unquote been causing colds for years. All they did was find a new version of the coronavirus and panic and say that it was going to be deadly and kill people, but they haven't even really proved a pathology. As far as I can see, the numbers are commensurate with the seasonal flu, the seasonal cold. There's nothing to panic about here for like 0.01 or 0.1% fatality.
Even if you test positive, you can be testing positive for the normal corona flu that everybody gets. We've all probably had it at this point, or you're going to have it in your life. That's the issue. It's not that people aren't getting sick. That's not a lie. That is happening. The lie of how it's actually happening and what it actually is.
Well, there's a U.S. patent for coronavirus. I mean, it's like it's in the U.S. that they created the damn thing. And so I just say for everybody to look up chlorine dioxide and get it, because if they're wanting to like stop it the moment, which I'm not even, if you're healthy, in my opinion, if you eat healthy and you're a healthy individual and you keep your immune system strong, then you'll be fine. If you don't wear a mask and just like breathe in carbon dioxide all day and cause your body to be very acidic, just make sure your body's alkalined properly, get your iodine, and eat healthy, then you'll be fine. I mean, that's just my opinion, and that seems to be the case.
Because they eat crappy foods that are caked to their intestinal walls, and they just become this toxic putrid mess. It breaks out through the skin in the form of acne, and breaks out throughout the body in the form of toxicity. On top of that, their lungs are packed with probably toxins, and stuff like that. I'm going on like my 13th, 14th liver cleanse, and I'm still passing greenish yellow stones, and stuff like that. So people's livers are probably just caked and packed too.
I posted an article of the FDA admitting that they haven't even isolated the but I think if I get a flat Earth roll, I think it'll pop up. You don't have to necessarily just click on the link; like the actual article will pop up.
Well, I clicked on it and it said video unavailable. This video is no longer available because the YouTube account associated with this video has been terminated.
Video? No, the link.
Oh, the one Citizen Z. I'm not talking. Okay, the one Citizen Z just posted has already been like their channel's already gone.
Yeah, the one above the link above that. If I get a flat Earth roll, it'd help a lot. I got a bunch of links and I got a bunch of good information on the stuff that I've been compiling. So.
Who's asking for that?
Nighthawk.
Oh man, don't listen to him. No, I think you deserve a flat Earth roll. From me speaking to you guys today, I would definitely believe you're a flat Earther. Yeah.
Well, and everybody should look up. I think you should be able. Let me see if I can do it.
Well,
instead of just click the link, I think you should. I think you should be able to just type in healthimpact.com, and it's a website where these doctors and nurses have someone is formed so that they can post their information and actually talk about it because they're silenced everywhere else. I think healthimpact.com.
Well, they want an impact, a monopoly on people's health. They want to be your only drug pusher, so they demonize MMS as deadly bleach, despite the fact that the bleach that you use in your laundry, the deadly stuff, that's sodium hypochlorite, which is a totally different formula than MMS, which is safe, chlorine dioxide. You just got to step up the dosage and not take it so fast that you have, some sort of issue or something. They use it to treat autistic children. They use it to treat blood products, and it's actually less oxidative.
I hate to stop you in your tracks there.
Yeah, there is no
an industrial oxidizing agent not meant to be consumed. It has been used in cancer.
Okay, well, hold on, Jimbo.
Therapy.
Jimbo, let me ask you a question. Have you got any first-hand experience with MMS? Have you used it, or have you?
This country has done and published many, many things on MMS, and it's used for
I'm asking.
tumors.
I'm asking you
and
if you have any first. Yes, I have. I've got 4 to 5 years of experience, and I've actually
and you've been
used.
taking it.
Yes, I do, on a regular basis, just to cleanse. And if I haven't been sick since I've been using it, firsthand experience. And I have actually helped a fella that had cancer, and he had tumors. And within 2 weeks, it was a very aggressive protocol for tumors. It's a very aggressive protocol. But, and you do experience whoever's echoing, please mute your mic. But it's a very aggressive protocol. And you do experience Hersheimer syndrome, but cancer is the only thing that I've ever known, because I've helped people that's gotten spotter bites. And there was a friend of mine that she was forced to get the hepatitis A vaccine because she manages a fast food restaurant, and she had not been sick in 34 years, right? Not in 34 years has she been sick and had to go to the doctor. She got this hep A vaccine and had to go to she felt like she was going to die 3 months later. And then she had to go to the emergency room, and then she told me about it. And then I give her actually it happened twice. Once every 3 months, she was having this experience, and she thought she was going to die. And then I told her about the MMS. I gave her some because I stocked up on it. So I've got plenty, so I can just give it to her. And I gave it to her, and she used it, and she's not been sick since. This guy that had cancer, he used it, and within 2 weeks, it's like it was lymphatic. It was lymphoma, right? And he had it before 15 years ago. And this time it was really aggressive. And he had tumors on his neck and tumors on his underarm. And he had one the size of a grapefruit in his abdomen, or at least it was the size of a grapefruit that was protruding from his abdomen, right? I don't know how large it was within his abdomen, but so he started using this, and within 2 weeks, all of the smaller tumors were gone except for 2, and they were very tiny. You couldn't even tell they were there. And then the one was getting smaller that was about the size of a grapefruit, right? So I've got first-hand experience with this, and this is not the only cases. I can go on for an hour.
We still have these MMS going on, and their medical therapies, very controlled, and they do work. They can reduce a 20-pound freaking mass to nothingness almost. And not always, but it does work. But it is...
And it's safe.
Medicine,
it's natural.
And MMS, an industrially produced oxidizing agent, is natural? Not.
Well, okay, you're saying industrial produced, but listen, it's a salt of the earth. It's a salt of the earth, and it's mixed with a hyaluronic acid, or you can just use lemon juice. This hyaluronic acid is equivalent to your
I'm glad your
stomach
medical
acid.
practice is going fine, unlicensed and all.
I'm not claiming to have one, Jimbo. This is my issue, Jimbo.
Jimbo, why are you being a dick?
You are coming on and making all these claims about something you have no knowledge or no first-hand experience of. You're listening to mainstream, and you're listening to what they're putting out on the mainstream, which is what Globers do. Why are you doing that? I have first-hand knowledge. You don't even have any experience with it.
Well, I mean, people are very complicated. You know, we are flat earthers, but some of us still buy into the normie medical paradigm, even the normie news paradigm. You know, we're very complicated people. Red pilled on some things, blue pilled on others.
I mean, I respect you, Jimbo. I do. I mean, you come out with a lot of good knowledge a lot of the time. But to speak on something that you don't know anything about, when against someone who does know, it just baffles me. I don't understand why.
And also, it can be strong. That's why you use drops of it. You step up with 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, 15 drops of glass, and then after a while, it's supposed to be 30 drops of glass. I was up to 2 stoppers of this stuff, depending on the strength. And so you're supposed to step it up.
But this is the interesting thing. It's made from the salt of the earth, right? And the earth has tons of salt in it, which is very conductive, which goes back to how the earth is the flat earth is like a battery, right? With all the salt water and the salt basins and the salt flats that you can see that are, measures flat, and they're obviously flat. So trying to get it back to FE as best I can.
Yeah, a flat, motionless plane, probably electrical, covered by a dome.
Exactly.
But basically, this is a crackdown on, free thought, control of your health, control of the narrative, control of access to the truth. If you say whatever goes against the WHO or the these global bodies, it's flagged by YouTube as misinformation, hate speech, or whatever the hell. These bodies are bought and sold by pharmaceutical companies. There are studies about what's effective and what isn't are bought and sold by pharmaceutical companies. It's a racket. This whole thing is, just a hype. It's just fake. And so none of it makes any sense at all, what they're doing.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about this. I've heard Lemon mention it before, but I don't think I went down that rabbit trail, so to speak. So if anybody else has some information about this, I'd love to see it pop up in my DMs, especially Lemon or Truth.
Yeah, Hank, I think
Did she cut out?
Yeah.
Am I still here?
I was wondering.
There you are.
Yep.
Yeah, you're back.
There you are.
Okay. So the Hank, I think you and I had discussed this like maybe 8 months to a year ago, and I think I've already sent it to you. If it's not, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
I can
I'll
send it. No. I can send it to you again because if I sent it to you, I probably only sent you the link to the church, but there's other websites that you can find it on, right? But I think I have. Okay, so you can find they're on Spreaker.com unless they've been censored on it, and they're under G2 Voice, and like they talk about it with their podcasts. I mean, they go on for a long time about a lot of stuff and about viruses and about health issues and anything. They're actually good podcasts to listen to, but if you're specifically wanting MMS information, it's like the protocols were on YouTube, and you could actually try to take a course and learn how to make it yourself and learn all the protocols and open your own chapter if you wanted to. I was going to do that until I saw how hard they came down on people, and I just didn't want to put myself in that position. So I just learned the protocols because that's all I really needed to know. I didn't need to start a church, right? As long as there is someone who is able to distribute this stuff and you could get it, because when this was going on, there was so much controversy over it that I stocked up on it, and I probably need to get some more because I've given so much of it away. I'm down to only having just enough, for myself, and maybe an extra bottle for my family or something, But
A church of what?
Church of it's a ministry.
Church.
It's not a. It's the doctrine is health and healing, because it's Genesis 2 Church. It's the ministry of health. It's the ministry of health and healing. They had to make it a church so that they could distribute it as a sacrament, because the government was not allowing them to distribute it.
Be protected.
Yes,
Yeah, to be protected. Yeah,
and
I was wondering if you had to be an ordained minister to start a church.
Well, they just give. The only thing that they ask in order to start one of the churches, one of the chapters, is that you know the protocols, right? That's the only thing they require of you, and then they just give you the certificate and say that you are certified for health and healing.
Yeah, ministry certificate. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not required.
Be a minister of health and healing. Yeah, because to start a church, you have to be an ordained minister.
Right.
I know. I was thinking about starting my own church.
And the only thing required to be an ordained minister of this particular type of church is to know the protocols and know how to make it, know how to mix it, and all that. So I can share the knowledge that I have about the protocols. But as far as like tangible, I might actually have. I would have to really look and see if I could find it. I do have their email. Maybe I could email Dave and find out if he can send me some stuff, and then I'll share it with everyone. But I mean, I know this sounds weird, but I've been doing this for like 5 to 6 years, probably even longer, because I've been saying 5 to 6 years for the past 2 years. So It's been probably close to 7 years I've been doing this. So I know the protocols and I understand how to do it. It's like there's certain things like caffeine and antioxidants within an hour before. It's best if you're using one of these protocols to just avoid them, period. But you can still have them. But within an hour prior and an hour after using it, don't use caffeine or antioxidants because it renders it ineffective. There's a lot of information, like little tiny, it's easy knowledge, right? Just don't use caffeine and antioxidants. But if you don't know it, if you're not aware of it, then you could actually be using this stuff and render it ineffective and it won't work, or you can use too much or use the wrong protocol or whatever for the ailment that you're using, and it could cause you to feel like you've got the flu or diarrhea or whatever. And then you think that it's
with apple juice, but
Look,
I didn't really see much of an effect.
That church was preaching something about COVID that the federal government is trying to shut down.
Well, just like everything else that comes out, all the viruses, all the bugs, the flu, all this stuff, they say, hey, this fixes it, this cure, and it does, right? They cured malaria they didn't even expect the results that they got. There's a documentary called Quantum Leap. .com. It's on quantumleap.com, but now if you search quantumleap.com, there's like tons of other stuff that didn't exist when they made this documentary. But I can get access to that too. What I'll do is should I post all this stuff? I mean, it's like I can't post it in the Discord because it'll threaten the Discord. Like, I don't want it to get deleted or anything. And this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I am going to build a server just to post this information. That way, if it gets deleted, oh well, it gets deleted. But I'll build a server just for this, and I'll send an invite link for everyone in this server, so you can just go over there, and all the information that I can muster up on it, find about it or whatever, I'll post there.
I got a server. You can tear it down if you like.
Well, I mean, it really doesn't take anything. Yeah. It doesn't take anything to start one. I've actually got one that I'm starting, and there's a few people that know about it. I think Helio, Mary Mom, MJ, and Ron Shackleton know about it. But it's only because I don't have any information on it, and it's kind of empty. It's just got the rooms there. But it's for primitive survival, right? To share knowledge about primitive survival techniques and how to build fires, how to build shelters, find water, filter water, stuff like that. And the proper kind of clothing, not to use cotton because of hypothermia and get wool, just different stuff, making weapons, making tools, and then herbs and wild edibles.
I was going to say, how about finding and preparing penicillin to identify the proper moss?
Penicillin, did you say? I know you can grow it on an orange or a lemon. Yeah, and it's like there's a certain color that you look for. It will turn from what is it?
In the woods.
Yeah, and then you just kind of like flake it off, flake the powder off, mix it with a little warm water, and drink it. It's pretty, natural and simple. But if you've got the MMS, you won't even need anything like that. But that's good to use if you don't want to. I mean, in the MMS, you can use it to purify your water. You can, there's other things you can do for, just minor superficial injuries or whatever. But that's what this server is for, just to share information about those things. So, look, it's not got any information in it, but I'll go ahead and post the link. Do what?
All right.
I'll go ahead and post the link, and anybody that wants to join it can join it. Maybe everybody can just join it and help me put information in it, because that's really the only thing that it's lacking is the knowledge, like the information. It's got the rooms, but I really don't know. I don't have a bot in there. So as far as like protections, maybe someone who knows something about building servers and using bots and like protecting it and stuff like that can like maybe they can help me. I don't know, because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it's not that hard to get a bot.
Yeah, I looked
Get
at
a
some.
bot on your server.
There's a lot of them that's free, so. But I just, as
Yeah,
far
you
as
can get free bot.
like the perms and protections and stuff. But anyway, so my entire point was I didn't mean to bring this up. And I just threw this out there because I don't want everybody to think that I've just got a handful of people that I want on it or whatever. Because I want everybody who wants to come. Because the more knowledge, that's the purpose of it, right? To a place to share the knowledge, and everybody can bring their knowledge to it. Because I have some knowledge, but I don't have all the knowledge, and what I don't have, someone else can have. So, but the whole purpose of me saying that was so that I can, I'll just start one and then share the link, and I will even call it, because I really don't care if it gets deleted, right? I'll even call it, and I would do that just to see how long, and if it doesn't, then I'll call it something else and put another one. But it's just, I'll just post all the information there so everybody can, have access to it.
My biggest suggestion, if you don't, like you said, you're talking about servers and protection and all that, and there's a lot of things you can't do from a cell phone. You have to do from a computer differently. And I was like traveling around and stuff, so I suggest to have another admin that knows about how to do that, who can help you, especially if you're not home or you don't know what you're doing, that they can just step in for you and change those things so nothing happens in a quick moment. Shout out to Riggs on our server here too. When I was gone to Michigan, he ran and was the admin for me on mine. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't do that and I didn't have a PC. So try to get someone you trust that can help you.
The biggest thing you got to do is set up your roles to where if you don't set the roles up properly, then anybody with any role can start destroying your server. You set the lobbies up. When you create lobbies, you got to restrict them so everybody can't delete them and manage them. You got to set up the roles to where they can't delete and manage lobbies and channels.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did look at I did look at that, and I kind of like the people that are in it right now at this moment are. I mean, I pretty much gave them access to the majority of it, right? I mean, to be able to, they're able to do most of the things on it. But yeah, I would definitely need to get the roles. That's what I'm saying. I still need to get some more roles for all the other members.
MJ knows how to do
MJ doesn't have time.
a lot of that.
He doesn't have time to do anything. His girl, he's wrapped up with his girl so much right now.
Yeah.
Because I've asked him, actually.
Well,
but anybody willing to. I trust, for the most part, I trust the people on this server. So
the last server I built, we when you build a server, you got a list of things you got to do. So I divvied it up between people, and MJ helped secure channels and lobbies, or set up the permissions.
Yeah, and anybody that. Yeah, I don't know anything about, I don't know anything. I know how to do the roles and set the permissions for those roles, but I don't know anything about actually, because I know the Indio talks about it a lot, and about protection of the server, and even the individuals that have certain perms still can't do certain. So I mean, he would know, but I doubt he would want to. He stays so busy with this, and I'd hate to ask him.
Yeah, he makes custom bots, but you can get a Vortex bot to do a basic server. We make a bunch. We set up a special system, so we had to program our own script into a bot. Zachary, thank you. We had to set up our own bot to run the system the way we wanted. But you can just get a Vortex bot and then set the channels and lobbies up. You don't want to put a lobby in there for all your information and then have anybody be able to delete it,
Yeah.
So you just got to set the perms. Like on all our channels here, you can't see the cogwheel next to the live stream, can you? Where it says edit channel. Right.
Yeah, I saw the difference when I started this server to do, and yeah, no.
Okay, so you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So when you restrict the roles, you also restrict the channels. And then if you want to give somebody permission to edit a channel, then you just go into the channel and make their name a role. It's called an override, channel override. You make their name a role and give them permission to do whatever in the channel.
Right.
Then they can edit.
Well, now the
in the very
fires.
beginning, honey, you don't need a lot of protection. I don't think so. I mean, I don't
No.
unless you have somebody trying to report you. In reality, I mean, mine's finally up to like 280 or whatever it is, and there's a little bit of
Yeah.
protection, but I don't have to have a bunch of shit. You know what I mean? And all the things on my server are free.
No.
Nothing been paid for. You can just easily download, and it's boom, it's already there. It was really quick.
Right. Well, all the information that's going to be on here, if I feel it's important, it's going to be like saved offline anyway. And this information is like, I don't really see anybody wanting to like delete, like do anything to something like this, to be honest with you. And I mean, it's just how to make fires and, build shelters and shit like that. Why would anybody care? Well,
That's
I mean, never
Eagle
mind.
Scouts stuff.
Yeah.
I know they don't like the Boy Scouts. What the hell? I learned all that stuff. I went from Cub Scout all the way to Eagle Scout and Marine. So yeah, I hear you. It's just
Well, now the fire's been put
building
under my tail
structures.
to finish it. Sorry, I thought you just finished.
No, you're all right.
I was just saying, now the fire's been put under my tail to finish it because I've only got like 3 or 4 hours into it. I've only spent a couple hours one day and a couple hours another day, and then that's it because all my free time I spend here. So, for the most part.
Right. Stacy's right, though. There's not a bunch of work if you just want to store information there. You just make sure that channel perms and the roles are where people can't delete the channels or delete the server, and you're good. You don't really even need a bot unless you don't
It
want people
prevails, by the
cussing
way,
in your lobby.
too. A lot of people are busy. I know that. And I can be busy as well, but I have no problem, honey. If you want me to help you, I'll go on your server anytime. Let me know. And if I can fix something, you can also give me a role and then take it away again just so I can help you. It doesn't matter. I'm just there to help.
Cool,
So
no.
just reach out to me if you need me, hon.
Hey, anybody. Yeah, if you're willing to, Stacy, and if you've got time and you don't care to, hell yeah,
Absolutely.
We'll definitely get together and get this thing rolling. Hey, I've got people in my I've got tons of people in there now. I have to finish it, damn it.
I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna stay on your butt.
I am such a procrastinator. No, but I will build like I guess I'll call it a ghost server just to post the MMS stuff. And then whenever I post it and post the invite, anybody that joins it and they see the information, get it, save it offline, because I doubt that the server will last very long. And anybody that joins,
you said ghost server.
Yeah.
They call it a ghost virus that's going on right now too.
I might even name it. I might even name it Ghost Healer. The Ghost Healer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, anyone that does join this primitive survival server and that they're interested in things like this, if you've got any suggestions or do I have a suggestions room? I think I did. But anyway, if you've got any suggestions for like rooms or anything like that, feel free. I welcome any help at all. Any and all help, to be honest with you. So, and if
and I'm not correcting you, but you will need a tiny bit of help because like one of the things that says I don't have permission to type in, I can actually type in. So we don't want that for you. We want that area where they can't. But it's no big deal. It's simple right now. We'll get to that, and it's just one little thing will change. It's annoying, but it's
really. I mean, I haven't given you a role yet. You shouldn't have permissions to do anything.
Exactly right. And I did that too once, and I actually in the very beginning didn't realize that I had everyone had rights to administration. Everyone.
Yeah, well, okay. So if you're aware about all this and how to do it and how to yes, do please.
Yeah, honey, it might be the possibility that's the case because I had the same thing happen where anyone could do whatever they wanted on my server. Like shit, I thought it was set up and restricted, but it wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. So damn it, now I have to do it.
We'll get you, honey. No big deal, honey.
can't procrastinate anymore. Which, I mean, it's not complicated because it's not like I have tons of information to put in there. It's going to be like a community, whoever joins it, a community effort. Like everybody's going to bring their own knowledge. And when they start posting it in the appropriate room or whatever, then that will, that's the entire idea of it. So,
and if somebody posts right now, it's fine in the wrong area. We can always move it, delete it, and then change it. So right now, even if it happens that people join and it's a little bit of a mess, it'll be fixed real quickly.
Right. So anyone that has I don't know, I guess the person would just have to, I'll try to find the information that I can so I can verify that these protocols are as I say they are. But I do know the protocols very well. I've been doing it for 5, 6, 7 years or however long, 5 minimum or whatever. And I was actually going to start at the church. So it was like I was learning the protocol so that I could get certified. And so I even learned the protocols that I didn't have to use firsthand. So if anyone wants to use it, and they want to know the protocols, it's pretty easy if logically thinking, if you think about it, because if you think about the ailment that you're treating, right? If it's a physical, if it's a tumor, then it's like a localized area, and this is a mass that's growing. So there's a different protocol. It's kind of like you learn just from the type of ailment that it is, which protocol it calls for, right? Whether it's just the drink, or whether it's the capsule, or whether it's both, or whether it has to be some things, if you get the flu, the so-called flu or whatever, and start feeling sick and running a fever and your eyes are burning and you feel like something's coming on, you can just make one strong glass and drink it down. I put 17 drops in one night because I hadn't been sick since I had been using this. And for some reason, which I never did get sick, I still didn't get sick, but my eyes are burning, my head, that feverish, when you feel that feverish feeling coming on. And I drank that before I went to bed. Yes, I had a slight diarrhea the next day, but I didn't have to drink anymore. And whatever it was, it wiped it out. So it just you kind of learn what you're treating, the type of protocol, just in terms of how the protocols work, right? So once really,
a lot of people won't want to listen to you, but firsthand experience. I heard you say earlier, it is the most important when it comes to medical. People have been through it. It's not from a book. You know what I mean? We understand this. And that's when I talked about cancer. I get the same thing about chemo until finally a doctor came on and started one day and was like, whatever Stacey's saying about chemo is actually correct, because I've spoken to these actual doctors straight up, face to face, in these cancer association places. So it's don't tell me I'm wrong, but they will fight you because they only know what they've been told in the mainstream.
Right.
So
I have firsthand knowledge of what it works. This is what I'm saying. I'm not giving medical advice. I am not a medical profession. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. And I totally understand anybody that just doesn't want to, trust what I say. I mean, I totally get it. And I don't blame them. With everything that's going on, and it's up to the person. If they know me personally and they feel like they can, then that's cool. If they feel that they don't know me well enough to, then that's cool too. They can choose not to. But the only thing that I can actually give knowledge of is my experience with it and the protocols and how they work, and which.
And don't stop doing that, Truth, because there's so many people that have tried so many things that come to the mainstream, right? Doctors tell you to do, and they can't find this help, right? And there's these other things that they're not being told. So please keep doing what you're doing, even if people don't believe you. If it's your experience and you know it to be true, then that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's see, that's the difference. That's the only thing. It's like if I know something is true, and someone starts saying something opposite, it's like I cannot. I mean, I don't care. I can't keep my mouth shut. It gets me in trouble a lot.
Me too.
I just can't. I can be very silent for a very long time, but when it comes to, it's like, let someone say something that's not true about something that I absolutely 100% know is true. And then I just can't. Yeah, I can't hold my tongue. So.
Well, it's very personal because it's something you've experienced. You've been through it. It's a knowing. That's what I said about Flat Earth. If people don't understand it, or actually don't have that knowing, is to go do an observation, go see it for yourself, because then you can verify, hey, I'm not just looking on a YouTube video, all those types of things. It's the same thing with medical. I don't expect someone to trust me, but look into this stuff, listen to us, you know what I mean? And if you realize that you do, you're going to get some kind of help.
Well, this is just like the flat Earth. This is something that you can test and verify for yourself. You can get this stuff and use it and test it yourself to see. It's just like flat Earth. You can go out and check it out for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it.
Yep. But it's
You cut out, Stacy. Oh, you muted yourself. You were saying something and you muted yourself.
What the heck? I'm having connection problems too. But yeah, when people bring up cancer, I'm the same way. I'm like, nope, I know about it because I've been fighting for my brother for so long, and I've been, head on with this stuff. So I feel the same way. It's like you can't help yourself, and you're trying to help others. That's all you're doing. But at the same time, it's this fight in you. You're like, no.
Well, doesn't it kind of like it builds this little? It's like this spirit inside of you. It builds this little fire within you when you realize all of the lies that they've told, and then you get to looking into all of them, and then you start finding truths here and truths there, and you realize how they do it and how they go about it. They get people out there to push sorry, to push misinformation. I just cracked myself up. They get people out there to push misinformation, and when they do that, it like deters people from it, and then they don't want to look into it. Or if they do, they're like reluctant to trust it or whatever. And so that's what gets me fired up when I know something is a fact and I know it's true because I have firsthand knowledge. And then someone who doesn't, like if they want to push this misinformation that it's toxic. I don't know. It's not like I wasn't going against. I just wanted to like set the record straight. I respect Jimbo. I do respect him. He has a lot of knowledge. That's why I asked him, if he had firsthand knowledge, because I wanted to know if he did. Because then if he did, we could discuss the firsthand knowledge that he had, or something like that. But, and that's with anything. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's that or whether it's flat Earth or whether it's, if someone tries to claim that, they know the Earth is spinning. It's like, okay, what firsthand knowledge do you know of that? Do you know of a test or a measurement that someone has done to prove it? Can you provide that so that we can repeat it and verify it for ourselves? It's like, it's that kind of thing. But anyway, it's kind of like it does. It builds this fire within you because you get upset and you have this let's say justified anger, right? It's a just anger because there's a difference between being angry unjustly and being angry in a just way. But it builds this anger within you to where you start discerning what truth is and where it's at. And then when you find it, you want to defend it because there's so much against it. There's such an effort attacking all of it. It's like anyway, it's whatever it is.
Well, it's like someone trying to tell you that, and I'm not talking about that same situation, but when you're, something's blue or your shirt's blue and they're like, no, it's red. I'm like, no, it's blue. And I'm going to keep arguing with you until you realize it's fucking blue.
Yeah.
That's the word I was like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Righteous. Put it in there. I said justify, but it's, righteous. Righteous anger is healthy. As long as you're disciplined with it. I'm still working on the discipline part, so just bear with me, guys. It's like you think you're disciplined until, and right when you think you're disciplined, you're presented with a situation to where you get revealed things about yourself, and then you become aware that you're not as disciplined as you thought you were.
Yeah. As soon as I always say this, as soon as you think you understand something or you know life or you got it, it'll show you you don't. And as soon as you think you learned something, your journey's over. I don't have to go through that again, Oh, maybe you do. And maybe you still haven't learned this one other thing from it. It's like you're always on this journey that you never expect, And that's the point. You have no understanding what's coming forward.
Right. I agree.
I mean, if somebody would have told me that I was going to go through every single thing that I went through last year, and I was going to learn things differently, and I was going to be a different person, emotionally, spiritually, on a whole new level, even appreciate a flat Earth on a different perspective, I would have never believed myself. But I mean, I've done a complete 180. I don't know who I am. I'm still questioning right now. Like, how did I go for I felt like I know myself? I found myself to, holy shit, I'm finding Stacy again. So maybe I never stopped growing.
I tell you what it's indicative of. It's indicative of being born again.
Man, I tell you, it's as much as it can be sad, right? Or hard or traumatizing sometimes things that we go through in life. I wouldn't want to lose this still. This has been an amazing journey. If I had to choose and say, hey, everything's going to happen, all the bad, and you're going to have to redo this again. There was one point somebody kept asking me that, and I said I would not do this again. But even after all this loss this year, it's taught me I would do this again. Because there is a reason that we're here, and it makes me appreciate every single thing that I went through with these people that aren't here this year. It's, wow, if we didn't have this experience, none of that would exist. I wouldn't want to take you guys away. Hell no. I'd do it again.
If I could change anything, I would just start this journey earlier. It's like I envy the people that it's kind of like I feel bad for them, and it's like a double-edged sword. I feel grievous for them because if they're young, they're 13, between say 13 and 21, and or younger. Let's just say 21 or younger. And I'm just throwing that out there because it feels right. It sets right with me, that age. If you're that age or younger and you're coming into the world that we have right now, it's like I feel bad for them. But if they are already coming into this truth, I feel envious because if only I had known half the stuff I know now at 21.
Yeah.
It's much different. And I'll tell you something.
I'm so thankful that we're awake, guys. Can you imagine, though, not being on this journey until exactly right now, even? I mean, or not even awake? Can you imagine that? I don't want to be in that position.
I'll tell you something that I've discovered, and it's been with myself. I would like to have some firsthand knowledge of someone else also having the same experience. But okay, so I have had there's okay. I'm gonna start from the beginning. There's a lot of people that are claiming that there's a correlation between like the tetanus shot and rheumatoid arthritis. Well, actually, autoimmune diseases with pretty much all vaccines, really. But specifically rheumatoid arthritis, a correlation with the tetanus. And I've had 3 tetanus shots in my life. And the last one that I got, it was like 3 months after I got it. I couldn't. It's like I had the worst flare up ever. Every one of my fingers were so swelled and they were spread apart. I couldn't bend them. I couldn't use them. They felt like they were on fire. I couldn't sleep. It's like I couldn't even get enough comfort to be able to sleep because the pain was so severe. And when I went to the doctor, they do this test, right, to test your RH factor. And I think normal is supposed to be between the range of 0.06 to 0.08. Mine was, and that's not even a whole number, like 0.06. That's like what, 1/100th or 1/10th or whatever it is. It's like 100th of a number. Well, my RH factor was like 37 point something. It was like way up there. And so then that's when I really started looking into the health stuff and researching the health stuff. And the thing about the point that I'm getting to, that I've discovered about this MMS is, okay, so you can change your diet. You can change your diet. You can avoid acidic drinks. You can avoid carbonated drinks. You can avoid pork. You can avoid things that are going to, 1, make your body acidic, 2, raise your uric acid levels, just different things, inflammation, all of that. Like you can reduce those things in your diet and you can kind of control that inflammation. However, they claim, this is their claim, they claim that the joint deformation is due to the inflammation and the inflammation is due to your immune system attacking your joints. Well, I don't believe that that's true. I believe that there's something in one of the vaccines that just changes your DNA. That when your joints actually just grow different, it just causes them to get deformed. And this is why I believe that. And this is based. This is very based. This has got a foundation. Because when I started using the MMS, I didn't have any more flare-ups ever. If I started to feel like a little discomfort or a sharp pain starting to try to come up in a joint, then I can just use the spray, which is, the MMS4. I can use the spray and I can spray it on the joint and then it goes away. And then I'll drink a little bit and then it's gone. I don't have any issues. I haven't had a flare-up since I've been using it. However, although I've not been having these flare-ups, my joints are still deforming. Right. They're still deforming and I don't really get the pain, but it's like I can tell my elbows are still deforming. They're not flaring up, but it's like they're growing. It's like they're growing in this deformed way. So I don't believe that the joints get mine definitely are not due to inflammation because I have no inflammation since I've been using you can tell the difference between inflammation and just a deformed joint, and they claim that it comes. So there's like some little thing going on there where it's, in my opinion, changing, where it changes your DNA, or it adds a code or whatever that causes your joints to become deformed. Because the inflammation, in my case, is absolutely not what's causing it. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I know that was probably boring. Nobody was probably interested in it. But if anybody...
No, honey. I was actually listening. And when you bring up the tetanus shot, which is all vaccinations like we were talking about too, like that, there's always side effects that people don't actually realize that happen. And the side effects for one of the tetanus shots is joint pain. And it usually happens like 1 in 10 people. So they get swelling in the muscle, of the fingers, the body. So the things that you're explaining are normal, actually, side effects that could happen from a tetanus shot that's actually emitted from the CDC. But when you start realizing that it could actually, if you have a allergic reaction, it's supposed to be in a few minutes right afterwards. So when you see this on the news recently with the vaccination being given and then the instant reaction a few minutes after, it's probably supposedly, if it's real, an allergic reaction. And this is the point. You're putting chemicals into your body that are affecting your immune system, right? And it pulls your energy, supposedly, to create an immunity to this, whatever the hell they're putting in it. On top of toxins and chemicals that are not good for your body, that's going to cause a problem to your immunity as well. So no matter what, there's all these reactions and side effects to every single vaccine, and you are taking a risk anytime you put these chemicals into your body. Everybody is. And it's sad. And what it's actually doing to us long term.
I would be...
How many people knew about vaccinations?
Yeah. I would be interested, though, in hearing someone else's experience if they do have rheumatoid arthritis and they try using the MMA to see if they have the same experience with it, which it would actually take, a few years at minimum, probably, to allow time for deformation to happen in the joints without the inflammation, But there's definitely no correlation, in my opinion, in my view, with my experience, with the inflammation and the deformation of the joints, which is what they claim causes it. And Dimick says he's ready if someone wants to. I didn't mute him, so whoever muted Dimick.
Yeah, it's about time we talk about these spinning water monkey balls.
Who muted Dimick? Can he be unmuted? I'll unmute him. I don't know. Someone can tell me if they don't want him unmuted.
Have you been a bad boy again, Dimick? You're being muted again. Don't
No,
get going over here.
No, I came in and said something I didn't know it was ladies' night, and I think I just got muted just because.
That's right. I'm like, come on, man. Sure. We just got back over here. Don't leave me.
Raid back. It's a raid on the Flat Earth Discord. We're back.
Boom, boom. All right.
Right? We're back.
We're back once again for revenge. All right, guys.
Man, Miggy. Yeah.
You got 2 plugs tonight. I'm good.
3 points are killing it in 2021. You just wait, folks.
Well, Mickey, you have, if you're looking for someone, there's Indra without any roles that's in the room.
Sure.
They must have just popped in because I didn't see them before.
Indra. Okay. Let's see if Indra want to talk to us. Indra, are you there? You have control of your mic?
Yo.
Hey, what's up, man? Indra, are you there?
Yes.
All right. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Indra?
Well, I've checked out. We're both researchers, just setting up my new house, so I don't have much time right now, but thought I'd pop in.
Hey, well, welcome to the chat, man. And if you don't have that much time to talk, you could just maybe sit here and listen. I might just want to put yourself on mute. Yeah, no problem, man.
Down any channels or anything else, but I joined this a while ago from, I think, a link in a Kick chat I'm in for Flat Earth.
Okay. Yeah, so welcome to the chat, by the way. Just welcoming you here.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely
nice to meet you.
Not a problem.
Hope we get to talk further, and explore where your mind's at. I like to hear that.
For sure. I look at the Vedic stuff. My friend and I are both Hare Krishnas. Talked about Flat Earth, but also they had information on kind of age of cosmos and planets and other things to some like sense of it all. But even within people who debate which way, because they were building this Vedic planetarium in India. It's like they didn't know which way to build it for a flat Earth. Like they were building both. It's like, well, they can't make up their mind. So, yeah, to someone with degrees in science, tech, and medicine, it's something that I always kind of get pulled both ways on. And like, here, tell me what's true.
I think your mic's cutting in and out. Is it me? Can you guys hear him? I think your mic's cutting in and out, Indra.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out for me too.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Twice tonight, man. That was awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that, homeboy.
Good job. Good job. What's it?
I don't know how you, dude, I don't know how you endured that for that long. That's
Dude, literally all I was thinking the whole time was like, what if someone's never heard of the flat earth? What are they going to hear? I was trying to think about that the whole time and keep my cool. Like, that dude seems so innocent. If I had just went full savage mode, I would have felt bad. I legit would have felt bad, dude.
We were making fun of that guy, dude. Like the way he was looking, like he's got that weird stare. Yeah, I felt bad for him too, bro.
He's a typical secret king, like when I'm talking to him, he's got one facial expression, but whenever like someone's in a super chat talking all big about the globe earth, he's like amping it up with this body language, It's like just a second ago I thought you were gonna like cry, dude. Like, what's
so
going
weird?
Yeah, I know.
So weird.
We saw that too. I was like, man, this guy needs to get waylaid. But then after a while, I saw your point. And I was like, yeah, man, this guy's.
Because like I've decided to stop taking most of those offers, but like with that situation, it just seemed like the most logical thing to do would be try to get one good beginning to end, at least where I don't come off like too much of a dick. Sometimes when I get into super chats, I'm just like, you stupid ass Glovers. I wanted to like kind of just so like if someone's like, oh, you have a good debate I should listen to, I'm like, yeah, go listen to this one, and that's one of the better ones I think I've done, where I think in recollection, someone that's new to the subject can learn a lot by listening to it.
That guy was getting clobbered in the comments. I was in there battling it away in there.
Dude, that dude could have got dismantled like 1,000 times worse. Like I honest to God I felt bad. Like I felt like bad. Like when I asked him about the gas pressure thing, that was the one pointed question I brought up, and he's like, I'm not an expert on that. I started feeling bad for him, dude, because he seemed like so like nice. He's probably like a real nice guy in real life,
He's like a 30-year-old, 10-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty bad, dude. Pretty bad.
You heard I was trying to start the convo off with your questions, and he like immediately steered away from it.
Hell yeah, dude. He was running, man, for the 3 points.
I was
Like,
gonna ask
fast.
that would have been awesome, Miggy, if I'd have got to start it off with just like proving that, like, well, it's just a belief you hold. So he wouldn't even let me ask him. Yeah.
I felt like it was just diverting, like, immediately. I was like, oh, dude, me and Brain Shape Investigator were like calling all the fallacies, dude, like appeal to authority and like, yeah, just appealing to motive. Like, he didn't want to get to the point of evidence. Like, his whole spiel at the very beginning was just, it was stupid, dude. Like,
He's talking about really selling Christmas trees, bro.
What?
Yeah. I thought about making my whole first 2 minutes of the intro talking about the real tradition of Christmas. I swear to God, I thought about like Googling a picture of Nimrod real quick and being like, we talk about selling Christmas trees, so just so everyone knows what this really means. But no, I chose not to.
Yeah, you'd have roasted that guy.
I don't know. That was a wild situation. I don't even know why that guy would. He even said in the debate, like, I've heard you talk about this. So why are you here, bro? Like, you've heard me talk about this. That means that
He's a stalker. He's a stalker,
why would
dude.
you come to a debate knowing you don't know how to answer even the gas pressure question, but you've heard me talk before? Like, that seems wild, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a secret king right there, man.
That's a secret king if I ever heard one.
Yeah, I was like, Gek, your face is getting red. And then you look down, then I'm like, it's getting redder now.
Well, it's just like you were talking to him and he just like didn't know how to respond. He was just like looking and like confused or something. It was weird.
Yeah, but there's only so much I'm gonna dumb it down, you know. Like I entertained stupid ass fallacious questions in that debate. But again, guys, you have to remember, like, the reason I did that debate was James knows that I'm really not feeling the debates anymore. I even said that in the debate. It's just like occasionally when I see a scenario where it's like, oh, this guy's real cool. He's like, he's a real nice guy. Seems kind of new to Flat Earth. I'm like, okay, that seems like a perfect opportunity where this dude's got some like type of credentials, a professional background. He's logical. He may even be cordial, and we can actually like lay out from beginning to end a good framework to intrigue the person that hasn't heard it before, and that's the main thing. If that wasn't the motivation, that'd be lame, you know. Like, oh, like if I had to went in there just like trying to boost my ego, like I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy, like, well, I could have eviscerated him and made him like really uncomfortable. But that dude wasn't like the geodetic surveyor dude, where he's just like got this arrogant, he was a little bit secret king-ish here and there, but overall he was pretty nice. And he just stepped into something he wasn't ready for. For me, I'd rather
He
just
wasn't
like,
ready.
yeah, I didn't want to like just eviscerate him. You know what I mean?
I think the amount of times he said stuff, I was like, when are you gonna get him on his logic? But yeah, I guess you're being incredibly merciful, which I respect.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to try that out. I mean, the part that was making it bad was reading the chat occasionally, where you see the gloves out, it's talking crazy. It's like, oh, dude. But I don't care anymore about what the stupid gamma male globe zealots think. I actually want to just make a good impact, and I thought, what would be the most, what are some of the off-putting things I can work on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I still probably messed up some, like even in those Q&As, I'm sure I came across a bit like arrogant at times, like, but I want it to be where a new person hears it and they're just like, whoa, like this guy's making sense, And so I was talking to the audience like it was a bunch of newbies that had never heard of it. I wasn't ever concerned with debating him. He was just using sophistry and non sequitur philosophical diversion bullshit. He never even responded with any substance specificity. He had no chance to. So for me, I wasn't thinking about it like that. I was like, minimize the damage on this guy. He's probably a nice guy. In all reality, he's super in over his head. And let's just try and talk to the audience like they've never heard this.
Yeah.
Wasn't his whole argument just technology?
Well,
I even hit him with the fact though that the only thing you can even be talking about is an accelerometer. Like he doesn't even. People just say things that they don't actually know anything about.
What I noticed.
Yeah, but if I look at the sky and all the things up there are balls, then wouldn't it mean that I'm on a ball?
Yeah, It's almost like James is like.
I was like, wait, hold on, is this 2021 or what? I thought
like James is
this sounds like
underhanded
2015 all over again.
Dude, he's underhanded me like softballs or something. You know, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, that guy had like layers of appeal to authority. It wasn't just an appeal to authority. It was like he has like pages of another appeal, then another appeal, then another appeal, then another.
Hey, you know what would be super epic? So you know how he was talking about in the debate, if you listen, like he's talking about how he wants to set up these more in-person debates, and so they have like this funding process where they can pull that off. And y'all remember whenever they had the in-person debate with Nathan Thompson and Team Skeptic, and he actually specifically messaged me whenever the other guy canceled. He's like, "I won't get you like a Team Skeptic or anything like that, though." But you know, Skeptic was talking all that like talking super crazy, talking about when he sees me, he's gonna beat the homophobia out of me and all this crazy stuff. So how crazy would it be to get James to set up an in-person debate like where he imploded in front of camera for Nathan, right? In the Nathan debate where he just made himself look like an idiot and was wearing a mankini and all this nonsense. And then we debate in person, and right after that we put on the boxing gloves and get in an actual ring. Dude, that would be
That'd be wild.
Earth blockbuster, dude.
Man.
And he'd get super pissed in the debate and then get knocked out. Like, talk about content, dude. You're like, Austin, you may be a little arrogant. What if you get knocked out? Well, we'll see, dude. Bring it on, dude. I like my chances, bro. I think that would be hilariously
Mate, if you can speak that fast, I think you can probably move faster, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it wouldn't
that's a
be
big part of
awesome
it,
if you
agility.
get brain damage.
Hey, you got to bob and weave, bro. Got to bob and weave. I'm going to hit him with the pop. You know, he's going to go down.
Bro, you be talking mad smack, giving the 3 points in the ring.
Give 3 points post KO. dude, dancing around with him, asking the 3 points before you knock him out. You do, Raj. You're about to get knocked out for a blind belief, Raj.
This is for pseudoscience. Bang!
Whoop that trick.
You got evidence of curvature.
Boom!
Coordinate the combos with questions.
Bam!
Man, to the beat of your raps.
Dude, I'm not. He acts like he's down to do that. I mean, I'm pretty skinny, you know, so like I have a pretty fair place to be like, yeah, you should be able to beat me. I'm super skinny, bro.
I'm skinny too, but I got long arms, man.
I don't promote violence, you know, and I'm not like. This is put gloves on, get in a ring, right? And I mean, you know. Hey, that's his tradition as old as time itself, dude. Men throwing hands. My goodness. He says he's going to beat the homophobia out of me. So I think the most logical thing to do would be set it up, charge admission.
Come on.
Y'all agree that that Nathan Thompson Team Skeptic debate was like wildly entertaining? Wouldn't y'all agree? I mean, it was pretty entertaining.
I'd have to see it. This has actually been only the second debate I've seen on this one. The last one was, I think, Thompson and that one that looked like he served the devil, who just stormed off halfway through.
Oh, you mean the guy like right at the beginning? Yeah, the atheist dude with the line. Yeah.
I don't make it a habit of watching debates, man. It's too much for me.
Oh, I feel you, dude.
I can't take it because I know they've lost from the get-go.
Yeah, dude. Especially, I bet tonight was pretty frustrating. Where I'm just like,
oh, after a while, yeah. I was like, dude, I feel your
it was awful to
pain.
watch. It was like, dude, you could be killing this guy. Like, you have to listen to him talk. You know, I don't know. I just wanted to try to make it. I wanted to try a new tactic. You know, like
I thought it was good overall. I'm just like the long suffering, yeah. patience, we grow.
Yeah, and so like normally I just like have to interrupt, and I wanted to try to not do that. But I don't know. You would think the third party could realize that even though he'd go on like his little 2-minute ordeal like spill, he would never respond to what I had said. Like he would never specifically respond to anything
Yeah,
I'd
I
say.
reckon even the Globers are gonna be like, oh, who is this clown?
Yeah, like he did bad. Like that's exactly what it has to be. He was asking questions that it's like these globe zealots that think that they're smart or whatever that have been on the internet for 5 years that they would like be embarrassed of, you know.
That's a good one to take, right? And then just share it with people. So look, this is your average geezer, and this is how they think and how they operate. And then they'll look at it and they'll be like, oh wait, that's me. It's like, sugar.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like if someone watches that open minded, which I'll have to watch it back. I normally don't watch anything back though. I hate that. But like, you know, they'll be like, "Oh wow, this is the logical framework that I would go through in my own mind as I start to think about it and justify the earth being a globe." And now I get to hear live time this guy say these things. And as preposterous as the stuff he was saying was, that is actually like what people start thinking. Like they start thinking just that rudimentary, where it's
Right?
like,
He
a
didn't.
bunch of people think it's a globe. Like that's literally what.
Yeah, right.
I swear, dude. That's.
But the bit that got me was his whole thing with the balls in space or whatever, right? The whole foundation was that it would be logical that what we're on is also a sphere. But he's only thinking that because he's pre-assuming everything else ahead of time. He doesn't, and that's the thing that you were trying to get to him, but he wasn't able to see the logic that in his head, he was already presuming ahead of time that, I'm floating in space. And then he was looking to the stars, and then he was making the conclusion from there.
Yeah, I do think that like a scenario where it's like to the audience it just seems like a legit conversation where people like meeting each other and filling each other out is way more copacetic to cogdis. Like their cogdis will be more comfortable. Like when you see it from a contentious standpoint, that's going to amplify your cogdis. You see what I'm saying? And so I think we need to rethink things. And I think that some of these real toxic, depraved, degenerate, moronic, super, super, super toxic people, they're nothing more than like a methodology to drag us down. Like because they're dumb, but they think they're real smart. And they integrate all the parts of if they were smart and all the bragging rights that come with it, even though they're dumb. And they have no intentions of finding truth, and they live for the capability of like trying to get a gotcha on you, or more so just like hoping bad for you.
A theoretical gotcha. Boy, aren't those great?
Yeah, just like just echo chamber gotchas, where the echo chamber will tell you that it was a gotcha even though it clearly wasn't.
How can that be? How can they claim themselves smart when like the sphere's never changed? I mean, a sphere is always the same rudimentary thing that it is, right? It's never like the calculation of a sphere, pi. It's not like you got to go do more different new things and learn and discover new things about a sphere that you haven't learned before, right? It's just a sphere, right? Like a marble or a basketball, like it's all been done. So they're like, man, I'm so smart. I can tell you 360 degrees is in a sphere. I can tell you it's this. I can tell you, but it's still the same sphere. It's nothing's ever. So like, yeah, I don't know what we're learning with it.
Hey, Witsit, I really like that idea of talking to the third party listener. I think that's a great idea because if it's more directed towards that third party listener, the audience, you can make a direct kind of message and communication with those other people listening in the audience. That's really powerful, man.
Like a narrator voice popping in, or
dude, guys, in that debate, the whole time, I knew that I could guide the convo, so I was like, let him just say whatever he wants to, because like I can fit in so much stuff there. Like I find it. Oh, it's time to teach you about what the Greeks thought. Right, because oh, you brought up the Greeks. Perfect. I'll tell you all about the Greeks. And although I knew it was probably a bit of overload, and some people that don't know any of that stuff would have to, if they really wanted to fully know what I was saying, would have to play it back and stuff like that. But I just knew it was said coherently, at least for the most part. I stuttered here and there, like recorded. You know what I mean? And like I never thought that guy was gonna keep up. Like, dude, think about an impossible task if you hadn't fully researched and got to all the information and then just get like machine gunned.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, like that. I was just thinking, like, oh well. I was literally trying to think the whole time, like, if someone didn't know much at all about it and they just watched this, what would they hear? You feel me? And I was like, I know the way this guy is. He's clearly ill prepared. He's just going to use sophistry and like philosophical diversion the whole time. It's all he's got. So instead of just eviscerating him, I'd rather he could say anything, and I knew it would lead into, well, oh, this is a good opportunity to explain this part. Right? I was looking at it like everything needed to be explained for the first.
Yeah, it was clear he was really very indeterminate. It was really like he wasn't providing anything of substance. He was saying the word science a lot, but nothing he provided had any science in it.
But what's it? Link that debate you were talking about with Thompson and the other guy. I might.
Yeah, I
give it
can't
a
believe you
watch.
haven't seen that, man. It was
Yeah,
in
but
person.
I have my tastes.
No, I don't like debates, and I know what you're saying without saying it. But so I'll show you what it is. But it's pretty infamous, right? Like this, Nathan actually was just kept super cool, dude, and just sat there, and fucking dude lost his mind. It was hilarious.
Are you talking to one about McToon?
No. Where in person Nathan debated Team Skeptic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I will say it's like hard to watch. It's so bad, but the point being just that he got absolutely destroyed, and it was laughable. And he was in full panic mode, and he actually at one point took his shirt off and was wearing a mankini underneath it.
What the hell?
Above his pants stuff. Yeah, he's super weirdo. I don't know. But anyway, there it is.
Whoa. The more you whoa.
That's called Freakazoid.
Dude, I was reading the chat, and it just like it was just people. There was Globers in there talking about like how I was getting dominated and shit. And dude, it's so baffling to me. Like it's not about like, oh, I'm Austin. I'm super smart. I know everything. Like, nah, dude, I'm wrong about things. But to watch like an exchange like that and truly think that I'm just deluded and stupid, right? It's just so dishonest because like in that exchange, no matter what you think, like one person was super ill equipped, but like how would you not just I don't know. You could be honest about that and still not have to say that the earth is flat, right? That's the part that's perplexing. I don't know if I'm doing a good job communicating, but it's like you could be honest and acknowledge that to say I won the debate, and even though I'm a flat earther, right? Because that doesn't mean you're now saying that the earth is flat. It's just that you could just say that whoever I was debating did a terrible job, a poor job, but they can't even be honest. They have to claim that they won every single debate if one of the people represented the globe. Doesn't that seem like a wild thing to do to yourself and convince yourself that somehow that adds up? All right, maybe I'm not conveying myself well. I'm sorry.
Breaking news.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
That's breaking it down.
What commercial?
What's peeping? What's peeping, dog?
Dude, just had to get on camera and talk to someone that doesn't know anything about flat Earth while he pretends he's going to debate it, and then sit there on camera even longer after like having to basically teach this guy that he's just a religious
Where?
zealot that doesn't know it.
When?
On modern day debate a second ago, and then I had to sit there with just spammed super chats from Globers, you know.
So, I'm sorry, I just got back, man. I was in a friggin' ice storm, man. It took me out for like 11 hours.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Did you have your sled dog team?
I thought you weren't going back on that friggin' dumpster fire abominations of the earth show.
Yeah. That's what's so crazy is because like I would have never taken a debate with some like just goober, you know. And it was like this guy that I don't know, like James hit me up last week. You could tell he needed something and offered to like give me money and stuff. And then he offered. I said, "Whatever, man. Who is it and what's the format?" He said some dude's name. Something Gamish was actually his name. I almost lost it. Like I almost dropped my phone.
Oh, Gamish.
That's his actual name, yeah. And then that dude backed out, which of course he did. Look at his name. And then he brought this other guy up and was like, "I think he's kind of new to Flat Earth." I'm like, "Oh, so you're just what do you hate this guy?" You know what I mean? And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. Since I knew that these debates is just so toxic, I'm going to go into this one just trying my whole time to keep in mind third-party viewer.
Okay.
Yeah, so I tried that out. Yeah.
How'd it go?
I think it went pretty well, you know. I mean, I'm sure I could have done better here and there. Some people would probably watch and get frustrated. I was so patient and stuff like that. I was just thinking like if third party viewer, someone super new to the subject, what are they gonna hear? Right. And I was like, let's try this one out for size.
You got a link?
It was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I might not get to it this evening, maybe tomorrow evening. Like I said, man, I got to catch up.
It's kind of long too. I mean, like I said, it's gonna actually probably be pretty frustrating to watch because
I'll watch it.
You might want to throw your crayon sandwiches through the screen.
I'll watch it. Go ahead and post the link in there. I'll snatch it and watch it tomorrow.
Look, QE, this guy did like nothing but sophistry and philosophical diversion the whole time, and I left him unchecked on like close to a quadrillion fallacies. So it was a wild thing, right? I felt bad for him, dude. And like instantaneously, I don't know how to explain it. And I was just like, you're gonna look like a fool regardless. I was just trying to think, okay, let's just let this guy feel kind of comfortable and not ruin his life right now, and let him say whatever he thinks is a logical response, and just really, I feel like I guided the whole conversation, and I had the opportunity to because I could just take anything he brings up, just grasping at straws, as an opportunity to kind of try to concisely teach a little bit about it, or give some like historical background or whatever it is to whatever he's bringing up. I knew I could do it with basically whatever he just grasped at straws with, so I let him kind of lead it, didn't interrupt much. Even it was so hard not to interrupt this dude just talking with fallacies for such a prolonged period of time, meaning like maybe 2 minutes. But it was interesting. I don't know if I could watch it back for sure, dude. Like I can understand how Flat Earther would be super like, oh my gosh, but I was literally doing it in mind of third party viewer that was new to the subject, right? And try and see if have a good one recorded. If someone asked me what they should show someone, like maybe this one, and I tried it out, and it's hit or miss, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty much still done with that whole ordeal, you know.
Well, the target audience, man, that's who you wanted, then that's who it went to.
Yeah. I mean, this dude, I had this is what happened basically. Like I just last minute had my intro set up or whatever. It just tabs. And I would just thought it was so funny. Like I wanted to say basically pull a like line out of your book in a way, like let's go to your auto monitor. Really just instead of Wikipedia, we're going to talk about Google. And like, all right, we'll go to the y'all's trusted source, right, for everything. And just had typed in quite basic questions about the globe Earth within Google, like what's the radius of the Earth? It had them pulled up in different tabs. And I was just going to break it through like specific positive claim. And then I thought, oh, let's exit out of some of these metrics, right? Because this dude's not going to even know them. And I'm just going to use the classic, do you know what the radius is? And I ended up feeling so bad for him, dude. Like I like legit couldn't do it to him. I was like, I felt bad for him, bro. So I don't know. He seemed like such an like probably real nice guy ultimately, and I just didn't. Is that weird? I had like actual sympathy for
No.
him. Yeah.
No, it's not weird at all.
Yeah. Cool. It's just what it is, huh?
Yep. I had those days. It just depends on how he presented himself, right?
And this is what got crazy, though. We were talking about it. Like, he had some real secret king tendencies, though, because when we're talking straight up, we got one thing, and I'm like feeling bad for him overall and trying to keep in mind, just keep it cool overall and think about third-party viewer. But whenever, say, the super chats were coming in and stupid Glovers talking from like the arrogance of the peak of their cognitus, are super chatting stuff like his body behavior and facial expressions and stuff like that in response to James reading them out. Oh, bro, I like wanted to go back in time. Like, dude, I should have actually eviscerated you live for the people. You know, so yeah, that's what ended up happening a bit.
Yeah, but you knew that was going to happen, though. No matter what he said, he's a Glober. He could have said that water was made from silicon salts, and people would have got behind him. $20, man. $20 super chat. Right?
Yeah, the problem is there's so much stuff they say. It's like hard to keep up. Like it's actually, yeah. I like want to like I can get it all, dude. It's hard though. It's hard to keep up with all the fallacies because then you start explaining one thing and it's like, oh, you've skipped over the 4 other ones that were there.
Exactly. Yep, it is. Especially, was he talking for a long time?
Not too long, but he had his periods. I felt like I had to because I was kind of like talking fast, but with a lot of stuff and not too fast, but so I wanted a little bit of time. It's just, he was never saying anything of substantive, like what I always say, substantive specificity, nothing even in the ballpark of that, nothing even remotely close to even claiming that it could possibly be that, it was unfiltered sophistry. It was not even hidden or disguised. It was stupid. It was so stupid. It was like
it was stupid.
Yeah, like I felt bad, dude. I felt bad, so I just kind of rolled with it. I don't know.
Ain't nothing wrong with empathy. It ain't nothing wrong with showing your empathetic side.
You start calling me soft, thinking you're funny, bro.
No. No.
I was just kidding, dude.
Yeah, nope.
You know I am.
Yep, it's not wrong with that, man. Because we all have it. It just, like I said, I do it too. It just depends on their attitude and the way they come in. I think that's the leading candidate, right?
Yeah, word on the streets is you're like almost too nice to everybody, and they come in and you're too gentle.
I know. I got to start getting a little bit more. I need to take a stand.
Dude, it's for real. It's about time, to be honest.
I know. I lack confidence. I lack confidence. That's the problem. I identify.
You're gonna make that leap where you assert that confidence. You're just being a little too gentle, but outside of that, your game's A1.
Shoot.
See, that's the thing. I never thought you lacked confidence. That's the thing.
Hey, could I say something really quick?
Probably not.
No. What's it? I tried. Oh, you can say something here in a second. I tried to get your attention the other day, but you were in there for 8 hours, but you didn't say anything. Everyone was saying, "Hey, what's it?" He's not answering his mic. And then somebody said, "Everything's not electrostatic," and you still didn't say anything.
Oh wow, that's the real test.
That was me. I thought it'd work. I thought it'd reach you through the ether.
I was just sitting here in the room like AFK.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to tell you could, and I don't think you will, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity. You could mirror that Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. You can't. I won't. You could do whatever if you want to. Fine. If you don't, that's fine too. I just wanted to offer it to you.
Yeah, good. Why not?
Yeah, because it was you. So.
All right.
Okay. So the other guy that wanted to say something, go ahead.
Heck yeah. All right. So while you guys were talking, I was taking a shower, but I was overhearing what you were saying about the video with Nathan Thompson and Team Skeptic, and that brings back a super funny memory for me because initially I watched that video and I was like, oh shit, and it was already good. It was already good, but what made it like twice as good and 3 times as good, I'm not kidding. If you haven't done this, you should. But I went back to a prior debate, or whatever. It wasn't even really a debate, but a prior debate they had over Discord, and it was pretty much Nathan versus like three Globies at once, right? And so they're fucking just roasting him and whatnot. They can talk over him. They have his mic muted, and they can have full blown conversations while he's pretty much yelling in the background. And then they tried to make it sound like his frustration was of his own, because of his own character. And it's like anybody in the right mind could understand that somebody being muted while trying to have a logical debate would be somewhat frustrated. And so for that fact, he still kept himself semi-composed. But when I watched that, I was like, holy shit. And so I went back and watched the other one again. And it was so funny watching the level of confidence that Team Skeptic had in that first debate when he had all his buddies, when he could just shout over him and make fun of him and all this. And then all of a sudden when he's face to face with him, oh bro, even entering the room, you could tell that the overall aura of both people, they're like, on Nathan's side, there was nothing but confidence, like, all right, haha, I got you now, and it was truly amazing to rewatch that, considering what happened in the other video. So if you haven't seen that one, I would post the link if you have it, but I don't have it offhand. But I don't know, that was a funny sight to see.
Yeah, they're clowns, dude. They're just all talk. I think in-person debates now. Maybe I will step back in the debate game, because right now I'm asleep. I'm bored. I think it's dumb. I think unless you got some credentials behind you. See, I think the narrative's perfect, right? Like, who's this kooky dude with a chipped tooth that wears his hat to the back that dropped out of college trying to tell everyone the Earth is flat? You should wipe the floor with me. So, right, like. Just throw some credentials in there. Apparently, people think that's a big deal. We'll go from there.
Oh yeah. Well, good luck, man.
Yeah, a bit of a pipe dream, huh?
Nah.
Well, Nathan and I are about to take off, go all around different places in the U.S. like in a couple weeks. And oh man, don't let us just stumble on a university and be like, "Oh, what's up? I heard that you're a professor in astrophysics."
Yeah, the thing is with that guy, he came from a computer science background and programming background, so he sort of like just assumed that actual science and not technology or programming would follow whatever he thought, because programming is very different and technology is very different compared to what you were trying to say. Number one, the scientific method, and number two, empiricism and all that. So he had just assumed that, I don't know, he just thought that he'd get you on the technology side of things.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, the only thing that could potentially even be pretended to be relevant, I had to explain to him.
Yeah, obviously he's very new. That's why you were nice to him, because you just felt sorry for him. I think that's why.
Yeah, man. But I think at times that kind of caused me to be reiterative because I was holding back, and then thus putting this like barrier in my mind, and then that's like the reason I do talk faster. Sometimes I use words that people say I'm wordy, or like I'll be like use like multiple syllables, but like back to back to back. It's like I'm trying to like keep up with my thought and train of thought.
Yeah,
So it's actually a bit of a handicap where I'm like trying not to just decapitate.
yeah, you got to. I know you. The thing is that for most people, because depending on this guy wasn't a Xanic, right? And the audience won't be like a Xanic or Gem Panda server type people. So that's why. I mean, yeah, you did great. So congratulations. Just need to slow it down a bit, I think, so that everyone can grasp what's going on.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, dude.
It's like steamrolled him.
Yeah, I guess I could slow it down, but it's just like I don't know, man. It's like the reason I feel like I always gotta talk fast, like instinctual, is like I just want to make sure I can get my point out. Like I feel like I don't know. That dude was letting me talk, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could have slowed it down. Maybe that would have been the time too. But I still just think like if the way it is, everyone has their own lane or whatever. Like what I'm saying is coherent and structured and valid postulation. If someone doesn't understand it, like I'm not going to cater to incompetence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem.
But slow it down just in general. I feel what you're saying. Sometimes
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get fast.
Yeah. I mean, you
Towards the
did
end of that, I
great.
felt like I was
Awesome.
being
You did
tortured
great.
and I had to run away or something. And
Yeah, I know.
because I was like, I'm gonna end up just like dismantling this dude, and I want to keep it cool to the home stretch, And I was like watching his body language and how he was trying to give some false illusion of how he was still confident and about what's going on, and had like this he's just a secret king, bro. Started being a secret king right in front of me, And I'm just like, this is a bad situation in which I'm gonna kind of flip that switch just enough to where I just have to feel like I put him in place. And I was like, oh, dude, we're sitting here forever. There's a quadrillion super chats. Oh, I wonder who they're all to. Oh, they're all from the played out script of stupid ass questions about how the Earth is.
I mean, he's probably like like really good in whatever cybersecurity stuff he does, and he's probably a really good programmer and gets paid a lot for all that. But so he's in that little niche, and he I suppose he attempted to step out of that by the appeal to NASA, the appeal to technology, and all that stuff. But because he's somewhat articulate, but yeah, it was such a basic level, I guess. I know if you slow down more, I'm not sure. You'd probably get even more frustrated if you tried to slow down even more, I guess, because I knew you wanted to hit all the points, which is great, and you did. Again, congratulations, because you were trying to just make sure you covered all the bases, hit all the points, and not really just speak to him, but speak to the audience. So yeah, it's tiring.
Congrats is in order, dude. Everyone in this freaking room would have just wiped the floor with that clown show, dude. That dude didn't even know what was going on at all. I don't know. Who agrees to be on camera and talk about something and debate it when they don't even understand it? I don't know. I don't understand that.
That's Dunning-Kruger, man.
That's wild. Yeah, it's super.
That's Dunning-Kruger. That's Dunning-Kruger. That's really scary, man.
Oh, QE, you would have gone bananas hearing that guy. Just don't even watch the video, QE.
Yeah. You're gonna hate it, dude.
You're gonna go banana. Yeah, gonna mental.
You're gonna want to come to me and vent your frustration.
Yeah. You're gonna want to strangle Whitsit after watching that.
Just delete the link, dude. Just delete.
No, man. No, because you prefaced it. Now, if I had seen it without hearing you saying, hey, I wanted to be empathetic here and reach a third party, then I'm good. But if I'd have just watched it just like you're saying, I would have probably fucking...
All right, well, he's on the record. He's on the record, so we'll see how he feels.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. It'll be a little. You'll understand the context. I don't know. I was just trying to be chill. Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't feel good. I felt dude. I asked him about gas pressure, bro, and he just crumbled. I felt bad for him. I even said that too. I was like, dude, I feel kind of bad for you, but you can't. You can't even answer whatever question it was. I didn't want to just hit him with the hard questions after the first one. Gas pressure was such a crumbling blow to this dude's worldview. I was like, oh man, someone calling the troops, someone get this man.
He was still on
going live in 1 minute, I think. So I gotta go.
Later, man. I'll check it out tomorrow, though. Yeah, cool.
All right, later.
Yep. Where's Meggie?
Meggie.
Miggy, damn, I came through a damn ice storm to get in here and shit.
You were 11 hours in an ice storm, bro?
Yeah.
All right, I'm
what
back.
The hell?
Oh, now he's back, Miggy.
What's
Attention in the server. Miggy's back.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I don't have that sympathetic button in my bone. So if a Glober comes in here, I'm gonna roast them till they're nice and crispy. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, but Miggy, you have a great way of doing it because you still have a friendly sounding voice and you're just letting them in. They just don't know they're entering into the gauntlet. He's like, come on in. We're just
have a seat. Let's just have a nice little chat. It's a safe space here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're sitting on the trapdoor with the shark tank underneath them.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
There's 3 sharks swimming in there, right? One of them's measurement of Earth curvature, the other one's axial rotation, and the last one's a vacuum of space.
Yeah, and those little sharks are not going to give up for anything.
Nope. I was wondering where you were at. I was like, what the hell is QE, man? This guy's supposed to be here. It's my day off. God's sakes.
I hear you, man. I tried. Nothing I could do, man.
Driving
that bad, huh?
It was real bad, man. There was about an inch of friggin' ice all over. You know what happens when it hits the trees, man? It just it's over.
Yeah. Were you driving in that?
No. In fact, remember I told you last night I went outside and I slid down the driveway?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, about 3:30, damn storm woke me up, man. It was freaking kicking like 40 miles an hour and whacking. I thought that was going to be it, man. To power out right there because that's just the way it is here.
Mm-hmm.
But I woke up and the power was on. I said, "Cool." That lasted for an hour.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, I even sent the kids off to a friend's house, man, because it just got too cold in here. House is good; it's in good shape, man. But after 9 hours and temperatures below free, it's like 27 right now. So it did a good job, but it can't hang for that's just too long.
Yeah, the north, man. That's the short weather right there.
Shit, it was 60 in here, and I was starting to freeze at 60.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of cold in the south, though. To be honest, that's the way I look at it.
In the south, I'm in Missouri.
Yeah, but it's cold there in Missouri, man. I remember it getting really frigidly cold there. I'd probably freaking die. I don't think I could even handle it. I'll be honest with you.
I think we got a little snowstorm on deck for tomorrow. Snow's not a problem. It's the ice.
Ice, yeah.
Freezing rain, man. It's a killer.
Uh-huh. I know, man.
Yeah, it sucked. I didn't think I was going to get back today. I was thinking about canceling Ballbusters tomorrow too. But I don't think I can do that because it's a Black Swan's birthday, so I don't think I can do that.
Ask Dad anything, said it's icy here in South Central Mo.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, cold as hell there.
Guess what? We were the last. It was weird because, like I said, it didn't go out during the storm, which shocked me. So when it went out at, in the morning, they were already working from 3 o'clock on to fix the power everywhere else. So I became kind of last. I knew that. I knew when that power went out in the morning after the heavy storm. It was already, most of it already over. It started flurrying. I said, as soon as it went out, I said, I'm screwed. I knew it. I knew it then.
So I thought you were traveling from family's house or something over hill and dale. No.
Nope.
You're just stuck at home battling out the storm, huh?
There's 2,000 people left, man, and they just sent out a message that they quit for the night. So whoever's without power, you gotta just stand fast.
Make do with what you have.
Yeah, and you got to, man. And it's cold, man, because I'm used to that sort of thing. I didn't like it, but sent the kids. Once the kids are off, then me and the wife, I said we got to go down with the ship, man.
You're doing the old Titanic or what?
Yeah, I convinced her.
Don't leave me.
Just cover up with me, honey.
See, I tried to pull that. I tried to do that, man. I did.
We can chuggle and it'll get warmer.
Yeah, juggling.
This blanket ain't big enough for the both of us.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, she was on to me though. This is a good one. You'll like this one.
I got disconnected.
One can only hope. So where's everyone? Come on, man. I trekked through 10 hours of ice storm to get in here, and that's all you got?
Wow, the Missouri contingent is like signing on. We have another one, St. Louis area.
Yeah, pretty much the whole state, but right in the middle of the state got it worse, right where I'm at.
Well, I guess you just got lucky.
God rocking, that's some good background noise in that mic, man. We're loving it. Can you do it some more? Come on.
Can you kind of make a beat out of that there, God rocking?
There you go. You got it now. Come on. That's it. Give it to us, baby. Yeah.
Whoa. Dang, dude, what's going on? God rocking, are you okay, man?
He's going
searching for something.
It's going through a junk drawer or something.
Uh-oh.
Damn. Was that a grunt?
Yeah.
Hello, God rocking.
He's the king of hot micing, man. I tell you what. I'm gonna mute him.
Mickey, he absolutely hates to use the point push to talk.
I know.
That was the mercy mute.
But man, he's gotta do push to talk.
That was the most exciting thing that happened so far.
We have Louis Lugnut. I don't know if we've ever heard him speak. Oh, there he is.
Howdy, folks. I've been in here a few times in the past week or so.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Well, tell us what you really feel about Whitson.
What can you say? He's a dragon slayer.
Yeah, he is.
Got that right.
I hope
Don't say that too loud, man. Ryzen will be in the chat like in a hot second.
Oh shoot.
I hope to catch up with him and Nathan on the road and actually tag along, or if anybody else is caravanning. So hopefully in a little over a month's time, I'll meet some of you folks in person, be able to give a handshake and a hug.
Damn, what's QE? Chopped liver?
I didn't say it.
I'm just kidding, Lewis. I'm just joking with you, man.
You could lead a hug where it came from.
You can give QE a rub and tug.
That's funny.
Yeah, they have a tradition here. Most of the Spanish people, they like to give hugs for New Year's. I'm like, you guys touch me, man. It'll be a fifth through your eyeballs. Not the hugging type. But a hearty handshake.
What's the matter, bro? You don't like people infiltrating your aura?
Yeah, man. 50 feet. I ain't worried about that 6 feet. I'm worried about 50 feet. You can tell me from over there.
I think 50 yards is safer. I'd be like, stay 50 yards away from me.
All this huggy, feely, touchy feely. I don't know, man.
100.
It's not my bag, baby.
100 yards is fine, man. Like,
Yeah, but 100 yards away, you can't read the number on their jersey or tell whose team they're on. I just remember playing football and being like, number 23, I'm going to get that too.
By the way, dude, that was freaking fire, Kai.
yeah, wasn't it?
Damn.
Thanks, guys.
I was like, damn.
Superstar in the house.
Yeah, I want to get the link to that. Can you post that?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, that was some mad skills right there. Like, and you make it seem like, it's just what I do on, Mondays when I'm not doing anything. I'm like, what the hell? You literally got talent just like flowing from you.
You might be a diamond in the rough. You never know.
I'm calling it, man, right now.
Is she a
Funny,
diamond
I,
in the
I
rough or
have such a
diamond on the ring?
love-hate.
What's that?
I was just saying I have such a love-hate relationship with rapping.
I don't know, man.
So fun, but
Some people are gifted, and you got it, man. Whatever it is, you got it.
Well, if you think so, wait till you hear Miggy rap.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
rap
lay down.
Miggy?
I lay down the smooth bars, man.
Right on.
Yeah, you gotta hop on the track, bruh.
Yeah, I got some silver wire. My rap skills, they need some work. I don't have any meat.
You got some skills there, Hank?
No, I got silver wire. No bars.
Silver wire.
He said he's gifted at rapping. He's a good present rapper.
I got 6 strings and I can play on anything.
The ballers are never here when I'm here. They only appear when I'm gone. Soon as I leave, man, they start coming in.
Could do a blues song called Miggy's Lament. They go away. They don't show up when Miggy's here. They run away.
They only love us when we're gone.
Yeah, that guy that supposedly had those, 15 or 20 globe Earth proofs in my DMs, he said he was going to be here tonight, so I already called him Yellow Belly if he didn't show, so we'll see.
15 or 20? Dang, I ain't never heard of that many. I haven't even heard of one.
I posted them earlier. I started ripping them apart as soon as I posted them.
Is that Professor Phil? Oh my God, Professor Phil.
Was that the same professor that doesn't know what force is pushing down on him when I pull the table out from underneath him? Oh, that professor.
Did he actually say that? I haven't heard him say that.
Well, I ask them all the time when they keep bringing up this word force. I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about? I got you sitting on a table. I pulled the table out from underneath you. Where's the force? And they're like, I'm like, sure, okay, there we go. There was no force.
That's what I need. I need the list of those citations for people saying that gravity's not a force. I saw it earlier, then I couldn't find it. I'm like, darn, where did that go?
It's not even a constant of any kind, of any sort, any way, shape, or form. I mean, I don't even understand the point of the word.
Yeah, there's no hypothesis. There's no control variables. There's no experiment. There's no naturally observed phenomenon other than things go down, go boom, boom. Except gas, though.
Things go down, go boom boom.
Go splash splash.
I'd love to say it in a British accent. It's just my favorite phrase.
The last part is the key. You go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash.
Splash, splash.
Go splash, splash.
Except for gas. Rhymes with splash.
You try to use it in a UK voice? I heard that.
It sounds more intelligent that way. More profound.
Things go down, go
That's
splash, splash.
That's exactly what I told Jedi. I was like, dude, we could be saying the same things, and what you say sounds a bit more interesting because you have that accent of yours.
I know, right?
Sounds like you're enlightened, like you have a better grasp on what you're saying versus me.
Because
Literally.
it's because the poshness.
Yeah, but don't let them fool you. That is all character.
Things are going down.
Right? Grab your cup of tea.
Yeah.
Objectively.
Yeah, we need Jedi in here. He can do that.
Jedi. Calling Jedi.
Yes, I miss my UK friends.
I
And just wait
keep
till,
in touch, man.
wait till he gets a microphone. I send him a setup just like mine, so
That's cool.
he's gonna get it like on the 5th or something. Just wait till he gets
What
a
are you
hold of that.
trying to do, Maggie? You're giving the Brit the information to seriously have a really good mic? Oh my God, he's going to take over.
That's what I want.
Right? The Jedi stream.
It was me and him back in the day, back before when it all started. We made a plan to take over this whole globe Earth kind of concept that these guys were actually coming out with. So we're like, yeah, let's wreck these guys.
Which one's Pinky and which one's Brain?
Oh, I'm the brain, always.
Of course, right?
Just don't tell him that.
Yeah, because you'll highly disagree.
You'll say he's a brain.
You'll be like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that.
Isn't it kind of strange now? Since like 2017, I used to always go on all the chats. Like I would be in the comments. I would like be battling it out, kind of just like we're doing here, but just in the comment sections. And wasn't it like it used to be like 10-on-1 back then, and now it's like 10-on-1 the other way with nothing but flat earthers in all the comments, like just.
Oh, yeah.
Like completely destroying them at every turn.
Shout out to the YouTube mods that are on my chat. Thank you very much. Horizon Level, Twad Wazzle. You guys are awesome. Always manning the chat. It's getting close to that time for me.
Bullshit.
It's about to be that hour, man.
You don't got to work tomorrow, man. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, I do, man. Actually, I have to even work Sunday with these freaking guys. Yeah, they're ordering a lot of food from the company that I work for.
Huh.
Jobs are concepts.
By day, I'm a blue collar worker, and at night, I'm a globe slayer, wig snatcher. I'm the snatcher of wigs.
That's copyrighted, man. I brought that wig snatching in this.
Yeah, but see, I rearrange it that way I can make it my own.
That's what that's what improvisation is all about, man.
That's what plagiarism's all about.
I need that hoodie one day.
Yeah, you know what? I sent that to my staff, and I'll remind them.
Did you guys ever hear the little joke that they came up with the black shark? Zanuck and them did.
The what?
The black shark. Don't get me started. Yeah. To disprove the black swan on the globe. I just sat and laughed and like, are you fucking for real, yo? And he's the most god awful picture. Wait did they ever present this black shark? They're rearranging. You see here? Yeah, please, next time you see Zanuck, ask him about it.
Oh, I ain't gonna ask him anything. So where's my 2 fucking G's?
Right.
Yeah, they're not rearranging.
Shut up.
They're scrambling. They're straight up kamikaze diving into the ocean right now.
Yeah, I get tired, man. Ice storms make you tired, man.
Just hearing you talk about it made me tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm exhausted all day. Didn't want to get out of PJs, didn't want to do shit, really. I don't think anybody really wants to. It's fucking New Year's, you know? And we just want a break. We've just been through 2020. We're done.
We need one good baller to get the juices going.
Yeah.
Make them extra
I
combative.
invited one of those numpties in.
There's a few up there in VC check-in. I know Joby's up there.
Let's see. We just got Bored Potato. Funky Steve, he's back again. Somebody let him back.
They're probably a little hungover and they don't want to come over here and look a little stupid.
They do these like 20-minute VC check-ins, man. It's like, what? Just gotta ask him, you gonna behave while you're in chat? Yes, no. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Just don't be a numpty in
Right.
the chat. Yeah, don't be a numpty in the chat, and then you won't get muted.
Well, because the rest of it, they could just lie through the whole thing and they come in here, and as soon as they get unmuted, they're just like, blah, 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 and then, you know, we mute them anyways. So,
Right. I mean, for heaven's sake, we had somebody come in yesterday talking in the morning about, you know, autism and stuff with us for a good, 45 minutes. And then boom, he's like, y'all stupid flat earthers. I was lying about everything. I'm like, what just happened? What?
yeah, I would have. See, that kind of guy, I get a feel for these hamsters when I'm having a conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
I already have the laser target right on their forehead.
You can almost sense them coming before they get here. They're like coming around the bend. You're like, oh, I feel something. My spidey senses are alerting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty low, though. I wouldn't actually think they would. I mean, it seemed legit. I mean, I wouldn't think they go to that extreme, then go, you guys are idiots because you believe flat Earth. I mean, what? If that's your tactics now, man.
I got to show you, man. You guys got to take these new guys to the 3 points right away. Like they start going, they're just, that one guy that was in on Ladies Night, that I don't know what his name was. Was it Pablo? Yeah, it was Pablo.
Oh, yeah.
That guy was everywhere, but at the point that you guys wanted, and he was just constantly just diverting and yeah. So you just, once you get him to the 3 points, it kind of brings him back into focus where he's not going to get away. Those guys still ain't down here yet. Baked potato. I'll bring him down here.
Potato about to get baked.
All right, so baked potato, are you there? I just unmuted you. You have control of your mic. Are you there? Oh, bored potato. I said baked potato.
Yeah, I just saw that too. Boy potato.
Bored potato, are you there? Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm all right.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by?
Oh, a little bit of an interest in flat Earth. I've heard people talk about it, and they sound like plausible arguments. And I thought I'd look into it at least. And I'm really open-minded. I thought I'd at least try and check it out.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What do you think the shape of the Earth is right now? This moment.
Well, as far as I know, it's a sphere from what's going on, from what I know right now.
Okay, how sure are you that it's a sphere in your mind right now?
I'm not sure at all, really.
Not at all?
No, not in the slightest.
Okay, what started casting doubts in your mind about it?
I wouldn't really call them doubts. It's more like I'm just curious in this flat Earth idea.
Okay, well, if you're curious, then you still think the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
You could put it that way, I guess.
All right, but you think there still probably is some evidence for the globe then? Also correct, right?
I could go either way. It depends on which side tickles my fancy.
Tickles your fan. Well, one side doesn't have any evidence for it, and the other one does.
Will that be flat Earth?
Absolutely. Would you like me to show you?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So 3 simple questions I'm going to ask you, and you can answer honestly if you don't know them. It will save us a lot of time if you say, I don't know. If the question you're going to answer is very vague, when you answer it. So save us both some time if you say, I don't know. So we don't have to kind of figure out if you just really don't know what you're saying. All right. So the first question is, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history?
I don't know.
Okay. Second question is axial rotation, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. How have we detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis?
I believe it's got something to do with like gravity and rotation around the sun and the like.
Right. Do you know, or are you just vaguely responding to some information you thought you'd?
You can say that.
All right. So you don't really know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know. We'll just say that you have a belief that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. The third and final question. The vacuum of space, as they claim, is a medium that we could travel to. And they also claim that the vacuum of space exists next to the air pressure in which we breathe. So how can you verify that the vacuum of space exists next to the air pressure in which we breathe? Or potato?
I do not know.
Okay. So with these 3 questions, the positive claim that the globe Earth makes is that the Earth has been measured to have curvature, that axial rotation has been detected, and the vacuum of space is definitely a medium that we could travel to, and it actually exists the way they tell us. But because there's no evidence that you brought forward when I asked you these questions, the 3 positive claims, the major claims that the globe Earth makes, it is now just a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. There's no evidence to back it up whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yeah, sorry, sorry about that. I forgot to press my button. I've got push to talk turned on.
Okay.
Yeah, I do understand.
Okay. So what do you think about that? That the globe Earth that you've been thinking is a globe all along is really just a belief you have. There's no evidence whatsoever to support the claims that I just told you about.
I'm not gonna lie, it does sound quite reasonable since I don't really know much about the Earth. It's not really scientific myself, but
Right. But the shape of the Earth isn't a science question either way. Right?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm telling you, how would it be science, sir? What science would you do to figure out the shape of the Earth?
That's math.
Math is not science. Okay, so what I just demonstrated to you is that the globe Earth's positive claims can't be supported by any evidence. So therefore, this idea that you have, or probably even thought about, it could be possibly true, has nothing to do with any connection to reality whatsoever. It has been a story that's been told to you, and you've taken on as a belief, which I want you to really think about.
Okay.
Okay. And as you ponder that, I'm going to get to some new people, and we'll come back to you, and you can ask any question you'd like to the panel. That being, any questions you have about flat Earth and so on. Is that cool?
That sounds good to me.
All right. So if you'd be so kind as to put yourself on mute, and we'll get back to you in just a second. We'll get some new people that are just joined our chat right now. Looks like Religious Juice. All right. So Religious Juice, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey man, what's going on?
Not much, Aiden.
All right. So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Religious Juice.
Thank you.
And so what brings you to the chat?
Just looking for a community where like I can just discuss my views on flat Earth and whatnot.
Okay, your views on flat Earth? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my views. Because I know a lot of communities out there are basically being trolled a lot, and this one seems pretty good from what people have told me. Other people I know who are like flat earthers like me. So
Okay, flat earthers like you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, the basic premise that we have here is that we understand the Earth to be observably flat, measurably flat, and practically used as flat, right?
Yeah.
So, when you were looking into like a community to join and you saw this one, what were you thinking? Like we stand for, basically. I mean, what? Because I just want to know what your idea of flat Earth is, anyway. So, you could just give me kind of an overview of what you think. What you think it is?
So I think flat Earth as a whole has been proven there's more evidence to say that the Earth is flat than there is that it's round. There's like so many factors I can like show. Like I got a couple articles as well that prove it is.
Okay.
But yeah. Sorry, what was your main question?
No, just what you think flat Earth is in your perspective.
I don't know how to explain it, but just the way society actually. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to
Okay.
explain
Well, just in your, it's not some kind of formal way. I want you to explain it. Just in your own words. What do you think? Flat Earth stands for? Like, what do you think we discuss in here? Like, as far as that goes.
Oh, like basically challenging people to what they think and thinking a way around, like just having an independent thought process. Really, that's the way I see it. That's why I started questioning things I've seen around me. This has led me to basically fall into this. Not fall in. I wouldn't necessarily fall in, but become a flat earther. Just the stuff I've been questioning recently.
Okay, cool. How long have you been a flat earther, Religious Juice?
I'd say a month, 2 months now. I started questioning it like at the start of the whole pandemic thing, because there was a lot of rumors around that on Twitter. But now I'm like proper indwelled into it now. So yeah.
It sounds good. Have there been any videos that you've been watching about any famous flat earthers? Well, I'd say famous, but people that are well known in the community, I would say.
There was one dude, I forgot his name. But there's a couple I've been watching. It was mostly articles, but there were a couple videos I was looking on YouTube and Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what evidence stood out to you the most about flat Earth that has been shown, like, or
the most the day and night cycle for me just didn't make any sense to me, and the way the people say that the moon controls the tide, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know where that came from, but it just doesn't make sense from what I've gathered. But the way the Earth rotates and just a lot of stuff about it just doesn't really make much sense.
so basically what the globe Earth is claiming
Yeah, it
about
doesn't-
what the
yeah,
Earth
yeah.
is doing?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right, so you just started looking into it. You're fairly
I
new,
don't
it
know
sounds
too
like, right?
much.
Like you're got like a month or two in on this, so
Yeah, I'm joining community just to learn a bit more about it because I want to be more informed about this whole the whole flat Earth thing because I don't actually know much. Whereas I see at the bottom there's a lot of articles I can look at. Like, it's very interesting. I'm definitely gonna read up on it. This is kind of what I was looking for.
right. So if you go to the bottom of this Discord, there's a bunch of channels on there with text channels that you can actually find a lot of information on flat Earth.
Yeah.
So that'll get you started into your research into it. So there's much more that I could even talk to you about right now in this conversation that would cover a lot of ground for your understanding. So I'd say start there and look into as much information as you can.
Yep.
But definitely be plugged into this chat, right? Like listen to
I'm
the
gonna be here
conversations
a lot of the time. Yeah.
listen to the conversations that happen here because I think that's important of how you hear the discussion unfold and so forth.
Yeah.
All right, I gave you VC verified, so you can mute your mic or unmute it if you want to have conversation in here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man.
All right, I'm gonna get to some other people because it seems like as soon as I'm getting ready to leave, a lot of people start joining. What the hell, man? All right. If I didn't have to work, man, I'd stay up all night. What else we got in here? Looks like we got Ghost. Ghost, are you there? You have control of your mic, so if you want to talk to us, you can do so. G4 Oast. I said Ghost, but it's G4 Oast. OST. Are you there? I heard your mic turn on and off, so I don't know if that's just background noise. Okay, no dice. Just get a hold of us if you want to talk to us, G4 OST.
Best argument for the globe I've heard in over a year.
We got Trent. Trent is back. Back again.
Oh yeah. I'm in the house.
So what's the deal, Trent? You're making your way to Flat Earth or what?
I'm getting there.
All right then. Like to hear that.
What's it been? It's been like
about a week
and a half. Yeah.
It's about a week and a half. Yeah, tell your buddies to come back in here. Let me talk to the guy who thinks he went to space as an astronaut. Tell him to come back in here. I want to speak to that guy. The other guy who's a pilot who thinks he had a thing or two to talk to us about. Tell him he can come back in.
Lots of mushrooms.
It is hard to get your friends back in here.
Yeah. They're scared of you guys now.
They don't need to be scared of me. I'm as friendly as a box of puppies. We also have Jay Killa. Jay Killa's in the house. All right, Jay Killa, I just unmuted you. Are you there?
Yeah, hello.
What's going on, man?
Nothing much, you?
Nothing much, man. What brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Not much, really. I got bored and I want to see what people's arguments are for the Earth being flat or round.
Or round? Okay, so do you think the Earth is a globe right now? The shape of the Earth?
I haven't made my mind up, but I am more on the side that it is a circle.
It is a
or
globe?
somewhat close to a circle.
Well, not a circle, but a globe or a sphere, right?
Yeah.
All right. What is your best evidence for it being a sphere, Jay Killer?
I don't have much. I'm looking into it right now. I'm not going to make a statement on it because I don't have enough information about it.
You know, it's kind of weird that people that join our chat and they think that the Earth is a globe, they don't have any evidence.
Yeah, there is some to support it is a globe, and there's some to support it isn't.
Well, that's what I was asking for. Yeah, that's what I was asking for, Jay Killer. What kind of evidence do you think there is for a globe?
Just the way magnetic fields work and gravity.
Magnetic field and gravity?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Go ahead.
It would be easier to explain with a diagram.
What diagram?
Of the way the Earth.
He's like, is it getting hot in here or is it just me? Oh my gosh.
Just try to explain it to us. We all used to believe the globe at one point or another. We're pretty good at imagining things.
Yeah. I don't know, D to the V. I don't think anybody can stand up to them anymore. It used to be we got a lot of globers with some backbone into when they come in here. Yeah, the Earth is a globe. It's a spheroid. Now that we just got them. People, have you noticed, guys, lately they're coming in here, they're like, I don't know what it is. Like they already preemptively know that this place here is a globe killing place. Like have you noticed that, Sonny? When they come in here?
Yeah.
They're already halfway worked in, dude. They're just like, what the hell?
Yeah, I guess the globe got softened from all of the pummel, I think.
They're really softened, dude. They're just coming in here. I'm not really too sure.
Not really sure. I'm kind of milquetoast about it.
I mean, I don't mind that, mind you. I'd like to hear that, but wow.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah. So in summary, here it is, January 1st, 2021. Wait a minute, did I get that right? Is it actually 2021? Yes, it is.
Well, who knows what year we're actually in? 2021 is also just a story they've told us, isn't it?
Okay, so let's say whatever date it is. The summary is that this day and age, right now, there's been no proof of Earth's curvature, no proof of Earth's rotation, and absolutely no proof of the vacuum of space. Stay tuned for updates.
All right, Trent, tell your friend to come back in here.
Yeah, I just did. He said he's coming.
All right.
Hey, one of my favorite pretender clowns, Trent. What's up?
I'm not a pretender anymore.
Oh, he's converted. He's making that conversion, D. He's a 3-point believer now.
Yeah, I can't dispute anything that you guys have mentioned. So,
especially the 3 points, right?
Yeah.
Okay then.
Have you watched 200 Proofs yet?
Nah, he only needs 3.
No, the 3 are good, but when you watch sometimes those things, I don't know. It's like a domino effect.
But with this rock solid proof we have, we could just stand on top of that hill and say, "Come and get me," and nobody else will.
That's true.
That's it, man. It's game over. It's
come on.
Game over, man.
And I like it when they say it. It's a believe, right? Yes. What I like to hear. You know what I'm saying, D to the V?
Getting ready for that alien invasion, everybody?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah. Could be coming soon. Don't be.
They're just waiting. They're waiting for Will Smith to die off first, and then they'll show up.
Oh my god!
Why? He could play it in the sequel or something.
Give me Independence Day 2.
I don't know. 4.
No, you mean 3?
3. Yeah, that's right.
3? They made a second
3.
one?
Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
weird.
they made a second one.
Oh, I didn't know
3's
that.
coming. They're gonna take the fight to the aliens. Anyway, hopefully, I Eat Quartz is gonna bring us some good combo.
Yeah, I'm.
Seen that guy in a while.
Where is he?
We're gonna let Highest Kai just release her judo on him. She got that verbal judo.
Yeah, Trent's been a good sport.
Yeah, we've had some good conversations.
Yeah, we really have. Pretty awesome. So I believe that it really doesn't matter because someone like Trent, if he's here this long, he done got flat. So
Yeah, I got flattened by the flat earthers.
Yeah, I think he was
starting to
here
fuse together.
about 3 months ago. Have you been here for about 3 months at least?
No, I've only been here for like a week and a half.
Really? Well, that's interesting. Well, it takes a week and a half.
I can't back up any of my arguments, so.
It's music to my
No,
ears.
you're just honest. Yeah,
what
you're
does that
being
tell
very,
you?
very
Like-
intellectually honest.
You know, like $60 million a day. You figure you would have a plethora, and this debate would have been over in like 2014 before it even started. You would think so, right, Trent?
Yeah.
I mean, you think it would be so easy to crush a flat earther because you've been programmed that flat Earth is the epitome of stupidity. Stupidity, excuse me.
Yeah. All I've heard is the slander. That's why I came here.
Yeah, tell them to bring their A game, Trent.
I'm trying to. I think he's being a chicken.
Well, and not even him, dude. Just tell all your homies. Be like, all right, dudes, here's what's going to happen. There's this server, right? It's called the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. You got to go in there. And if you got this globe truth, man, bring it there.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, there's nobody that can debunk the flat Earth. So you gotta go in there.
Yeah, I spammed it or not spammed it, but I posted the join button in a couple of my buddies' Discords. So I'm seeing if we can get somebody up in here.
Hey Trent, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, will ya? Be a pal and do that.
Oh yeah. Where's the link?
Here. Let me drop you a link.
Oh,
I got you.
He's coming.
Right here. Live stream voice text, man.
Did you say his name was Court Slip?
No, I eat quartz.
Quartz, yeah.
Yeah, everybody listening, man, click that link, hit that subscribe button.
Oh, there we go. Miggy live stream. Subscribe. There we go.
Thank you.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Flat Earth 27 Conscious.
I'll put a link into the channel.
Okay, so my dude said that he's not coming earlier today. Sorry, he said that he was going to be here later on tonight, and now he's saying he's with his daughter tonight. So I guess it was a surprise visit because those custody plans, they're never laid out.
Something suddenly came up, huh?
Yeah.
I got you, man.
So we don't get to ask the question, what microgravity experiments?
I knew it. I freaking knew it.
I got you, Sonny, too, as well.
Oh, oops. Right on. That's a really good. My channel's a really good.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Kai. Appreciate you subbing.
You look at the other channels that I subscribe to, over 160 different channels.
All right, so the infamous I Eat Quartz has joined our chat. Trent's homeboy, partner in crime.
It's my partner in crime. He's been to space.
Indeed.
It's been to space.
Saw some things.
I brought you back from the dead, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it for letting me get the opportunity to come by and prove that I've been to space.
I'd like to hear it personally, man. So
wonderful.
Lay it on me, will you? I didn't give you enough time last time, but yeah, what you got?
Well, it's pretty simple, Got into an aircraft, flew up there. It was shaky. I vomited. That was pretty hot. It didn't really go anywhere. It just kind of floated. So that was not great. Basically, you turn into like a fish up there in space. It's like because your bones like kind of lose their density because you don't really need to use much. So yeah, pretty cool. I mean, from up there, you're not obviously gonna see like a fat ball, but it's obviously a ball. So,
was it like the SpaceX one?
Yeah, man.
So you're telling us you saw the curvature of the Earth at how many thousand feet?
Pretty much.
Sorry, that was a question. How many thousand feet high were you?
How many?
Yeah, like 100,000, 250,000. What are you talking about?
It was like 160,000.
That's interesting.
So you got 160,000 feet in an aircraft. What kind of craft was this?
Pretty complex. I'm kind of a dumbass, so.
Okay, I was just curious because, when that guy jumped out of the Red Bull jump, right, he couldn't maneuver himself in a way to keep himself from tumbling, right? So he started spinning out of control because there wasn't enough atmosphere for his arms to grab. And I was wondering if there would be enough atmosphere for, the apparatuses on the wings and the tail to grab the atmosphere to maneuver the craft in a certain direction to steer. Steering capabilities go out at what? Because I remember hearing it was a video of Neil Armstrong talking about he went too high one time in an aircraft and lost the ability to steer, and it scared the holy fucking shit out of him. Not in those exact words, but I could tell that's what he meant.
What was your max speed when you were going up there? IE Quartz.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember.
Well, you would have to. It's on the panel when you would be going up. You'd have to know that information. Pertinent, isn't it?
I have no idea. I just forgot.
I see. So you're getting a bit of amnesia. Does that come with actually traveling into the vacuum of space?
Nah, it just comes with
amnesia?
Time.
Okay.
When you just forget things, unfortunately.
So you know nothing about what that wonderful trip was about, only that you went on it.
Yeah, I was chilling in space.
Hold on a second. Is this guy saying he went to space?
Of course.
When?
It was about like 10 years ago.
His amnesia is
but
kind of
which
his
one?
amnesia.
Which rocket?
What?
His amnesia kind of goes in and out, so you got to be kind of a little
Was it
lenient with
NASA?
him.
Go easy on the astronaut. He doesn't remember what he was flying in.
Are you an astronaut or are you just like a visitor?
Nah, I kind of have like a brain disorder. I might be kind of like special.
Well, you could be called a space cadet. I mean, that'd
No,
be fine.
this guy's fucking with you guys.
Oh, man, we think he's. We think.
I don't think so, Joby.
No, I'm 100% sure.
We think he's for
I don't
real.
think so, man. I think he's
so
really telling
honest.
the truth.
You guys are more naive than I thought.
Well, don't you hear the evidence, Joe? It's clearly. I mean, he clearly went there.
Yeah, isn't it clear?
Yeah, it's pretty clear to me.
Just so clear.
All right. So what else did you guys do? How many people went up there with it? Was it just by yourself?
It was like 5 people.
No kidding.
Oh, that must have been a hell of an aircraft.
Yeah, it was pretty thick. I'm not gonna lie to you right now.
Pretty thick, huh? What was the name of the craft?
How thick are we talking here?
We're talking like Patrick, like have mercy. Thick.
What was the name of the craft? What was the name of the craft that took you up? Surely you must know that. Hitting Google right now, searching for names.
Got your tongue there, Eat? If you've been to space, you should fucking know it.
Sorry, man. I was getting a little distracted. I had a text. Don't be rude. Jesus Christ. No, what was the question? I'm sorry.
What was the name of the craft that took you up?
It was some weird ass name, honestly. It was like fucking. What was the name of that board?
Can we put that down for the record?
Yeah, we've put it down for the record.
Some damn. What did you say? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Ground control to Major Tom.
Major Tom.
Yeah, I can't remember. Sorry.
Weird ass name. Okay, we're gonna use that.
Do you know what Mach it was flying at, Quartz?
Oh, that's a girl? You believe in flat Earth too?
No, the Earth is
That's
flat,
a
honey.
girl? Wow, is this the first time you've heard a girl speak?
You
Shit.
just missed our ladies' night.
Yeah.
We had a ladies' night, dude. You missed it.
They have they have a ladies' night.
Tons of girls.
That's
Yo,
pretty
Quartz,
cool.
you ain't ready for this jelly, man. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
I don't think you're ready for the jelly.
Listen. In all seriousness, I have not been to space. I'm only trolling.
Oh my!
Holy smokes, dude! You're blowing. What the hell, dude? Oh, come on, man.
I got so excited.
We already knew that.
You know what, dude? You were halfway making me converted to the globe again.
Well, listen.
What's that?
I'm talking. I'm so sorry. Sorry, somebody was asking me a question.
All right. So, on a serious tip, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Go ahead. If you believe it's a globe, just say it. Don't be shy.
Yes, I have no need to not.
See, that
say
felt good, didn't it? That felt great, huh? Just coming out and saying that. Yes, I love the globe. Okay, so why do you think it's a globe? I eat Quartz.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen like a bunch of the flat Earth like threads on 4chan like for years, and I've
What the
always
heck?
looked through.
Did I ask you about the globe Earth, not the flat Earth? Did you hear what I said? Why do you think why do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I feel like it just makes sense, because atoms, circle, cells, circle, the Earth, circle,
What's an
sun,
atom?
circle.
Circles. We need more circles. Can I give him some more circles?
It's what? It's circles. You can't say it's not.
Ruben Adam.
I mean, that is facts. It is circles.
Who's speaking right now? Who's saying that?
Me.
Not you.
QE's on there.
What? Saying what?
It is circles. Somebody else was saying that.
Sorry about that.
I think the same guy was saying.
No, it sounded different. Anyways, so because of circles and atoms, the Earth is a globe. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying because like in the grand scale, like
Okay.
it's like all a weird like a sphere,
All right. So if you just allow me just a moment, Quartz, I want to take you through this thing logically, man. This thing's got to make sense to you in some way, shape, or form. You can't just take it on as a belief, dude. I can't accept that. For a logical thinking human like you, it's not possible for you to walk around on this earth thinking that you live on a sphere. It's just, I can't accept that. You have to really see this thing through, right? So first of all, let me ask you some questions, right? How have they measured the curvature of the earth? At any time in history. Okay, so how did they figure out or detect that the earth is spinning on its axis?
Satellite, no?
Circle.
No. You tell me. I'm asking you. I want you to logically.
I don't know specifically.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, if I'm logically asking you something, you give me your honest answer. We can move forward. All right. So the next question is the vacuum of space. They tell us that it's a medium that you can actually go to, like you were saying with your little spaceship troll. All right. So they're telling us we can get there. How do you know for sure we can do that, Quartz, or that it actually exists like they tell us? Be honest.
Well, just watching rockets, I guess, take off into space.
Okay, so you personally don't know yourself. You're just saying, I see things do something, and I think space exists. That's your logical conclusion to that.
No, it's just seeing rockets go into space.
I know that. I just said you see rockets go away, and your mind makes up in some kind of conclusion that they're actually going into the vacuum of space.
What about actually see the recording of them going into space and it shows the shape of the Earth?
You don't actually see rockets go into space. You see them go away. If you do see them at all, you see them go away. You don't see them go into space. And you said what? I didn't hear you because I was talking while you were.
No, I was just saying. I could have swore they put cameras on the rockets itself, so it shows and records it going into space.
Hey, Quartz, have you ever watched David Copperfield?
No.
He's a magician from the 90s, but he made the what was it? The Statue of Liberty disappear on TV. Totally happened. It's real.
Fuck. That's a lot. There's no way. Send me the video.
All right. Well, just like Riggs,
it's actually a real thing.
What I'm trying to articulate.
Riggs is giving you an example, right? He's giving you an example.
They're using the same principles as magic to basically get away with the idea that space is real. So they use all these sleight of hand motions and video footage and news articles. It's a brainwashing effect.
So space shuttle, the space shuttle is actually just a hand puppet.
Right.
No, I'm not joking around with you, dude.
Yeah, he really isn't. This is something serious. No, listen. One thing that you said was rockets are going into space. So he's talking about that specific example that you were using. Right? Logically, let's think about this. He's talking about you said I saw rockets go into space. And basically what he's telling you is using an analogy with David Copperfield, make Statue of Liberty go away. What do you think the rocket's doing? Your mind is actually making it real to you that the rocket is going into the vacuum of space. You only see it go away if you even see the rocket like at a rocket launch. You're only seeing it go away from your location. You don't see it go into space.
Where does it go?
The hell beats me. Does it go into space though?
They just launch
the
it.
Trajectory of the rocket. It curves and then it goes back into sea.
Who's speaking? I hear somebody talking. Anyway, all right. So hang on, Hayden. We're speaking to, and I haven't spoken to you yet, so I do want to get to you later. Why I probably won't have time. So Quartz, we're talking about this rocket that you consider is going into space, but you only can say that you see it go away from your location. And just like Riggs used that example of David Copperfield, it's kind of like a magic trick. Your mind is making it real. Can you follow that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So
okay.
So then that just doesn't make any sense though. So why would they even launch it then? To just prove that they're trying to that it does exist or something?
Well, you're gonna have to ask them why they're doing that. But other than that, it's not going into a place that can't exist. the place that they're saying that it's going to doesn't exist. It cannot exist.
A question, like then what about like the other planets? Are those just not there?
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna let you ask more questions because I know you're interested in doing that. But with the 3 questions that I ask you, they're the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? So the first one is measured curvature. You said I don't know. The second one is axial rotation. You said, of course, I don't know. The third one is the vacuum of space, and you were kind of perplexed there for just a second. Because you're like, yeah, it does exist because these rockets are going there. And I just showed you, and Riggs even gave you an example of how you see rockets go away, and your mind is making it real that it actually is going to that place you think it's going to. But once again, you can't validate that it actually does go there. So we're back to the part where you're actually making the idea that the globe Earth, the paradigm of it, is actually real in your mind because of what they're showing you. Images, video, all kinds of stuff like that, right?
I gotta get her down.
What the heck is that?
I don't know what that is. But yeah. No.
All right. So we're right now logically thinking about this. So if that's true, then the globe Earth as it stands right now is just a belief that you have. You're carrying it as something as you might think it's known reality. But since there was no evidence provided from you to us, when I asked you those questions, it would just only logically follow that it's a belief. Because there was no evidence that you provided. Otherwise, there would have been something you would have said, like, here you go. Measurement of the Earth's curvature. It's right here. It's real simple. Look at this. But you didn't give us anything. Or axial rotation or the vacuum of space. So now we're left with a belief that you've been carrying for such a long time. And I'm going to tell you, man, you're going to feel like at this point, you're going to want to justify that belief. Because you're still carrying it in your mind. You're trying to reconcile the idea that it's not a belief. So what you're going to do now is what everybody does. They get into a cognitive dissonance spiral, and they're going to try to, with the best way they can, reason that it actually is real. But it's not, i.e. Quartz, in any way, shape, or form. You're going to do your best, and there will be nothing that you can compare in any analogy that the Earth is what you think it is. I promise you. But you can go ahead and try because many people do that. It's just the nature of things. People need to actually spiral a little bit to actually realize, damn, I threw everything but the kitchen sink at them, and I still can't provide evidence for the globe Earth.
Yeah, I've already learned literally all of this about the flat Earth. I've been on this for like years, but I still don't believe it. I don't like. Then what are the planets then? What are they?
What have they? Right. So here's one thing. You have in your mind a story that they've told you versus what I'm going to say. So here's the story that they told you what they are, right? That's what you already have in your mind. Now here's what I'm going to say. We don't know.
They're not.
Who's telling you the truth between me and the person that gave you that information that you have in your head right now about what they are? Who's telling you the truth?
Well, you're just telling me words. There's no like pictures.
No, not words. No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a simple question. Who's telling you the truth?
NASA, I would assume.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you between me and NASA, because I said I don't know what they are. NASA's telling you they can give you a detailed example of whatever they said that you have in your mind that they are. How do you know what they're saying is true?
I mean,
yes.
I guess because it's supposed to be true.
Okay, is that an answer? A logical one? I.e. Quartz? Is that a logical answer?
I mean,
how?
Yeah, I guess so. Because it's
right. How is it logical?
Well, it's science, you know.
Well, it's science, guys. I mean, is that just like a cop out that you can't just say one word and it's just okay? Science, right? It's not a magical word, Quartz.
Because NASA, they do this. They study the space.
And how did they validate to you that what they're saying it is what it actually is? How are they validating
they went to
that?
School. They got degrees.
So what? I Quartz. They're making an observation from Earth just like you are. What makes their idea better than yours?
Well, my idea is that the simple belief that the Earth is a ball, and the sun's a ball.
Yeah, it's
then
a
what's
belief.
The sun? Then what's the sun?
Quartz. It's just a belief that you have, but you haven't validated any of the claims yet because I took you through the 3 points and you gave me no evidence.
I mean,
So
I
it doesn't
can't really obviously do that, but I'm trying to ask.
I
you,
know.
Like, I'm trying to ask you about the vacuum of space as it is. You know, if the Earth really is flat, like you're telling me, I'm trying to ask you what the sun is and what shape is the sun.
All right. So what I'm going to tell you is going to be shocking, and it's a revelation, man. You won't. Your mind wouldn't even perceive it if I told you. You ready for this? It's mind blowing, dude. I don't know.
That's not really climactic.
Well, it is because it's the thing about what you have. Yeah, the thing about what you have in your mind is this idea that you have this knowledge that you understand the universe and all its complexities because a corporation has given you an idea and you're running with it. You're just like, yeah, dude, this thing, it's got to be true. They're telling me that the sun is such and such and so, and it's just, man, it makes me feel like they know what's going on in the world. And then when I ask you, I don't care, IE Quartz, I ask you, how are you validating that information that they give you? How are you validating
pictures, images,
by pictures
that are from space?
You don't. I could give you a picture of King Kong climbing a building. What difference does that make?
Well, I mean, it could be computer, generated, but
Okay, so they can't do the same thing.
I mean, it just seems like a lot of work.
A lot of work, dude. It's a few keystrokes, man. A few keystrokes. Really. And they have you hooked because you're already believing it because you were taught this as a child. So by now, you're so into it that they don't even have to try, man. Heck,
I mean, it's even not like I haven't learned this stuff before. I've already seen this on 4chan with like way more intricate like facts and like all this crazy stuff, All
right. So you're gonna settle on this, right? You're just gonna raise your hand and say, I believe, because it's much more better to believe than to understand reality for what it really is. Isn't that right, Quartz?
I mean, I need like actual like evidence. If you like,
no,
if
you
can
don't.
Give me something
no,
plausible,
you don't.
Yeah,
no,
if you can give me
you want a replacement. Listen, Quartz, you want a replacement to what I'm tearing down. You want a replacement like a little comfy, snuggly blanket so you can hug it and say, I can leave the globe Earth because you're giving me something to go to. I don't have to, man. The thing that I'm tearing down, I don't have to give you a replacement for it. You can just say, well, shoot, nobody knows what the heck those things are. Simple as that.
Well, then what are stars just like
nobody knows what stars are. Nobody knows what the things in the sky are.
Let them tell you what the sun is. Yeah. What's the sun?
Yeah.
And how do they know that? Go ahead.
Are you asking me a question? I'm sorry. What was the question?
Yes.
Yeah. You asked Miggy, what is the sun? Right? Like you have the right answer in the hopper just waiting. So what is it? And then tell us how you got there.
It's a giant sphere of gas that
really in a vacuum. Yeah. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
I mean, we can't really like. How the fuck are we supposed to really understand how the
That's the second law of thermodynamics violation. What's the sun made of? Tell us what it is and then how you got there.
Isn't it like made of like nitrogen? And like
nitrogen.
Why are you asking him? Why are you asking him? Isn't it made of nitrogen?
Well,
why are you asking him?
The exact elements that like
Oh, you don't know now. I thought you did know.
No,
I thought you did know.
Brother, I'm explaining you that I don't know all the exact elements in the sun.
That's what I'm telling.
I can just Google it.
Quartz. That's what I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you we don't know. And you're like, well, I'm just telling you we don't know.
You can just Google it. It's not that hard. You can just Google it.
Okay, so
what if you Googled 9/11?
Also, I have 1 minute. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be
go ahead, man. I know you're not gonna. Listen. You're gonna stay with your religious belief. That's fine, man. You can continue keeping on. Like that doesn't bother me.
I want you to convert me. I'm actually.
I'm not gonna listen. I already showed you the evidence that it is a belief. But you want to continue to raise your hands and close your eyes and say, I believe. Which is what I'm telling you you're doing right now. You need to stop that, dude. Think logically for once. This is
Completely
nonsense.
logically.
It is nonsense that you're believing this garbage from people who are telling you this story, and you're like, man, just Google it, dude. Do you hear yourself? Actually?
I do, yes. But also,
All
I
right.
have like no time left. I have to go. So,
All right, see ya, man.
all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I'm not going to give you a flat. I'm going to give you the ball. I
Hey,
love you.
that's a good second law of thermodynamics violation. You can take that on home with you, all right? We'll see you later.
He probably has another flight to space. Enjoy.
He probably does.
Yeah, he's an interesting person to talk to. I was hesitant about inviting him back in here because I knew that's exactly how the conversation was going to go.
I like to believe that his mind is up in space, leaving the rest of him behind.
Yeah. Anyway,
his mind's up there.
No, you're not, Maggie. No. Yeah, we'll see you later, man. Have a good one.
Good
night.
Good night.
See you later, guys. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Have any of you ever tried ranch on mac and cheese?
No,
Ranch.
but
Oh.
cheese and ranch on stuff like
Probably
fries.
is good.
No, because I don't hate my taste buds.
Why do you deprive them of such flavor?
I knew someone who would do that, and
I mean, I guess it's buttermilk and seasoning.
Oh my
so I guess you could
God!
pull
Are
it
you gonna
off.
answer this nonsense? Are you kidding me?
but yeah, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
What you do is
we can move on from that.
You burn up a good old cheese dog.
Maggie, please come back.
Worcestershire.
We got the cooking show down below, so why don't y'all?
Yeah.
Mayonnaise on a cheese dog.
Some people just like to eat shit. You gotta deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that does not sound appetizing at all.
Yeah, what's your diet? What do you eat?
So wait, is that new guy still in here?
No, he left.
Oh, curses.
Hayden or whatever hasn't talked.
Look at Trent calling him out, man. Dang, Trent.
I'm paying attention. He talked for a second during that Miggy and IE's Courts conversation, but
feeling that he was a flat earther.
It wasn't me then. I thought it was. I'm sorry to interrupt.
he might be AFK or something.
So what would you say his name was that spoke?
It's HYDN.
Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden.
Something like that.
Yeah, supposedly he was gonna get called on, but Miggy said he was gonna run out of time.
Oh yes, I was
Hi,
saying.
you there, bro?
Well, yeah, I'm here. Someone said they went into space, and then they claimed that rockets, when they take off, they go to space. So I was saying, if you look at the trajectory of the rocket, it curves and then goes back into sea.
Yeah, hi, brother. Can you speak
because
a little louder?
you
Close
know
to your
it goes
microphone.
to space, you can't know it, you know? Sorry, what was that?
Can you speak a little
speak
louder,
up a little,
please?
get closer to your mic?
Is this better?
Yeah,
It's still a little low, brother. So what shape is the Earth, do you think?
Well, when it comes to the shape, flat is not a shape. You can have a square, a flat square or a flat circle. So when it comes to the shape, I really don't know, but I know it's not a spinning ball like we are told, you know?
Okay, what is your 3 best proofs for the flat Earth?
Well, the first one that really got me is the fluid mechanics. You know, water always seeks its own level. so it cannot conform to the exterior of a shape. It can take the shape of the inside. If you put it in a bottle, it will take that the shape of that bottle, but it cannot stick to the exterior of it. So this is the first one. And the second one, well, I used to believe that we have photographs of Earth, but then I realized that Robert Simmons says it's all photoshopped. So we don't have any photographs of Earth. Well, as for the third one, I'm not really sure, but these two are the most important, I think.
Okay, so you said fluid dynamics. Some would say that you can't have high pressure system next to a low pressure system, right? Like a vacuum of space, right?
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
about that?
Yeah, they say space is like nothing, it's a vacuum. And then here we have a pressurized system with an atmosphere. They cannot coexist next to each other. That one is another proof of their model being not correct, you know? Because the heliocentric model is so flawed. Like, there are plenty of proofs.
How did you find flat Earth?
Well, I was brought up like when I was 5 years old. They told me, "Oh, you live in this ball," and then I had some questions like, "If it's spinning, why would it? Why would not everything like just go into space? You know, how are we sticking to this ball?" And then the teacher, you know, in the indoctrination system, they call the education system, said, "Gravity, shut up." So right then and there, my critical thinking and all of the students' critical thinking was suppressed. And we are told not to trust our own senses and rather just have faith in the authority. And then the years went by and I just bought it because I was a kid and I did not know any better. And then maybe in 2016, 2017, you know, on YouTube, you have these videos on the right or on the left. So I was recommended many flat earth videos and I was like, you can't be serious. This would be so easy to debunk. And then that was before they changed the algorithms to only show the propaganda videos. And so I looked at these videos and they made a lot of sense. So I looked into it even more and got to know, you know, the Eric Dubay. I saw his video, 200 Proofs, Earth is not a spinning ball, and it all made sense. I just needed to do the experiments myself. So like just observe an object like 20 or 30 miles away was enough, and enough experiment for me to verify it. And I tried to look for photographs and I couldn't find any. So that's how I got into it. Basically just YouTube feed.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
So what is the sun made of?
Well, I don't know. They claim it's nitrogen, it's a gas, but no, I don't buy that. I don't buy that theory because I don't know. For me, the sun, as far as I can tell, is just a light in the sky. They claim it's a ball. Well, I only observe a circle. I cannot verify it's a ball, you know? But what it's made of or these things, like, I don't know. Maybe it's not a physical thing. Maybe it's just a light.
Yeah, but you can Google them. It'll tell you how much the sun weighs, how much Jupiter weighs. Do you not trust Google?
No, I don't trust Google one bit. I mean, Google has a lot of good alternative, you know, information. But recently with the new algorithms changes with Google, they will only direct you to brainwashing information. They don't show you real information. So, yeah, they say 94 million miles away the sun is. I think it's like a lot closer. Not more than maybe 100,000 miles away. But I cannot verify that either. But I don't buy that it's like that far, you know. And it's that big. You can fit like millions of Earths inside the sun. Well, I think the sun is smaller than the Earth. This is what I observed, but I could be mistaken, deceived by my own perception, maybe.
Good answer. One last question. What country are you from?
I'm from Saudi Arabia.
Awesome, dude. Welcome to Flat Earth Discord. Good to have you on.
Thanks, man. I've been enjoying it, but mostly I just sit here and like just browse the internet while listening to you guys. Very thought-provoking conversations you guys have.
Are there a lot of other flat earthers in Saudi Arabia? Or are you?
Well, I managed. I'm not aware of like there are two of my friends that I convinced, and I showed them the evidence and all of that, and then my family I convinced like only my mother and my sister, but the rest of the family they didn't want to know it. They didn't want to know it, you know, like why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the one lying, so I don't know their motives, but I always tell them money, but deep down I know money is not the final motive for them, because NASA takes like $52 million a day. That's a lot of money, so maybe they're lying for money, but I think they're lying for other things.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah, that was my story and how I got into it. It was very interesting, you know. And then after that, I woke up to like other realities that were not told in school and by the mainstream media and science.
Yeah, it's all a lie.
Yeah, they lie quite a lot.
Yeah. Even this year, all a lie.
Yeah, but the coronavirus thing, I didn't buy it as well.
Yeah. But hopefully more people will see the fraud of this year, and then they'll be more open to seeing things like flat earth and stuff.
Well, I think there is a mass awakening happening across our flat plane. Like many people are protesting against this lockdown and these masks and all of these things, you know?
Yeah.
So a lot of people are waking up, actually. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think it's good to have you. I think what this is doing is waking people up to the fact that it's really just like all of our governments against us, the people.
Exactly.
Like, yeah.
You know, finding an honest politician is very hard these days. I mean, always, but especially these days.
It really doesn't matter what side they're on, because they're all on the same side, and we're not in that club.
Yeah, exactly. Like who was it? George something said it. George Carlin, I think.
Yes, that's cool, man.
You know, when the propaganda about Russia versus America, and they were like using the media to fear the people. They were in space together, you know. They are friends in space, and then the governments, I mean, and then they are enemies on land.
Exactly.
So how does that work, you know?
Yeah, like like right around the time of Project Dominic, they put a halt to the test treaty ban, the ban on testing, and they allowed Russia and the U.S. were shooting hundreds of high-yield nukes directly straight up into the sky.
Oh, yeah, I heard about it.
These mortal enemies. Okay, no, just go ahead, shoot as many nukes up as you want to. No big deal here.
Yeah. But when it comes to flat Earth, I think it's very interesting because many flat earthers, I don't like this term because it associates people like us with the flat Earth society, which is like just a psyop. But they believe, or maybe they know, there's a dome or there's an ice wall. Like they think Antarctica is an ice wall surrounding the 7 continents or whatever. But for me, I used to believe it. But when I was honest to myself, I say, I don't know really. I've never witnessed it. This ice wall. Yeah, I've seen footage of it, but footage is not enough proof for me, you know?
Right.
So I don't know if there's a firmament or a dome, and I don't know if we're surrounded by this ice wall.
And you know what's interesting about that is we really only hear about Antarctica right in that one little area beneath outside of South America, but you never hear about what's around the side, like below, like New Zealand and Australia, or further over. Like what's there. You never hear about those areas.
Yeah, but I think it's fair to say that ordinary people are not allowed, like by law, to just fly everywhere, because I think we must discover Earth. I think there are places that has not been discovered yet. Like, if you know Admiral Byrd, he claimed that there is a continent twice the size of America and free of ice beyond Antarctica. Well, why is the Antarctic Treaty forbidding the normal people from flying in a straight line and just exploring? They want you to focus up there. They don't want you to focus on like exploring this realm that we live on. And space travel is just so fake. Doesn't happen, you know?
Yeah, what makes no sense about that is this better?
What is better, sorry?
Is my voice better? Is the mic okay?
Yeah, it's okay. I can hear you loud and clear.
So what's really strange about that to me is the corporations, these resource-hungry corporations, that they would go along with that and sign off onto something where there could be a continent-size body of land that has unlimited resources on it, that they would just go, okay, we won't go there. We won't do we won't use the resources there. Sure. There's something much deeper going on if they all agreed to this thing.
Exactly. I think it's like 52 countries that signed the treaty. And I want to know what's there, you know? Like they must be hiding something. Yeah. And given that this Earth might be way bigger than we are told, then the whole thing of overpopulation is just fake as well, because maybe Earth is a million times bigger than what we are told.
Right.
So I don't buy the overpopulation thing. I think it's just the elite's agenda to control the population. And, it's written in Georgia guidance stones. They say they want to lower humanity by 95%. They want to keep us around 500 million, so it's easier to control us.
I like this guy.
Thanks, man.
If I was capable of giving him roles, he would already have his roles.
Yeah, it's really awesome to hear someone like you, because, in all these different places on Earth, we've all been kept separate from each other, on purpose. And it's not really, we really have not many differences. I mean, there are differences, but they don't really mean anything. Like, if we met each other, we all know what a smile is. We all know what a handshake is. We all know what it's like to sit down and eat food with each other and sing and dance and be joyous and be just be human beings,
Yeah.
So they've kept us separate for too long. And, I don't know. I think it just has to stop. I hope I get to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Because, why I come here and why I watch and why I interact with people who know the truth is because I can relate to them more than anyone else. And the elite, they capitalize on our differences, and they just bombard us with them in the news media. So they brainwash us, Yes. So they want to capitalize because it's divide and conquer. If you keep the people divided, we're not going to rebel against them. So you see people are fighting each other instead of us uniting and fighting them. and then exploring the earth to know what's beyond.
Yeah. Awesome. Chocolate's listening. You got some rolls now, Hayden.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult being isolated. And there was some people in the community that seem to have like a much broader community and they're more active and able to get out there and things. But some of us, like I was extremely isolated, man. And I thought just like, okay, I'm just gonna have to prepare myself to be able to do everything by myself if I have to. Because it got to the point where I was like, I had no human beings around me that I could like stand being around.
Exactly. When you know the truth, you feel like you're alone in this world, you know? So you have to connect with people who are like-minded. And that's what brings me here, you know?
Yeah. So likewise, and when I got here a few months ago, man, it's always tough because, you know, we bring up a lot of subjects and, all these subjects, like, I'll be honest, for me, they're very emotionally impacting for me. Like sometimes I have to like, I don't know, man, like break down for a bit and just like then carry on, you know, because all of this crap that's happening to us, and then I look at my whole entire life, and what was all worth? You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of grieving kind of going on.
Well, yeah, you get that feeling, you know, when you learn the truth, when you first like just swallow your first red pill, it's hard and you become depressed, and then you hate yourself and you hate the people that lied to you and etc.
Yeah.
But after that, like after like you research enough, I think, or like maybe just time takes its course, and after a while it's really empowering because finding the truth made me dodge many bad things that otherwise would have happened to me, like vaccines. If I was just like a blue pilled, you know, normal guy that doesn't know the truth, I would like be in line to take the vaccine, and that would have maybe killed me or severely damaged me, you know?
Yeah.
So learning the truth, I think, is very empowering despite whatever sadness you might go through, you know? It's very empowering for me, at least.
Exactly. And I think the awakening in general just takes that process. You know, it takes time. It's a whole process within itself. So yeah, and
Yeah, it's a very
everybody,
interesting process.
it is, and everybody's kind of at their own level. So that's one thing I've learned here. You know, and to be more empathetic with whatever people's level is.
So what do you mean, the level thing?
Just the level of the awakening process.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because not all people who know that the earth is flat know other things, you know, they might be skeptical or whatever.
Right.
So
and
there
you
is.
know, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that there is different layers of the awakening.
Exactly. And you know, like I had been doing research for 20 years. More than 20 years on all different types of topics and subjects, you know, even before 9/11. And then when 9/11 came, you know, like it took me a while, but the moon landings was the thing, and then 9/11 was a big deal, and the money plot, the world bankers, the secret societies, if you will, you know, like all those different topics.
Yeah, the research never ends, you know?
Yeah.
And I think like we are lied, like the lie is so big, it almost feels like a dream. Like how can this be real, you know? It's insane.
Yeah.
Everything is inverted.
Yeah, I think God's got a very special plan for us in particular.
Yeah.
And I look forward to like some huge meetings of flat earthers, the big festival. That's what I look forward to seeing, that where we can all, I don't know, like I hope it would be that it would come true. But yeah, my dream life this year took on another whole realm of things in my dreams this year, like
Well, there is a group I am aware of in the UK. I think I might be familiar with them. It's allegedly Dave and John Smith Globe Lie. They did a tour in Scotland at first, and then it was they decided to do a trip around the UK, and they did some activism. So
Right.
they had these images, they had all like the things that they need. They were traveling in a caravan, and then so they were doing like street activism. They would go to the most dense places in the area, and then just talk to people, give them flyers, and etc. And there is a group I am subscribed to on YouTube. They are based in America as well. So these are the two groups. And then there is the annual Flat Earth Conference, I think. So yeah, I think people who know that the Earth is flat do gather sometimes, but
yes.
like yeah, we need a major one, I think.
I know.
But with this whole coronavirus, they don't want us to get together, because they are separating us even more. So they don't want us to get to meet each other, because if you keep people separated, like information is not gonna get out there,
Right. Yeah.
I gotta say, I've ran into flat earthers in the wild. Just talking to people, and just people that you wouldn't think would be flat earthers, like single moms and college students, and different types of people from like different walks of life, and they're flat earthers, and it's like, wow, like you're not alone. You might feel alone, but that's only because the mainstream media has propagated these feelings of aloneness by hiring like bots and all these people that are like constantly in the comment section, naysayers and globetards and stuff like that. But it's manufactured, just like the scarcity. And even if there wasn't any hidden land, let's say Antarctica didn't even exist, there's still enough land for everybody to live in the state of Texas, and it would be no more populated than what was it, Dubai or New York City. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of resources.
Yeah, I think there
The
is.
scarcity is manufactured. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. It's manufactured because they want us to believe that, we don't have enough space, in terms of land, and we don't have any enough resources to sell the idea of depopulation and legalizing abortion and just killing people,
Right.
because we don't have enough land. Like the guy who said that exponential growth is like humans' biggest problem. Bill Gates says that as well, but maybe they are hiding land beyond what we know or what we call Earth, like the 7 continents. I'm not sure that they are the whole of the Earth, So yeah, they want to sell the idea of scarcity.
Actually, there was a good audiobook. Now, I think some of this audiobook, what is it called? Land Beyond the Poles or something like that. But so they are kind of heliocentric, but they talk about traveling in the Arctic. And I don't know where this information, if it's just written like a novel, but they talk about how you could go on the Arctic in the south.
Very interesting.
I can't believe we got a Globey in the chat.
No, that you could go as far as your resources could possibly take you, and you still would not be that you would still not be anywhere that was less cold. But this is one story. Admiral Byrd said he was in areas where the air temperature was 70 degrees or something
Wow.
like that in the Antarctic. So,
Shortly
I don't
after
know.
he dies.
Hey, God Rockin', you're hot micing. You're hot micing again, God Rock. God Rock.
It's a whole different.
Oh man.
Whole different.
Hey, hot micin'.
Hot micing.
You're God rocking again, hot micin'.
There, I guess he got it. So, I mean, what if you could go 100,000 miles to the south?
Exactly.
We have no
Why
idea.
are
It could
why
be
are we
that.
kept? Why are we
A
kept
lot
in
of
this
those
small
dudes
area?
are in flannel shirts and stuff, not really outfitted up like you would think if you pay attention to a lot of the footage and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
I have a question. Is gravity real?
No. Next question.
Who is that asked that?
He's called West Bromwich.
West Bromwich. Oh.
Yeah, somebody should show him the Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know what it is. Next question. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson, the expert in the field, doesn't know what it is.
Glory, West Bromwich.
Oh, he's just gonna speak over me, huh? Somebody gotta mute that dude.
No, they made him go away.
Yeah, so if the expert in the field doesn't know what it is, and if he can't define it, well, surely you can't define it because you don't even have like common sense manners not to interrupt people while they're talking. So, good luck with that.
Yeah, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's the curvature of space-time, trying to explain gravity. Like, what?
Yeah, so I think now the important thing is, because we're getting really sharp on this, well, better and better all the time. There's no hypothesis for this gravity. It would need to come from Einstein's theory of general relativity from 1905, if I am correct. There would need to be a hypothesis in that paperwork. There would also need to be an experiment that is testing the hypothesis. So in the scientific method, you would need an independent control variable and a dependent control variable. And you would need to show what those variables are. So we need a hypothesis and at least two variables from the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Then have them go look for that, and when they're not going to find it because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. We're supposed to believe in things that we cannot see, we cannot detect, we cannot measure. This is not science. Science should be demonstrable, measurable, and repeatable. And they cannot repeat and demonstrate the heliocentric model. So it's not scientific, it's just a belief. You have to accept it.
Yeah. So I think Flat Earth 2021 on the Discord here is going to be a kinder, gentler machine gun hand. I didn't mean to say it like that. I only meant that colloquially. Okay, so I'm opposed to violence of all kinds. I don't like violence. But, we need to be, I think we're learning how to be calmer and really leave the burden of proof where it belongs on the ones making the claim.
Yeah. We're not making any claims,
And I love how you answer.
If you listen to your own senses, you're not gonna feel any movement. Whereas in a car, you can detect movement using your senses. Yet on Earth, you don't detect any movement. Yet you're supposed to believe it. You're supposed to suppress your own senses that kept you alive all this time and believe in authority.
Yeah.
But yeah, the burden of proof relies on the they have to provide evidence, and I'm still looking for evidence, and there isn't.
Yeah, I think we all are still looking. We're still waiting. We still keep asking for them to show it and looking ourselves. Yeah, but we
And
pretty
day
much
after
know
day,
it.
they come in here talking about sticks and wells and shadows and shit.
Or they'll try to show you what a flat Earth looks like. Isn't that the funniest?
The body of science compels you. The body of science compels you.
There was an astrophysicist in the other chat with me the other day, and I stopped the room for a second. I was like, hold on a minute. There's an astrophysicist in here? He's like, yeah, right here. I said, all right, can you break down exactly what it is you do? He said, well, I don't want to get into it right here. Can I direct message you? And I was like, hell no, I don't want to date. I just want to know what your steps are to come to your conclusions. You know what I mean? So we can all go over them and talk about them. And he just got mad, and they all just started talking crazy. But yeah.
Wow.
Well, see, what they do is they sit on their ass and they theorize about, beer bubble universes popping in and out of existence, right? And they, come up with this quantum foam, right? While they sit there and drink and, don't do anything spectacular. And they try to solve, like, really hard math problems. And that's about it. I mean, they're just working on, like, this mathematical story tale, like, Jimmy drives to Dallas. He's driving 80 miles an hour. Dallas is 80 miles away. It's like, none of this has to do with reality. Like, nobody can drive 80 miles an hour consistently. Like, this isn't reality. It's made up mathematical bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyone with the girl of their dreams.
What?
And they got just as much science as the movie Weird Science does. I mean, that's the pinnacle of the science that they do.
Oh man, you should hear them when I break down what their main tool of measurement is for all their readings.
What's their main tool of measurement?
Just a coat hanger or a piece of metal, like a cockroach antenna. Like when they started out with Sputnik, it was just a silver ball with 2 cockroach antennas, if you remember back, right? So, like, what information are you going to get from that? So, I mean,
so literally like a metal ball with rabbit ear antennas.
Yeah. So, I mean, and really, when you come down to it, like their barometric, their barometer, and any other things has to do with an electrical chemical reading that they're getting. They're getting a charge, they're getting a voltage, they're getting an amperage, they're getting a reading of current. And they're going to tell you that current is this. Yeah, sorry.
What's going on?
Boba Fett.
Do I sound like Frankenstein? Is that? I don't know.
He came in here and
did you say
said something.
Boba Fett?
Boba Fett.
Hey, I was looking at the. Hey, give me a break, man. I was looking at the avatar. Okay, screwed me up. Get off my Boba Fett back. All right, so I'm gonna mute you, asshole. Don't be talking over people, or I'll mute you again.
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't talking over. It was actually having a freaking satanic ritual.
So Boba Fett.
I'm sorry. That actually wasn't me. It was someone else, but it came through my speakers, and I was unmuted. So
I believe that it's not him. It's somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Well, I stand corrected, bro. It's a good thing I unmuted you then.
Sorry about that. But how did that get in your speaker?
My speakers are just loud, so then they come to my mic. Like it just the sound from the speakers. From someone else.
All right. No big deal. You're forgiven. So, what are you standing on right now? What do you think about the Earth?
I told you, man. What the hell? I was right the first time.
It's him. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. But, I don't trust my judgment too well. You never know. I could be wrong.
I've been wrong before on that. But yeah, it's coming from my speakers because he's playing it. That's why it's coming from your speakers.
But anyway, yeah, even like sound and everything else, like the wire, usually like when your phone, your headset, your devices, shit you plug in, everything is just a strip of metal, and you get a charge from it or an amperage voltage reading. Yeah. But all their science, they'll tell you, has like different, definitive things, and everything's just, its own thing, and none of it's electricity. And
He's going crazy right now.
What the heck is this, man? What?
What voice changer are you using?
Is that Baba Flat again?
Probably.
I was muted that time. That was not me.
Yeah, okay, bro.
It was him.
What? There's like 60 of us in here or something, isn't there?
you want to make a globe room go silent?
Sure.
Ask him to have an original thought.
That's a good one. Yeah, I heard this before. I think it was Arian that asked somebody, when have you ever figured something out on your own?
Right. They like to pair. Well, I told him, I said, well, you guys know all your grade school and your learning, right? I said, it can all be Googled right now or looked up on YouTube or listened to in a rendition of something. Like, you can just literally everything they thought they learned that was something so great is in a documentary somewhere or something else, an audiobook. You just play it for free. You don't have to pay to go to Harvard or wherever.
Denmark.
Yeah, what's up?
Bruh, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure what?
I'm pretty sure I knew you from another fucking Flat Earth channel. I'm sorry. We were talking to you about being like a video, like a movie host, announcer.
Yeah, is this E1 or who is this?
This is Kyle.
Oh, Kyle.
I know you remember me.
Look, I remember you, Kyle. I remember you.
Dude.
What's up? With the colorful keyboard, right?
Yep, that's me.
We all have colorful keyboards.
Yeah, I knew. I heard your voice, dude, and I had to chime in, bro. I heard your voice, D-Mock. I gotta say something, bro. Oh man, this dude. Have you made tons of money now? I mean, come on now. You got a fucking golden voice. There had to be something happen yet. Dang it,
I haven't made a fucking penny.
That's too bad.
People tell me that. I mean, it sounds good, but I haven't seen any money anywhere or anything. I mean, I still have I'm willing to read whatever or do whatever.
One man, one woman. Dude.
One cube.
Yeah, dude, he's got. I knew it was him, man. D-Mike, you motherfucker, bro. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you, man.
Yeah, how you been?
It's been crazy, man. It's been crazy. We'll just put it that way. 2020 has been crazy. Can't wait for 2021. It's gonna be a little even.
I wonder where E1's been, because he was working on some like cool shit and.
Oh my god! Yeah, he was smart, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't believe Dan is here, man. I'm so excited. I've never seen you in this chat. Are you new here, or are you old school?
I've been here for a while. I've been around, I've been here for a long time, but sometimes I get banned or put back or banned or I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm here today.
You're always welcome here, but sometimes you flip out.
I'm here today.
Oh, Hank, bro, you're right around the corner. He's right around the corner from me.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at I'm here today.
I know Hank knows, bro. He's near the woodlands. Where like literally I can throw a fucking rock and him in the forehead.
Oh shit.
I couldn't come back without Dimmock. When I realized that Dimmock wasn't here too, I'm like, what, bro? I'm glad though that you figured that out, hun. And it was quick.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a great home welcoming for this gentleman. I'm so glad to be in the same chat with him. He's such a great guy. All right, so what the hell are we talking about here, man? Like, it's so fucking silent. Everybody's muted. What the fuck is everybody muted for?
Were you guys hearing that other weird stuff that was being played, or was that just
Yeah.
that was hearing it?
Yeah, we
I was
hear
doing
it.
shit up in
I
my
heard
house.
something. I don't know what it was though.
Yeah, I was trying to get them.
No, that was just you.
I muted him. It was some douchebag.
All right, so okay, I go back to my original question. What the hell are we like? What's the topic of discussion? Is anybody talking about anything, or I'm actually surprised because normally when I join the
Why
Prime,
don't you just ask something and initiate the conversation?
all right, I will. All right. Well, no, I didn't. I just didn't want to interrupt if someone was on a train of thought. I was just curious, but okay, I have a question.
No, we're looking for Globers. Anybody bring in some Glober?
There's a Oh, actually, there wasn't. No, he was trolling in the second live stream.
Being a soundboard. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so this is, in my opinion, tied into flat Earth, but a lot of people don't want to talk about it. But the idea of extra dimensional spirits or ghosts, as we call them, beings that pass either human or otherwise, whether they're like fallen angels or Nephilim or something, the supernatural realm that exists in the world we live in. We see a lot of people who have video evidence of a lot of shit. Most of the TikTok bullshit's all fake. We all know 99% of the stuff we see is all fake, but some of it is extremely unexplainable. And so the question is like,
We're just talking about the invisible realm. He's just talking about that, something that we do not see. Do you have any experience that you would like to share? Because I'm not really following what you want to say.
well, no, there are a lot of people who have had experiences, right? Shadows and things moving and furniture moving across the room out of nowhere.
Sure, me too. But do you have something to share?
No, I just wanted to bring it up. I mean, I have something, but I don't want to take over, so I just want to mute once we said bring up a fucking topic, so I did. So I was curious if anybody had something.
Well, we got a room for speculation. We try to stick to the flat Earth in the live streams. It's really difficult sometimes because, you can't just talk about it 24/7. But the unseen world is, for the most part, unseen, and I don't think a lot of us have a whole lot of experience outside of our bodies, because our bodies can only detect a very small spectrum of light and sound. And I think that people who claim to detect otherwise, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. And even in this meat suit, what's real? What's the truth? What is truth? But that all belongs to speculation. Like here, we're trying to deal with like facts and the really is.
I can hop in with you.
Well, that's fair enough, Hank. No, I get that. The reason why I feel like it's tied in to Flat Earth, though, is the fact that the way, I know it's just going to probably cause some controversy, was in the Book of Enoch when he says those who are fallen will become, evil spirits, those, what we consider ghost encounters. But if nobody's interested, we'll just move on to something else, I guess.
Nah, bro, I'd be willing to go down with you into speculation and hear about it.
Yeah, I can hop in with you if you want to talk about this. I can.
No, I mean, if y'all are really interested, I don't mind. But I don't want to. I'd rather talk about Flat Earth stuff probably more than that.
I'm cool with talking about the subject, but it's just that we're in the Flat Earth live stream, so.
Okay. All right. So it is I. What do you? Is there anything that you think maybe is worth talking about related to Flat Earth?
Yeah, how about the lack of Globers since the Black Swan came out? I mean, in the beginning, they were trying, they were scrambling.
It's
they were
quiet right now.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
I don't know, man. I just said it's pretty quiet. So, me at least, like the Flat Earth is like a done deal. So there's not much to talk about other than sharing whatever.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I don't like. I've said and heard literally everything there is to fucking hear and say about Flat Earth with people who all will only just agree with me. So, like, what's the fucking? What's the point? Like, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we disagree on a lot in here.
Yeah,
like religious, religiously and biblically and like all that stuff.
But there's like,
okay, the dome.
The dome.
Hank, what's up, bro?
The container.
So most of us in here, we refer to it as the container. There are some who refer to it as the dome. It doesn't really matter what you call it, but when you say dome, when you say dome, it's kind of giving like a shape to it, like a hemisphere.
Well, you're right. We wouldn't know what the shape is, right? Well, I mean, it says like a molten looking glass, but it doesn't actually say the shape.
So when we say container, it could be any shape.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we really don't know the shape. So to be honest, we like to use the word container because
dude, I have something. Hank, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have something. You really okay. So during Operation High Jump and Operation Fishbowl and a few other operations, they were launching, high altitude rockets with a, Russian government and all that. I mean, it's all declassified, right? So if anybody needs any evidence, I'll link it in the chat. But the question is, they, really smart people, like way beyond my intelligence, realized that they had energized some shield, that's what when they discovered the and they realized that when they were able to energize or excite particles inside of with high altitude explosions, they were beaming back a signal, and they were able to redirect that signal for long-term communications, or like worldwide communications. This is the birth of what we call Wi-Fi or internet service today. So the idea that this original old discovery led to our ability to even be here in this chat right now through Wi-Fi. So the idea is like, do you even understand how wireless fidelity works, how the electromagnetic spectrum works when it comes to connecting people like me and you in this chat, let alone across the world? There could be someone from Japan, could be someone from Australia. How is it possible that data transfers? How is it possible that all that stuff's work? How all that stuff really works? In the old, well, I guess it's technically declassified, but it's really hard to find. They explain how it really works. There are military documents that explain how those communications work. A lot of people want to tell you it's globes and satellites and all that bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. We all know that. So the question is what is your best guess? Because I think I know, but I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
So how internet works? What is that?
Global wide communication. Global wide communication. I mean, flat wide communication.
I mean, I don't know exactly, but they have underwater fiber cables going through the entirety of the world. So I think it's a Chinese company, and on their website at the front page, they're saying that they're connecting the entire world with they're bragging about it. It's like it's not a secret.
No, I know. We all know that underwater cables like exist through the Atlantic and the Pacific and all that shit. But to get a signal from like prior they didn't exist prior to worldwide communication. Underwater cables didn't exist, but worldwide communication did. So prior to that, how do you think it was possible?
I don't know if is it triangulation between like masts. Is what they're doing. But if you have some info, then please do share.
So what I believe, and I don't know this as a fact, but there was a whistleblower, and he basically said that when they did Operation Fishbowl, which was when they started launching, they discovered the barrier, right? Whatever we call it, the container. And they started launching missiles at it. And they realized it was having no effect, but they had a bunch of smart motherfuckers coming around. And they were like, well, wait a second. They realized that their short-wave radio and activity could be bounced off of a excited barrier particle after detonation. They were able to balance the signal even further. So what a lot of people are worried, or not worried, but confused about it. It's like, why were they doing that? It's a declassified operation between the Americans and the Russians. They were launching missiles up at the fucking sky. They were annihilating something. There is even video evidence of, these missiles exploding off of the barrier.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And so what they came back with
Have you seen those strange spirals, like light spirals?
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't
Have
hear
you seen those videos about strange light spirals in the sky?
Oh, yes.
Have you
I have.
seen any of those videos?
Absolutely.
You have?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's actually them using some form of a drill.
I believe that. Yeah, sure enough.
That's why it's in a spiral shape. Right. So it's whatever it is, it's acting like that.
Well,
that's the path of least resistance.
The conspiracy
it's the path
is
of least resistance for animals too, and like swimming and fishing and like a lot of stuff.
That's true, damn. So the conspiracy is that when they were doing this operation, they had realized that by supercharging this barrier through explosions, they were able to, hyper bounce shortwave radio signals further than they could possibly imagine. Then, in less than 2 years, they started building radio towers all across the world. And then they were able to have their first worldwide live broadcast in 1961. And then they started, so it was essentially tapping into worldwide internet. They were like, holy shit, we have the ability to do worldwide communications. They at first, they were only able to do linear communication, radio telecommunications. It wasn't until they realized that they could send that same signal, that same shortwave bandwidth signal, and shoot it up and bounce it off to a transceiver and then to a transmitter and then to and then they could spread any signal anywhere they wanted it to go. And that was the purpose. I don't know if the purpose, but the accidental discovery of that declassified mission. And now, it wasn't until, the late fucking, 90s when they started developing, the worldwide internet. But they had already had worldwide internet communications prior to that. Governments, countries, deep state country, whatever you want to call them, they've already had that. As far as what was allowed for the public came, 20, 30 years later. And so my theory is that declassified operation was what was the birth of what we consider worldwide communication, primarily because there was a whistleblower who said that that's how it works. It doesn't work on floating balloons or satellites or anything. It has to do with hyper energizing the particle barrier of the firmament, the dome, or the container, and then bouncing signals from transmitter to receiver all across the world. And he said that's exactly how all this shit works. And, you know, try to explain that to a Glober,
I'm not doubting you. Yeah.
No, it's just, it was interesting. It was really interesting to hear. I don't know. I can't prove it, though. You know, I can't prove it.
I've seen this guy from Russia, and he was in the middle of nowhere in the forest, and he made an antenna in his garage with red mercury. I don't know like exactly how he did it, but he would attach this antenna to a TV, like an old school box TV, and he would just go through every single channel in the world. They would go and watch like Spanish channels and stuff like that. So where is that like signal coming from? Like he made an antenna in his garage using red mercury.
Well, hold on. We know there aren't fucking 40,000 satellites in geostationary orbit around the Earth. It's bouncing off of something, right? It's bouncing off of fucking something. That's the point.
It's
when you can hack into that algorithm,
exactly.
then you can, you know, understand.
I was backing you up on that, so
yeah. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know, right? I can't prove that. I'm not one of the fucking scientists that was there. I wasn't part of the declassification. You know, I don't know. But as far as like connecting the dots, that seems the most logical based on what we really know about the world we live in. We know there's not infinite space. We know there aren't fucking satellites flying around everywhere. We know there aren't weather balloons flying around, collecting signals. There are so many things we know that are false. So how can we deduce how this works? And then when this whistleblower came out and said, "Hey, bruh, it's then bouncing signals off of the firmament," they discovered it and they realized how to utilize it, and they utilized it in the best way. That's how we have worldwide. First time only, right after NASA was fucking established, they discovered worldwide communications. I mean, come on now. Like, there's just too many coincidences. I don't know, you know? Like I said, there's no hard proof for anything, but it's pretty, I don't know. What are you going to say? Like, what are you left with?
Yeah, I'm going to say thanks for, saying that you're speculating, because sometimes, people might come in here and be looking at what we're talking about, and it's okay to speculate. There's nothing wrong with speculating.
It is total speculation.
Yeah, it's when people get dogmatic about their speculation, that's when it's a problem. But so far, I've enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, it's cool if you just say that you don't know and this is just theory. Like you're just speculating. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, the thing is like I've learned a lot about the flat Earth community, what they really believe about. Well, most things, honestly, we all would probably have already getting bored talked about, but worldwide internet communications, all that stuff is a very rare touch subject, and it was one of those things where, like, I had to dig into it. But the thing is there's fucking literally nothing to dig into except like conspiracy, and at some point we all have
to dig into it much more than it.
Well, I mean, it's one of those.
Did you hear what he said?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just said that you probably have been digging into it more than anybody here. So.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I don't know. The thing is like anybody. If you think about it, the biggest thing with me is like we're all here communicating on a platform used by how are we connected? How are we communicating? How is this fucking possible? Is it satellites? Is it space? No, it's not. Then how is it fucking possible? Has anybody ever actually given any thought to that? Like, I don't know. I mean,
well, most of it's fiber optics, right? So like the transfer from like my tower to your tower, it's all fiber optics. But
absolutely.
there is like a short range wireless band that civilians are allowed to use, right? It's not like the side bands, right? So I grew up playing with CB radio, and I could like talk to people from Georgia and Arizona, but I couldn't talk to the people that were talking to each other from like California and New York, but I could hear them, right? So we're not using those bands. We're using like the much shorter wave, or maybe longer.
No, they're higher bandwidth, shorter wavelengths, and so they're transmitted through towers, right? So that's the point, that they station and they build all of these towers, cellular towers, even 5G towers. All these towers are all positioned, and I mean, okay, if satellites were really giving you fucking internet or telephone service when I'm out in the fucking desert and I have no service, then how the fuck does that make sense? Because it should be like a global satellite, complete 100%. You get cellular range no matter what, but that's not the truth. We all know that's not true. So it's because they just haven't built towers out to that point. They can't bounce those signals and receive that far out because they haven't built them. They're not out there. They don't exist.
So it's triangulation.
It is a triangulation element.
Right. Yeah.
And so
obviously.
Yeah, and so but the problem is when you were saying, Hank, that you were able to do what you were doing with shortwave radios, how were you able to do that? Like what allows you to do that? Even calling someone from America to
They had like 10,000 watt boosters, the ones that were talking from like California to New York, and I just had like plugged into my Toyota T100, just no booster, so I couldn't get my signal out very far.
No, it's not like what, it's how though. It's so the idea is that there is a signal being broadcasted by your device. We'll call it your walkie-talkie or your phone or your computer. It doesn't matter what it is. It has to send a signal somewhere. But how does that signal send? What receives it and what transmits it and what receives it, and over what distance is it allowed before you experience a delay or ping or something, an issue. It's a insane infrastructure they've built over the last 60 years. But in the early days, it wasn't that easy. What's crazy is seeing it now. We are playing, Black Ops or something on a game, and I'm connected to my friends on, PlayStation Network or whatever, and we're chatting and shit. But how the fuck does that really work? Does anybody really understand how that works?
Fiber optic cables undersea. You know how fiber optics work, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
A couple times already, Battle Mod.
I mean, you ask how a CV works. You do know what a transceiver is, right? And a radio wave, they're line of sight.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, they only have a certain distance.
Well, no, not true. The lower frequencies penetrate better, but they need more higher power. But
you need taller towers for that, though.
They penetrate the atmosphere better. Not entirely true.
Kind of like a whale. If you can think of a whale.
Well, hey, I'm generating the conversation, so I'm gonna mute myself, and you guys talk about it.
I would just remember what I said about the Russian guy that just built an antenna, attached it to a TV. If you really want me to find it, it's gonna take me some time. Maybe I don't even find it, that video where he did it. Yeah, he just attached it to a box in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and he was able to watch every single channel in the world. He was having really fun with it. So how does that work? I don't know.
Signal and then convert it, just like a video converter application on your internet, right? HTTP4. You know what I'm talking about?
Mike, just like that, that box, that cheap box that you can have that breaks all the channels for you? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can pick up the signal, that doesn't mean you can read the language of the signal, because it's data signal for cable. It's all converted, and you gotta unconvert it back into visual and audio.
Well, the question is how are you sending it and receiving it? That's the question, not what exists.
I'm not really sure.
Radio.
Someone here
waves.
knows that.
Okay, we
That's not a
understand
big
like
question.
radio waves or like short band radio length waves and all that stuff.
A science radio.
But that wouldn't work on a globe.
Years old, built.
Of course, it wouldn't work on a globe. We all know it would not work on a ball.
It's line of sight is what you're leaving out, unless we're talking about ham radios or CB radios.
Hold on a second. No, hold on again. They had that in World War One. They were able to use radio and in all that different technology, to talk to each other. But it wasn't until 1961 that they were able to actually do a first worldwide broadcast right after fucking Operation.
Yeah, you know how we did it continent to continent? We floated a balloon up with a signal reflector, and we just bounced a ham signal off a reflector.
Well, I don't know if that's real. I don't know that.
Well, I don't care if you know it's real. I've used them.
I believe that you believe that. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'm saying today, they don't do that today, though, right?
Yeah, we do for recon. We even use clones for recon.
I mean for like internet and shit. When I call my fucking friend from Australia, bouncing off a balloon.
We got underwater fucking cable system. That's why it's called the World Wide Web. The North Atlantic cable system, the Southern Pacific cable system. What are you laughing about?
No, that's fair.
Am I funny?
No, Battle Bruh. I'm not laughing at you, buddy. I don't know. Like, it makes sense. It made sense to me.
If I never seen it underwater, then it's not there.
Have you? I mean, maybe. Do you believe that? I mean, I don't know.
It's not a belief.
Have you seen them? I mean, are you sure they're there?
In the military, yeah, you tap into them for comms. Yeah.
I mean, you've seen them, though.
Yes. Yeah.
You've seen all of them across the entire world?
Every one of them, no. But do I know there's underwater sea cables? Yes. For a fact, yes.
Okay. Well, fair enough. All right.
If there's one.
That can't explain everything, though, right?
What do you mean by everything?
So entire global communications at highest stream, you can't do underwater cables, and that's the absolute,
Fiber optics has almost a zero loss. It's almost 100% retention of data. There's no data loss. There's no diffusion. There's no attenuation. Just bounces around inside a fiber cable. The signal integrity is like 0 point from one to the other.
So the idea of using radio wave
technology,
shortwave band radio length communications are pointless at that point, right? If you're flowing through fiber optics.
True. We pump it from continent to continent, and then we repeat it in cells with transceivers, just like we do shortwave radio. You know what a cellular network is, right? The shitload of towers where you bounce a signal.
Well, that's the question. Why would they need towers if they have fucking?
Because we don't.
If they have underwater cables everywhere, why would they need transceivers and towers?
Because the hard cable doesn't run across the entire continent. It's easier to lay it under the ocean than it is to spread it across the entire topography of the world that's already built.
Wait, I would actually disagree that it would be extremely difficult to run an entire cable across the surface of the ocean. Like, that would be extremely difficult.
It's not that hard. You just keep dropping it down and rolling it out, manufacturing it. But to do it over the land,
that's so far
rip
down.
Up the road, streets. So far down, how deep do you think the ocean is on an average level?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Many miles in certain areas. It just depends on where you're trying to run it.
No.
I mean, areas where you have to be in like a submarine or like a.
Some spots you can probably walk out in the ocean. It just depends where you're at.
I mean, if you're trying to like go across the Atlantic, there are areas that are deep as fuck, bro.
Right. Well, of course.
Well, there are, but there's also.
That's what you're claiming, that they've somehow built a cable. It doesn't fucking float in the water.
No, you're the one that you're claiming that it's somehow not possible with the technologies we have today.
No, I think we could do it. I'm sure it's possible.
We actually did it in the 80s.
I'm just saying it'd be really hard to do. That's all.
And this is where satellite TV came from, world round, because we'd pump it through these cables and then we'd send it with satellite antennas. You know, you get twice the distance out of a satellite dish. It's basically just the antenna.
So why does a satellite dish point at a 45-degree angle up at the sky? Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of any satellite pointing upwards?
45 degrees isn't really at the sky. It's at the nearest tower. And even they'll tell you that. The guy that hooked
the fucking Globers will tell you that.
Well, I don't care what the Glober says. The
Straight
guy
up
that
and down would be nearest the sky.
Yeah, literally straight across would be to the nearest tower,
that's
not
not
up
what
at the
they're
sky.
The guy that hooked my first satellite dish up, which was a big-ass one in the front yard in the 90s, right? He said...
Right, and they tip it at that angle like you're saying.
I'm looking for the nearest tower.
The fucking nearest tower isn't like...
Pointing to the nearest
that would mean that tower had to be like 7,000 feet if it's like a mile away. It would be impossible for that satellite to direct at a tower far away.
You're assuming that radio wave transmission is done in a straight 2-inch line or something? You know how far
that's not the only tower.
That's not it, though.
It can go off all kinds of stuff.
The point is that if you're talking about, you said linear communications between transmitters and receivers, linear transmission, not it's like
a radio wave can spread out 2 fucking miles, dude. Christ.
Yeah, that's fair, but not
light is linear, but spreads out also.
Here's the thing: the internet providers don't even tell you they use a bunch of satellites, so I don't know why you're worried about. It's
because we don't believe in satellites.
98% of the information on Earth is transmitted via undersea cable.
But we don't believe in satellites, though. That's the point, bro.
I know you're preaching to the choir. We already know all this.
Hey, can I interrupt for a second? So, what if this satellite, right? Let's say that it had like a, what do they call it, where it sucks the water out of the atmosphere, right? Condensator. Right, and then it cracks the water and pumps hydrogen into the balloon, right? So when it starts getting low, like the satellite starts to drop, right? Then it gets a little water from the lower part of the atmosphere, right? Because clouds, they go pretty high, right? And then it can go back up again once it's cracked the water and it's
fire.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm pretty sure these satellites are equipped with this. These satellites are equipped technology, something like what I'm talking about, to keep them up for years at a time.
I'd say it's nothing but a solar drone right now, and before that we just use balloons.
Well, I can understand the technology they may use now, bro. But like, what did they use 40 years ago, 50 years ago? Balloons, man. Okay.
Well, it's a known fact.
Well, yeah, there are balloons. So with the balloons,
of course, there are weather balloons. I know they exist, but like,
I'm not talking about a weather balloon. I'm talking about a satellite balloon, high atmospheric helium balloon.
How high do they go
up? Carbon fiber. Near space.
Space doesn't exist, though.
Okay, the distance they would say is near space, Mr. Semantical.
There you go. That's my point.
A mile up.
That's not very far up when it comes to what they're talking about space.
You don't need to be that far up to be fucking transmitting signals around. You don't need to be that far up to get a Google Earth image either.
The point is neither of us know what the fuck they're talking about. That we just believe that's what they've told you. And that's the point.
No, I don't believe that shit.
I don't fucking believe it at all. That's the point. When the fuck are we going
to... There's a satellite floating around space at some fucking...
I don't believe there are fucking balloons floating around anywhere.
I don't see a need for...
I don't see them.
Crashing down, bro.
At some point, one would fucking pop and land somewhere. There'd be fucking evidence.
Okay, well, listen, when Roswell was... What did they say Roswell was?
Times they have
Area 51. It was just a balloon that crashed.
It could have been...
Nobody believed it. It could have been a satellite balloon. Nobody believed it, though. They said
it could have been me with my homies who raised $1,000 to throw a fucking balloon in the air. Like it's not that hard to purchase
Bro,
a
do a
weather
little
balloon.
research before arguing. Fuck. They've crashed down.
What do they look like? What do they look like?
A satellite attached to a fucking balloon.
The balloon, yeah.
There's a junkyard of them over somewhere in
NASA's
Europe.
the number one
Where the fuck
helium
is it?
buyer in the fucking world. Like,
that's true.
Yeah.
If you're gonna argue about it,
they
like,
purchased.
Exactly. Whoever said that. Yeah. The helium buyer, yeah, they buy helium. 90% of all the helium in the world.
Yeah,
and they make balloons.
I'd like to see a picture of that. That'd be interesting to see if you guys have one.
Echo One.
You can
research Echo One. Echo One was the first satellite balloon. Have you ever seen the image?
But hold on a second. The problem is that you're assuming that this is the sole way that they do things, though, right?
No, I'm not.
It's
you
not.
I assume that.
No, I'm not saying you are.
Drones and other things too. And there's
We're
no
more
need
like
for 'em
backing
anyway.
you up. Like you're obviously onto something, and we're just backing you up, bro.
Oh, I
Actually,
see
late
this,
to the
dude. This
party.
looks amazing.
We've
What
already
the
covered
fuck, bro? I'm looking up Echo One.
Echo
Whoa.
One.
Yeah,
You're late
I'm
to
looking
the
it up
party,
right now.
bro. This is 3 years ago called, and they want their argument back.
It's all CGI.
We've already
though.
moved
Everything's
on from
CGI.
that because it's an absolute certainty that we don't have satellites. It's no debate. It's kind of like gravity. I don't know why some people still sit there and worry about gravity. You can't prove mass attracts mass. You can't prove time, space warps. So it's no debate. Move on. We don't need to
Right.
replace that shit. We're not trying to
Exactly.
paint you a fairy tale. What the fuck are we doing?
No, you're
Destroy their
completely
model,
right
move
there,
on.
bro. You're completely right there. But I'm looking at Echo One, and it's all like either nothing or CGI. I can't. What is going on here? It's like
Well,
an
the
old.
image of Echo One is CGI.
Yeah, Project Echo One from NASA. It's all
it's-
like a bunch of bullshit.
From the 70s, it's black and white, bro.
But it's what we're claiming that weather balloons
Listen,
that were
follow
hold
the
on
trail,
weather
man.
balloons that were holding satellites that fell to Earth. That's what I'm trying to find. If anybody has a photo of that, I'd love to see it. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Does anybody have a photo that a weather balloon that's carrying a satellite fell to Earth and there's a photo of it? Does anybody have that? That's what I'm asking.
I've seen
I don't
them
need one.
going up the sky, but I don't have any.
Well, people keep
Sure,
saying
you
that
can
it's
come down.
I heard 3 people
What are you
say
trying
that's
to
a
prove?
fucking for real thing. And the
Yeah,
question
I'll
was,
have
is
the videos.
I
I'll-
want to see it though. I just want to see it. That's all. If anybody has one, I would love to see it. Weather balloons.
So I don't know if it's real, but I saw like a picture of the moon, and the moon had a satellite.
Well, I already covered one.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can look at the debris. You can look at debris from Roswell or Area 51. You can look at that debris.
That's like an alien thing, right?
It coincides. Oh, it's not alien. You'd have to prove aliens to me. You got pictures of aliens? No. But we got
No,
remnants
what
of a
they
fucking
say
weather
is like
balloon
an alien one.
that crashed on a farm. I don't care what they say. What we see resembles that of a composite fiber satelloon. It resembles Echo One.
Oh yeah, somebody just posted the video.
It did when they showed it on TV, and then they told that dude, "Hey, you can't be telling them all that," and they made him retract his statement and say, "Oh, it was just a weather balloon."
All right. Well, fair enough. But I'm like, if anybody can produce a photo of a crashed weather balloon,
Look at the one
a
from
satellite.
Roswell.
What am I? If I type in Roswell, I'm gonna get 100 pages of fucking insane conspiracy. There's no way.
no, you
And
can
you have
look
to
at
you
the
have to find it for me and produce it for me if you can.
There's people posting
Why
videos.
I'm not trying to replace satellites? I already know they don't exist. I don't care what they use.
No,
Why
you're
do I owe
saying
you anything?
you don't owe me anything.
I'm not
brother.
trying
We're
to
on the
prove
same.
shit
We're on
to
the
you.
same. We're on the same team here. The point is I'm curious if they do exist. I want to know. That's all.
Can you see all these videos that people are posting? People are just bombing you with this. Right?
No, I'm not in that chat. On that text chat. 1 second. Oh, here we go. All right. Ooh, look at that one.
I haven't even seen any of these videos. I've seen them
I've
going
never
up,
seen
but
these
I
before.
haven't. Yeah. I heard
Satellite
that
comes
they're
down.
like super secret.
Satellite
When they
comes
come down, they're not allowing anybody to footage them, but apparently that's
All
not
right,
the
so
case.
that one is on the ground. It didn't come down. I want to see one falling down.
Falling down?
I mean, me and you can attach some weird metal fucking solar panels to a fucking cloth
I know,
and say
but
a
can you
satellite fell down.
Can you prove there are satellites?
True.
Can you prove we even need satellites? No. So is a shit about satellites. Or
After
whether
hours,
they're
you're
used or
right.
whether
You're right.
they're not.
After hours in the chat.
I'm not
if
super convinced.
if someone actually captured a video of one as it was falling, it would be suspect to me because no one knows that it's going to fall until it has fell. If they know it's
Well,
falling,
something falling from the sky is pretty fast. It's going to be pretty quick. Nobody's
Yeah,
gonna
but
be
if it-
able to, like,
if it was
I'm
that-
immediately going to be videotaping this. You're going to be shocked that something is falling from the sky. You're not going to.
The point
You're
is
not
that
gonna
if
even
it
think
was
of
that
taking-
fucking common, that if hundreds of thousands of satelloons existed, someone would have more people capture fucking meteors falling out of the
That's
sky.
like asking why didn't you capture the shooting star
know
that
what
flashed for a
Project
half a
Loon
second
is?
on your cell phone?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. That was my point.
Yeah.
Why didn't you capture the shooting star?
Well, I mean, mostly it's like dash cams and shit. Like it would just be accidental footage.
Make up your
Here,
mind,
bro.
man.
Read this link. Read this link. Okay. So that here's the reason. If we had this technology a long time ago, we try to use it in the modern day, right? Do you know what Project Loon is?
No, I don't.
It's where they want to use a bunch of satelloons to increase internet connectivity. Here's a link to it. So they want to boost up the network using satelloons. This is a Google
Project
idea.
Loon.
Project Google Loon.
That's really funny.
Yeah, it's Google Loon.
One was a stratospheric balloon, and if you just research the stratospheric balloons, they've been able to manufacture balloons that have stayed up for over 12 years. You just put them up there in the jet stream and they float around. You get a bunch of them up there, and when one loses connectivity, all you got to do is switch to the closest one that does it. Now, my cousin worked for the Air Force. He worked at HARP. He was a air traffic controller for space. That's what he said. I asked him, could he verify all this shit? He said, Mike, all I do is when one satellite goes out of range, I transfer it to another one. So can I verify this shit's floating around in space? No. But I can verify I switch from one satellite to another. Well, that makes sense having to switch. If you're just floating balloons up in the jet stream, just letting them float around, when the one comes nearest to you that you want to use, you use it. When it gets out of range, you quit using it, because we know radio range isn't infinite.
Okay, fair enough. But I believe that might really truly exist. Honestly, I just have to look a little more
We
into
use
it.
these in the military for communications, recon. Before they had drones, we just float a balloon up with a fucking camera on it and zoom in. We got cameras and zoom out 3, 4, 5 fucking miles.
Google Project Loon Balloon Crash.
We
Yeah,
set up our own
I'm looking
own
at that right now.
communication networks with these balloons. We got these big trucks in the military where they got a cable winch on the back of them. You just attach a balloon to it with signal repeater. You can park 30 of these trucks around and set up a communications network where you can communicate with each other over 100-mile distance.
I think
two-way radio.
I think that we might both all be right here in the idea that there's a combination of resources they use for worldwide communications.
There is.
I think that's probably the
is.
fairest way to put it.
Ground networks, aerial networks. You use all your resources.
We're backing you up,
Even
bro.
planes, they probably set up a jet up there to bounce signals if they had to.
Hey, look, Armistan, hoorah! Thanks for your service, bro. I had to do the same thing. Take a picture
Nice,
of my
man.
picture.
They did.
I did take a picture of my picture. I didn't take pictures, a lot of pictures in the Marine Corps, but my mom got one at graduation, just like his right here.
Oh, it's
so I got the young
Marine Corps.
Yeah, my mom was a proud Marine mother. Yeah, here, I'll show you mine too.
Well, hey, I just I thought that was something interesting to bring up. I'm glad that it started almost an hour of conversation for everybody to get involved in. So, I mean, nobody had anything to say, so I just wanted to bring something up. So, I'm glad.
You're good, man.
Well,
you're good, bro.
Oh, it's just a rerun to me. That's all. I know a lot of people here haven't heard it.
Well, the whole like bouncing signals off the fucking firmament and shit and all that, like a lot of people don't get on board with that. Just something that I wanted.
Radio signals.
Yeah, shortwave.
Bouncing off something.
Yeah, I use it. I'm a ham radio.
Off of a container, whatever. You know what I mean?
102.
That's a touchy subject when I say firmament.
Those are my call letters. Now listen, I know I can talk skip land. Can I prove this signal bounces off the ionosphere? No.
Yeah.
But I do know I can talk from Michigan to fucking Hawaii.
But hold on, if you have to at least take into consideration the fact that we're able to actually be here and talk and smooth, uninterrupted signal, right? Like humanity's perfected this technology. The question is just like, how have they really done it? And I'm glad that a lot of y'all have really dug into all this.
I don't think it's outside of the realms of our technology. It's just trial and error, bro.
I just know. I'm not saying it's outside of our possibility. I think it's just amazing. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we've been working on communication since the fucking telegraph, bro.
Well, the fact that they released it to the public at some point in like the early 2000s and let us, I mean, y'all remember dial-up, right? Anybody here in this fucking chat? Someone, you got your ass disconnected.
I remember dial-up.
We came a long ways from that.
Look,
and so
it took a hour for a picture to download from the top down.
Yeah, 50, like
First
a 50.
You had to upload it, then you had to download it.
Yeah, 40 kilobyte photo took forever to download.
Your mom come in, you was loading. Yeah, your mom came in, you was downloading a nudie pic. You got to the nips, and she unplugged the computer. Now you got 6 more hours before you can get back to the nips. Literally, dial up, download. Oh my God, they'll never know the struggle.
Yeah, these kids today, that noise, that like login noise to like AOL or you know what I mean, America Online, all that.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I literally had a dial-up modem. I was on the internet before it was the internet. Before it was the web, it was called the board. I had a Commodore 64 and a Apple IIc home business computer when they first came out.
You're fucking old school, bro.
I'm almost 50. I'm working on 50.
Mike, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. We talked before. We talked in a private chat about the Book of Enoch and shit.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember me or not.
It, bro. We did a whole live stream on the Book of Enoch.
I'd love to do that again. I'd love to do it fucking right now, honestly, but I guess I have to go to fucking Conspiracy Channel or something to talk about that.
Yeah, we move it out of here.
Fuck, bruh.
Just ask Miggy when we're gonna do it again, because we're gonna do the second Book of Enoch too.
I don't like. I'm not a big fan of that one, man.
Enoch 2.
I've read it multiple times, and it's interesting. They talk about like Metatron and shit. The fucking. Yep. It's interesting, but
the Scribe of God.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of in line, but it seems like it's. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to have a debate over it. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to get into it now, but yeah.
I don't debate. I just read.
Well, just talk. Just talk about it. You know what I mean, bro? Just talk about it and feel out everybody what they think. Just bounce ideas because we're all into learning. I think honestly, I've learned more from you guys than I have from anybody else. Like just bouncing ideas off each other and shit.
Oh yeah, I get that totally. Because I wasn't interested in cosmology at all in school and what they taught me. But when I saw the flat Earth stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get into this. Like that interested me. I was like, oh,
nice.
Before I had no interest in space or cosmology, anything. No interest.
Dude, I was the complete opposite, bro. I was obsessed with space and fucking nebulas and quasars and all that shit.
I hear that
I was like that, man. And then all of a sudden, when I fell into the flat Earth concept, it was hard for me to let all that fantasy go. Like it was so hard to let it go.
For me, it wasn't because I didn't have any interest before.
Fair enough.
They give us, yeah. I didn't even watch any space movies. Like I didn't see Star Wars. I watched Star Wars after I got introduced to flat Earth. Then I watched Star Wars.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, I was gonna say, what about Buck Rogers or Lost in Space or Battlestar Galactica?
Nah.
Or V.
No interest whatsoever.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you real quick about I know probably been brought up a billion times, but the idea of Ramu or the Black Sun, the third celestial
the Rahu in K2.
Rahu. I'm sorry, Rahu. I think it's Rahu. Yeah, it's Rahu.
Yeah.
So the idea of the fact that eclipses are caused by a third celestial object that's not mentioned obviously anywhere in mainstream science, the dark body.
There's footage of the sun and the moon during eclipses. Sorry, can't say the word.
I know. I have a hard time getting into that one because my grandparents are Anishinaabe or Ojibwe. My father was full-blooded Ojibwe. And we believe there's multiple suns and multiple moons. That each cycle of the moon, each phase of the moon, that's a different moon. We believe the Earth is bigger and there's other lands too, where other tribes live. We also believe some of them tribes come here and interact with us. So
I've heard of that theory too, man, Mike. I've heard of that shit, and honestly, I don't disagree with that at all. But the thing is like, what can we observably prove? And
yeah,
that's the thing. Is like I want to know more about it.
Observably, no, but through oral history, I can prove that
they have talked about it. The same thing with the Indians have done it a lot, bro. There's a lot of oral history with the Indians.
Yeah, that's what Ojibwe is, Anishinaabe.
Yeah, my great grandfather is full-blooded Indian as well. They talk about that shit too. He was telling me about multiple suns and moons.
People. What is the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chippewa? They're all we're all related.
Mm-hmm.
One nation, many tribes.
Well, I mean, they all killed the fuck out of each other, but yeah.
Not exactly true, bro. We didn't just go around going to war against each other. Now, if a son from your tribe came over and killed our buffalo, and then one of our kids said something about it, and then he killed our kid, yeah, then we'd have a problem. But we try to resolve the problem first, like maybe with an offering. Like your son killed my son so he could offer his life in trade for my son's life, because now I'm short a son. And we wouldn't kill him. We just we just accept him into our tribe. But if you didn't want to give him up, then yeah, multiple tribes might go to war against you because you're violating the laws of the
Right.
nation. So it was more.
But there were back on the Rahu or
it's more
the
policing the laws of the nation.
Fair enough. So the idea of like going back to the Rahu stuff, like, is there any proof? Okay, so I've heard multiple times,
in like the eclipse of the sun. I've seen videos of that, and they use different filters and photograph it. It doesn't look like there's anything there at all.
Like, what's eclipsing it?
Dude, have you ever seen an eclipse where the moon, you couldn't see the moon going in or
no,
coming
it looks
out?
like the sun. It's almost like. No, finish.
Well, no. What I was wondering is, so in the Vedics and then other different texts, they talk about how there were eclipses, like a solar eclipse in the eastern sky, right? And the moon was still visible in the western sky. And they're like, okay, well, if the fucking sun is eclipsing the moon and the moon is still visible, how is that possible?
That's what I'm talking about.
Has anybody? The point is, does anybody have any evidence of that actually happening?
But the footage that
what does it happen every 400 years or something?
Don't rumpus me this time, guy. Don't rumpus me this time, please. So I've seen eclipses where the moon was nowhere in the sky, but the sun was still eclipsed. You didn't see the moon come in and cover the sun, and you didn't see it on its path leaving the sun. The moon was never seen, but you still seen an eclipse. I have seen eclipses like that.
You need to fucking take video recording of that, bro.
Yeah, and they say it's an effect of the atmosphere. The moon's actually there, you just can't see it.
Okay. Well, the point is, like, so they mention that that's happened multiple times in history through texts, like I said, through the Vedics and other stuff. But like,
well,
I'm wondering, like, why is it not, like, we've had multiple eclipses in our lifetime. There was one that came through the United States multiple times. So trust me, I believe that's a real thing, but I've never seen it. Like, I want to, like, oh, everybody's freaking out, there's an eclipse coming. And then we look up and do our fucking goggles and see that there's the sun being eclipsed by something, and look over in the other horizon and see the moon right there. And they're like, well, what the fuck? How is this possible? Like, I want to personally experience seeing that and get it on camera. I just never seen that.
I think by Eastern and Western, they mean the moon's out in Europe, but
no, they're saying they see him in the same horizon. They see the same eclipse and then the sun or the moon in the same horizon.
A selenium or
selenium, yeah.
Selenium or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister, but yeah.
I've never seen one of them, but yeah, they talk about it a lot here. Selenium
eclipse, yeah.
Selenium.
So the idea that, obviously the sun is or the moon is supposed to be eclipsing the sun, while the moon is really, on the opposite side, visible.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to see.
They're supposed.
So what the question is what's really eclipsing? What's really eclipsing the sun, though? So Rahu, what they call the black sun, or the third celestial. There, a lot of explanations. I wanted to hear what other people had to say about what they think about it, though.
I don't think there's any proof for their theory.
And I'm gonna mute.
They can't. You can't prove that.
Yeah, but I was trying to
a shadow being cast. Well, here's the thing. How do you cast a shadow on a light source? Can you cast a shadow on a light bulb? Can you put something in between the light bulb and something else and get a shadow over the light bulb? Anybody?
Yeah, I don't think you can.
A shadow's the absence of light, right? And there's no absence of light at a light source. So I don't know how you can shadow a light source. I don't get that.
Well, the thing is that the phenomenon exists. We see something happening in our heavens. We see something happening.
We do. Yeah.
So the question is, I'm just trying to get other people's ideas of what they think is going on, and then I'm going to mute.
Yeah, like I was trying to say that during these eclipses, some people have been using good filters and photographing it and videotaping it, and it doesn't look like there's anything there actually blocking the light. Some people have even said that maybe the sun actually eats itself or something like that, because there is no evidence, no visible evidence that there's something blocking the light. So I don't know what it is all about. Maybe the Rahu Ketu is a lunar node. Link? Oh yeah. Okay.
So I watched the transit of Venus in 2012, and I often bring it up because I've seen it, with my own eyes with the help of a telescope because I don't have 20/20 vision. So what I did was I got some black tape and I taped a welder's lens, I think 2 welder's lens, to the end of my telescope, and then I blacked it all out because it wasn't a perfect fit. But what I saw was the sun was in the west, and I had to drive several miles north to see it because my house was covered in clouds. But when I saw it, the sun was at the west, and a little black circular shaped, maybe spheroid shaped object appeared to be in front of the sun, and it came from like the northwest side to like the southwest side over the top, let's say 25 to 30 degrees, or 30% of the sun. Like, and it traveled very slowly. It wasn't a quick transit. It took like maybe like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe 30, 45 minutes, something like that. And to me, it looked like, an object. But who knows? I mean, it's just what it appeared to look like, right? And I wasn't really a flat earther at the time. So.
Old dude, are you in chat, bro? I was curious about what he posted.
Yeah, man, I've got you. I don't know where it came from. Probably someone like Ron Sheckleson. I stole that one ages ago, but yeah, that's one of the best ones that I've seen.
So is this like different forms of filmography on an eclipse, and it shows no object? It's just like something going on here. Is this the moon being eclipsed or something?
Yeah, that's the sun being eclipsed. So I believe it's a solar eclipse.
And the fact that there's not a moon observable through these filters, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've searched everywhere and I can't seem to find any more on it, but I'm still looking.
Well, that's really interesting. I like that. I mean, it's really hard to nail that down as proof. It looks like something that could be easily just made up, but at the same time, if it's fucking real, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I've always been kind of wary about. Well, I mean, it's the only one that I've ever seen, and yeah, you're right. It could be totally bogus. The whole thing could be totally, because there's no links to evidence other than timestamps in the corner of the screens. But I still haven't seen anything else. But if it is for real and it is to be believed,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
That would be pretty wild. Yes, sir.
Scott, you asked me about it, but somebody just posted it. I didn't even realize it.
The sun.webm or whatever. All right, let's post.
Yeah,
I'm gonna. Whoa! What the fuck?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything blocking the sun.
What is that?
That's what I said.
It looks like a U. And then
I know what that is.
What is
I
going
saw
on
that
there?
too. So that's the annular eclipse, loosely translated to the
Somebody
ring
was
eclipse.
way faster
So
than me. Somebody got that on the fucking shot from the hip.
This chat's on fucking point, bro. That looks so cool, dude. Can you imagine actually seeing this in real life? That'd be so fucking amazing.
Look at all those filters. It doesn't look like there's anything there blocking the sun. So what is happening?
I can hear you.
Don't know.
Oh, wait.
Tell me, man.
Yeah, I can hear you, Hank. I'm sorry. I'm a little lively right now. I'm sorry.
It's alright. I'm just telling you that it's the annular eclipse, or the ring of fire eclipse, sometimes it's referred to.
So how does that happen?
Well, the moon and the sun aren't in fixed positions, so every once in a while you get, I'm guessing, a moon that's further away, and it appears smaller in the sky. Now this is speculation because I can't prove that this was actually the moon that went in front of the sun, right? But when I saw it, it was a hole in West Texas, but I live in East Texas, so I saw it right before the sunset. So we're talking like 15 degrees off the horizon. I saw a partial ring eclipse. So it wasn't a full ring yet, but in West Texas they saw it, and I saw the pictures. It was beautiful. But
Yeah, that looked really cool. What I just saw was amazing looking.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it was winter or summer.
Yeah,
but you can look it up. The annular
nice
eclipse
clip
of
hiding.
Texas.
Setting into the ocean.
Dude,
You
this
seen
chat
that?
is like super fast. Wild West, shooting from the hip.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I was trying to dig it up, and just somebody just put it right there. Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so
thank you.
I think
put exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you won't find any better group of people that can just throw resources at your fucking face in an instant when it comes to this stuff, man. These are just literally the greatest of the great when it comes to researching this stuff in this chat.
Fastest draw in the West. I was whipping it out. Really? I didn't. Somebody wanted me to post like proof of this, like when I said that it doesn't look like there's anything blocking the sun. Somebody just whipped it out.
That's what happens here in Texas, man.
True.
With quick draws here. So, another thing that was curious to me, a lot of people that come from a globe Earth standpoint don't understand is like what we call obviously all but crepuscular rays, right? So the idea that you're going to have angular rays coming in at a certain position. And what's funny is that these people want to claim that the sun, is whatever, 90 million miles away or whatever. But it's able to create that sort of angle. And there's photographic evidence that all of us have seen or provided in a number of instances to show that's not possible. And I'm curious, has anybody actually really dealt with someone who refutes, the angular sun rays?
Yeah, of course. It's mostly flat earthers who say that the crepuscular, I have trouble with that one word. But yeah, they say that it's not 90 degrees, and the globetrotters say that it is 90 degrees. Well, if they make that claim, then you hold them to it, and you say, well, what about the lunar eclipse when the shadow of the moon is only like 100 miles wide, 200 miles wide, as it goes across the United States? I thought the moon was 1/4 of the size of the United States. And they say, well, there's the umbra penumbra. Oh, wait a minute, time out. You said that they were 90 degrees. So what are you talking about? You show them the picture that they show completely. And there's many ways to destroy the two sticks or the whale and the pillar.
Oh, dude, we didn't even capitalize on the idea of the fact that the whole eclipse thing, right? Hank, was the idea that like if you're gonna have a lunar eclipse, that the fact that the object itself could cast a smaller shadow than itself, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's impossible.
Solar eclipse. Yeah, I was supposed to say solar eclipse. Yeah.
Right. That's
so
insane.
During solar eclipse, the last one that happened, it went from like Oregon to like South Carolina, I think. And then you look at the totality.
It should have covered the whole fucking face of that Earth.
Yeah, it's 1/4 the size of Earth.
Yeah, it should be like it'd be like the whole, if it was like in like, for instance, like Oregon or something, the whole United States would be blacked out. It wouldn't be, oh, you have to drive here, you have to, it would be, everything would be blacked out.
Yeah, when people hop on the penumbra and umbra, you know what those are?
Oh yeah, I know that.
Right, but
there's
the
like
umbra and penumbra.
The umbra of the shadow, darkest
that's
part.
just fucking that's like gravity talk. This fancy.
Yeah,
fucking,
it is.
All it is then trying to fucking work around.
Walk in the streets, and you with like street lights, and you can see your shadow from different directions, and there's the umbra where the two shadows meet from two different light sources. So the shadows meet. So that would be called the umbra. But for the moon to have an umbra, it would need two different light sources to do that.
Yeah, the equivalent is basically you fucking another chick behind your wife's back, and then her saying, "What the fuck happened?" And you're like, "Oh, well, I fell down and my dick went in her pussy." Like, no, that's impossible. It does not happen that way.
An umbra. Shadows do not. They're not smaller than the object casting it. The shadow.
Yeah, it can't transverse a shadow.
Like
there's no
umbra
such.
and penumbra.
You can't.
Our argument is nonsense.
You can't reproduce it. That's the point. There's no way to really truly reproduce what they claim actually happens. So they will claim that the sun is behind the moon. The moon is casting a shadow on the earth. From what I understood, it was 70 miles. But it could be, bigger or smaller, depending on debate. But how is it not 4,000 miles? How is it not exactly 4,000 miles or bigger? If you look at anything, the closer you are to an object, the larger the shadow it's going to cast. The further you are away from it, the shorter. But you're never going to get smaller than the actual diameter of the object, no matter what you do.
Exactly. Yes. So the umbra and penumbra argument is nonsense, because to even have umbra, you're gonna need two different light sources. Yeah. So if there's only the sun, it's not gonna cast a shadow that's smaller than the body that is yeah. It's not happening. It's not going to get smaller.
Right, yeah, it just is not logical. Like, the idea is like, okay, so even for instance, like producing like a rainbow, you can't do it inside without like a reflective source, right? Everybody's tried this. I've tried it myself. You go outside and you throw your your hose against the reflective light, and you will see glimmers of the chromatic element. You'll see a rainbow appearing. But if you try to go inside and do the same exact thing, it's not possible without a reflective element producing that chromatic light. And a lot of people are like, oh, then what's the lens outside? How does that work? You know what I mean? People are like, oh, it's liquid particles and stuff. No, motherfucker, bro. Liquid particles still exist inside your home.
It's something else. There's a. I don't really know. I know for a fact that people would hate the fact when I say dome or a firmament. A lot of people aren't on board with that, but like, what the hell else could it be?
This is really cool. Somebody just Huey, thank you for posting up Umbra and Penumbra experiment. Yes.
No, bro, you can say it. Like, you can say whatever you want. If that's what you think it is, then declare it. Just, come up with
Well,
some
it gets
evidence
into
like you did just now.
Hank. It gets into fucking like religion and shit, though. That's the problem.
No, because you said that it can't be repeated unless you got something inside. Now, if you were to actually show the experiments not experiments, the observations where people have a glass bowl and they can recreate the sundogs and the rainbows and the other things, right? As long as you're backing it up with something, that people can do themselves, then it's fine. Okay. But just to claim to know the shape of, the entire thing and call it a dome, we try not to do that shit.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I have no fucking idea what the fuck is going on here, man. That's the thing is like, I think really when you break it all down, I'm pretty sure everybody would agree. You are force-fed a lifetime of lies, and you're waking up from it trying to figure out the truth. And so you have to question everything at a certain point. Now, there are some things that are self-evident, things that you can equally and evidentially reproduce. But, the big questions, the big things, those are the things you have to go back and rediscover and re-question and wonder if it's a preconceived belief or something you really know is true.
Exactly, bro. There was a dude in here last night. He was asking questions about finances, so I went into like a private room to talk with him. I was like, dude, look, you've been lied to about everything. And then he said he was homeschooled. I was like, oh, you're a Christian, right? He's like, yeah. Like, his name never was Jesus, right? He was like, what? It's like, this young man didn't know his name was Yeshua.
Yeah, Yeshua, yeah.
Right? And I was like telling him, like, who are you worshiping? How are you going to have a relationship with this dude? You don't even know his name. Right?
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
it's like you've been lied to about everything. Like almost everything that you've ever been told has been incorrect, misleading, or fabricated in
or a
some
lie.
sort of way. It's all some form of lie. Either lie by outright lie, omission, or addition. It's all been a fucking lie. We've been chasing our tail with E equals MC squared for 100 years.
You're completely right, Hank, man. I can't. Completely. I want to high five the fuck out of you right now. Actually, I probably can. I'll light a firework in your area.
It's like, you know what you mean. Like, it's your phonetics, it's your intention. You know what you're talking about. Even if you say Jesus. But I get it that, yeah, like, haha.
Well, like Yeshua, or like you're saying God or Yahweh.
Name, Yeah. I get that, but it's still the intention, that the phonetics, that what you're using. So
I mean,
even if you get somebody's name incorrectly, it's not really. You're still addressing them.
Like if your spirit is linked to your intention, then I don't think it's a big deal. But at the same time, if you're like, it would be the same as like, oh, I'm praying to like, the evil one or something like that. Like obviously there is no confusion there.
Yeah, you're saying maybe something incorrectly, like the name incorrectly, but this doesn't mean that you're, it's like a ha thing for me at least. Like ha, they're saying my name, but they're praying to you. It's like a ha thing. So it's the intention.
I wanted to hear what Hank. What are you saying?
It's all right. I just want to look at the other side of the coin, right? So you're the bride of Christ, right? So what happens if you call your girlfriend by another girl's name? Maybe like a competitive.
Yeah,
girl.
that's the ha part for me. Yeah, I get it, but it's still,
Okay, look,
So
if
Lord
I'm
means Baal. Baal means Lord, right? So if you're worshiping, Baal.
Mm-hmm.
It's pronounced Baal, the Lord. So if you're worshiping Baal on December 25th, I don't think that's going to go over. You can't get her birthday right. You don't got her name right. I mean, who are you in a relationship with anyway? Do I even know you? And that's what he said in Matthew 7:21.
Oh, I'm afraid we might have to take this down to religion at some point.
Yeah, you're right.
But that's a good point, man. No, that's a good point at least, Hank. Fair enough.
I'm saying it too. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I really do want to finish that though. Damn it, there's nobody in religion though. Anyway, all right, fellas and ladies, it's been a blessing being here. Thank you so much for having me. God bless all. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right.
All right, peace out, bro.
You're supposed.
Hey, God Rockin', you still there, bro?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Can't
Can you hear
complain.
me?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, can't complain. Still working. Still making money.
Well, that's a good thing.
Might as well do it while I'm young.
Sure. I got a feeling there's not going to be a whole lot of folks working here pretty soon. Maybe. Sure hope that's the case.
I don't know, man. East Texas, we're not really digging it. We're not going along with the program.
What everybody needs to do. Stop complying. Stop doing this thing. Just go to work. Tell them, oh, no, not anymore. It's a trap. They're leading us into a trap.
I'm essential. We're all essential.
Yeah, we are. There's not an individual on this earth that's not essential if they're trying to support themselves and family. How non-essential is that to support a life, especially your children's lives? It's as essential as it gets. I don't know who these people think they are, deciding who's essential and honest. Freaking ridiculous. I'm gonna dip. We gotta go make some coffee.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
I'll be back. We'll see. I'm just gonna stay silent. Coffee.
Yeah, I'm not joking about us here. There are people that wear masks, and there's some people. Well, I can't even be sure. Okay, so let's see. It's hard to gauge what the people want, but I think people want to work, right? But then again, I hear people that also they want that stimulus check.
Yeah, it's a mixed camp,
Huh?
Yeah, it's a mixed camp. You got, your, right-leaning-ish people who want to work for what they have and be independent. And you got your, other people that want to be entitled and get what they're owed, wink, wink. So, yeah, I see a mixed bag.
Well, even the people I know, they want the check, but they want to work too. And maybe that's because I mostly hang out with working class people. Because I myself am working class.
Yeah, I see people that they want what they have been, I guess, oppressed with. They want that back, the unemployment, the et cetera, but they also want to continue working. But, when you look at the whole fishbowl, you see the paradigm of the fight, wink, wink, politically, of left, right, entitlement, independence. But yeah, I know in my personal life here in Kentucky and, on a farm here with tobacco and whatnot, we don't wear masks, and hell, we're like a barter economy here.
Yeah, there's still people that, have fresh milk in farms, but it's really difficult to find someone who will, sell you bootleg milk. I can't even believe I'm saying it that way, but Europeans have been drinking milk like fresh out the cow for like thousands of years. Now everything's like pasteurized. But yeah, there is a little bit of bartering going on here. So I've had beans and rice stocked up for a while. In fact, like I'll go through periods where I give away beans and rice and restock it because I didn't use it, and I don't want to be eating no 3-year-old rice and beans.
About milk, that's really funny that in Finland we have something called milk drink, and then we have milk. So a milk drink, it's just water that is colored and flavored to taste like milk. So it's called a milk drink. It's not actually milk. And then we have milk.
Yeah,
that's a really strange thing.
That's the same way we fight over here about mashed potatoes. We got instant powdered, whatever that's supposed to be, mashed potatoes, and then let me peel these puppies and mash them up and make some mashed potatoes.
Dude, when I was a kid, I couldn't even stomach the powdered taters. I got in so much trouble for spitting my aunt's taters out. But when my great-grandmother made taters, I'd eat those because they were real. And most Americans have no idea about food and food-like substance. Like, they have no clue. Like, they think that cotton candy is food or whatever. It's like, that's not food. Taco Bell, that's not food.
I think the generation that was born after the microwave was in every home is less knowledgeable about real food than the generation that lived before the microwave was in every American home.
Yeah, so I was born in the 80s. I think the microwave became real popular in the 70s, right?
Yeah, like late. I was born in 75, but I would safely assume that a microwave was in probably every home at like 1985.
Bro, you were born in 75?
Yeah.
You sound a lot older than that, man. How tall are you, bro?
6 foot.
Okay. Yeah, I had you pegged as a Vietnam vet age group, born in like the 50s or 60s.
No, I just
like
got
50s.
I just got that really deep voice that puts all the females to sleep and pisses off most guys.
That's funny.
I mean, I'm serious. I got like this double-bladed relationship thing. Women love to have a relationship with this communication, but when I'm talking to them, I fail not, my brother. They will fall asleep in the first 10 minutes of my voice. I mean, boom, boom. It's lullaby time.
Well, it must be nice to be able to make the female feel comfortable like that, They say that, women like a guy who's like tall, dark, and handsome. And I don't really know what the dark skin's about, but the the tall part, it's for protection, right? And the handsome is for good genetics, right? And I guess the dark is a preference. I understand that part, but they say that they like men that are like funny. And funny means that you think quickly and see the funny in every situation, and you have to be kind of smart to be funny. So they like intelligent guys with big arms and flat stomachs and broad shoulders and a strong chest, because those kind of men can resource like a motherfucker and get lots of food because they're going to be vulnerable for bearing children. It's crazy how, you can't really knock a woman for being a gold digger. She's like genetically dispossessed. What's the word?
Predisposed.
She's like programmed.
Predisposed.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she's programmed to want to be with a guy who can provide for her and her baby while she's vulnerable. You can't blame her.
Yeah, I have a.
I guess maybe gold digger is a strong word, because there is a difference between, a woman who's nesting and a gold digger, right? A gold digger is a certain type of woman. So maybe I could have worded that differently.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I mean, yeah, a gold digger is a gold digger and a nester is a nester, but I don't fault any woman for wanting to be, protected and have a good, strong man to be a good, strong woman with.
Yeah, those dudes are hard to find these days.
Yeah, especially.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've met several online, but I've met 2 in person in the United States. And one of them is my mother. Meaning a good, strong woman who isn't manipulative or gold digging, who understands that it takes 2 strong people from each gender to make a good, strong family with, a value system that produces good, strong children with a moral base.
Bro, we really are at war. The family unit, the nuclear family or whatever, like they're waging war on us crazy. With like the nanny state and, no man in the house if you're on welfare.
Your mic cut out, Hank. Yes, truth prevails. I definitely want honesty, loyalty, intelligence. An open book. I'm responding to your text there in chat. There was a quote in a movie, Titanic, that I wholeheartedly disagree with, but it's true. A woman's heart is a devotion of secrets. That quote is like a murder weapon to a good marriage. There should be no devotion of secrets, either in the woman's or the man's heart, if they aspire to have a trusting, long marriage. Maybe it was my mic that cut out.
No, bro, you're good.
But it's funny, the sleeping masses will watch particular movies and pull from them this whole interpretation of how life should be, and then apply that to their life. And then we've got this moral decay, which is nothing new.
Yeah, the whole moral decay. It's been a problem at least since what 1920s, 1930s Germany. I remember seeing films about how they were pissed off about the porn being made in their country.
Yeah, I think, like, as far as one big historian scene, I mean, I know it goes further, but I mean, the Greeks were huge on that whole depiction of sexual deviance, as far as in their artwork, in their culture.
Try a bag of candy first. My hands are breaking it.
Yeah, Pompeii. I think it was the place that got the volcano killed them. That was supposedly where the military would go and oil up their boys, I guess.
When just like, I guess funny comparisons and analogies, when a Glover or whoever would be drawn all the way through the evidences and then say, why would they lie? I have to assume that most of those people don't have children that they've, raised, because they're just, or either that and don't understand human nature. They just get lost in the perspective that it's a worldwide thing with compartmentalization also, but there really is no, great mystery as to why they would lie.
Well, even in the Bible it says, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. So that's obviously old knowledge, compartmentalization. You never want your enemy to know what you're doing, but you also don't want your friends to know what you're doing either. And you definitely don't brag about things you haven't done yet, because you get like a serotonin or whatever, what's it called, a dopaminergical response. You get that dopamine, you're like, oh man, I'm going to lose my Sorry about the noise. And you get the dopamine for something you haven't even done yet because you're bragging on your friends about what you're going to do. So it's best to keep your mouth shut and let your actions speak. Keep people guessing.
Haven't you noticed whenever you set something early, it falls apart?
What's that, bro?
Like what you're saying, don't tell people. But say you're in the process of something and you're pretty sure it's going to happen and you say it early and it kind of doesn't work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I attribute a lot of that to the prince and power of the air,
Very strange.
Yeah, I agree. Prince power in there, for sure. But yeah, it's one of the 48 laws of power. Don't tell people what you're doing. It's in the Bible. I mean, it is kind of a line, right? Like if you're planning on doing something, or you can look at it like a surprise. So I guess it's all about intent, right? Like if you're intending to pull this off, you might need to be quiet about it until you reveal it, right?
Sometimes you're even asked about it, Like, what are you up to? It's a weird one. I've been in a situation where I just didn't want to say anything about it, and I've been asked about it.
In my experience, living 10 years of my life in a straight fishbowl, I've come to the understanding that the best questions are asked with the eyes and not the mouth.
Got nosy people around me. Where you kind of, if you're successful in something, doing something, they'll ask very pertinent questions, and it gets weird if you don't really answer it.
The people with the best of intentions will just watch you and then tell you they see what you're doing and they agree with this or that, and they can see where you're coming from just by observation, versus the more disingenuous people who want to ask a million questions of what you're doing just so they can try to thwart your plan or,
You know what I mean? It kind of thwarts it even explaining it. It's where there's some strange power there, where you kind of tell what you're up to before it's happened.
Well, sure, that, like I was saying earlier about the Prince and Power of the Air. If you speak, things, there's a spiritual power who can influence it, for sure. Satan. That Prince and Power of the Air he's as real as you and me.
Prince and Power of the Air, what is that?
The Prince, the Power of the Air, God of this world. I mean, it's religious.
Satan. Principalities.
Well, you got principalities, powers, thrones, dominions, archangels, angels. There's
right.
a higher.
He's principalities, power, the ruler of the air.
Amen, brother. Yeah, Mike, that Governor Whitmer, I made a YouTube video just blasting her off the planet. Well, I mean, oops, Earth. And I've been trying.
Her?
Yeah, good with him, that thing.
Oh, man, that's a Caitlyn Jenner if I ever seen one. But yeah, we've already impeached her. If they deny us our impeachment, they're just asking for it. Michigan don't play, man. We're some militant motherfuckers. We're already fed up.
Hey, Mike, you and I and people who know, like you and I know, the Constitution was put in place to enslave the government. It is our rights to overthrow them with force. It's not like some taboo topic that you get put in jail for things. It's what we're supposed to do.
I know they did an attack on that with the fucking Patriot Act, dude. Like, you literally, so they tried to remove our God-given right.
Yeah.
Our duty as Americans, if our government becomes tyrannical, it's not just our right, it's our duty to remove said government and replace it with one who does what they were meant to do. Secure our civil liberty.
And
follow our contract with them. The Declaration of Independence declares what we're doing. It's the preamble to the Constitution. They give themselves the right to dictate our Constitution. Bitch, fuck the judicial branch.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not their right to edit our motherfucking Constitution. Who the fuck they think they are?
And when that revolution kicks off, if I'm alive and we're alive, I'm in Kentucky.
There'll be some of the first ones took out in the streets. All them people all the militias throughout the nation, because Michigan isn't just the only one who has militia. There's other, how can I say, anti-federal group, because there's no provisions for federal authority in our Constitution. And multiple states have been trying to get the proper platform for this in a judicial court setting, but they there's a federal government. They just remove it, as if they have the right to remove our platform for regression. So when they take away our right to be heard legally and politically, what's our only recourse? To stand on the grounds for which we built the Constitution in the first fucking place. We're independent free men with God-given rights. Right? I mean,
stand up.
So governments are, governments are instituted among men to secure the civil liberties, or you'll say civil liberties, I'll say God-given rights. And the Constitution doesn't define all of them. It doesn't define every God-given right we have, like commonality. Like this is our common realm.
Like I like to say, natural law just doesn't talk about entropy. That's, you know what I mean? Natural law just doesn't encompass entropy.
Nope. It sure doesn't. It's a wider spectrum than most people know. What entropy has took hold of is my ability to tolerate it anymore and still live civil. So, like, how the hell do we sit back and follow laws and give civility to the people who take away our civility and freedom? Literally, laws are just words on paper. And united, this is why they want us divided. This is why they want that Black Lives Matter thing. They want blacks on whites fighting against Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. They don't want us fucking united. Because the truth is they can't police them words on paper if we unite. If we unite, they can't do shit. And we can enforce our God-given right. If we don't, we're not going to get them. God gave you them rights. He's not going to keep coming down here and smacking other guys and say, no, give them their rights back. No, he gave you the ability to stand up for your own damn rights.
You know, this was depicted well and very, very well written about when the people were groaning for a king. We need some physical dude here to lead us. And Samuel was like, hey, this ain't going to work out for you very well. And then God laid out, hey, look, this dude's going to take a third of this, your daughters, your sons, your stuff. We don't care. We just want a ruler.
I know. And nowadays, it's if you're a parent who really cares about your kids, and you're in your later years, the only thing you think about is this is the shithole world you're going to leave for your kids. I've listened to two generations say, just give me the rifle. I've had a good life. I'll correct this for you. And you got to say, like, Grandpa, the enemy has not yet shown their face. Who would you kill? Men just doing their job? Would that get rid of the enemy? You know what I mean?
No, just remove them.
I had to tell my dad. Well, if you just remove the instruments, then the enemy can replace the instrument.
No, we replace them. You're fired.
You follow me.
Who's going to do it? Not you. We decide who. You're gone. You're fired. And this is who we say.
Well, we could take all these people out of office and kill them, but there's part of the enemy.
Just
they're
fire
part of the enemy, but oh no, you're more forgiving than me. They've been doing this for multiple generations, son. Why?
Well,
they're like a dog that bit the neighbor's kid. You gonna bite somebody else's kid? We're gonna push it off.
They've been removed from
the next generation do our job.
If they have no more authority, and they've been sent
let me take it back to the Bible, okay? What is sin? What is sin? Sin is transgression of God's law, right? What is the wage of sin?
Hamartia.
What is the wage of sin?
What is the what?
Yep. So the wage of sin is death. Who do we think it is that in invokes the wage of sin. Now, if we go to the Bible for that reference, it tells us if they do this, if they do that, you surely stone them to death. So good men, righteous
So is
men,
lead a stone?
take out those. In the Bible, if you read the Bible, yeah, it says, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone." That's just one way of saying it. But another way of saying it is protect your generations by eliminating your problems now. I mean,
well, I mean,
people say "Thou shalt not kill," but that's not a good translation. "Thou shalt not murder," and murder is the taking a life outside the law of God. Well, the law of God defines for you when it's okay to take a life. For the wage of sin is death. Nobody believes that anymore.
We see that with Cain and Abel.
You can sin and nobody gives a shit, right?
When the blood of Abel, cried out, it was a murder. It wasn't a righteous kill as God had ordered, his people to do. Get these dudes out of my land. I'm going to give it to you. Don't even let the babies or the animals, let nothing live. The God has, declared what murder is and what kill is. He has obviously a definition that defines both murder and righteous kill.
Right. It's usually noted and followed by "let their blood be considered to be on their own hands, not mine. I'm just enforcing the law of God. You're the sinner." But now they got you believing turn the other cheek, forgive and forget. Yeah, forget, so you can still have a society full of pedophiles. So in 10 generations, you got 10 times more.
Well, the children have to be protected. That's
in this society full of immoral degenerates.
That
you know.
I mean, I got to say, and I'm sure it's not unknown that I will kill it. I will defend an innocent baby or an elderly person. Both are defenseless, and I'm gonna wait and let God deal with me later when I see Him about why I had to do both. But it would be never anything out of pride. It would just be, dude, this is a defenseless child and a defenseless elderly person who cannot.
Yeah. Well, listen, that leads into my thing. They say there's no greater love than to lay your life down for another. But I say to risk your immortal soul for everyone is a greater love. You could say, well, I'm going to do you all a favor and I'm going to take out all these people and I'll answer to my God for it when I get there.
Mm-hmm.
And
if killing's wrong, well then
you would be forgiven by both. God and the people would forgive you for doing so.
Well, I do believe my God is an all-loving God. So yeah.
Well, absolutely. He's all loving. He's all wrathful. He's all understanding. He's all compassionate. And there's a time and a place for Him to show you all those attributes. And when those unbelieving, rebellious people get to see His wrath full out and poured, well, that's not going to be too fun for them.
It could be when we're at the gates, the pearly gates, and the 10 pedophiles I got rid of are right behind me. But I get in the pearly gates and they don't. That could be a good demonstration of His wrath. Well, Michael, I'm going to say go ahead and go in. But I want you to stand here for a minute and see what I do to these 10 guys. I could be wrong, but hey, that's the risk I'm willing to take.
You're not wrong.
'Cause you'd rather get your millstone than harm my little one. Shut up, dog.
You're not wrong.
Well, I mean, He declares, you're better off to fucking wrap a millstone around your neck. That's a threat, dude.
Yep.
He would rather tie a millstone to your neck and throw your ass in the creek than let you get away with harming little ones. And that's why He empowered people with thought patterns like me. I don't believe in turn the other cheek. I believe in Christian soldier. You know what I mean?
Yep. I'm with you on that one.
I think that's what we lost. That's why you drive past the 7 deadly sins every day and you don't think two shits about it. Yeah. Look at this gluttonous
Yeah,
ass motherfucker in the corner.
I think to go further up that tree and out out on the right branch of it, there has been a whole lot of corrupt, quote unquote, Christian militant things going on in the history of the world, whereas God, laid forth how it should roll out.
Yeah.
And
it should adhere to the law or the Torah. Clearly defined for us.
Do you guys think that creation is what's intimidating people from seeing the flat Earth arguments? Because they're so atheistic. Is that one of the reasons why?
I try to
guys...
leave that out when I'm talking to scientific people.
Well,
I try to scientifically
I
prove.
understand that, but
Here's the idea: scientifically prove a flat Earth, and hope it leads them to a creator.
In the real world,
isn't valid standpoint to take. It's just
in the real world,
valid. So it's obviously created.
Natural science and faith in the creator aren't, opposable thumbs. They're the true two wings of the same bird. But the world, in all of its many facets, has separated, has separated state from church, wink, wink, right? But in the real world, natural science and faith are brother and sister. They're the same.
Well, when natural science came out, people like Aristotle called natural philosophy and natural science the attempt to understand the great book of God's creation, to unveil all that we could in God's creation. That was natural philosophers. That's what they were trying to do, understand God's creation. That's what science was about. A greater understanding of the creation we live in. Now it's been separated from all that.
Yep.
I heard a lady trying to get a word in.
Well, what I was asking was, do you get what is it that's preventing people from seeing it? Because it's like seeing the flat
Okay,
argument.
I'll go ahead and tell you. They don't want to be part of God's judgment. The reason that they can avoid the flood at all costs.
Yeah, that was like my question. Do you think that they're just so uncomfortable with the idea of a creator and a creation?
Yeah, they don't want to be judged for what they've done.
They're uncomfortable with condemnation. Hank's right.
It's a matter of not recognizing that you're not God. A person in general, and you can see, I don't have to assume, you can see this and prove it by speaking to them both and observing them. A person, they're born, they become an adult, and in their own perspective, they're the God of their own world. They're the judge, jury, and executioner of
us the right to enact his law in his absence. If he's not here to do it himself, we have the right to do so. Enact his law and enact these things you're talking about in his absence.
Well, my question was just simply to ask, it's obvious it's flat. It's obvious that they're lying. Why are they lying? I don't know. But what is preventing you from not seeing the evidence for it?
It's like ice cream. There's a lot of flavors that people, like to say that causes them to deny the truth. But,
I just don't understand why it's so intimidating that there's a creation, that we live in a creation. And there's a creator. I just don't see why that's such a hurdle for people.
It's comforting to me. It's just the opposite. And it gives me a comforting feeling to know that. And I don't see why people don't find comfort.
Maybe I'm just like growing up. It's just I don't see that as a huge leap. Like atheism isn't a valid option.
Well, think about it like
isn't. So no matter what you believe, it's created by a creator or creators. Like if you really want to get into it, like.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
It has to be the case.
So here I'm going to give you guys that quote by John Herschel. It's on natural philosophy and science. I hope we shall never allow ourselves to forget the infinitely higher and more important circumstance that is the great truth of science, that it is the interpretation of God's great book of nature, and not the men who interpret these pages that are the ultimate objects of all this praise. God's creation. That's the praise of science, not man.
I would have to agree. Just that
Very nice.
a lot of atheists are like science. Yeah, a lot of atheists are scientific, and they claim to be scientific, but physics are all just proving atheism. So it's
that's by Sir John Frederick William Herschel.
Well,
He
for
was
me,
the
okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
A man always lets a lady go first. I'm a man.
Who was asking the question earlier about why it's so hard to see?
Oh, it was me. I was just wondering what you guys think is like the number one stumbling block for people not seeing the evidence for what it is for flat Earth. You know, just
That's like
that was my question,
it's
and
a
we kind of
very,
spiraled from that.
there's a broad answer spectrum. There's a broad answer spectrum for that. Like, for example, I am 43 years old, so I was born in the 70s, and I was also born into a church. So it was possible for me to go to church and still enjoy these space movies. See, so it never, watching space movies never conflicted with me to going to church or believing in a God. There was just this huge gray area that I was not able to understand the logic between what God's cosmology was and what science was teaching me. I never saw them as something separate until the flat Earth woke me up.
Just never considered it. It never interested you.
It never interested me because it wasn't taught in schools. They only taught the globe Earth model and the evolution. But because I came from a background where my family was so churchy, I was able to separate what I learned from school and what I truly valued. And so in the end, it's just a question of what you value more. Sure, I can go to school, I can memorize all that stuff that they teach me, but once I go home, it ends there. I still want to go find God, still want to go to church, still want to. I never. That's just how I honestly saw it, and I enjoyed those space movies, and I still do. But right now, it's that not only is it adventure to me, but it's comedy too. So now there's an added element to comedy now when I'm watching those space movies. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking what is a stumbling block because it wasn't hard for me.
My buddy Dolby just joined, and he wants to talk about flat Earth with you guys.
Is it pronounced Borjas?
Yeah, let me just say this one thing. Let me say this one thing before we go on to the flat Earth. Just real quick.
Yeah, don't interrupt women if you want to talk flat Earth.
I'm sorry, bro.
Well, I'll tell you, guy Hank.
How does she pronounce her name?
We can go ahead. We'll talk.
My handle, you can call me Rio.
All right, Rio.
Rio,
Yeah. On here.
So ultimately, what did I say about that example? It's ultimately about the choice, about what you want, what you value more. Do you value all those entertainment movies or the books that you have in school, or do you value the God that was introduced to you?
Oh well, I didn't come from the background of any religious belief. I wasn't atheistic. I was just I just admitted to myself I don't know, and everybody around me, and yeah, they started calling me agnostic, and I was like, fine, that's that's what you want to call me, that's fine. But it wasn't a big hurdle for me to see the evidence. It was just out of curiosity because I didn't have this problem. There's some people in here that come from like the space fanboys. They loved space, and they turned flat earthers afterwards. So I was just asking, like, what do you think is the biggest hurdle? That's just what I was asking. I wasn't really asking anything other than that. What do you think is the biggest stumbling block for not seeing the evidence for what it is?
Because they believed in the fairy tale.
Yeah, that's what they valued more. So it boils down to where you put your values in.
I suppose. I'll accept any answer you give me. Honestly, it was just me asking.
Yes,
Just
there are no
Yeah.
Can we give Durable VC and
no,
run him through the 3 questions?
No. Can you say his name more plain? What is it?
Durable. Dorbol.
That's Dorable.
Dorable. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
So I'm actually really interested in this. Like, I never thought there were the other people who actually believe in the same thing. It's kind of crazy. There's one thing I can't figure out, though, is how does gravity work like this?
I don't know, but are you saying you're a flat earther?
I mean, what else would you be?
I don't
A
know.
blowhead?
Can you give me your 3 best flat earth evidences before we even touch gravity?
My God,
we don't really try to replace gravity. We just don't agree with the given cause.
Well, throw something up, it doesn't curve to the side for one.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove the given cause. We all observe the same effect. How does it? What do you mean, why not?
Well, I mean, if it was round, it wouldn't go straight down. You know?
Yeah, but going straight down doesn't prove particles attract particles, and it doesn't prove time dilation. So, but can you give me your 3 best flat Earth proofs? Because I don't really like to be trolled.
Gotcha. I mean, also, if it was round, wouldn't the water kind of fall away? Like, I don't fully understand how that would work, you know? You put water on, like... Well, I mean, you put water on, like, a basketball or something, it will not stay on it. Yeah? Like, I would like to learn more.
Yeah, well, you said you believed in the flat Earth. I figured there'd be, like, one focused reason at least. You could give one good answer on why you believe that. And then maybe a couple not so specific ones. Otherwise, we're just starting off from a disingenuous standpoint where we're not actually being truthful.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, can you teach me a little bit more? I always believed it, but I'm not a scientist on this, so I don't.
You asserted you were a flat earther. I would like to know how, why, what made you believe it's flat? what was your most convincing proof?
I mean, for
I could
one,
give you like 15.
I mean, for one, you look up at the moon and it's always like it's a disc. It doesn't look 3D. I mean, it's true, isn't it?
Come on, bro. At least try a little bit. Come on.
What are those stupid reasons?
Is it me, guys, or somebody else want to try this, or what?
All we hear is Radio Gaga, Radio Goo Goo.
Can we get like Hank on this? Hank's really good at.
I'd like to get it.
Yeah, you're right. I am pretty good at sussing out pretender clowns. So you did hear us say Earth, right?
Well, I'm just a little confused. I mean, what other better reasons would there be?
You obviously are confused because we asked you what are the evidence for the flat Earth, and you started talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth, right?
Oh yeah, but I mean, you look up and that's flat too. So, like, what's your point?
What's flat?
The moon. It looks like it, at least.
Okay, so you've measured the curvature or the flatness of the moon?
What do you mean the curvature?
Okay, you're a flat mooner, right? So you've measured the moon and you've determined that it's flat.
Well,
right?
I can't really do that. I don't have the type of equipment for that.
Well, that's a claim you just made. Do you have any evidence to back up your claim, or are you just making shit up from MSU?
Yeah, I'm just going off of what I think. Opinions.
All right, so do you got any evidence for the shape of the Earth being a flat stationary plane?
Oh, not exactly. That's why I'm here. I would like to learn more.
So you're a flat earther, and you don't have any reasons as to why you believe that it's flat?
Well, just a few personal observations,
Yeah, there we go. I got a question. What are you curious about? Like, what are you still wondering?
Well, I just want to know, like, why gravity is the way it is, or give or take, if that's what you want to call it.
Well, that's what you wanted to call it. Like, what would you define gravity as?
Well, the fact that you don't.
What is gravity?
You don't float away. I mean, it's kind of just.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a blanket.
So we're not Peter Pan. We can't fly, but birds can fly, right?
Yeah, it's weird how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, and bees can fly. So and spiders. Did you know spiders can lift off of the ground?
Really, that's kind of freaky, actually.
No, I'm. Is this the first time you've ever heard of spider ballooning?
That can't be a real thing. Are you trying to give me nightmares?
Okay, real quick, just YouTube spider ballooning. You think I'm joking with you? The spiders literally use their web to introduce electrostatic potential in the air, and they lift off the ground using the ether that NASA tells you isn't real because you live on a spinning tilted ball blasting through space.
Yeah, haven't you heard of flying spiders?
I've heard flying squirrels.
They're not really spider. It's called spider ballooning. They don't really fly.
Spider ballooning? Yeah. Okay.
They don't really fly. It's basically propulsion upward without wings. And NASA uses the same technology in their electrodynamic tethers. Who's the flat earther said he was here to learn?
That'd be me.
Have you heard of electrodynamic tethers?
Is that like something to do with static electricity or like energy in the air or something?
So you haven't heard of it?
I have not.
Great. Grab a pen and a paper.
I got you. I got it right in front of me. I'm ready.
All right, cool. Electrodynamic tethers. NASA uses these and admits they use these to propel upwards with no wings, no rockets, no jets, just the ether, which they will deny and say Einstein disproved with theory of relativity. There's no ether. We have a Lorentz contraction that they invented on the spot because you're on a ball in space.
It does sound a little crazy when you say it like that.
Lorentz contraction was invented on the spot, and it basically tells you that time and space, like the height, the weight, the length of things, is dilating. It's changing. It's getting bigger or smaller based on us being on a ball in space, the presupposition that you're on a ball in space. How ridiculous is that, bro? You just invent things up because you already have a presupposition that you're not even testing for, and just say, look, we proved something we weren't testing. We believe this.
Yeah, I guess when you can just go on the TV and tell the world that it's a lot easier to make up things, isn't it?
Oh, it's way easier, bro. Bill Gates went on TV a few years ago and he had a book on the table, How to Lie with Statistics. And so these people study how to use statistics, how to lie with statistics, and they put it right in our face. It's incredible, bro. It's honestly a master plan. You got to give them credit that all the Globers are like frothing at flat earthers telling us how dumb we are. It just shows how great their plan was.
But it's the biggest troll ever. Like, massive
greatest
troll.
troll ever. Right. Amen, dude. Good point. I've never heard anyone say that. Globe is the greatest troll ever, bro. If you believe Globe, I said this today, guys. First time I said this. You believe the Globe in 2020? It's like trying to give Satan a blowjob behind a dumpster in a dark alley for fake drugs. Okay.
But they really are just like, showing you how dumb it is and saying the opposite. Like, they're trolling you so hard.
There's a whole bunch of brainwashed people then.
Yeah, bro, they're afraid of oxygen. Like, what do you expect?
You say they're afraid of oxygen?
Yeah, they're afraid of air and people.
Well, I was asking here before, like, what do you guys think is like the biggest stumbling block? Not seeing the whole thing, but I don't know. For you, preventing you from seeing the evidence for what it is.
So usually the lies. Yeah, they try putting those sources.
Believe the lies.
Yeah, they try putting in those sources that look legit, but it's just all propaganda. Propaganda is a powerful tool.
It's like one of the biggest stepping stones. It's like realizing that we're being lied to. And it doesn't matter who lies to us, because they're not going to come out on mainstream news and being like, listen, David Roman said the Earth's a globe. You know, it's like no, scientists say, you know, oh, we proved it with this experiment, or NASA, right? It's a one-way mirror, guys. One way. They see everything you do, and you see nothing they do. Think about that. How's it feel? Your whole life, you've been living a one-way mirror, dude, and you didn't even know it.
So what do you think of Big Brother?
That's the one-way mirror. What do you mean, what do I think of them? I was just talking about them for 5 minutes.
I mean, do you think they're watching us constantly?
I'm not buying your flat earther, man. I generally ban people who come in here and say that you're a flat earther.
He is not.
They can't prove that they are.
Well, then explain to me.
Yeah, but he knows they're.
I'm not going to explain to you anything. You need to work on satisfying me, or just start making a new account.
Battle mod. He admits we're
Make your
being
next
lied.
out, bro.
He's not trolling. He's
I'm just not that educated on it.
Who asked? Yeah, who asked?
How long you been looking into it? How long you been looking into it?
No offense, but this isn't my first rodeo.
I'm in a couple months now.
Is your name Trent?
What?
Who's talking right now? What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah, you.
Why, are you gonna ban me or something? I just want to learn.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering who I'm talking to.
No, he can't ban you.
I don't even have the ability to ban you, bro.
Yeah, well,
I'm just a buddy. I'm just your buddy here, bro.
You're not even working on OP.
I'm not an enemy, dude. I'm wondering who I'm talking to. What's your name? Hello. What's your name?
Dorble, dude. I just want to learn. I don't know why you guys are against that.
I got you, Dorble.
I'm not feeling.
So it's all. I know Battle Mod's not agreeing with you, Dorble. That's what I want to get to. Can we agree, Dorble? The Earth's surface is not curving downward in all directions. You agree with that?
I mean, obviously.
Yeah, and the Earth's not spinning, right?
I mean, if the Earth was curved, you could go on a mountain and probably see around the whole world then, right?
Yeah, but the Earth's not spinning too, right?
What? Really? Did you just say that?
It would make you dizzy if it was. There's no way things can stay on like balance.
He sounds
See around the whole world.
Adorable. Can you just answer the question? The Earth is not spinning, right?
Of course not.
All right, great. And space is fake. They're faking space. It can't exist, right?
That's the one-way mirror right there.
Yeah, okay. So he seems like a legit flat earther. Just lying through his teeth.
Honestly, I'm just not trying to get banned. I actually have not found a community like this. So,
hey, Dorble, who are your favorite flat earth people on the internet?
Yeah.
My God, I don't have any social media. All I have is Discord.
Yeah, you're speedrunning a band.
Yeah, but how'd you hear about flat Earth then? Like, how'd you find out about it?
Right.
Oh my God, you hear about it all over the place.
What was the first video you watched on flat Earth?
I mean, you can just look into it, and it's a lot of things.
Man, everybody remembers
the
their first
yoga
video.
guy.
Oh my God,
you're right, bro.
No, everything you learn is not off the internet. I don't look at the internet for things. I go off my own perspective.
Oh. What did you see in reality that made you think it was a flat Earth? Now we're where I want to get.
Well, I mean, I've climbed mountains before, and you only can see so far.
Yeah, screw this guy.
What is the curvature of the Earth that you cannot see? How much is it?
Which mountain? Only see so far when you climb a mountain. What's the implication of that?
I mean, it's just weird that it just gets foggy out there, doesn't it? It's almost like they don't want you to see past it.
You're boring, bro.
Now you're officially a troll, man.
Props, dude. Hey, I'm gonna give Battle Mod props. He freaking called it like 5 minutes.
Well, this guy went to Whopper and they gave him a dick sandwich and he ate it anyway.
Well, explain to me. If I was a troll, wouldn't I be calling you guys like rude names and stuff?
No,
I haven't said anything rude.
No, you just waste one of your
You're supposed to like.
He worded it wrong.
Kind of unique troll going.
Well, no, I've walked in here asking for information, but you guys don't want to give it.
Should I give you a moderator?
No, I don't. My God, I don't want moderator. I just want you guys to explain it better to me. Like,
what? Explain it better. You're a flat earther. You should have watched some videos. You should have investigated. You should have already got to your own opinion.
I like to talk to people who actually know what they're talking about. I'm an amateur at this, so I would like to talk to the pros.
That's why I said you probably would have researched it. You would be able to tell me what brought you from globe to flat earth, but you can't, so it's obvious. So just, how about you defend your globe?
It's like not remembering your first time with a woman, man. You always remember your first flat earth video,
so you went straight to gravity. How would you go about proving gravity, whether it's relativity or Newtonian? Can you prove gravity?
Well, the thing is,
can you correlate cause with effect?
It's more so that you can't prove zero gravity.
Zero gravity.
Yeah, you can't prove that. That's the thing about it.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to.
So it might be the default state.
Empirically prove the given cause for gravity.
I have no clue.
Well, things fall down. We know that, but we don't know why. But the theory says it knows why. And that's generally why most globers are like, oh yeah, gravity forms spheres, but you can't even demonstrate what you say is gravity. You just live in a belief system.
People just believe what they're born into. That's kind of what it is.
Who proved gravity?
It really takes faith.
Dude, you said you went out.
You have
to
a
reality.
religion.
You said you went out to reality. You didn't watch
what's your question?
On YouTube, and that's why you realized the Earth was flat. And like we've been asking you for 5 minutes, what'd you see in reality?
Can't believe that somebody so lacking basic knowledge about flat Earth has become a flat earther. Just like you have to research these topics, at least know some basic.
There's no way, because every one of us, when we came into this, we're like, oh, this
10,000 hours of research, dude.
And then then fucking 1,000 hours later, like, man, there's got to be better evidence.
He
than
said
this.
he was here to learn.
I want to go beat down these flat earthers.
So are you guys not the right people to talk to about it then, or?
Well,
Yeah, what do you want to know?
That's the way it goes systematically.
Hey, I'm the perfect person to talk to. What do you want to know?
Well, gravity, like
troll enabler.
Yeah, it's not real. First,
well,
they
gravity
said it was,
then what is it?
Battlemon, let me answer this real quick. First, they said it was mass attracting mass. Newton never formulated a hypothesis. Then, crackpot Einstein, with no experiment prior to 1915, said it was the theory of relativity with no experiment. And everyone said, clap, 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 clap. It's brilliant.
So they're just changing, aren't they? Constantly.
They're modifying their story of what weight is. So, like, obviously, you're heavier than the air. Your glass of water is heavier than the air. It's not floating off your table. And they're like, we're going to hijack this and tell people that happens on a spinning ball when all demonstratable reality shows things fly off spinning balls. And you're like, yeah, but what about things flying down towards spinning balls? And we're like, yeah, that's not real. It doesn't happen. Okay? Do you understand that?
Yeah, you have a good point. They always change their story.
Yeah, I have a great point. It's all observable phenomenon ever in human history. You're right. It's great. It's excellent. It's like why I
Yeah, my point about gravity is it's never been proven, so I don't have to debunk it.
Or even
well, how do you debunk something that's changing, bro? It's like fighting a ghost, bro, that can teleport. Okay, so you got to nail down exactly what they think it is.
This guy smokes the flattest blunt he could ever make, and then he goes on trolling, you know.
Okay, Dorable, next question.
Well, that was the main one. I'm just here to learn, to be honest.
So that was your only question, is why you think things fall down towards spinning balls, even though
I don't think that. I just don't understand why it does fall.
Well, that's what gravity says. That's what your religion says. That things fly down towards spinning balls because of gravity.
Oh, no,
I'm sure that you're aware that the globe is spinning through a water ball, spinning through space. So we say it's flat and immovable. So you don't have any questions about that? Gravity's your only one?
I'm just here to learn. That's you guys
learn
are
what?
More about it.
Learn what?
Well,
learn what, bro?
The general knowledge of it all.
Okay,
like,
so
learn how to control better.
So gravity's your only damn question? Bro, we're not retarded. Ban. What questions do you have? Gravity can't be the only one if you're sincerely wanting to learn.
Then you have to explain even if gravity existed.
I thought that was apparent.
How can
10 minutes ago.
I learned by listening. That's more so the thing.
Well, then you would have.
Okay. I didn't walk in here with questions, right? Well, I just want to know.
Questions, guys.
Well, do you have questions?
No, I've already figured it all out.
Okay. I guess you guys aren't. I guess you guys aren't the ones to talk to. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you, the one who has questions, don't want to talk to the people who don't have questions.
You know what surprises me the most?
He's actually trying to ego bait you into keep on talking to him. Like you're not the right person.
Exactly.
About
See
this.
you later.
Okay, I just wanted to learn, but I guess not.
Here's the thing.
I don't know what you guys wanted to say.
When I told you I could give you 15 examples of why I think the Earth is flat. You want to learn? You didn't ask for even one of them.
All right, give me them. I want to hear them.
No. Planes, accelerometer.
Because I'm not going to waste my breath on you.
So you're hiding them from me.
Airplane. No, I just told you 3 of them.
You think you're
Aries
ridiculing
failure.
people?
No, explain to me. What would I get out of trolling you guys?
I don't know. You're just boring and have nothing better to do.
This is called the.
You cannot
This is called the
understand
Jim Croce effect.
You cannot understand the mind of a
This
psychopath.
guy's sitting here with a towel from the bathroom, wanking off at his damn computer while he's doing this for all.
Hey, Dorble, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
I don't even want to know what you get out of it.
I got flown across the country. They paid me like $800 cash.
They really did?
Yeah, and they paid for my hotel.
Wait, who are you talking about?
No, you just asked why would I come into your Discord for free and lie to you, okay? And I'm telling you, I just had some guys pretend they were from the Travel Channel, pretend they were students from Harvard, give me $800, fly me to LA, put me in a 4-star hotel, gave me a personal assistant, personal driver the whole time, and they had a film crew, medics, makeup, producers, production crew. It was ridiculous. And so you're like, why would I show up in your Discord and lie to you for free, even though I have dumb questions and I'm not even saying anything intelligent? And I'm telling you, people lie, and they're boring and redundant and predictable. And you sound like one of them, to be honest.
I'm not pretending to be. I'm not pretending to be anyone else, though. That's the thing. I came in here and told you I don't know that much and I want to learn. Like, I don't know what else you want to hear from me.
I can tell.
You haven't told us anything.
When I don't, because I don't know much about it, and I would like to learn.
Yeah, I can tell.
About
I
what?
can tell.
Hold up. Let's play this game. You don't know much about what?
Well, give me 15 reasons. You said you had them. I don't.
15 reasons about what?
You're talking about
Accelerometers.
You're talking about the balloon spiders and all that.
Airplane level flight, Elias effect. Are you taking notes? Ambient light, ancient civilizations, the Antarctic Treaty, astroarchaeology, astronauts drowning in space,
Wait, what?
astrolabes, AE map used by the United States,
Sundial.
Bar Diacrans, Bedford level, the Black Swan. Have you ever heard of the Bible? Bolivian salt flats.
Cycle.
Is it actually
I can
mentioned?
keep going. Was that 15? You want another 15? I'll give you 150. I don't
Project,
know.
really good.
Project High Jump, Project Dominic.
I'm not even reading that. That's all off memory. For you need more?
Laser
Pressure without a
long
container.
distance observations. Lack of curvature.
Luminescence ether, local light illumination from the sun during
Specular
sunset.
highlight.
The Lorentz
Crepuscular rays.
contraction was invented on the spot.
Specular reflection.
Michelson Gale. The moon and sun shrinking into a small dot above the horizon. North Star. Occam's razor. Orbiter's paradox. Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you only need one reason, right?
Like Globers are so boring. They're like, tell me why it's flat. I'm like, well,
What is Operation Paperclip?
Yeah,
That's where they brought a bunch of Nazis.
One second. For me, you only need one reason. You need the reason that the Earth measures flat. That's it. That's all you need. Like everything else is fluff after that.
Yeah, he's right. Operation Paperclip is where they brought over a bunch of Nazi scientists and introduced them to NASA and the CIA.
I'm bored. Let's ban him.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm sorry. What?
So you're boring.
My guy, you explained it anymore. You said they brought him over to the CIA, and what about it?
You're boring, man.
Nazi scientists were brought over from the Nazi NASA camps to run NASA and the CIA. What more do you need than that? That's what Operation Paperclip is. Now, if you want to get into how NASA has no real photos of the Earth, or they fake Earth with wires, green screen, pools. That's why we have bubbles in space. They use augmented reality.
Hey, hold on. I got a question. Who was that interrupted us to bring this guy in?
It was me.
Who's me?
Trent.
That's your buddy Trent?
Yeah. Well,
is
he's not like, we just met each other online playing CS:GO, and I told him about Flat Earth server.
Nice. Well, thanks for bringing him here.
All video games have a flat plane.
Hold on, guys. What's your view on the shape of Earth?
I've only been exploring it for like a week and a half, so I think it's flat at this point. Like I've been here every night listening, and
welcome.
What are some of the best points that you've heard for a flat Earth?
So the fact that we can't measure circumference, and then seeing the rocket trails where it goes like the rocket doesn't actually like make it to space.
It's parabolic. It goes up and down.
Yeah. God, there's so many points that I can't really
Well, at least you sound sincere.
There's a lot of them. That's why I got them all memorized.
Yeah, dude. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna absorb it all in a week and a half, but.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Trent.
I just want to. I like to know you're sincere. I really got no time for people who are just here to play games.
Oh yeah, no.
If I want to talk to childish people, I'll just go spend more extra time with my children.
Battle mod.
Yeah. I really enjoy listening to Miggy. Miggy got me really good on the 3 points and everything. And
Battle mod. I don't mind playing games with these guys, bro. They want to play games, no problem, bro. Batters up. I got a really high batting average, so
they're gonna get laughed at.
Games,
like they're gonna get trolled back.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not playing games. Like,
it's gonna go
you're cool, Trey.
right away.
You're cool.
I know
Is Doorbell still here?
trolling it. I'm trolling that guy right now the best way I can by ignoring him.
Is Doorbell still here? Because I'd like to have a quick chat with him.
Well, sure, you can do that, Ron. Go ahead. You got
I mean, if he's
him
here.
now.
yeah. Oh, and then the
Could you do that for
The
me?
one-
I'm driving at the moment.
the other like big point was the oil rigs.
Oop, my bad.
Seeing that like kind of really
Yeah,
opened my eyes.
the black swan's a good one if you don't get lost in why is this distorted. It's got nothing to do with refraction and everything to do with the distance at which you view the horizon.
Yes, Sonny sent me this Under the Dome full documentary. I'm gonna sit down and watch it. I mean, it's 2 hours long, but tonight when I go to sleep, I'm gonna put it on my. I'm gonna Chromecast it to my TV and watch it.
Well, hey man, thanks for being honest, but I think Crypto wants to talk to your buddy. Or
Yeah,
your
if
new
he's around. If
internet
not, no
friend.
worries.
Yeah, we unmuted him. Go ahead, bro.
Sweet, Doorbell, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I went to get some water.
Would you agree with the following statement? The best way to understand the shape of something is to measure it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how else you would.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got a shape question here, haven't we? Is the Earth a globe? Is it flat? Is it something else, right?
I mean, I would assume it's flat, but
No. That's what I'm saying. These are the choices. It's a globe, it's flat, it's something else.
I'd say flat.
Well, so do I, but how do we know that that's the case? That's what I'm saying. We would have to measure it to make sure that that's the case. So can you think of any ways that we would be able to measure the Earth to confirm that it's flat?
I mean, what they want you to believe is that you put a satellite up there.
Don't care about what they believe. I'm talking about what we can do practically.
And maybe walk from one side to the other. I don't know. No?
Okay, so so here's another question for you. If you've got a flat surface or a curving surface, would you agree that if you were to hold something flat against that surface, if it was curving, it would deviate from that flat thing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
So if you were on a ball, just imagine for a sec, like, let's say you've got a basketball, yeah? And you've got a flat ruler. You put the flat ruler on top of the basketball. Would you notice the ruler's edge deviating from the surface of the basketball?
Oh, of course.
Of course. Okay. So we can replicate this on the Earth. If the Earth is a globe, and we have something flat, then you would notice a deviation between whatever that flat thing is and the globe curving down, correct?
That
if
is
you
true.
were on a globe. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've actually done this. If someone can just type in links FE Core for us, if anyone can, that'd be great. There's a series of laser tests done a few years ago now over partially frozen lakes in Holland and Hungary, where they actually looked at how much necessary curvature there would have to be over a given distance and looked for it. And so on the furthest one, which is 41 kilometers, you would expect somewhere between 90 and 100 meters of curve. Okay? Now, that's really important to remember. So you're expecting 90 to 100 meters of curve. What they did is they set up a laser at one end, 1.5 meters off the ground, and they set a target up 1.5 meters off the ground on the other side for a total of 3 meters. So, you've got 100 meters of drop and 3 meters of elevation, which means if the ball was curving at the rate they say, you couldn't hit that target. Do you agree?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following. I'm a little tired, but...
Okay,
So, you're saying if it was curving, you wouldn't hit your target?
Yeah, because
the
target's only a couple of meters off the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's
you would
true.
have to actually, if you're pointing that flat thing, that straight thing at the target, you would actually be shooting through the Earth, right? If it was a globe.
Yeah.
Now, they hit that target. If they hit that target, it can't be a globe. It could possibly be flat. It could possibly be concave. But it can't be convex.
So are you trying to talk about, like, there's, you know how they had those snipers that shot people like miles away?
I mean, that's another point entirely. It's not really to do with this, but we're talking about...
He didn't say anything about
nobody
over 41 kilometers, he's demonstrating no curvature.
I'm trying to give an example.
Yeah, no snipers ever got a confirmed kill from miles.
So,
well, even if they did,
I don't know about that. But...
It wasn't shot around a curve.
Right,
Hollywood,
no snipers
Angelina
ever.
Jolie can't bend bullets.
That's true. You guys actually have a lot. There's a lot more to it than I thought.
Yeah,
bullets they drop down, and then there's also wind that you account for, and that's pretty much it. Other than shooting through glass and stuff, which causes bullets to do weird things.
The Mangus effect.
But
the rotation of the bullet causes a drag depending on the rifling of the barrel, whether it's left hand or right hand. I mean,
I think you got your terminology reversed on that one.
How do you mean?
Whoever was just speaking, not you. So concave is rounded inwards, whereas convex is rounded outwards.
Yeah, no. So I got it spot on. That's what I meant.
It could.
No, I was getting your point. I was just saying, like, I think.
Yeah, but I didn't get the terminology wrong either.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I meant.
Right. Couldn't be convex, but it could be concave. That's what you said, right?
Yeah. Well, concave means like rounded inwards, whereas convex means rounded outwards. So like,
yes, that is what I meant.
Earth
Yeah,
that is.
Said it could not be convex.
Yeah.
But it may be concave.
It's not concave.
Just based on that one test. Look, there are other tests that confirm that it isn't concave or convex, right? But for this one, I'm just trying to give all of the possible eventualities. For me, it's a fantastic proof that there's no curvature and that we don't live on a globe.
I interpreted what you said wrong. I just wanted to clarify the definitions of both of those words.
Yeah, I know. I still think I used it perfectly fine.
Yeah. You made sense now that I thought about it.
Although some people want to argue with you right now, there's no way it could be concave.
I know it's not concave. I'm just saying. If you're
I know you do.
Yeah, if you're to be honest, you have to just say the only thing the only thing that test eliminates is convexity. That I'm just being honest about that.
Right, there's just semantical pit bulls in here that want to jump all over you, bro.
I don't care. They can do what they like. I still think it's flat. So, but you have to be honest about what your tests actually prove.
Right.
Otherwise, we just end up being globers, just making assertions without any proof or anything. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, that's spot on.
Any more trolls or globers?
I can try to get some on here.
I can try and pretend to be one.
I mean, to be honest, before Trent kind of came in there, I want to know who the guy I was talking to thinks about that. If he's got any thoughts on that.
Doorbell.
Adorable.
Was his name Doorbell or
My
something?
God. Yep, Doorbell. My God, Doorbell, what do you think about that there?
Well, they're laser tires.
Wow, they hit you in the eye. They crack the nail on the head for you, does it?
I'm gonna breathe me some water gas.
I measured the curve with water gas.
Sprinkly ass.
It's funny as fuck, bro.
Honey, I'm going up pick me up some McDonald's and get some water gas on the way back.
Hot diggity dog.
Hey, can I get water gas with my fries?
Oh, dear.
Well, hell, I'll take some of that new.
Yeah, why would they lie?
Water gas myself.
Either way you spin it, you gotta have some water gas.
Howard.
That ain't my purse.
The only water gas I get is after like a 12-pack of PBR.
Can I get a nitrous kit with that?
Well, down here in Kentucky, we like the moonshine.
Mm.
You can run your car on that, you know.
The green apple moonshine, that stuff is nice.
We'd just call it ethanol.
Yeah. Don't be surprised if you find me out in the grass field.
I want to know who said it. Who said either way you get it, got to get me some water gas? Say it again. Please say it again.
One way or another, we're getting that there gas.
No, it's either way.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I either did or I didn't.
I know.
Yeah, can we probably hey, can we start doing that when John comes around? Like, meow.
That's what I was going to say. That's what. Either he's right or either he's wrong. You guys throw the fuck out, John. He'll blow a ether head gasket.
Oh god.
By the first time in the ether coon age, by God.
Yeah. I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in that room.
I love when you make fun of the Texas accent, man. I don't care. It's funny. I know it sounds.
We'll all be on that. We'll all be on the ether hit list.
It was funny. I was watching this video of like an American who's moved to the UK and was talking about how the UK is different to how Americans think the UK is. And he said one thing that Americans always do when they're doing like an English accent is they either do like "Call blimey, governor" kind of accent, or like from Oliver, or like a Queen's English accent, like "Oh, hello, good day," and it just reminded me of this server because that's literally all I hear from you guys.
Hey, Mike.
It's not ma'am.
I actually have like this bad habit where if I get around somebody that has an accent, like I start picking up on how they say things. So like, so there's an English guy that I was working with that he would say cooler, and then like I started saying it like that, and then there was also an Indian guy that he would say.
Oh my God, are you making fun of the Indonesians?
Well, he said,
you motherfucker, you.
So the way that he would say developer is he would say developer. And so I started saying it because
Oh my God, I'm a
developer.
developer. I will be teaching you how to use your email today.
You know what happened to me, Mike, when I hit boot camp and put my toes online? My drill instructor said, "Where you from, boy?" And I said, "Kentucky." You already know what happened there.
Yeah.
So do you?
But it's kind of weird. But it's kind of weird how like you can just listen to somebody say a certain word like over and over, and then all of a sudden like you start saying it like they how or like how they do it. It's weird.
Your drill instructor start with the "Hey, I got dibs on your sister if you ain't already called them."
Yeah, that's that. How do you circumcise a boy from Kentucky? Kick his sister in the teeth.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I used to actually have a southern accent when I lived in northern Florida for like 12 years, and I developed a southern
You had
accent.
a Floridian accent.
Yeah.
I used to have
I'm
California.
from Michigan. I went down there and I went to the bar and I was stationed down there for a while. And these guys were talking shit and they were acting all tough. And I was like, "Look, I'll whoop all three of you motherfuckers, motherfucker, and then I'll get bail and go back to the base." And they were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold
Were you
on,
over
buddy.
on-
We don't want to fight."
Were you over
I
on
was in the
Eglin?
golf. I was in the golf side by St.
Okay.
Petersburg, but
Yeah, I know where that is.
What you got to do is be able to switch it up when you need to.
I grew up on
Yeah, they
Eglin
were
Air
like-
Force Base.
they said we don't want to fight. No, not Air Force. Hell no, Corps. But they didn't want to fight. They was like, everybody goes to jail down here, and I'm like, fuck, I'm from Michigan. We don't give a fuck about going to jail. I got bail money. Keep it hidden behind my ID.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan too.
I always got bail money, motherfucker.
I'm from Pontiac.
Pontiac.
Yep.
You ever went to a concert at Silverdome?
Oh
Palace,
yeah,
Auburn
of
Hill?
course. Yeah, of
See
course.
Monsters of Rock?
Yep.
Well, why the fuck you moved to Florida, man? They ain't got no forest down there or trees or.
Because my
You're a dude. You walk to the wrong neighborhood, you're getting hit on. You go to the beach, 5 fat chicks are gonna try to marry you.
yeah, I did it in the reverse way. My dad was he did 20 years in the Air Force, and so he got stationed down there.
Oh.
And then afterwards, I moved to Pontiac. Yeah, that was
All
a
my
bad
family's in Lansing, Mike.
Hmm.
All my
Pontiac
family's in Lansing.
Oh, Lansing,
Yeah,
Michigan.
all my family's in Lansing. I like to go up there to visit quite often, but I don't like the winter.
What's your last name?
RABORN. I've got and there's a lot of
Reverend.
there's a lot of hold on a second.
You know
Bennett,
who
Bennett,
Butch Vito
B-E-N.
was?
The Capitol building in Lansing is pretty.
Butch Vito.
No.
Vito Racing? Vito Motorsports? Anything like that? I got family in Lansing too. The Wings, Carl Wing,
Bennett.
Bob Wing, Robert Wing.
Bennett's a big surname with my married
It
family.
is. But there's a lot of Bennett in Michigan.
I actually might have dated somebody in your family then. Her last name was Wing.
Was Wing
Yep.
in Pontiac?
Yep.
Probably could have been one of my cousins.
Yeah, my aunt Susan lived in Jackson for many years, and we used to go visit all the time.
Yeah, that's where I'm from, is Jackson. Susan Bennett?
You got it.
Man, I might know your aunt.
Yeah, she just passed away in 2016, around November.
You got cousins too, don't you?
Sorry to hear, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got kids.
No, wait, that'd be my sister. I have a sister, Sue, but aunt would be Susan. I have cousin Sean Bennett.
That's crazy how small the world is.
Isn't it?
I mean, I grew up, I grew up in Florida and Michigan, and then I moved over here to Washington, and dude, there's like 15 people that I grew up with that are like literally like 5 miles away from me. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the odds of that?
My sister, I got a sister who lives in Citrus.
It's crazy how small the world is sometimes.
Yeah, I used to own a house in Tarpon. It was my mom's house. Passed away. Well, it was my mom and dad's, but my dad bought it for my mom. It's my mom's vacation home.
Nice.
But it was really just the family vacation home. But
Yeah, get Whitmer the hell out of the state, and it might come back to what it used to be, pure Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate those ads. Pure Michigan
Pure
ads.
Michigan, that's a ass whooping. That's what that is. What'd you say about Michigan? My God, them fighting words.
Yeah.
We're
People-
Yankees. We're not rednecks. We're Yankees. We're just good at. We'll tell you we're gonna give you a country ass whooping.
Yeah, over here in Seattle, like people act like it's like all. I don't know. We got like a bunch of like wannabe gangster type people, and I try to explain to them about like Detroit and stuff like that. Like
They don't know what gangster really is, huh?
yeah, like you ain't buying knives and hats and like brass knuckles and stuff from your corner store through a bulletproof glass. Like
Well, I'd like to. I'd like to quote.
And then getting your hat and your brass knuckle tooks when you walked out.
Yeah.
Yo,
like,
hey,
it's a whole different world.
Check this pistol. I'll run that shit.
Yeah.
Them's my brass knuckles. Thank you.
Yeah, you cut somebody off on your way to Walmart, they'll follow you all the way there.
I'd like to quote one of my favorite songs from the 90s. Gangsta ass biggers don't flex nuts because gangsta ass biggers know they got them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, even the McDonald's there, like it's literally a bulletproof glass window, and you slide it in like a bank teller. You say, okay, like, yeah, this is my meal. And they have like the double-sided like bulletproof glass windows where they open their side, they put the bag in it, they close it and lock it, and then you open your side and take it out. Like it's like that.
Hey, they had partitions before COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts. Like I try to explain to people what it's like, and it's biscuits and bangers over there.
Yeah, 99% of people don't know what a exosome is and couldn't define a PCR test. So I don't even enter into that conversation until I hear them in the vernacular use the words exosomes and PCR tests defined. I just ignore the conversation because it's pointless.
Yeah. Well, it's literally a jungle. Like, I know people that have put like subs and CD players, like, back in the 90s in their cars. They get jacked. And so what they do is they go and just jack another CD player and subs from somebody else's car. And that's like how they rolled. Like, it's just crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah, it took me a minute. I know what that song is now. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta.
That's it.
You're like, yo, you got that
gangsta ass nigga plays his cards right.
You got that CD player with the DVD flip out.
Eclipse.
Yeah.
It's called an Eclipse. Yeah. 4 woofers in the trunk.
Yeah, it wasn't CD player that I stole. It was a bicycle that just happened to look exactly like mine. So I thought I was stealing my bicycle back, and then I realized that wait a minute, this isn't my bike. This is like a mass-produced Walmart bicycle. So I just took it back to school the next day and just fucking left it. Somebody must have thought somebody must need that bike real bad, but at least they brought it back.
It's funny, he said, I thought I was stealing my bike back. The license number didn't match.
Dude, bike locks are trash. Like, they're so easy to lockpick. It's crazy. And then, not even that, like, you can just smash them with bolt cutters.
Man, I grew up in the country where I could drop my bike in the front yard as soon as I got home, and it'd be there a year later if I didn't touch it.
Yeah. There's this good YouTuber on his name's Bosnia Bill. He does a lot of lock picking. I've actually been studying lock picking for like the last 2 years. I've gotten really good.
It's a good skill to have. Shit, it's fail.
I've picked my front door.
Combination locks are easy. You just spin them.
Yeah, you put the tension rod in them, and then you start pushing the pins up, and then you work your way back and forth, and then eventually.
That's on the chain one. You're talking about the chain combination. You're talking about like a master lock combination.
Dude, I can pick a master lock in like 20 seconds.
But
us from the prison culture have perfected the art of creating handcuff picks.
Yeah. I grew up in a barn. We just bust out the bolt cutters.
Yeah. With a master lock, you might as well. You might as well just bust out the bolt cutters and just smash it.
Yeah.
I bought a big one.
A big set of bolt cutters?
Yeah, the bolt cutter that I got is like 4 feet. It's almost like a damn shovel.
Yeah. I was gonna say I probably got a pair bigger than you've ever seen, but they're like 4.5 foot long, so
yeah.
Real gangsters don't have to measure their bolt cutters.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so I had
thought about how big the bolt cutters were.
So what happened?
Big,
So what happened is I had a box spring and I bought a bed frame, but apparently the bed frame has slats on it, so I didn't need the box spring because it came with my mattress. And so I was like, in my stupid apartment, they won't take away furniture. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get clever. And so I bought those bolt cutters. I went over to Home Depot, bought them, and then I just chopped it up, like the entire box spring, and threw it in the dumpster, and it ended up working out.
In the country, we'd have just had a bonfire. Pick the metal out in the morning and throw it in the metal bin.
Yeah. No, I smashed all the wood with a sledgehammer, and then pulled out the bolt cutters and cut up all the wires, and then I threw it in the dumpster.
Yeah. My dad made us put we roofed a bunch of barns, and they wanted so much for all the roofing, but it was cheaper for garbage. So my dad made us put all the shingles in garbage bags. I remember that shit sucked.
Oh God. These shingles are heavy. You don't think they are, but once you pile them up, dude, they get really heavy.
Especially if they got tar on them and black paper hooked to them and all that crap.
Oh yeah, like you fill a bag of those, that's like, dude, 300 pounds. Fill like a large trash bag with them. They get heavy.
We put them in garbage bags because my dad didn't want to bury them on our property. He didn't want that shit left on our property.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Give it to
Did
the
you guys have a well?
Yeah, I still drink well water. I don't have a
Yeah.
well, but I mean, I got a well.
Yeah, that's the best
tough
idea.
well.
Is like, yeah. Otherwise, you're just gonna like that stuff's just gonna go seep down up in there.
Yeah. Everything. If you're running a well pump, everything you put on your land is the water's gonna run through it and in your reservoir.
Yeah, that's
So it
why like
doesn't
pouring
make sense
bacon grease and stuff like that out in your lawn is bad.
Bacon grease is biodegradable.
Yeah, that's true.
But where I grew up, we just didn't pour out good bacon grease. You use that stuff for cooking and baking. And when I was a kid, man, they take them old metal coffee cans and fill them up with grease.
Yeah,
Bacon grease and grease from cooking beef. Well, if you're gonna eat game meat, you use that grease to moisten venison steaks and venison burgers, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you want to take the bacon grease and you want to use it for your green beans.
What I do with bacon grease is I'll throw I'll make biscuits and gravy. I'll take the bacon grease and then I'll whip up, with some flour and cornstarch and make like a white gravy, and then I'll put it over a biscuit, with sausage and gravy. Pour the gravy over it, and then I'll take the bacon that I cooked, and then crinkle it up, and then use it as like a topping. Hella tasty. I highly recommend trying it. I learned it from Cowboy Kent Rollins. If you want to watch a guy that like does some real good cooking, Cowboy Kent Rollins is your guy. He's on YouTube. But he makes some fire food.
What's up?
What's up?
Everybody kicking it out there? How we doing? Early 2021, boys and girls. Pumped up?
Oh
Feeling
yeah.
good? Yeah. Goody goody.
We're
Yeah.
122021.
That's the one. I'm into
Word.
the 02. I'm on second now already here. Step back.
Word to your mother.
We're moving fast. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Oh, ha, ha.
Sometimes it makes me wonder why you try to pull me under.
Yeah, man. Any excitement happening? Or have I missed anything?
Right. You see it.
What happened to ladies' night? Did that go off with a bang?
It was all right.
Oh, so it did happen then, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I was in the Flat Earth debate after show for a while. You know, hammering them the truth. Hammering home the truth about the ISS and how it can't be up there in 251 miles off the Earth's surface with all that radiation up there, supposedly. Kicked up a big stink in their server, man. Whew. It was like an earthquake and a bomb going off at the same time. And the further they researched into it, the deeper the trouble got for them. Yeah. Just having my first meal of the day, my dinner, and it's coming up at 6 p.m. I've also managed to cover, 25 miles, 2 days so far this year already. Good start, I must say, if I say so myself. Keep it going. Keep fighting a good fight.
June.
Yeah, my man, what's happening?
Good. You lost the connection last night in the Flat Earth debate.
Oh, really? Yeah, what happened?
No, not you. I was talking to you last night in the Flat Earth debate about, different stuff, and then suddenly you lost connection.
That's right. My Wi-Fi went straight down. The mice in the server gave up. They went on strike. I didn't give them enough food. Yeah, I was really pissed off with that. What's actually happening is that my sons, 2 of them have their own hotspots, right? And those 2 bleed over my Wi-Fi. So mine, and I'm downstairs. Had I been upstairs, I wouldn't have a problem. But I'm downstairs, right, on the ground floor. So
are you using Wi-Fi cable connections?
yeah, but I haven't got a booster from my server to the downstairs. So if I really want to get a positive strong without any interruption signal, I need to be upstairs. But I'm not having a problem now, for example, because the 2 boys are not in. But when they get back and they start moving around near my router, then they bleed all over my router and they shut me out, basically. And that's what happened. 2 of them are upstairs, totally jamming my signals, basically.
But are you using a Wi-Fi or like cable internet?
Yes, yeah, I am, yeah. But I'm downstairs, though.
Oh, so right, okay.
Yeah, so the signal's not powerful enough to come downstairs. It's upstairs and first and second floor. Yeah, if you will. So I'm on the ground floor. And I have to be downstairs because I'm noisy. I can't be up there, my wife goes berserk. Because look, you have to keep shouting, get downstairs. You know how it gets with the Flat Earth and all the language and everyone, right. You know what I mean? And it's not that I'm on Hangouts as well. I'm all over the place, and it's like, yeah, but you're always bloody shouting. She comes down at 3 o'clock. I can hear you from up down here. I can still hear you, man.
Mm.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm. Yeah, man.
But that's
What
how it
time
is.
is it by you?
Here, it's coming up for 5:45 in the evening.
Oh, okay.
5:45 p.m. to be exact.
Mm.
Saturday evening.
Mm.
So I've done all done the laundry, went out for a walk. Then I went out for, when I say went out for a walk, early morning, minus bloody 8 degrees Celsius. You know what I mean? Bone biting, bone shattering cold. So I was out there doing my little walk. And then this afternoon around 1:30, went for a 5-mile walk, and I knocked off 20 minutes because I jogged as well. I was listening to the music. So I ended up dancing my way through my walk, if you know what I mean, because the music was really good. So I'm skipping, I'm jumping, I'm jabbing, I've got my arms out like an aeroplane, I'm flying. They must have thought, what a nutter. But who cares, you know what I mean?
You had a
Good
productive
time.
day, though.
Yeah, man. So
Good.
I'm out
Set
there
up.
jogging.
Yeah. Mm.
Jogging there, right? So I knocked off 20 minutes of my time. Usually it takes me an hour 20, but I've done it in an hour that time. I got back and I quickly changed again because I was sweating into another set of training wear. Straight out on a bicycle, 20 miles. And I got back about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, 45, 50 minutes ago, yeah. So I've done all that. It's a holiday today. So start work Monday. No, not Monday, Tuesday. Short holiday. But I've enjoyed
Do
it.
people celebrate Merry Christmas in Japan? No.
No, you know what's funny? They have their Christmas dinner on Christmas Eve. Usually it's Christmas Day, which is normally the December the 25th, where all the families gather together. In Japan, it's Christmas Eve. And then Christmas Day, they're at work. Everyone's at work.
Mm.
So they do celebrate it, but they celebrate it ass about face, if you will.
Mm.
But yeah, we don't do Christmas, really. I don't do Christmas with my family. We don't do any of that. It's just the New Year, really.
Mm.
Still, they relax. They had their friends stay overnight. 2 nights, here. 2 of my sons had their friends around. So that was cool. Entertaining their friends.
I always had the idea that, Asian people celebrate, or don't celebrate, sorry.
The majority do not. The majority do not. But what you're finding is it's creeping in. Definitely creeping in, because if you go to Tokyo and all the big cities, Osaka, Kyoto, Tokyo, Sapporo, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Okinawa, in all these big cities, Nagano, for example, and Aoyama, they've all got the decorations out. They've got the Christmas decorations out, and they're all out there trying to excite everyone. But this year has seen less numbers of families going to their hometowns to meet up because of this stupid bacteria that they got out there that's they're lying about. Do you know what I mean? That the invisible bacteria that's with the ugly eyes and the spiky, right.
The invisible enemy.
Yeah. So no one's, they're just deciding to stay at home. So much so that Go on.
Yeah, carry on.
Sorry, so much so that the tourist industry has suffered greatly. I yield the floor.
But you can't, I don't know, to be honest, it's just, it's difficult to bring people in, particularly, foreigners. And
well, you're right.
Because of COVID and everything is justified under.
Yeah. The one thing is that the government has said to everyone already back in March that they don't have the law to mandatorily ask everyone to, you must wear your mask and enforce it. He said he doesn't have the law. So what he's asking is for everyone's cooperation to wear the mask if you can, please, because we want to fight and beat this coronavirus thing. You know what I mean? But I haven't worn the mask once anyway. So there you go.
I mean, at least the government is good, because government, the way it manages the pandemic where we live is sort of it's great, because it's not, it's not a tyrannic, it's it's not an authoritarian government.
Right.
Probably based on what you just pointed out, the Japanese government, I don't know how can I explain this. He prioritize Japanese people first of all, and because under concepts like cooperation, solidarity, which is a great thing, Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're there anyway. They're there for sure. And don't get me wrong. Said Prime Minister, who has now stepped down due to a stomach kind of like we'll call it a stomach cancer. Okay, he's got a stomach illness. Okay,
Yeah.
Which has seen him gain a little weight around the face and the body. So obviously he's sick. So he stepped down. I think let's have a look, maybe October somewhere there. And but there's a scandal has been revealed, exposed last month, where he went out on some dinners with some dignitaries and from around the world, and they billed the taxpayer way over the budget kind of thing, and it's come out. And he denied it. But then last week he confessed in the end. So they're not. He might be saying, "Please, I haven't got the law, but I'm going to rip you off whilst you're there, though." And if I get away with it, good luck. If I don't, I'll just apologise and hopefully you'll forgive me. You know what I mean? That's how they are. No good scumbags. He's not doing me any favour by telling me he doesn't have the law. He doesn't have the right anyway. Do you know what I mean? So
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, not doing me any favours, because even if you said so, I wouldn't do it. And then I'm going to see, where are we going to be there then? Well, you're going to hold me down, put the mask on, and then I'll be eating it from the inside out. So I'd eat it and spit it out. What are you going to do? Huh?
Yeah.
So they know they can't win that one. They just know that.
Yeah.
And whatever fines they give you, in England, you can be fined up to £150, which is $200. You know what I mean? For not wearing it in places designated where you must wear. It's silly.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll find you. Yeah.
So in here in Japan,
You say that.
Sorry?
You say that, but I haven't been wearing a mask for 8-9 months, and I've been going to supermarkets and all the rest, and no one said shit to me.
Yeah, you said that.
I think they say that they can fine you, but I think they actually can't fine you. So it's kind of like an implied, do it or there'll be trouble, but then there's no trouble.
Yeah. Have you heard that some people have been fined, and then they've challenged it, at the police station and that, and then they've let them off because they when they look on the internet at the legalities of their action, it states that they don't have. It's not a law; it's a legislation. So you don't have to obey that. It's not a law. You see what I mean? So they've let them go on that technicality. But those who have paid the fine, though, my friend yesterday, he contacted me via Skype, and he looked into where the money goes, and it's going into the police fund. So the money that actually people who pay when they get fined, it's going back into the policeman's pocket. Literally, a private company is collecting that and then distributing it amongst the police forces. Would you believe?
Yeah, I would believe that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. But regardless, no one's even talked to me. And if someone says to me, "Oh, if you don't leave now, we'll fine you," I'll be like, "Okay, I'll leave." Whatever.
Yeah, that's
I'll go and shop somewhere else then. I don't mind.
I'll take my custom elsewhere. Your loss, not mine. Yeah, I can agree with that. But that's what's going on really in the UK, Japan, it's nothing like that at all. Everyone's wearing masks, love. So if you go in the shops, you will definitely see 98 to 99% of people wearing masks. You definitely will see that without a doubt. I mean, there are people who wear them in their cars,
Yeah, we have people who wear the visor and the mask in their car on their own, and you're just like, I mean, are you gonna get a virus from your car, or are you gonna give a virus to your car? No,
exactly. What are you doing? And then you ask them, with all that get up, you're going to get the vaccine, and it's no, they're not going to get the vaccine. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Why you got all this get up on then? Bloody hell. They've got all this gear on, but they're not going to get the vaccine.
I wish more people were like that. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. That's the same here in Japan. Same
You
story.
know, often I'll go into other people's worldview and you'll hear me say something like, wait a minute, what is Hank talking about? And I'll say something like, you know, the virus mutated, so we don't have to take the vaccine, right? And it's like, even though I don't really believe in evolution, they do, right? So that would be like my defense. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm really sticking to that one. I'm like, man, you guys don't know what you got. You guys don't know what I got. And you ain't putting that in me.
Exactly. And they have to present the scientific evidence for all that claim. You can't say to someone who's on the other side of the world, you've got it, you haven't got any symptoms, but you're asymptomatic. How the fuck would you know that? This person's a teetotaler, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink coffee, eats healthy, fucking trains like there's nobody's business, healthy to fuck. You know, you can't, you shoot him, he'll stand up, but he's got it. You know, tell you, man, I'll tell you, oh, you don't know how angry I get with that. You've lived a careful life, trying to be healthy, and someone's telling you you're sick.
Yep. PCR test.
When he says that, because if he's in the same room, I'm sure his nuts would be pureed under my boots. Yeah, because I'm just pissed off with that kind of talk. And then the one that broke the camel's straw for me is black people are more susceptible to this invisible enemy. Well, that was the end for me. I lost my temper. Fuck that. That's it.
Can't really hear you very well, mate.
Jin, were you in Japan? Bobby, remember it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dame.
I'm in Japan now.
Dame.
Listen, I saw.
Yeah, dude,
good. You did it perfect. You did it perfectly. I tell you what, and then instantly, I remember this stupid. When he said, you know, his sons did study English here with me back in 2006, 7. His name is Mr. Honda. He's the referee for the football team that I used to be with him, right? Okay. So I used to play football. I got MPB and everything. So I didn't recognise him a couple of months back. Didn't recognise him. He's in the queue. He recognised me. I ain't got the mask on, of course. He goes, Jin Sensei. I said, yeah. And I said, Anato Adare. Who are you? Anato Adare. Honda-san. Oh, Mr. Honda. Long time no see. And the first thing I said, why are you wearing the mask? And do you know what he said? Scatter damayo. As if to say, it's bad that you don't wear the mask. You know, and I said to him, no, it's not bad. It's bad that you do wear the mask. He works for the city hall, you see. So
have you heard of the song?
Yeah. You know, so he tried to say it in an authoritative manner. He tried to say it in an authoritative manner, and I said to him, look, it's wrong that you wear. Look at this video. We're queuing up, so there's plenty of time. It's only a 2-minute and a 1-minute video. I showed him both. And you see,
I'm glad that in Finland we don't have those people yet.
So he said, "Skatanai with Damio," like that. And I just went, no. Chigao, Skataru wa dame desho. Imi nai ka. That means there's no meaning. There's no meaning. It's of no use. Imi nai.
Imi nanka, yeah. No meaning, like yeah, no use.
Yeah,
yeah.
There is no point.
I don't speak Japanese. I can mimic it. I can just mimic it.
No, but you did it great when you said the first one. Damn it! It just reminded Mr. Honda instantly.
But that's from a song. I was just singing a song. I don't really understand what it's saying. It's basically saying no.
Yeah.
I've been a dumbass.
Right.
I understand really. But yeah, I was just testing you. Since you're in Japan, did I do it good?
You did it good, man. You did it perfectly. You did it perfectly, man. You sounded Japanese.
You're making me blush. But yeah, I'm glad that in Finland we don't have people who bitch about not having a mask. I'm sure that's gonna happen at some point, but I'll be ready for it.
Probably. You never know, though. I mean, You see what's going on this year now. What
Not wearing
surprise is
one.
in store now? Wow. Very quiet at the moment. Oh, did you hear the news? That somewhere in some state in the US, somebody left out some of that Pfizer, I think about 70 doses, and it all went off. They left it out of the fridge deliberately, on purpose. Right? So that had to be thrown away.
Great.
Yeah.
Just 2 days ago, like the day before yesterday, I went to the doctor's office just out of curiosity, and I got a doctor's appointment for no reason at all, because there was no one there. It was so empty.
Wow.
And I asked this doctor that was wearing a mask, like, as a doctor, you do realize that mask isn't doing anything. And I had a really good conversation about the whole corona thing.
Yeah.
Did it? But he said that's regulations, that like they're required to wear the mask. He knows that he knows the whole thing is nonsense.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
he still wears it because it's required of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. I could not do that. I don't think.
I was giving him a little bit of a stinky eye at that point. Like, dude, are you serious?
I got really pissed off at a guy that wasn't wearing a mask, but it wasn't because he was not wearing a mask. It was because he was just being he was being inconsiderate.
How was it?
Did you get triggered?
Oh, right.
Yeah. So what happened is I went over to the QFC grocery store over like down the street.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing a mask, but this guy isn't, and he kind of gets all mad at me. Like I could tell he was like starting to get passive aggressive, like because he was giving me glares and stuff. And I go to self checkout, and like how it's just that little, that little tray on the side of self checkout. He comes up behind me and he starts placing his groceries with mine. Yeah, and I just I looked at him and I was just like, "Are you serious right now? Like I get that you don't like mask and stuff, but like that's
That's
not
pretty
cool."
wild, dude.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, not only that, but he was kind of like butt humping me. Like he literally he got like right behind my butt, and then started reaching in his basket.
I'm not envious at all.
And then started putting his groceries with mine. I was like, I turned around to him. I was like, dude, what? What? I didn't say anything. I just gave him a mean mug. I was like, dude, are you serious right now? Like,
you didn't say anything. You just.
I didn't say shit to him. I literally just glared at him, and then I was like,
dude, you should have laughed at him. Make a good joke about it.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous. It was just why would you do that?
If you get any closer, mate, you're being me trousers.
Yeah. Like, dude, you're in my personal space. You're putting stuff on my fucking cash register. Like, get out of my face, dude.
I said something, mate.
Yeah, I was very close, but this dude was obviously bigger than me, and I don't pick fights that I won't win.
Oh, come on. He wouldn't manhandle you in the store.
He would have slapped you up like a
dog.
bitch. Probably.
Oh, dude, he would slap me up in the parking lot.
Right in front of the cameras.
Yeah. I was just like, I'm just gonna let this
come
go.
on. Get some little. You gotta have a little bit of confidence.
So did you pay for his groceries?
Come on, dude.
Hell no. I left his shit on the fucking counter. I knew what I was buying.
That's not an excuse that he's bigger than you. Come on.
Honestly, I should have one-upped him and just bought his groceries and took them with me.
How are you? You've got my groceries.
I don't know. I don't know, man. The idea that you didn't say anything to this guy, had an issue with you, put his groceries down next to you, and kind of bum humped you. The idea.
Yeah.
Fucking saying.
Yeah, that bit is like one step too much.
Yeah,
That was
like
something.
Like even in the even if it wasn't a pandemic, like that's fucked up. Like you don't do that to somebody.
Images of Steven Seagal grabbing his arm. The geezer said, in the throat.
Yeah.
And then you just carry on.
I got a question.
Yeah, go on.
What's your question?
If the inverse square law says that the signal gets weaker the further you go away, let's say from electromagnetic or just regular magnets, right? It gets weaker, but it never actually goes to zero, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
So technically, we're being inundated with every magnetic field in the universe.
Okay.
Like, when I say the universe, of course, I'm talking about not just what's below us, not just what's around us, but what's up there too. Because doesn't the sun have one, and doesn't the other light sources have one?
Yeah.
So wouldn't
We're
that
swimming
be
in a
like?
sea of that stuff, if you will.
Either way, y'all go back to either way.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back
Either
at
way.
the cash register.
Well, Hank, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right to a degree. Yeah, I think that's correct. They do go on. 'Cause otherwise, how would you be able to grasp all that? All the channels in the world. Like, how would you be able to do that? It does keep on going. Maybe it bounces off of something. I mean, it makes sense that it does.
But it also works in reverse for the astronauts on their way to the moon, because it would have got brighter and brighter, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, well,
It's not the light.
Space travel. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the light. I was talking about on a flat Earth, right? If we're in a confined space, and the inverse square law says that it loses its signal strength, but I don't think it actually goes to zero. Like you're never at a point where it's like zero. It's kind of like a vacuum. I mean, unless you like make yourself a coffin, Faraday cage style, and like you hop in, right? But either way, back to your comic books, ladies and gentlemen.
I was actually having a ponder about this the other day, where how does the magnetic poles like set up the compass for northeast southwest?
How is there a magnetic attraction to the center of magnetic attraction?
Yeah. It was just a thought that I had. I don't have a belief around it.
I don't know. Somebody could prove me wrong in 5 seconds with, some sources and whatever. But the way I understand it, the inverse square law doesn't have a cutoff point. It's blocked, like I said. So maybe not everything in existence. If something's underground and it's, I don't know, blocked by lead or something. Or if it's blocked by the, what do we got? Like the protective layers of Earth. We have shielding from the sun. So maybe not all of it, but most of it, right?
Everybody dance now.
Dummy. Dummy.
So, Trent, sorry, Jin.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
No worries, buddy. So you've been on the server for a bit. I noticed you've been through the 3 points. You also brought some friends in the other day from Discord server, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Have you spoken to any of those people since they came in?
Not really.
Okay. And where do you stand on the shape of the Earth question? Now that you've hung around for a bit, where are you now?
Kind of like over on the. Honestly, I think it's flat now at this point. I mean, everything that I've tried to dispute or have heard my friends dispute, like it's all have fallen through. And then from looking at like stuff in the voice text, like it's kind of changed my perspective.
Cool. That's pretty.
As you thought it was a few days ago, was it?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Joe.
just tell your friends that they need to up their game of trolling. You know, they just need to. It was really poor.
They aren't trying to troll. They're just naive.
They were trying to troll, but it was kind of poor.
A little bit, yeah. I would say
tell them to up the game.
I would say Orion was trying to troll when he said that, like, you know, going to like that he went to space. Like, obviously, we know he didn't do that.
Yeah, that didn't end well for him, did it?
No.
I guess they were having their kind of fun, weren't they? I suppose.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, the purpose of trolling is to have fun, some self-fun, but they weren't really even having fun. They're getting triggered, so.
And these aren't my friends. Like, these are just like these aren't close friends. I've only known these people for like 2 weeks.
Oh. Recent associates.
Yeah. They're not I wouldn't call them friends.
Not your bosom buddies, right?
Yeah, they're just people I talk to.
Okay. Yeah, well, tell them to up their game. Be funnier. Do we just to be a little bit more funnier, so we can have a good laugh at them, you know.
Orion and them are like, they're only like 17 years old. They're not.
Okay. Well,
fine.
17 years ago still throw a good joke, you know.
Yeah, they're not open-minded. I mean, shit, they haven't even
Quite different
graduated
from
high
me,
school.
Damn, I would say that the schooling is the problem, not them not finishing school. But okay.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I think school is the problem from day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that public education doesn't highlight. Or
Your intelligence is measured by how you memorize the shit that they tell you.
Yeah.
That's what most people think is intelligent.
I
memorizing the nonsense that they tell you. Like, all right then, buddy. That's what you think intelligence is. Okay. All right.
In many ways, it's regressed humanity because there are so few who see through the bullshit and become whatever. If people were actually well educated, we have more creative products and a really far more interesting world. This education shuts down progress.
Dude, I agree.
And
we would have a really interesting world if it was like free form.
Yeah.
Other than completely brainwashing nonsense that you need to wash your own brain from and educate yourself afterwards, like
even like basic society skills, like teaching somebody how to build a resume, get a job, you know, how to get like apply for a bank loan, how to build credit, stuff like that. They don't teach you any of that.
I realized after decades, literally, I'm no more than a monkey see, monkey do. As far as even electronics, engineering, chemistry comes, I'm a cook at best. At best, and I can put together kits and other stuff, and even design stuff, but create new. No, I wasn't taught that way. I was really taught to keep myself held back.
Yeah, they don't teach you,
like why aren't they teaching us to actually self-dependency and growing food? Aren't they teaching any of this like the most
It's dependency, the very basics. Look, the RCMP went around killing all of the sled dogs in the north. Why? So people would have to go to the little store run by a mason and pay for eggs from the south, pay for milk and bacon.
Is the most
So they couldn't go get
ever.
a seal on the ice and whatever, go hunt with their dogs. It was to break
people
the culture.
telling you to go to the school and get educated. Like that's the most laughable thing.
I feel like they've set us up for failure. Like they didn't set us up to be self-sustainable people that know how to work.
Well, they set you up to run the machines.
Yeah.
But not to understand what's going on around you. That's all. You just pull the lever. You just do your shit.
If we had
that's all.
With flowing water, and we were able to just grow enough food, have our shelter, and get power, we don't need a date.
Dude, my grandpa dropped out of school. And
Exactly. Like why is that not taught in a school? The most basic and mandatory things that we use. Why is that not taught in schools? Why are you talking about like earth erosion and all this kind of nonsense?
Yeah,
I will never use in my entire life. Why aren't you teaching me how to grow my own food, how all that works?
Yeah, or like
why aren't you doing all this?
All the history and stuff that they teach you, and it's just like
absolute garbage, dude.
Yeah, if there's erosion, then what's the point? If there's a mountain in the way, they'll take machines, cut through bedrock, and there won't be a mountain there anymore. So what are they worried about erosion for?
Yeah, like why do I even need to know about Christopher Columbus? I don't even fucking know that guy, and he's long gone.
Part of the Masonry and Illuminati artist history they've given us. All bullshit.
It's stuff that like it's irrelevant to now. Like there's no point I need to know that.
America wasn't discovered. It was here all the time. It had canals. It had cities. It had everything when that prick got here.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much knowledge that you got taught that like you actually don't even need to know. Like there's no point in even knowing it.
It's obviously been done on purpose because I think the education system, as I understand, the modern one comes from the Prussian system. That's Russian with a P. So the Prussian system. So what we have today in the West and in most of modernized Asia is the Prussian system. That's Russian with a P. Have you heard about that? The Prussian system?
Yeah. It's kind of like instead of taking, your steak and cutting the slices up, you just throw everything, including like the tongues and the tendons and the tail, into the meat grinder, right? It's like instead of having a man who knows how to do everything in the factory, you got an assembly line, and all he knows how to do is to stamp the license plate.
My mom does that a lot. She's like a big talker, where she'll tell me everything that somebody else said to her, and it's like, why do I even fucking need to know this? Like, it's just a waste of brain cells. Like, I don't need to know this. That's your life. You do your own thing.
What's the answer? No more Prussian educational system. We need to go back to the 7 liberal arts. If you don't know about the trivium and the quadrivium, then you need to look it up. It's how our ancestors educated each other. And it's the most effective way because instead of teaching kids about the heavens when they're learning to wipe their butts, we wait until they're fully educated and then teach them about the heavens. So please look up the seventh liberal art.
Seventh liberal
arts. Yep. Because after you learn them, you can no longer be a slave. It was illegal to teach the trivium to the slaves in ancient Rome.
Interesting. I had no idea.
Rhetoric. Because if you're able to read grammar, and you're able to think, and you're able to speak, then ideas can be conveyed and information can be traded amongst the slaves. And that's not tolerable.
Essentially,
government funded school, do they?
It's like essentially like what, brainwashing?
What do you mean?
Like is that the like the liberal arts system is like a form of brainwashing people?
It's the opposite. It teaches you how to think.
Oh,
the system we have now teaches you what to think because you're supposed to regurgitate what you were told. This system like gives you the wings and the freedom to figure out what you want. Because if you can read and speak 4 or 5 different languages and you've entertained the different philosophies and you know how logic works and you have the rhetoric skills, which means that you can speak or write down things to where everyone can understand it, because when some people talk about the second laws of thermodynamics, they give you that fluoride stare. But if I talk to you about a propane tank, you know what I'm talking about, right? So you have to know how to speak to people and not talk over their understanding.
Interesting. I'm checking it out on.
You don't want to drive. You don't want to drive a Chevy to a Blevy.
Find
Is the word lie to a troll? Why would they troll? Why would they troll? Just replace that lie word into troll.
Well, you know,
maybe you can get the humor behind it.
When I was a kid, we had telephones and we'd troll like grocery stores, ask if they had like whatever in a bottle, you know, let him out. How can he breathe in there? Like, I think it was Prince Albert in a bottle. You know, yeah, we got Prince Albert in a bottle. Oh, let him out. He can't breathe. We'd troll grocery stores, other people, our friends, their parents. Trolling's a sort of natural
Replace
behavior.
the word lie into troll. Yeah. Maybe you can get it. Maybe you get it.
Yeah, if you're entertaining your friends and you want to look smart, you troll.
I mean, imagine the greatest troll ever trolled the entire human race. Not lie, just replace that word to troll. They're making fun at you. Having an absolute blast on your expense.
Or they're making fun of their own ignorance.
That would be the government.
True, but they're giggling at you.
Yeah, they are.
He who laughs last
Replace the
best.
word lie into troll, and you maybe people are starting to get it. Like
You
they
know,
see
when you're right, you're right. What the fuck do you care what little snurts and stuff fucking laugh and giggle behind your back, right? Why would you care?
when you see the joke, when you see the lie or the joke of the troll, when you see it, it's not gonna affect you anymore. You get it. I get the joke, you know.
Yeah. I want reimbursement for life lost, money lost, and stress causing for people in that, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I paid $15.99 to watch The Truman Show as I went in the theater and just got a face full of piss and didn't even know it at the time.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, they got to pay. They got to pay, man. Payback.
What do you mean?
I don't entertain trolls at all.
It's dark as hell, but it's funny. It's funny.
Face full of piss.
I mean, I feel like as time goes on, like the apparency or the transparency of what a troll is starts to become a lot clearer. And honestly, I just don't entertain it anymore. Like, I really don't care. If you want to be
doing it to you, like blatantly to your face,
pissing in your face, like I'm going to steal all
telling
your
you
money
something
from
different
you,
while they're
and then I'm going to be
showing
the one that
you
helps
what
you
it
try to look
actually
cool.
is. And they're using conspiracy theories and theorists to break it down for people, and they're having people trolling those people who are trying to disclose the information that they are themselves providing for them, like for the people.
It's just like
hilarious.
Yeah, and
most people don't get it. Most people just don't get it.
Most of us already know that it's just fucking bored teenagers.
It's the biggest troll ever. Like, it really is.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in the younger generation right now. They love that, like, that toxic.
Well, that's not
culture.
really their fault, but sure.
Yeah, they grew up on Fortnite and just being stupid. They got addicted to video games at a young age. Never really learned anything.
Well, I mean, video games are an art form, but I would agree that most video games are shit. So
I wouldn't say it's the video games. It's more so the online culture that is associated with the video games.
yeah, okay.
It's more so that just they're constantly exposed to stupid people, and then they think shit is funny, and then they get on board with it, and they start acting the same way. You know, like, personalities rub off on each other. So if you're hanging around a bunch of stupid people, then you know it's inevitable that you're going to start adopting the same ideas.
Well, two people can create a third personality. In fact, an author wrote a very famous book that became a movie called The Onion Fields, where two people wound up killing a family, robbing them to try to get money, fleeing several states. And their defense basically was that they were innocent because, well, they manifested and were working for a third character. Well, the judge said, well, all three of you are getting the death sentence. So that's The Onion Fields by Joseph Wambaugh.
There's another Onion Fields.
Yeah, he's a former cop that left LA police force because of the corruption and stuff. So he wrote a bunch of books about the corruption, the corrupt brotherhood that the LAPD was. He wrote The New Centurions, The Blue Knights, and many other incredible novels about crime in the police in Los Angeles and stuff. Great author.
1973.
An honest cop, Joseph Wambaugh. He quit.
Sounds like a good person.
I think he really was. Like, I look for exceptional people, and he was, well, he could have been killed. He described one party where, you know, these guys get together and have parties to blow off steam. Well, they killed one of their buddies and covered it up. And he wrote a book about that particular murder, that when the police killed one of their own, and they basically covered it up. He exposed it. He put his life on the line.
Excuse me for a second, guys.
Put his career on the line too.
Excuse me for a moment. So we've got Down syndrome boy, or however else he's called. Flat Earthers have Downs. Troll Earther, complete wanker. So I'm going to unmute you. You obviously got muted for a time previous to now. So Down syndrome boy, unmuted you. Welcome back to the server. What brings you back? Down syndrome boy. Let me read through your roles. So you've got an Agent Smith, wanker, Google Earther, weaponized autist, Troll Earther, and don't ping me ever. There's an interesting load of roles that you've got there, Down syndrome boy.
I heard all those before you were muted.
You wanker. That's funny. I mean, to name yourself Down syndrome, boys.
Yeah. So this is why I'm circling in on this person for a while. So sorry to interrupt you, Jimbo, and everybody else, but this was interesting. Being as they were serving muted as well, wanted to understand why this person with all of these names and all of these roles. So Down syndrome boy. Flat Earthers have Down.
That's pretty inconsiderate for being a Down, like making fun of people with Down syndrome.
Yeah, we can handle the flat earther stuff, but why you gotta make fun of the Downs?
Well, he's not really making fun of flat earthers because we don't obviously have Down syndrome. I don't really know what you're doing.
Well, it's
Exposing
just
himself as an asshole.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
people can't.
so,
people
anyway.
can't help that they were born that way.
Yeah, you shout a little bit louder. So yeah, Down syndrome boy, I'm gonna stick you back on mute. Don't know why you came back into the server with all of those names. I would suggest changing those names. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, just make fun of flat earthers. Why you gotta mess with people who are born that way? We chose this. Make fun of us because we chose to look to see what the truth was. Make fun of us for what we do, right? Don't make fun of people for what they can't change.
Is he gonna talk anytime soon, or?
No, I stuck him back on mute. I gave him all that time that I told him he was on mute to talk. So, didn't say anything. Light didn't flash. No, nothing. So, stick him back on mute. Just concerns I want her back.
My
If I reckon. Go on.
Actually, my first fist fight that I ever got at, I was at the skate park, and there was this guy named Jimmy that had Down
You're
syndrome.
making stuff up again, Trent.
No, I'm not making stuff up. So
Are
we're
you
skating
sure?
out. No, we're skating at the Civic Park in Traverse City. You can look it up. And
what the city exists. Okay.
Yeah, Traverse City.
So therefore, anything that you say, sorry, just gonna try.
But
carry on.
But there was this guy. There was this guy named. There was this guy named Jimmy that had Down syndrome, and there was this bully at the park named Mikey Martin. You can look him up too. He just kept talking. Here, they're asking Traverse City.
Did you just say there was a Down syndrome boy called Jimmy? Is this an episode of South Park?
No, well, no.
Was he handicapped?
He's not Down syndrome. Come on.
Well, yeah. So there was this guy named Mikey that he like constantly bullied him, and then so eventually I just got to the point where I was just like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? And
this time he got involved. Did he touch you up? Did he come up?
Yeah, he shoved me. He shoved me, and then we started fighting.
Was he bigger than you?
Show on the dog where he touched you.
No, he wasn't bigger than me. We were the same size.
Oh right, so you picked your fight. Why is he this?
Yeah, and then we scrapped it out because I mean he was bullying the hell out of this kid. Like that's not cool.
That's an awesome story.
But yeah, Jimmy literally he was in he went to the high school that I was at, Traverse City Central High School. And he was in the special ed class and stuff like that, and he liked skateboarding, and this guy was just an asshole to him all the fucking time. And I got to the point where I was just like, you know what, like we're settling this right now. Like you're not gonna be a dickhead to this guy. And
he was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy."
Yeah, well, what set me off is Jimmy actually got so butthurt about it all, like all the bullying, that like he literally was like crying about it. And I was like,
oh right,
it's like, nah, this ain't gonna fly.
Crying.
Just like the ball in space.
Yeah.
He was crying crypto.
But John Langdon Down discovered Down syndrome. British physician.
Yeah. I mean,
1860.
that's just so rotten that
How did it went down? Like he came with his right, you went it was for your left. How did it went down?
So how it went down is so there's like a bank on the top side of the skate park where we would all sit. And I was skating on the box that was like out in front of it, and I spot Jimmy, and Jimmy's crying on the ledge. And so I skate up to him. I'm like, "What's up, dude?" And he's like, "Oh, Mikey's picking on me again." And then I threw my skateboard like over the side, and I fucking walked over to Mikey, and I was like,
you can't explain this already, dude. I was just having
You're
a
about
goof
the
with
same
you,
size
man.
as me.
No, like I'm telling a real story. Like he, so I tossed my skateboard away.
When
Like,
the tussle happened, did he go for his right? Did you go for your left? Like, how did the fight go? That's what I'm trying to ask
I don't even care.
So,
yeah, I don't care, but you're just double down on this and just entertain us.
don't care.
So what happened is I walk over to him. I tell him, I was like, "I'm sick of you picking on Jimmy," and he's like, "I don't give a fuck." And I was like, "Well, I do." And I grabbed him by his shirt and I picked him up, and then I punched him in the face with my right hand.
Wow. Dude. That's pretty impressive.
And then
why are you telling us this? Why are you telling us?
And well, I don't know. I guess I got off on a tangent.
What do you want to happen after this story? What do you want to happen? Do you want us to give you a round of applause?
I don't know. I'm just giving you the rundown.
Okay, I'll tell you a story, dude. Tell me how you enjoy the story. So there's these two kids that are going to fight after school. I'm walking home, right? So I'm like going to stay to make sure that, nothing outrageous happens. I don't really care about the fight. I just don't want nobody kicking nobody while they're down, right? So
we all have stories how we first felt adrenaline. You're all good.
So anyway, this kid, he gets his ass beat. And then before I could stop it, someone runs over and kicks him while he's down. So I stay till the kid wakes up, and then I make sure that he's okay. He goes around telling everybody that I beat his ass, right? And finally I catch this little fucker. I was like, dude, I didn't beat your ass. I made sure that nobody stomped you while you're sleeping on the ground, right? Keep my name out of your mouth. And apparently he stopped telling people that I beat his ass. That's a true story. But does it fucking matter?
Damn. We're actually getting into stories about violence.
Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Was my ego or
No, I'm not judging it. No.
At what point did any of it matter?
Go there.
Why do you guys need to know? Is it important?
No.
No more
Guys,
stories.
I would like to tell you a story about my life.
He's just obviously having a giggle about it.
Just trolling everybody else.
There was a point, in my life.
Yeah, now we're actually getting into the conversation that he was trolling us about.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you are. Crypto.
I'm just getting rumpused horribly, right? Okay, cool. I just wanted to let you guys know that there was a point in my life where my life got turned upside down. I just want to take a minute. You guys just sit right there.
No, really? Tell us all about it.
How I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
That's where I thought it was going.
You've had time to write the theme tune and sing the theme tune.
Yeah, exactly.
My grandma.
You guys know I was from West Philadelphia.
My grandma had balls of steel.
Born and raised.
Man's from where he says he is, man.
When my granddad died, she bought herself a Harley, went to the clubhouse next door, rang the bell. A burly biker opens the door, says, "What do you want?" She says, "I want to join your club." The guy says, "Well, do you ride?" She points at her Harley in the street. She says, when the guy asks her, "You ever been picked up by the fuzz?" She looks him dead in the eye and says, No, but I've been spun around by my nipples.
Well, this is a story about a man named Jed.
Go ahead.
Eddie went to, what is it?
I want the next
Hollywood,
one.
got a tattoo.
Guys, I'd like to tell you about an animal called Bingo.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
B-I-N-G.
Dude, that takes me back
That was it.
to kindergarten, bro, for real.
I actually saw a bear go over the mountain.
But did you hear about the word?
The word about the bird?
Lemon bird?
Well, everybody's heard the lemon bird.
Ugh.
Oh, baby, did you hear about Louis? Yeah.
Hi, Louis.
Now, guys, I don't want to brag, but I just wanted to let you know that they call me Mr. Bombastic.
Hey, baby, fantastic.
Story was true. Who thinks it was?
And if you're all pissed off about losing your pit bulls, I know who let the dogs out.
Was it Usher?
Yeah, very good.
He seems like the type that would. He would just usher them right on out the gate. Like, go ahead, get out of here.
You know, I was in Alberta, my dog ran away. 3 days later, I go on the back porch to put out the trash. I look at the horizon, he's still running away.
That was a mystical story.
Flat Earth joke.
When I heard who let the dogs out, I was like only like 7 years old. But then I realized like by the time I was 17 or like, it's like, oh, this is actually a song about like letting ugly girls out into the club.
Well, all I can tell you is it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I didn't know that to this day.
Yeah. So that song is about letting ugly people out in the club.
Well, it's like the clubs in Montreal. At 3 o'clock when the bars close and the dance floors, all will be there is trannies and the ugly girls. Take your choice.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, Jimbo,
All British women.
I do know that the Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump.
Do the Humpty Dump.
Right. Okay. So Trent, again, back to you. You seem to be, snuggling into our community quite well with your stories and whatnot. Going back to the Flat Earth, you've got a room of what I would say, reasonably intelligent, logical people. Absolutely, I would say that. So you got the opportunity to ask good questions and get good answers back regarding the Flat Earth and the Globe Earth argument and being you in the room, and that's what we should be talking about and shit. I'm just interested, my friend.
This is. I mean, we've covered a lot of topics. Let me think about this. What do you think about seasons? I think I've asked this though. Still don't quite know.
What do you think about seasons? The Earth being level and stationary, and the sun doing that. What do you think about seasons?
I mean, at this point, from like the flat Earth model, I think maybe like the sun's latitude and longitude shifts, and that's what creates temperature differences. I'm not exactly sure. I'm just kind of speculating.
So the sun does it then, yeah.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So that's what I think about seasons. Sun does that.
I mean, I saw the model where it's kind of where it's like spinning around, but I could see like height, like if height and lower or whatever.
What's
it would
the sun?
It would create like temperature differences. I don't know.
What's the sun?
Sun is, I don't know, hot, like a heat lamp.
Where's the sun? Yeah, where's the sun? Where's the sun?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Me too.
It's definitely not here right now.
yeah, exactly. So why are we talking about models, about something that we don't even know where it is, how big it is, the distance away at any given time, what it actually is, what it is in, if it is in anything. So why are we talking about models?
Pure speculation off of what we've been taught.
Yeah, so we got to model that shit. Can't just look at the sun. And yeah, it is speculation. But without knowing, we can't make a model. We could just reify our ideas into existence. Ta-da! No.
Yeah, I mean,
seasons, day and night, sun does that shit. And you can make models until the cows come home.
Yeah. Now I've kind of learned, like, over the time being in this chat, that like everything that we currently know, not what you guys currently know, but what I've currently know, like, coming from a Glober background, is that everything is kind of like patchwork. Like they've basically made like bug fixes to all their theories.
Put the moon in Earth's atmosphere. Kind of convenient.
The moon and Earth atmosphere?
Yep, they say part of Earth's atmosphere extends out over the moon. NASA claims.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I don't think it does.
They make a lot of claims. That's all they are, unsubstantiated.
Yeah,
Well, this is interesting, right? You said
don't think
you
it
don't
does.
think that happens. Yeah, exactly. You say that you don't think it does. But this is what NASA say. Right? This is kind of like released by them, what scientists now know. Right? Where they didn't know it a long time ago. Now they're going to say that the Earth's atmosphere is outreaching towards the moon. The moon is pulling it out there. So now you're choosing whether you believe the story or not. Why? This is scientists, mate. They're saying this shit. This is NASA. They're saying this shit. So why are you choosing not to believe them in this case?
They made the claim that there was phosphine on Venus, I guess. And that's to imply that there's possibly life because it's part of the phosphorus base and stuff, an organic phosphate, their kind of thing that would be needed for life. It's bullshit. They didn't detect no phosphine. It's just a claim. And it's a claim to seed more ideas of planets and we can live over there and there's life here and there's life there. We have a sister planet. If we could get there, we could just move right in.
Yeah. There's I understand that. Like, I told you guys I work for Microsoft. Dude, we make mistakes every single day. So there's no doubt in my mind that NASA has done the same. Like,
what?
We're not
Just
rocket
gonna
scientists.
say-
We're
Well, think of it.
and even rocket scientists are even flawful
Here
themselves.
on the ground, okay, I'm in Canada. If I get in my car, go a couple of hours out of town here, and I get stuck or stranded, and it's minus 30, it's still not minus 150. I ain't going to live a few hours before I got frostbite and might die. Now, that's here on Earth. Now, NASA wants to tell us they sent 3 men into horrible conditions of a vacuum and had them walk around on this rock that's orbiting the Earth, where, you know, in a few hours on Earth in the right conditions, you're dead. You're gone. And we have air, resources, everything here that we need. There, they claim to have brought all those resources, all the power they needed to get there and back, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, like right after the Cold War too. Yeah, it's not very believable at all.
Imagine if me, you, and one other person got in a minivan, say, sealed it, taped it shut, and had pumps, some O2 supply, batteries, whatever, you know, technology they had then, and we wanted to make it, you know, just across Canada. Or live in that damn thing for 7 days on the technology that wasn't available to keep people encapsulated in about that much space for 7 days, travel to the moon and back. Do you think
When
we'd
was
come
the
out of it
moon
alive?
landing?
I don't think we'd come out of it alive, my friend. Not for 1 minute, not one of us.
1969. Yeah, I don't believe that at all.
Even here on Earth, there's no way we could handle those energy needs, air processing, or waste for that matter. You know?
Dude, we can't even give people basic. We can't even give people food.
Yeah, we don't even know what's in the oceans or how far they extend, and you know, we're being hidden stuff here, and they want to tell us, well, we don't know this and that, but we look out a zillion light years away, and we know every goddamn thing. We know there's another planet there, just like fucking Earth. Well, if we can't even know how deep our oceans are and how far they extend, or nothing about where we are, how could we know about something zillion miles away?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't realize it happened that long ago. What? How many years was 69? That's my brain's farting. What? 51 years ago?
Yeah, 50.
Jesus. Yeah, there's no way that we did that. No way.
All right, we've had a few new people join the chat, so some people without any ability to speak. So let me just go through this. We've got Beta Sigma 98. He doesn't have any roles. Beta Sigma, if you want to speak, I'm going to unmute you. If you don't want to speak, just say I'm just here to listen, then you can go back to listening and I can mute on someone else. Don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but being as there's a few new people join the chat, I thought I'd give you the opportunity to do so. So I've taken you off on mute. Beta Sigma, welcome to the server. What brings you here today?
I did not understand a single word he just said.
I said, hi, Beta Sigma, how are you?
Hi. So, are we talking about the world's flat or something? Because mathematically the world is flat, and the government's just covering it up.
Well, what do you mean by mathematically the world is flat?
It is flat. They faked the moon landing. It's all fake. The world is flatter than my fucking ass, honestly.
You've got a flat ass.
Yeah, I got a pretty flat ass.
Yeah, I get you.
Wow.
So what brings you to our server apart from to troll?
Just to talk about how the Earth is flat and to prove my point.
Yeah.
So
we don't think that you're legitimate. If you are here to troll, we've been trolled so many times now. We can smell trolls a mile off. So.
Oh, I'm not trolling at all. I really do believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. So why did you say it's flatter than my arse and then giggled like a 12-year-old schoolgirl?
Because it is.
Okay.
It is flat.
It's flat, but is your anus round or spherical?
Well, that's because in the Earth there is a hole.
Yeah,
Right. See.
This isn't.
Yeah. See now. You're being stupid. Now you're giggling like an 11-year-old girl and going backwards, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Look, man, we're happy to have a laugh with you, bro, but don't do this dumb shit. It's not funny.
I'm just wondering, what's up with you guys in 1969, though?
So, bruh, obviously you think the Earth's a globe. Why do you think it's a globe?
I don't know. I mean, good point. Why is the world supposed to be in a circular sphere fate? Stutter.
Well, they told you that was what it was. But there's no
That is
actual...
true.
Well, there's no evidence for that, is there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because somebody was on a Kickstarter trying to launch a thing to go to space, but I don't think it was successful.
That's not going to work very well, is it?
No.
Seems they don't even know what space is.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think we can move on. I'm not sure we're going to go over.
Yeah. So, Beta Sigma, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick you on mute. Tell you what, I'll slow down so you can understand what I'm saying. I'm going to stick you on mute. You can sit there and listen for a bit, and I'm going to move on to someone else. Okay. Cool with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
I will get back to you though, mate. So if you got any questions, just hold on to them. We will get back to you. Stick around.
Thanks, buddy.
Cool. All right. So who else we got around? We got E. Mary, who's unmuted themselves and undeafened themselves. Sorry. Oh, now they've just deafened themselves as soon as I said that. That was crazy. All right, I think we can go down the list. Might be a few more people that have joined. Redark, I believe. Let me have a look. Hasn't got any roles. So Redark, same to you. I'm going to unmute you. Have a little conversation. Tell us why you're here. Redark has just muted themselves. Don't be shy, buddy. Don't want to talk, that's fine, buddy, but we'll have to remove your roles. That gives you the ability to talk just in case you're here to troll. Do you want to speak in the future, you can let us know by pinging a moderator from the lobby, VC check-in text room, or by going to the check-in yourself and speaking to a moderator there. No worries, my friend. Move on to somebody else. I think that's it. With regards to people that don't have any roles. Down Syndrome Boy has got lots of roles. I remember meeting you earlier. We can try E. Mary again. He seems to have undeafened themselves. So E. Mary, I can give you the ability to speak. So E. Mary, you've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the server.
Speak up, my son.
Say that again, Goldrockin.
I said, speak up, my son, my friend.
Yeah. Exactly that. Don't be shy now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to go back and speak to Beta Sigma.
Just say hi, if nothing else. Introduce yourself. Tell us to have a good day. That's what I'd like to do to him. I'd like to say hi. How are you? God rockin'. I'd like to see you have a nice, wonderful New Year's Day.
All right, E. Mary, I'm going to have to put you back on mute just in case you start shouting obscenities into the live stream. Same again to you. You want to speak? Go to voice checking number 1. You can ping a moderator from the lobby or voice checking text. Let them know you're there. All right, Crypto, what do you think about trying Beta Sigma again?
Yeah, if you want to, mate, you go ahead. I'm not sure we're going to get much out of him, but it's up to you.
Yeah, we can try. Beta Sigma, back again. Wasn't long, were we, buddy? Hi.
Oh, hi. One of my friends would actually like to talk about some stuff he doesn't really understand, and he would like some help. His name is Lucky Me. I ain't got nothing else to talk about.
Lucky me. right. Okay. Let me scroll down and find that person.
All right, yeah, he's the guy with the leaf.
I got you, buddy.
Yeah.
So lucky me. Welcome to the server. You're in, my friend. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't. Why
You
is
can't
there
what? I can't talk. Yeah. This is going to be funny, isn't it?
Wow, I never
It's
saw
gonna
this
be
coming.
hilarious.
This is an original troll.
Dude, this is not funny at all. Actually, just talking to him about what you're gonna talk about.
I'll tell you what I do. So I'll stick him on mute. I'll let him giggle it out for a bit.
Giggle it out.
Yeah. Behind being muted. He can giggle it out behind his microphone in safety. It's fine. We don't have to hear him. I will get back to him in a minute though, because he sounds like that could be fun. Give him some time.
Do we have someone directing
Who are
these
very clever,
trolls here
but
this
actually I
evening?
don't know why. Oh, thanks, Jimbo. Cheers, mate.
Yeah. I'm lucky. Lucky me.
At least he had fun, you know. Actually, he had fun just answering the chat.
He certainly had something. I'm not sure quite what it was.
Mhm.
So Beta Sigma, your friend didn't do well, did he?
Now he's muted himself.
Not really.
No. So I'll tell you what. He was sorry, my friend. I'm just going to answer his question. I think he was trying to get out. Maybe if he's listening, I'll answer it for him. Why giggle wiggle? Why do you think the Earth
he
is
said
flat?
he was
Why is the
laughing
Earth flat?
because he said he was laughing because he was looking at a meme on Reddit about somebody's dick or something. I don't know.
Oh wow, cool. So maybe let's try not to say the word dick on the live stream. You know, in any way given. That's at least not relevant. I got you.
Too much information.
Yeah. And personality.
But anyway, why is the Earth flat to you, who's got control of your microphone, and him, who I deafened? Because it's observably flat. That's how we observe the Earth. Looks flat, right? Over water, right? We measure it to be flat. Over again, water. The waters of the Earth are measured and observed to be flat. That's pretty much it. The Earth is claimed to be a shape. If it was a shape, it should look like a shape and it should measure like a shape. Don't look like that shape, don't measure like that shape. So that's why we're here, because the Earth is observed and measured flat. Motion of the Earth. There is no measured motion of the Earth, whether axial rotation, going anywhere. So the Earth is not moving. The Earth is stationary and not moving. There you go. So Beta Sigma, you can mute yourself, because I told you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Alright, so did you hear that? The Earth's measured to be level and not measured to be moving anywhere. So not a ball that's moving, stationary and level.
Yeah, so like the sun goes around us, like all the other planets go around us, but we just stay there, right?
Stay there. Yeah, we stay here. And all those, whatever they are, not planets don't exist, we're not a planet. But whatever they are, they move above us. Yeah.
Okay, I see. What was I going to say? So what happens with like the water and stuff? Like, does it like enter our planet, or not our planet, but like, you know, our world? Like, how does that work?
You know land that's like above water?
Yeah.
And you know that by containing water, it doesn't go anywhere. It's contained.
Yeah.
And that's what seas are. Areas between land. Right, so the water doesn't fall off anywhere. There's nowhere to fall off into. Space doesn't exist. The Earth is, like you said, not going anywhere because it's the floor. The water's on the floor, doesn't fall out anywhere.
Okay, so yeah, I can see that.
Well, it's obviously not going anywhere, is it? It's still here.
No. I don't know.
You think with all these airplanes flying all over the earth, back and forth, and all over the place, there was water falling off the earth, that would have been spotted long ago. Just not. It's all flat. It's like pouring water to a cereal bowl. The land is like middle, catch floor, cereal bowl. The water doesn't go anywhere because it can't. It's stuck in a cereal bowl, so to speak. And that's not. I'm not trying to give you an exact description. I'm trying to explain to you why the waters are flat. Don't. Because they've been poured into a container. Basically. They're Does that make sense to you at all, or are you about that?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Alright, I see Lucky Me is undeafened himself. Should we try Lucky Me again, yeah? You're gonna vouch for your buddy again. So unmute Lucky Me. So Lucky Me, you're back, you stop giggling? Oh, it's deafened himself as soon as I said anything. That's a shame. No, can't stop giggling. Not gonna work, Crypto. It's not gonna stop giggling, buddy.
Can't stop the giggling.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Lucky, bro, just Lucky. Stop laughing though, and actually like say your point though about how you think the world's flat.
Well, the waters of it, right? They're observed and measured to be. And if they tell us 72% of the water of the earth is what the earth's surface is water, then if it measures flat, the earth can't be a ball, right? It's just obvious.
What do you mean by it measures flat? We've actually gone out and it. It's not just a statement. We have long distance observations that show distance, show it flat. As like on my
I don't know if this is happening for anybody else, but Godrock, and you're cutting in. He's deafened himself as well now, since I started talking to him.
He's cutting off.
That's great. But yeah, he was cutting in and out.
I didn't actually make out what he was saying, but yeah, he was cutting out.
So this is interesting. So Down syndrome boy has obviously got another account with the same PFP. It's called Flat Earthers Are Wise. He's just sent me a friend request. It's interesting.
Oh.
Do that. Yeah.
Oh, he loves your body.
He actually sent me a message saying for you to unmute him because he wants to apologize.
Yeah. Right, well that's
we
done.
might
So
have
Down syndrome boy, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay.
Hi.
So look, I am here. I do not believe the Earth is flat, but I am here for knowledge because I am interested to see it from another viewpoint. But I have a question. I don't think water is stationary. Because
No, water isn't stationary. Obviously, when it moves, it's not stationary.
Well, that wasn't the question in the first place, but okay.
I mean, fine. If the Earth does not if it doesn't rotate, if it stays still, what explains like solar eclipses?
You're talking about one thing, what the Earth is doing, and then attributing to what's going on in the sky. Whatever's going on in the sky is going on in the sky.
You said the Earth stood still and did not move and was stationary.
Yeah.
But if it does not move, what explains the fact that solar eclipses happen? Solar eclipses happen because they
the
happen
moon
because
gets in front of the sun.
But you said everything
Unicorns.
above there are no
Unicorns
planets.
do it. Why can't unicorns do it?
There is no proof that unicorns exist.
Exactly. There's no proof the Earth's a globe either.
I mean,
What
what
happens with a solar eclipse?
Well, the moon moves in between Earth and the sun.
Right. So when we look up in the sky, are the sun and the moon there?
Not always, no. But that's because the Earth is a globe. That's. Why are there different time zones then? Why is it dark on one part of the Earth?
Do you want to stick to one question at a time, my dude? Because
Okay,
otherwise we're going to just be chasing our tails, answering
Fine.
questions you don't recognise the answer to.
Fine. This is the real question I have. What explains time zones then? Because let's say in one part of the sun, but if the Earth was flat, there would be no time zones because if the sun was above the Earth, the light would reach all of the Earth. There would be no curvature because it goes like around the Earth.
No.
Fine. Why? Yes.
Can show me a light source that shines infinitely across the surface.
You've held a light bulb. You can see there's a distance where that light is casting. You know, it's.
All right, let's ask this kid a question.
You have
do you live
held
on a street?
a light bulb.
Do I live on a street? Yes.
Hold on, it is
Do you
I.
live on a street?
Sorry, it is
Yeah.
I. 2 seconds,
Okay.
let Crypto have this. Sorry.
You live on a street, right? Are there any street lights on the street?
Yes, there are street lights on the street.
How many are there?
I don't know.
Why isn't there just one?
Well, because the light doesn't reach everywhere.
Hey, there we are.
Okay. No, but look, a street light doesn't have a lot of power, but the sun is like a huge star.
Hold on.
Not infinite
Hold
amounts
on.
of. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Right, the sun has enough power to disperse its light where it disperses its light. Right, that's
Yeah.
safe enough to say. And when it
Which is
pops
around
off,
the solar system.
Hold on. No, when the light that you see goes away, it doesn't cast a light in your area anymore. We call that nighttime when it's dark, when the sun goes away. When it comes back again, that's the morning. When the sun's overhead, that's daytime.
I think we could clarify this a little bit more by where do you think the sun sits in the sky?
Well, according to like a lot of scientists, the sun is in the middle of the solar system with all the planets orbiting around it, and those planets themselves are turning around. While they turn, the sun can only like light up like about half the planet, because the other half is in the sun's shadow, therefore causing nighttime. And also,
nice belief and story you've got.
No.
That's a really cool story. I like that.
No, but I'm trying to see how you think it's not that.
Because the Earth measures level and stationary. We're not a ball, first of all.
That's
right? If we
that's
was,
because the Earth is so big.
How big is it?
It's super big compared to like one person, so it looks flat. Okay,
Super big. How big is it?
It's
Has it got an agreed upon size?
It's immense compared to one person.
Has it got an agreed upon size?
No one denied that.
No,
I asked you what the actual size
it's so
was.
big that the curve you cannot see it.
Yeah. It's really big. We get it. We get it. How big?
It's big. It's big enough. It's big, but it's not like
big enough.
When you go to the beach and you look out.
Stop.
Why is it that you can't see?
Stop.
Okay.
If I ask you an exact size, which is what Jedi asked you as well, the answer is normally quantifiable in miles or kilometers. Yeah? And then you can either tell us a radius, circumference, diameter, if you really want. Any of those would work. Do you have any of those?
What do you mean, do I have any of those?
If I say to you, I have a basketball, and you say to me, how big is the basketball? I should be able to tell you the circumference or the radius of the basketball. Yeah?
Okay.
So you've said to ask, Earth is really big, and we've both said, how big? And you've gone, super big. That's not good enough. We want to know numbers. How big?
Well, that's not what it's about. It's big enough for there to be no real sign of a curvature at the scale of where you are.
No. So before we go on and carry on with this, the reason why I've asked you how big the Earth is you should at least acknowledge it has got an agreed upon size, right? Even if you don't know what it is off the top of your head, the Earth is this big, so we are told. It has got a circumference, hasn't it? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Well, the Earth in miles is like 23,000 miles long in length.
24.
Or approximately 40,000 kilometers.
Did you just say that the Earth is 23,000 miles long?
Yep.
It's approximately 23,000 miles long in length. In length. Like circular motion, it is. If you put it all together in a straight line, it is 23,000 miles long.
Do you not understand the problem with the terminology of using the word long? Because we're not talking about a straight edge, are we? We're talking about a globe.
So you just said it was a globe.
Yes.
No. You think it's a globe, so you need to give the circumference, not the length.
What do you believe it is, then?
Why are you talking? By saying the word long, you are admitting it's flat. That's what I think was funny about that.
No, I said if it was. No, I said this. I said if it was all put in a straight line.
Why are you talking?
Because I'm proving.
If you think it's a globe, then you need to give circumference, not length.
No, but look, for example, if let's say it's a basketball, right? You can you can put a tape measure around the basketball, and you can measure its length. It doesn't have to be a circumference. Because look, a globe doesn't have a circumference because it's a globe. Only circles have a circumference. A globe has an area, but you can also put the length around it. Would you just put a tape measure around the globe? And that is...
So in a circle. So that would be the circumference of a circle that could be a three-dimensional shape, but is the maximum distance around its edge? Circumference.
I gotta be honest with y'all, like, bro, my brain hurts right now.
He gave the right circumference, or well, what the estimate is like 24.9 thousand. The radius they say is 3.9.
3.9 what?
3.9 miles. Yeah, 1,000 miles. So your circumference was close. You were 1,000 off, but that's what they say. It's not, you know.
Fine, but now, like you're arguing with us why it's wrong that we think the Earth is round. But tell me why you think the Earth is flat.
Because it measures flat over distances of water. You know the water of the Earth. You know the thing that you drink in your cup, thing that you bath in, thing that you go swimming in a pool or sail on when you go to a lake or the sea. That stuff, water. That water measures level over distance. Distances that it shouldn't do if the Earth was a ball.
Say that again.
Water measures level.
Okay.
I wouldn't really consider this an argument. I would.
1 second, mate. 1 second. And the reason we were interested in the size of this ball is because we want to get a bit of accuracy. We want to know how much drop should there be over a given distance.
Oh, by the way, I wasn't the one that said Earth is 22,000 miles long.
I didn't finish. Why are you talking? So what we really want to know, is how much drop should be over that distance so that we can test the model. Just saying it's really big, bro, that's not good enough because we can't ask any questions. We can't test anything by just saying it's big.
Do you think the Earth is so big you can't measure it?
I do, but it's so big that you can. It looks flat because.
I got you. Listen, do you understand that if you put your finger on top of any ball, right, whether it be the size of the Earth or a beach ball, that eventually, with distance, it's going to start curving downwards from you. Relative to you, you're always on top of the ball. Every surface with distance has gone down, hasn't
it? Yeah, sure.
Yes, that's a curved line. Right? So you're at a beach, standing at water, and eventually, over distance, let's say a boat is going to go over the curve, and you can't see it because curve's in the way, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. If you know the size of the ball, and you know how high you are above that surface, your altitude, it's just a mathematical equation to figure out where the horizon should be if it was a geometric one, if you were standing on a ball. The physical thing for boats to hide behind, right? It's just maths and geometry, yeah?
Okay. But let's say for a ball, you can see the curvature because the ball itself has no gravitational pull.
What's gravitational pull got to do with observing the curvature?
Well, okay, fine.
I'll let you speak because I hoped it was going to be on topic, but if it's not, I'm going to stop you so you understand this very simple thing. That if you were to stand on a curved surface, eventually at distance, you're not going to be able to see it because the curved surface will be in the way. Right? You've understood it so far. That surface will have descended downwards from you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome. If you know the size of the ball and you know how high you are above that surface, just draw a straight line out from your eyes towards the surface before it starts curving downwards in a way where you can't reach it with that straight line anymore. That bit there That's a mathematical equation away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome. That bit there is the physical thing that should be blocking everything from beyond it.
Okay. But that just explains why the Earth is round.
Well, that's tough. Y'all hungry? I'm feeling like getting a Big Mac right now. Anybody agree?
You don't have to say that to everyone, but okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. Although I can't help but notice the Big Macs are flat.
Plain. Why are you playing Fortnite?
Who are you talking to?
Me, and the answer is I feel like it.
So you weren't paying attention at all?
I had it in the background.
So you don't understand simple maths and geometry then? Or do you? Are you smart? Or do you even understand that they exist and we can rely upon them?
No, I'm pretty sure I have a basic understanding of maths.
Mm-hmm.
Basic enough to see the holes in what you're telling me.
Didn't sound like it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it to me either. So, okay, what would the curvature have to be over 41 kilometers for a ball the size of the Earth?
Oh, that's classic. That's beautiful.
Brilliant.
That's mature.
That's
Brilliant.
literally the best argument against flat Earth right there.
They really take a big ass piss.
His stream sounded level.
I suppose it's better than shouting racial slurs.
Yeah.
You take what you can get sometimes. You know?
Hey, he made me laugh.
So anyway, Mr. Flat Earthers don't have Down syndrome. What do you think the curvature should be over 41 kilometers on a ball the size of the Earth?
He's muted himself at the moment, buddy.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, so what do you say?
How much drop should there be over 41 kilometers on a ball the size of the Earth?
Sorry, is this a figure that is on the internet?
Why would it? I thought you had a basic understanding of math.
Okay. Well, I mean, it curves down, obviously.
Sure. So what would the drop be over 41 kilometers?
What do you mean? What would the drop be? What do you want the answer to?
That question cannot be simpler.
Like it drops down over like the horizon. The horizon.
Yeah. So how much drop would there be?
Enough drop for you not to see past that point.
Yeah.
So you don't know how much.
God damn, kid, how old are you?
None of your business.
Is my tax money paying for your school? 'Cause I want to refund.
Hold on. Here's when you display the education of, let's not say, at least a high schooler.
So if I were to give you that answer, should we move on, and then I can explain why I'm asking that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we should see about 90 to 100 meters of drop over that distance, right? Do you think it's easy to measure 100 meters?
Yeah, easy enough.
Yeah. So, for instance, if you were to shoot a laser over that distance, and hit a target on the other side, and the combined elevation of the laser and the target was less than 100 meters, you could conclude that there wasn't 100 meters of curve in the middle, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, we did that, and we hit the target, so there's no curve. The end. Case closed.
Okay.
So everything else is kind of fluff. Everything else is like, oh, how do seasons work? Well, they have to be on a flat Earth because the Earth measures flat. How do solar eclipses work? Well, they have to be done on a flat Earth because the Earth measures flat. How does tides work? Well, they have to be on a flat Earth because, you guessed it, the Earth measures flat. So everything else kind of flows from the measurement.
Wait, this is why I looked, and this is why they explain the Earth seems flat. They say this is what I said too. The Earth is so large.
Can you repeat what I just said, please?
You said that, but you said that if you shoot a laser over 100 meters, because usually that would be the place where you would see bullet drop, or like a drop in something. If you hit a target.
You didn't understand what I said.
Okay, say it again then.
Okay, so if you take a laser, so we're not talking about bullets, take a laser and you were to hit a target, the combined elevation was less than 100 meters, which is the amount of drop that we're told should be there, then the Earth is not curving. The end. It's not how it looks, it's not how I feel, this is a necessary consequence of hitting that target, is that the curvature they say should be there isn't there. Yeah?
I don't think he got anything.
No, neither do I, but at least, maybe other people are listening.
That's not for you to judge. I'm pondering what he just said.
If the surface was curved, it would get in the way of a straight laser hitting something that was beyond the curve, because the curve would get in the way. We hit the target, therefore there's no curve in the way.
We are given very specific numbers.
That would be if the curve would curve upwards. It just curves down. So once they shoot over a certain...
Hold on. That's exactly kind of what we mean by down over the curvature of the Earth. You understand that with distance, if the surface is curved, it's going to stop you seeing it. We went through this before. That also means it's going to most definitely stop a laser transiting between someone shooting a laser and that target on that surface. The curve would get in the way, wouldn't it? If you understand the premise of not seeing it because curve's in the way. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
And this would be scalable, repeatable. It would be very easy to do. But it's not there, so... Why exactly do you think Flat Earth is crazy?
Wait, what did you say?
This supposed curvature, that the metrics that they're giving us, not there. So, just asking you, do you think it's crazy that people think the Earth is flat?
Well,
and the
let's
information that are given to us.
There's
is
definitely
false.
evidence pointing towards the fact that your theory is correct, but there are still a couple factors you ignore.
This is strong with you.
Alright. Do you think you're quite intelligent when it comes to the Earth being a ball spinning in space?
You're not thinking that's crazy.
Do you think you're pretty smart when it comes to the Earth being a ball spinning in space, my friend?
No, which is why I'm trying to find out why you guys think the Earth is flat.
Can I say something, guys?
Sure.
I was just listening to the way you were explaining that about the curve of getting in the way of the laser beam, or the yeah. I think the way I was picturing it, the way, because he was asking, why is it that the curve would get in the way? Because it would. I think he's picturing it that the beam is going out, and if it's a ball, then nothing would get in the way, because it would just keep going straight out, kind of like we describe a plane. Plane doesn't curve over the ball.
Yeah.
It just goes straight.
I get what you're saying.
So yeah, the way you were
Yeah, so-
explaining it seemed a
yeah,
little
of
bit
course.
confusing, that the curve would get in the way of the laser beam.
Yeah,
It's that
If you
we
would
can
actually
see
try
too
it, I
far.
get
The
you.
beam goes too far for the amount of curvature that they tell us the equation should work out to.
But that's why the elevation of the target is so relevant, because we're not talking about a beam going out into quote unquote space. It has to actually cling to the surface, because it's only hitting a target 1.5 meters on the surface.
Yeah, it's just a confusing way to explain it to someone that doesn't know what we're talking about, I guess. That's what it just sounded like it to me.
Yeah, though the example started about 20 minutes ago of just making an observation over a curved
Yeah.
surface.
It's
making
more
an
like that-
observation. The curve
so-
would get in the way. So
Yeah, well, the
bringing
curve wouldn't get in the
experiments
way
of-
is the point, right? He's seeing
Well,
that the
this
curve
is
wouldn't get in the way because it's a
plane
ball.
that was made that I was helping him with to
I got
understand.
it. Yeah, it just sounded. I know you didn't
very
mean it that way.
simply.
It just sounded confusing.
I know.
But hey man, for me it was easier to talk about, like, to think about it as like the spinning part of it rather than the curvature. I mean, we can see too far is the point with the curvature, but if you're going like several millions of miles per hour in several different directions, orbiting and corkscrewing around the sun, wouldn't you think you would feel that? You don't feel the Earth spinning,
Yeah, of course.
right? So why do you think that is? Is he still here?
Are these questions directed to me by any chance?
Yeah, if you're the one we're trying to talk about why
Okay.
people.
Say that again.
If the Earth is spinning, right, in several
Mhm.
different directions at what adds up to like millions of miles per hour.
Why several different directions?
Well, because it's orbiting on its axis, they say, at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? And then it's also going around a sun that's 93 million miles away at approximately 67,000 miles per hour. Then they tell us that the sun itself is going 500,000 miles per hour through the galaxy. So then we're corkscrewing around the sun, orbiting the sun, displacing ourselves by 12 million miles a day if you do 500,000 times 24, right? So you're going to be totally different place going millions of miles, because then they say that the galaxy itself is swarming at like millions of miles per hour. So that's several different directions: orbiting, spinning, corkscrewing. And they say the reason we can't feel it is it's just like being in a plane where you can't feel like you're going as fast as the plane's going. And people accept that. One linear direction at one constant speed is good enough for them to make it seem like, oh, that's just the way it is when you're spinning different ways. Plus, you can feel the motion of a plane. Slightly, at least, when you're sitting down, and much more when you get up to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so what you said seems convincing, but the only thing that the only thing that I don't know that I would be able to retort with is that it's just we're so small compared to the Earth that it's even if it moves extremely fast, we won't be able to notice that.
Right. Now, does that really make sense to you when you think about it?
I don't know, but
if you were going millions of miles per hour, would it matter how big the surface is that you're on? It's not about the size of the surface; it's about the speed. And this is the other this trick, right? And the trick is to tell you that it's a certain amount of like degrees compared to a larger sum of some sort, and then it seems small. But the literal translation of the speed at the equator is 1,000 miles per hour. The way they explain it is that if the circumference of the Earth was like a watch, it would be slower than the hour hand of a watch, which you can't really see move, right? The hour hand of a watch. The second hand, the smaller one.
Yeah.
You don't really, you're digital probably, but you know what I'm talking about, a clock, where the second hand goes so slow you can hardly see it. But if the clock was as big as the circumference of the Earth, then that hand would literally be moving at 1,000 miles per hour. It's the size difference that they try to trick you with. It's a relativity trick to make you think that it's slow. Just because you're relative to something doesn't make it any different in speed.
Okay.
So you would still be traveling at 1,000 miles per hour, and the speed of sound is only 700. So you'd be traveling faster than the speed of sound.
It sounds correct, but why would they want to trick you about it? What do they gain trying to trick you from the fact that the Earth is inevitably flat, which is what you guys are saying?
Have you ever heard the phrase "knowledge is power"?
Knowledge is power. Yes, I have.
You've heard that, right? So
Yeah.
if knowledge is power, then it's a commodity, right? It's worth something, right? There's value to it.
Why would knowledge of the Earth being round or flat or whatever? Why would it grant any power
Well, what
whatsoever?
if there was lots of other land where they had infinite resources and there was infinite gold and infinite oil, and they couldn't say that those commodities are scarce, so they couldn't put a price on them. They confined us into this area.
It's all speculation,
It's part of that's a possibility. That's one possibility, is to hide more land.
Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely.
But how is
They're all
indoctrinating
possibilities.
the general people saying that the Earth is round gonna hide?
They're selling you a dead universe. They're selling you that everything around you is dead, and we need to look at life. So do not think that that's going to shape you, your way of thinking, if you think that you're surrounded by death. Like, I'm just giving you an example of one.
Death.
The mind
people down. It dumbs people down.
Yes.
It's a direct contradiction because they tell you you're spinning, but you can't feel it.
What did you say about standing and not feeling? Because there are a lot of
I was saying that's like a direct contradiction. Like if you literally when you think about your experience is that you don't feel movement, and it seems like a level plane as far as you can tell.
Yeah.
From your perspective.
Yeah.
But then they've convinced you your reality is the opposite of that.
But why? What would they gain in doing that?
Control, power.
Control over what? Power over what?
Control over people's minds. Control over their
they want you.
Intelligence.
You're the real currency. Money is only the carrot on the stick for the real currency, which is you. They want you to jump.
But look at me. Look at
just,
you.
Toy around with that idea. Like we can go through all sorts of things.
But
you're the real
Alright.
currency.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask
And
you
they
a
want you
question.
to think
Wait, can I?
everything is
My friend.
dead
Hold
around
on.
you.
Yeah. How did
That's the
the F
question.
get here, mate? How did the F get here?
According to scientists, the Big Bang. Well, that
Right.
was how the universe came apart, and then all of then just the rocks rearranged themselves and made like planets in the different solar systems.
Awesome stuff. So that's, the creation idea of how the Earth got here, if it was a ball.
How did the
But
Earth
the
get
Earth-
here then?
Well, the Earth isn't a ball. How many choices have you got when you ask this question, mate? You've given me one. Matter makes itself. It all explodes into existence and, creates itself. What's the other choice you've got when you're talking about how something was created?
God created
this-
it. I don't know.
No, spot on. You're absolutely correct. You've only got those two choices, and the other one is God. When we're talking about how something got here or how something was created, like the Earth, you've only got two choices. It is either God did that or it made itself. It sprang into existence for no apparent reason, exploded from nothingness into something.
That is true.
Well, I'm here, so I have to say that just like I think I was talking the last time, you said it was either God or that it was whatever the Big Bang they say it is. I like to add in that there's kind of a third choice in my mind, that it could be an infinite existence where the source of the smallest, the essence of everything has an intelligence code. And it doesn't mean that it creates
So
itself.
time is an illusion.
Everything in
There's
sync.
no beginning and there's no end.
It just is. Everything is always creating. Doesn't have to be God, necessarily called God, but it could be that we are God in every essence of everything. And
There's no beginning.
And therefore, that's
point.
kind of like a God code. So it's the same thing in a way.
Even though when you are born, you have a beginning point, the world does not.
Doesn't mean that the world has a beginning point just because we do. It could be an infinite, forever, and always was and always will be.
Fine enough.
Maybe. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah. So
the most intellectually honest answer is we don't know.
Getting back to this guy. Well, yeah.
We don't know.
But we understand that to answer that question, if the Earth was a ball, we've got lots of different ideas, all speculated on how a ball got here. But the Earth is not a ball. It's not a ball. It's not spinning in space. So you're not even given the opportunity to ask that question of how the Earth, the actual Earth, got here.
Yeah, if we want to
Knowledge
figure
is
it out,
power,
we should
my
be told
friend.
the truth about where we are to begin with. We'll never figure it out if we have a misconception of where we are.
Okay, I have a question. If the Earth is not a globe and is not a planet, what is the Earth to you? Is it like some almighty plane where? What is the Earth to you?
I would guess an infinite plane, because how can reality have an edge?
An
like,
infinite
if this
plane.
is our reality. Like, yeah, if there was even if there was a wall, like a barrier,
That's high
there's
speculation.
something on. I would guess that's
really high speculation,
If
man.
it's an if
And I get that you're speculating, but when we're talking to new people, speculation isn't always best.
if it's an infinite plane, what is beyond?
No.
The Pacific Ocean. What is beyond that? If it's an infinite plane, it should be infinite, right?
Infinite. We don't.
Skip that comment. It's his idea of the Earth.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Can I just mention? Yeah, you said what's beyond the Pacific Ocean. Well, if you're in America and you're looking east, what's beyond the Pacific Ocean? Well, Africa. Europe.
I'm pretty sure that's the Atlantic Ocean.
He's talking about what's beyond the furthest possible part of the ball, right?
Yeah.
No. He was right though. Yeah, I thought you meant Atlantic, but with Pacific, like it would be Asia, wouldn't it? It's no.
You've seen the whole.
Okay, but yeah, fine. I agree with that.
You've only got two choices.
I agree with that,
right,
but then how is it an
You've only
infinite
got
plane?
two choices.
How is it an infinite plane? If
this is.
I'm not sure it is.
Who knows? I'm not saying it is. Sorry, I've got to push this infinite idea out of the way.
Past that idea.
Yeah.
Well,
You've really only got two choices.
We don't know is the most honest answer. We don't know.
Oh my God.
So, but then, what Dr. Ronnie Strawman, whatever he said, he said that if you're in America and you look not east, but if you look west, you see Asia. If the Earth is flat, how would you see Asia if you're in America?
You can't see that.
I mean, you don't see it. You asked what was beyond there, and that's what I said. That is what's beyond that. I didn't say you could see it.
Okay, but fine. If it is beyond there, just a second. So if it is beyond there, what do you exactly mean by beyond there? You mean it's just there opposite a body of water?
Have you ever seen, like, just picture a clock in the middle, the center is the North Pole, right? Okay, and then west is clockwise and east is counterclockwise.
Yep.
Does this thing run 24/7?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go, but I'll be back soon enough.
All right.
Tell your mama said hi.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm sure she'll
enjoy your dinner.
How old do you think he was?
I don't know.
14 at best.
Yeah, I'm guessing like 15, 16.
You guys don't ever
13.
you guys don't ever try to screen anybody
I'm
to see
saying
if it's. Had you guys ever thought about, or has anyone ever asked you about screening people for their age? Or
Yes,
anything?
we have thought about it, and if people are obviously,
That's where I fucking did it.
but at the same time, like we can't just ask everyone for their age because that comes across a bit creepy.
Yeah, how are you
so we
supposed to
have
know,
be
right?
discerning.
I didn't invite this
Card
guy.
verification.
I want to make
Well, they're
that
usually
clear.
pre-interviewed, yeah, right. Might be something people want to ask. He sounds pretty young. I don't know. Yeah,
As long
I mean,
as
there was a bit of a worry about
13.
that with a couple people like Nathan
That's
Thompson
fine.
at the school and all that.
I already addressed it pretty much when they came into the conversation earlier. Got a lot of concern, haven't you, with that very person? They are over 13. And usually, yeah, they're voice checking. Sometimes we just unmute them. If they're obviously underage, they get removed because Discord terms of service and 13. If they're acting maturely, then they're obviously going to get muted and removed. Don't put up with it for long. But ultimately, they're just going to come in and be as they are. So, best guess, 14, 15. The Discord, that's fine.
Yeah. What's the usual? Is there any kind of restriction or law against it at all for kids to be talking about? Like, I guess it's not really against the law to talk about the reality of our nature of our reality, is it? How could they really blame us for that? But it's conspiracy. Is there any kind of like restriction on what conspiracy talk should be for kids?
Only in China.
Guidelines or anything? Okay, not here in the U.S. They don't say anything about that. That's kind of
No.
That's good. Anyway, thanks for letting me butt in, guys. I the way it was the laser thing with it was just. I knew that he was picturing it like we picture a plane flying off into space. If it's, Anyway, carry on, guys. I have to go to bed. It's late here. Good night. Thanks for letting me talk.
All right. Have a good night.
See you later, perspective.
All right, take care.
See, the Void is back. Hi, Void. How are you?
Back. Was I here before?
You were in yesterday. We unmuted you yesterday and you were just flashing in the background. Don't think I had the opportunity to talk to you, but I'm glad you're talking now. Good. Welcome to the server, Void.
Yeah, thank you. I like to just listen. It's this or politics, and I can't go there without them screaming at each other. I just like to hear people talk. I don't really have an opinion on whether the Earth is flat or not. I don't really give a shit. But I guess I'll pose this question to get people talking. Why is it that if I fly to Asia, I go east, and sometimes I'll fly east to get back to the US from Asia? Does the flat Earth model account for a cylinder, perhaps?
Just going round in a circle around north. Which would be
Are you talking about like in terms of flight times? Is that what you're getting at?
No. So sometimes I'll take off from North Carolina and make my flight to Tokyo. I like to go to Tokyo. And then sometimes I'll take off from Tokyo and head to head eastward towards LAX. Sometimes I'll go west. It's usually a straight line. Sometimes they'll travel a bit northward.
I would say that it would just be logical at that point because you're taking off from the United States and you're going over there from that side, and it's a shorter distance, and then it's even shorter to go back around the other way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying visually in my mind, if it's a flat model doesn't make sense there. It'd have to be a cylinder. There'd have to be some kind of lip for me to go over or under.
Why? You got this cylinder idea from? What are you actually looking at?
I guess you'd have to give me a shape.
I'll tell you what. You know what the globe Earth looks like, yeah? And if you were to look down on it, you'd see the Arctic in the middle and the continents radiating out. You know that idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then just push that idea outwards where you pull apart the underneath where Antarctica is and pull it out and make it a circle around. So if you're navigating using north, south, east and west, the north is the central point, same as it is on the globe, and you're just going east to west around it. So it's a circular path around
makes
a
sense.
point.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Wait, where did you fly out again? Was you said like Atlanta?
Usually it's DFW, but sometimes I've gone to North Carolina, and sometimes Denver. I don't know. Flights out of America are weird.
Yeah. What is that? That's like a 22-hour flight. That's a long flight.
It's anywhere from like 14 to 16. Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I just try to take Xanax and alcohol and black out for about 12 hours, and it's pretty chill.
Yeah, I do the same. I buy all the beer from the flight attendants.
On international flights, alcohol is free, so at least
really?
they've never cut me off. So
Yeah, even a 6-hour flight to me is dreadful.
yeah, as I
hate
get
it.
older, it's worse.
It's not fun. They don't
I'm the only
make
person
it
here who likes
comfortable.
flying.
Say what?
Am I the only person here who actually likes flying?
Oh, I mean, I enjoy it. I get catered to, meals, movies, but it's very cramped. So
Yeah, like I like takeoff and everything and landing, but the being cramped up with like seats in front of seat. Well, I'm a tall person. I'm 6'2", so sitting in a chair with somebody leaning back on me, like it's not comfortable.
yeah, I'm 5'10", so it's manageable, but right on the border of being awful.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I would advise there is that not all economy classes are created equal, and you get some. I worked very briefly in the travel industry, and you get to know that, like, for instance, the Emirates Premium Economy is something like 10 inches extra legroom, and it doesn't cost a lot more. So if you're going to fly to the Middle East, as I do quite a lot, the upgrade to Premium Economy for someone who's quite tall, like, is definitely worth it. Whereas with other airlines, they'll market Premium Economy and it'll be like 3 inches extra, and you won't notice the difference.
Yeah, I think if I get on a Japan Airlines flight, I feel pretty good because they're usually more comfortable compared to like American Airlines.
Oh yeah, dude. I used to fly a lot of American Airlines, and being as tall as I am, like just even like sitting behind somebody that would lean back like in their chair and like bump up against my knees, and I'd be all cramped up. Like by the time I got off that flight, like I was just like ready to take a nap because like it just it's just so uncomfortable, and it wears you out, like emotionally and physically. Like hurts your back and everything. It's like, dude, I need my hotel right now.
Yeah, welcome to the start of your vacation. You need a day just to recover.
Yeah, like not fun.
All right, Void. Do you see the image I posted in the live stream voice text for you? I know where the text stream is, right?
Yep. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that is what the Earth is, right? But if you're just talking about navigating just north in the middle, south around the outside.
That makes sense. That helps me visualize it. I've been in here a few times and I've listened. You guys are much more calm than, like I said, the politics Discord. So I enjoy listening. I've heard some good arguments, but like I said, I really in one way or the other. If I found out the Earth was flat, I'd be like, interesting, and go on with my day.
Well, then you must have already done that, right? Because it is flat.
I mean, you guys have good arguments, but I don't care. Sorry, it's not really that important to me. I just like to hear you guys talk. It's relaxing.
So you don't think it's important that literally the entire world is set up to lie to you about the nature of your reality?
I just feel like I'm being lied to always anyway about everything. So yeah, it'd just be part. It'd be par for the course.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I can actually get on board with that. It's like one of the big first revelations for me was, as a British person, realizing that the British government actually hates the British people. And after that, I was like, oh, okay. So if the people in charge don't care about the people they're in charge of, why wouldn't they lie to me about everything? Well, there's no reason. So
I got a random question. Is Boris still running over there in the UK? Is he still running the show?
He's a fat bastard. I don't think he can run at all.
But yeah, he is.
He's still in charge. When is his time up?
Couple of years.
That depends, doesn't it? Are we talking like Salmon Moose time up, or?
How long does term limits go over there?
Anywhere between 4 and 5 years. They're normally set by the government when they get into power.
Ah, I had no idea. Interesting.
But the kicker is that they can. I forget exactly how this works, but they can decide later on when the actual date is. I should actually know that, but anyway.
Yeah. I know he's like the English version of Trump or something like that, from what I've heard described.
No, I don't think so. Very different.
Yeah, I have to look into it more. I really don't know much about British politicians.
I've tried to watch some Parliament sessions.
British politicians.
Someone grabbed a scepter and everybody started yelling, and I had no idea what was happening, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Oi, mate, you got a license for that?
Yeah, I don't know how it works over there.
It's like a really dramatic version of I've Got the Conch.
That's great.
I'll tell you how it works over here, Trent. What happens is we have a bunch of over-controlling psychopaths in a building called Parliament, and if you want any kind of freedom, you ignore what they say. That's how it works.
Wow, we have so much in common.
Dude, it sounds like America.
Yeah, it's more or less, to be honest.
Half the country here is like, we're literally starving and about to be homeless. And our politicians like, we got bombs to build.
Yeah. They're like, well, I got a paycheck and I got free healthcare, so fuck you guys.
Maybe you should have thought about joining the Senate before you decided to be poor.
Yeah. It's like, we need to bomb brown people in the name of anti-racism.
Yeah.
Military is a good jobs program. Don't hate.
It is if you utilize it in the correct way.
I don't have a problem with soldiers. I think soldiers are doing what they think is right for the country. I don't have a problem with them. It's the people who make the laws. It's the people who decide that you're going to war. They're the real psychopaths. They're the scumbags, knowing that they've got this army that will do what they say. But soldiers, military guys, as far as I can tell, they all seem to be, of all the ones I've met, seem to be pretty stand-up guys. You know, it's just a shame that they're being used in that way. That's the problem.
Yeah. And there's also a lot of people that go into the military and they get the GI Bill and stuff, and then they don't use it. That's a free thing. Like you're literally gonna get paid to go to college, and so
it's weird going to college when you're beyond the college age. Like I have my degree. I tried to go back just for fun, and I felt like I was sitting in a daycare. It's really weird. So
yeah, it baffles me that these people have. There's a lot of people that they get their GI Bills and everything, and they don't even use it. Like it's free money. Like it's literally free money. Like use that. Like why aren't you using that? I mean, shit. If somebody's gonna pay me to go to college, hell yeah, I'd use it. I mean, I've already been through college, but I mean that's part of the benefits that they get. It's crazy that some people don't use it, or actually, a lot of people don't use it.
Really, is it a lot? I'm actually curious on like the numbers now.
Mic check. Mic check. Hello.
Yeah,
Mic check.
Can't hear you.
Okay. So
yeah,
what about those countries where military service is mandatory?
You don't.
It's only really South Korea and a couple of others.
I think mandatory military service would be a good thing.
It was for me. I thought it was pretty funny.
Not anymore.
Yeah, only 7% of the military used their GI Bill last year.
Only 7? Really?
Yep, only 7% of the people.
That is so low. Weird.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Only 7% use the GI Bill. The GI Bill, for anyone that's not American, is kind of like an educational bit of it. I think after you complete your service, you basically get 4 years of college paid for, or at least highly subsidized. I think.
Yeah, they pay up to it's like something like $32,000 of your tuition
per semester.
No, not per semester. Just like over time.
Oh, that's
during those 4 years.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
so different. It's so different with Europe and America. It's so different. That
32
sounds like bizarre to me.
Wait,
like I had mandatory military service. And I became a sergeant. And my position in the army is to be the security officer of the command center, and I am responsible for like I could go on and on.
Oh yeah.
And that was just 1 year of military service.
Mm-hmm. My dad did 20 years in the Air Force as he started off as an aviation officer, and then transferred over into an air traffic controller. He did 20 years, retired as a master sergeant. But during his time, he went over to Bosnia during when the Sunnis and Shiites were killing each other. And
master sergeants. So that's just
yeah.
Okay. So he was good at his job. So
yeah, but he was still getting, dude. Master sergeants in the United States, they don't get paid shit. Like,
yeah, I know. Like
when he retired, when he retired, he was only making like $45,000 a year. Like he was barely making anything.
But they get the
after 20 years too.
They get the housing allowance, and then their healthcare is rock solid as well.
Yeah.
Shit. I shouldn't even say this because it's probably fucking easy to track down. My great uncle was a 4-star general.
Oh, nice.
And then, which is weird because then my grandpa got a shit post as like an infantryman in the Korean War. And then we all just became doctors and engineers. So now we have no military. So weird how that happened.
Where do you live?
I live in America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You should still be able to have it.
Have what?
Yeah.
If you had the retirement, or well, if you're or not you, but if your dad got the retirement, he should still be able to have his military card.
Yeah, he should still have the title and.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No. It was my great uncle, and then my grandfather.
It's your uncle. Okay, so you're not close relatives, so that's why.
No, like my grandmother's brother. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah.
Forgive me. I'm bad with the family relations thing. It gets confusing.
Yeah. My dad, his 20 years, he has a military card for the rest of his life. Like he can go onto base, go buy at the BX, go to the commissary and stuff like that.
I'm curious if there's any sort of benefit to being somewhat related to him. Probably not.
I think you could possibly get you can get him to take you onto the base and then take you over to where you can get your military ID.
Oh, he's the 4-star general guy is long dead. He died actually the same year I was born, 1990.
Because I had that for a long time.
Have you guys?
I've gotten a
Go ahead.
civilian military ID, and
Pretty cool.
that would allow me on base.
I guess the closest thing I have is clearance, but it's not like I'm pursuing a military career. I just happen to be doing classified projects with software engineering, so.
Oh, I'm a software engineer too.
Hey!
In America, you don't have a mandatory military service.
No,
but
Who's a software engineer?
you've never actually held a gun in your hand. Any form of gun.
I have.
Assault rifle.
In America, you can own guns pretty freely.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The first time I shot a gun, I was 7 years old.
I have my gun right here on my desk.
And I wasn't trying to brag. I was just a little spooked.
No.
But the idea that you never held a gun.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I told my dad I wanted to shoot, and he was like, "Okay." And so he tossed me over a Mossberg. I was 7 years old. I fired that thing, and I literally fell over on the ground because obviously I wasn't ready for it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I shot
What
my
did
first
you
gun
shoot,
around
Mom?
the same age.
A rifle?
It was a 12 gauge.
Wow. Okay.
It was a 12 gauge, and I only weighed like I was only like 60, 70
Yeah.
pounds. Knocked me right over.
Bro, I had in the military. I had a anti-aircraft assault rifle. So
that sounds pretty badass.
It's mounted. It sounds pretty badass, but it's not fun at all.
Mm-hmm.
The kick from the gun, how old it is, and you're supposed to shoot things from the sky, and it's an assault rifle. It's mounted on the ground. That thing, the bullets. I don't remember the caliber of the bullets, but they are like the size of your hand.
Yeah, they're
the bullets are
they're like 7.6 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like 5-6 inches long. They're
Shooting that thing is painful and it knocks you out. Like you can't, and it's an assault rifle, meaning that it's continuously shooting.
So are you Swedish? You talk about being in Europe and there's mandatory military service.
I'm Finnish.
Finnish. All right.
So, yeah. So my dad, when he started his career, he was an aviation officer, and he used to carry around an M16 with a grenade launcher on it. And one of their trainings that they used to do is they would put a like a scrap car out in a field, and then they would have to fire a grenade out of the grenade launcher at it and blow it up. case like, so this is like if somebody was trying to like, run through the fence on an like Air Force base, like you need to obviously blow them up, and
well, you need to know how your weapon works. So if it has a grenade launcher, then you're gonna have to launch a grenade.
It was crazy, like he would get from shooting the grenade launcher, like his entire shoulder would just like turn purple, like it just like a giant bruise.
Oh yeah, the dudes that shot with me, the anti-air rifle, they passed out. They got knocked out.
Yeah,
they lost consciousness. That's how bad it is, and it's an assault rifle, as in it is continuously shooting. You're not just shooting like pop. You're going all the time.
That tears your muscles up.
One shot would knock the guy out, and he would not wake up. Like, yeah, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And the thing that stabilizes it is an iron rod, like that's placed on your shoulder. It's so bad. It's so
dude, it just stabs right into you and just like it screws your shoulder up.
It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
My dad, actually, now that he's getting older, he's having actually like shoulder dislocating problems from doing all of that. Like his shoulder dislocates all the time.
Like I tried it once, and I'm like, I don't want to shoot this thing ever in my entire life again.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I would just be a drone pilot.
Yeah. That's the best way to go about it. Honor day.
Badass. That's somebody has here said that it was badass. That's not badass. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible.
I don't know. I have a friend that's a drone pilot. He can't really talk about it, but he seems put together still. So, that or he's got no empathy, and he's like, "Put me in, coach."
Yeah, my brother has a friend that during the Iraq War, he was in Las Vegas, and they would launch the drones out, and then he would control them from the station in Las Vegas, and then just honestly, it looked like a video game.
Yeah, that's what I hear too. Is it's pretty much just like any shooter, which seems like a good way to do war.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's I kind of crack up at militias nowadays, because militias are like, oh, we can overthrow the government. It's like, dude, they got so many resources. Like, all they got to do is launch a couple drones, and like they'll blow you guys up in like a second. Like,
well, I mean that's a whole conversation, but
but
has anybody won a guerrilla war yet? Any major military? I can't recall any. I guess you could say you kind of won if you just occupy it for a while.
Finland,
but like, resistance never dies down.
Finland has.
I think the only way that we has. I think that the only way that we could top the American government is if we did it like within a couple hours. Like we'd have to do it really, 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 really fast.
Can I do it from my phone because I'm like really busy?
Yeah. Okay. Well, have you heard of the story of Magna Carta?
Magna Carta? That does sound very. Yeah. Wait, what? Say that again.
Okay. So supposedly, previously, there was one body that was creating all the rules, which is a king.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a king. So Magna Carta, supposedly, like I would like to say supposedly so that power would not be with one person. Like one person wouldn't be controlling everything in a country. So Magna Carta was created so that it would be a number of people.
Yeah, so like a branch of balance.
I'm familiar with that phrase from the American history standpoint, but I don't know if it's something you're talking about.
But yeah, the first time they wanted to introduce Magna Carta, the king refused and basically just killed off anybody that proposed the idea. The second time it was introduced, the king yet again, the same king, but another king who doesn't want to rule with other people, he just wants his self-rule. He refuses it. And the third time it happened, the people that were proposing Magna Carta and the king yet again refused it. But at that time, the people had had enough, so they dragged the king out in the streets and cut his head off.
Fucking badass.
And then Magna Carta was introduced.
I mean, Hitler did that. He, everybody on the opposing party in like, what was it, like their Congress or cabinet or whatever, he offed off, got rid of all of them, so he could basically run the power.
They should have just let him paint.
Not sure that's actually true.
I mean, have you listened to Hitler's speeches? Go on.
Of course.
Oh yeah,
I'm interested in European history, so of course I've listened to his speeches, but also the context of the time was very interesting. Like, for instance, there was about 5 to 6 million members of the German Communist Party, and they obviously have a similar mindset to the liberals of today, who control all of the information that you hear about that time period. So are they going to tell you, oh, actually, it turns out, the communists of the time were running, literal pedo clubs in Berlin in the 20s, as they were? Or are they going to tell you the person or the people who opposed that are bad? Now, I'm not saying that I like Hitler, don't like any world leaders, but try and have a balanced perspective on this, because the people who were against him then are the same people who are telling you he's bad. Right, it's the same mindset.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like he was like
have you ever actually listened to what he said on the podiums? Like what his whole screaming, like that's the whole meme, like Hitler screaming.
Oh, yeah.
Have you actually listened to all of the things that he said?
Yes, I actually have listened to speeches. Yes, not I can't.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really talking to you about, but
oh, sorry.
Dr. Elect, yeah, like you're on board with this, but have you actually listened to like what he says? Who was the guy who was like on the fence?
Oh, me, the one that was mentioning. Okay,
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I've actually have listened to him. I watched Schindler's List, and I've looked at a lot of history about it.
Schindler's List was literally fiction, right?
Yeah.
Well, that guy was obviously a grappler, obviously a douchebag.
Can I just finish this? If it's literally fiction, then what can it tell you about history?
I just know that. I know it's.
I mean, that's a simple answer. If it's fiction, what can it tell you about reality?
That's an emotional portrayal of the times.
Yeah.
A lot of people it didn't actually happen, and that's what's. A lot of people think that actually happened. It didn't actually happen, and that's really important to know.
I've never seen the movie. Is this like Holocaust denial territory?
No. But just okay. So a lot of people.
My grandma got she got raped by the Russians during the Russian invasion of Berlin.
Yeah, so I'm into knowing things
Heavy.
that happened. So
Yeah.
if you want to put labels on things and call it denial or whatever, which isn't what I was doing. In fact, I was pointing out that just simply that a book which was
Yeah, the only thing that I was
didn't
saying
finish.
too was,
Why are you talking?
my bad.
Okay.
Okay, man.
Okay.
Damn.
Let's slow down.
Yeah, but I don't talk over other people. I don't understand why people just feel the need to start talking halfway through someone else's sentence. Regardless, I was just saying that is admittedly fiction. So that needs to be taken into context. When someone says, "Oh yeah, I've read Schindler's List, I know history." Well, no, that doesn't tell you anything at all. It's like saying, "I've read A Brief History of Time, therefore I understand the universe." Well, no, you don't. That's got nothing to do with reality.
Somewhat related. I thought it was funny. I read Mein Kampf.
Did you?
And at the first of the book, he's like, I don't understand why my dad hates Jews. And then they end up scamming him in Venice, I think. And he's like, fuck, now I hate the Jews too.
Vienna, he went.
Vienna, not Venice, right? Vienna, yes. Anyway. I wasn't trying to call you a Holocaust denier or anything. I just wasn't sure what we were talking about. Not that I mind anyway. You'll find that I'm pretty open-minded. So if you think that history is lying to you, then I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I wasn't there. I can't tell you otherwise.
No, the point isn't that I'm bothered by if people call me names. I get called names all the time. The point is when people give labels to ideas, not understanding the actual context of the ideas. And flat Earth must be one of the most ridiculed things on that basis. But Holocaust denial is another thing. It's like, well, what do you mean by that? What does that? And then you have to actually talk about the idea, not just kind of put everyone in a box and go, these guys are evil because I say so. You know.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
So can I throw out like a bombshell topic?
Go ahead.
What do you think about Fukushima?
Fire bombings. What about it?
Do I think it? Wait, are you talking about the reactors? Like,
yeah. Like, what do you think about what happened and what's the aftermath of what happened? Like I'm not like trying to put you in a trick question. I'm just curious.
You're asking about nukes and explosives and nuclear bombs.
I wasn't aware there was any controversy around. I thought it was just earthquake damaged the reactors, and it's been a pain in the ass trying to get them fixed.
Okay. Cool. I was just curious.
Okay. Is there something around it? Because I'll look it up. Might be interesting to read.
No. I think the same thing.
Are they trying to make Godzilla real?
I don't know. They might create their own Godzilla now.
They've already got a Gundam. a working Gundam. They built one for the Olympics.
So Trent,
it's fucking spooky.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many? What kind of explosives have you been dealing with?
Explosives?
Yeah, you said about the Fukushima. The big boy. The fire bombings. Do you have any experience with explosives? That's what I'm asking. Direct.
Other than Tananite.
Other than fireworks.
Yeah. Tananite and fireworks.
All right. So you don't.
Yeah, I don't have any experience with no explosives.
So what are the explosives that you have dealt with? Just the smallest ones. Just give me anything, anything.
Like a firecracker? I blew up a firecracker in my hand once.
Firecracker. Okay. So a firecracker. How does it explode? Like what do you see after it explodes? What do you see?
A bright light, and then well, in my situation, I was dumb and I lit a
Simply
firecracker.
pushes around the dust around it. It just explodes. Do you know that the only way to have a fiery cloud, a mushroom cloud, is from an incendiary? It needs to be burning first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a fiery cloud, yeah?
Yeah, you
And
can see
then
that in the
it
explosions.
turns into smoke.
Yep.
I have dealt with up to 40 kilos of explosives. And that stuff does not create a mushroom cloud. It just pushes everything. It explodes. That's all. I'm not really an expert, but you need to have something that's inflammatory. Like, you need to have a incendiary. A little bit of a Molotov. You can make a Molotov cocktail, and you throw it on a rock, and you can see it's going to make a mushroom cloud. A little Molotov cocktail. Grab a beer bottle, put a little bit of gasoline on it, and throw it on a rock. It's gonna create a Molotov. It's gonna create a mushroom
I've done
cloud.
it.
You have,
done
so
it,
you do
yeah.
know this.
Yeah.
But no other explosive other than incendiary actually creates a mushroom cloud like that. So it has to be something that is incendiary.
What I think what happens is when a nuclear explosion goes off, there's so much heat and
I haven't dealt with nuclear explosions, but sure.
Yeah, there's so much heat in the fireball that when it pulls itself up, it pulls a bunch of debris off the ground with it, and that's what creates the mushroom cloud.
No, but that cloud needs to be on fire first.
Yeah, and it is.
It's
It is on fire.
flames.
You can see it. Like when you
It
look at
won't go up like
Sarbamba.
that. It won't go up like that.
Like the Sarbamba explosion was ridiculous.
Yeah, and I would boldly claim, even though I don't really have the evidence for it, that those are huge incendiaries.
Probably.
As in big Molotov cocktails. Fire bombs. Incendiaries.
This
Either
was
created by gasoline, magnesium, napalm, anything. It's an incendiary.
I mean, this bomb was 50 megatons. That's how big it was.
Yeah, it's pretty big, but I think like a lot of the footage is probably faked. And when you look at the footage and look at the places where it's supposedly detonated in, like it's different. So I'm saying that the footage that you're probably looking at is a big Molotov cocktail. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I don't want to find out firsthand.
If it's just a straight up explosive, it's just gonna pop. It's just gonna blow in all directions. It's not gonna create a flaming mushroom cloud. It needs to be an incendiary. And if it's an incendiary, yeah. So
Huh.
I've been dealing with explosives a lot. So no other form of explosive other than incendiary creates a mushroom cloud.
I'll
You
have to
need
look
a
into it more.
flammable. You need to have a gasoline, magnesium, like I said it already.
Yeah.
Gasoline, magnesium. napalm. These things do, and you can test this if you want to. Just grab a glass bottle, put a little bit of gasoline on the bottom of it, and go throw it on a rock, and you're gonna see a fiery cloud and a mushroom cloud, because the fire dissipates, and then it leaves behind a smoke. No other explosive does that, as far as I know. Maybe there are some, but as far as I know.
But wouldn't the velocity of the explosion change the way it is?
No idea what you're talking about, bro. You're talking about velocity of the explosion. Have you ever dealt with explosives? Like, what are you talking about?
Talking about like having like super compressed gas and then all of a sudden just blasting it.
So talking about gas explosives, like where are we going with this? We want to talk about gas explosives and how they work.
No,
How
I'm
the
just
gas
saying.
is
Like,
getting.
I'm just saying, wouldn't compression like change the way that the smoke comes out of it?
There's no smoke. When the explosive explodes, it explodes and expands in every single direction. It just goes bam. But an incendiary, it burns, so it leaves behind from the point of impact. It leaves a mushroom cloud. The fire goes up.
So the cloud's not gas.
Well, I don't know what it is. What do you want it to be like? Tell me.
I don't know.
I'm not arguing about gas here. But it's the only one. An incendiary is the only one. As far as I can tell. I haven't dealt with nuclear explosives. But I have dealt with all kinds of explosives. And that's the only one that actually creates a mushroom cloud. Is an incendiary, a Molotov cocktail. Not arguing about anything else.
Yeah, but Molotov cocktails aren't like on the scale of like something that hot.
Yeah, and I boldly claim, I think, and I boldly say that those things that you've seen on video are massive Molotov cocktails. If it was just a simple explosive, Pino, this, that, or the other, it would
I don't
just
know.
blow in all directions, not leave behind a fiery cloud that then dissipates and turns into smoke. It needs to be inflammatory. It needs to be an incendiary. It needs to burn.
I mean, I think car bombings would be a lot crazier if that was the case. Like you just strap up some tanks of gas in your car and light that on fire and then drive yourself into a building and blow that up.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if it's a Molotov.
So if I light up my car, what is this? Put
Well, you
my
said it
car
was
on fire and drive around.
You said it's a Molotov cocktail, so you know.
So it's burning. Your car is burning. You know.
So you can fill your trunk.
Are you having difficulty how explosives work?
So you could fill your trunk with tanks of gas, and you can fill your back seat and your passenger seat with tanks of gas. You could light it on fire, and you could drive yourself into a building. And would that blow it up?
Would that blow it up? Like, what are you asking?
Well, you said that they're just Molotov cocktails. So
yeah, the footage of nuclear explosives are boldly saying yes, that they are probably fake footage, and they're taking that footage from huge Molotov cocktails. Yeah.
Wait, so is this basically nukes are fake?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where we were going with this.
But I understand this, like, if I light up my car and push it to a, like, if I drive it into a building, like, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
All right, red pill me on something else. What else we got?
To be clear, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just, I'm we're just having a debate.
I'll give
but that
you
just
a
didn't make any sense to me.
Artificial vanilla extract is actually butt musk.
Artificial what?
Artificial vanilla extract is butt musk.
What is butt musk?
Is beaver butt musk. Sorry.
Oh, delicious.
Yep. It's called Belevin, something like that.
Is this a well-guarded secret?
No. It's actually up and open. This is well known.
Oh, well.
You can Google this. You can Google it.
Thank you, Beavers. You make my cooking much better. We got aliens, JFK, simulation theory. Anything?
There you go from National from National
Talking about
Geographic.
Beavers, did tickling about Beaver's ring pieces not do it for you?
Beaver butts emits goo used for vanilla extract.
I don't know. I don't really feel any way about this. It's like telling me that there's bug guts in my peanut butter. Blech. I just kind of expect it.
National Geographic.
All right, let me see.
Let's post the link.
Enter your email to continue reading. All right, well, I got a few sentences in before that popped up, so it all checks out. Beaver ass is delicious, so eat away.
What's up? Nobody talking?
We were waiting for you.
If that were only true, I might beat somebody.
Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eye. Okay.
So how's it going?
Good.
Right.
What's the topic been about? It's usually not on topic around this time, but so what's the topic been about?
We were talking about explosives.
You want to keep going on with explosives that none of you have actually any direct experience with?
No, because I know nothing about them.
All right then. Or go ahead and grab a glass bottle, put some gasoline in it, and throw it against a rock. Go ahead and tell me it doesn't create a mushroom cloud.
I'd rather drink it.
No, okay. Gasoline? You would rather drink gasoline?
Hell yeah, dude. Let's party.
Oh yeah, dude.
I have a little experience with mixing some German black aluminum with some oxidizer, making massive 80s.
This is gonna get me put on another list.
I did that like 30 years ago. Do it now, but
It's a wonder I still have clearance.
no, they don't. Yeah, that's the past.
All right, somebody's gonna have some crazy. What about? Let me get any history buffs in here. Tell me something about history. I don't know.
A little bit of history buff here. I think we all are a little bit. Why? What do you got?
I don't know. Trying to start a conversation. I haven't been successful so far.
Go ahead. Try.
Yeah, I tried. I asked if anybody had anything to red pill me on. I threw out like JFK and aliens and shit like that.
Anything on history?
Yeah, it's about history. I don't know. I'm drawing blanks right now. Sorry.
Let me go take a peek at what I got. Put away.
Flat Earth related. This guy really wants to talk about Flat Earth. What is there to talk about? Just
what about dinosaurs?
If there's someone who's interested about that,
I gotta go to bed and have fun.
How could buildings be so tall if the Earth was flat? Checkmate.
got me there.
The point of the server. Yeah, but you can only talk about one thing for so long.
How you doing, Elbor?
Okay, well then you get in here and talk about it. Shit, stop typing about it.
I've been in here all night waiting. I have been talking about it. That's when I do speak.
Oh my God.
I don't go to Kennedy. I don't go to the ether, Flat Earth, waiting for those conversations and listening to the hours of diversions, waiting for Flat Earth to come back around.
This man has the voice of an angel.
Yeah, Artistan's got a really nice voice. I don't pronounce her name right. How do you pronounce her name?
Aramiston.
Maybe in a few more months I'll be able to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, it's just the cologne, basically.
I don't wear cologne, so.
I don't shower.
Now I at least know where you got the name from.
Yeah, I try to shower at least once a month, whether I need it or not.
Yeah, me too.
That's good. Save the planet, conserve water.
There's plenty of water in Texas. Need to reserve water here.
I would come up with like a counterpoint to the Flat Earth to get discussion going, but I really don't know what my questions are remaining. I just, like I said, I don't care. So,
So what's your title on the? Like you a glober, you flat Earth model, you on the fence, you concaver. What's your ideology?
Put me on the fence.
Defense of what?
I'm midway between believing it and just going with the common accepted globe. So like I said, I don't care. If I found out that the Earth was flat, I would be like, interesting, and move on with my day.
Wait a minute. Is that an honest statement that you don't care, or that could?
Yeah, it's an honest statement. I don't care. Like, what impact does it have on my life?
Yeah, he really doesn't care about anything. Pretty much if he eats vanilla extract, he eats Weaver's butt, muss, and yeah. Oh, okay, cool.
I mean,
well, that's why
there's a lot of gross shit
putting in the comments. Flat Earth related, point of the server, Flat Earth related. That's why you see me typing that every 5 and 10 minutes, is because you take conversations all the way out into Never Never Land when they're all, flat Earth related. But you don't care about that. Well, we do. I do.
So-
I know I do.
I mean, we were talking about it initially when I started.
I mean, that doesn't spark your interest. Like, who in the hell decided to eat a beaver's butt that says, "Oh, this tastes like vanilla extract"?
No, not really. No. It's just like finding out that lipstick has fish scales in it. I don't give a shit.
You wear lipstick?
Did you
only on Wednesdays?
So how can you honestly say that it doesn't affect you one way or the other, but yet here you are in a flat Earth server? So clearly it has affected you because you're in here.
Which is why I asked you, I'll mercifully give you the benefit of the doubt if you didn't mean that you don't care. But if you actually don't care, I mean, I can't talk to you.
Well, I don't care. I came in here initially because I was going to kind of laugh at the insanity of it. But then I started listening, and you guys are much more calm than any other public Discord I belong to. So whenever I'm in the mood just to listen to people talk, it's either I come here and listen, or I go to politics and people scream at each other at the top of their lungs, and I leave because that's not relaxing.
You if you want.
I'm not horny enough to be screamed at right now.
Fair enough. I just wanted to let you know as well that fish scales have lipstick in them.
I hear bugs are made of chocolate.
True.
Well, no wonder they put bugs in the chocolate if they're already made of chocolate. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's wild.
And pigs are sweet.
No, I know.
So, hey, Void.
What's up?
Have you gone through Miggy's 3 points?
Who is Mickey?
Okay, so you have not. Is there anyone in here?
Mickey's the cult leader.
Cult leader. Okay, so I was expecting it to be like a book.
No, just the 3 questions.
Haven't you heard that song from the 80s? It's like, oh, Miggy, you're so pretty, don't you? You know that kind
You're so fine.
Oh, sorry.
He also says pretty, doesn't he? I don't know.
No, it says fine.
No, bummer.
You're so fine, you blow my mind, hey Mickey.
No, okay, so here. The topic of me not caring seems to be contentious, so let's expand on that. What does it matter if the Earth is flat? How does it affect me? Aside from just the fact that I'm being lied to, which I'm used to at this point.
Come on.
That is the point.
They're selling you a dead universe.
What does that mean? That when the dead universe?
Pretty much. This is one of the things, though. Man.
Don't you think that it's going to affect your thinking? Like, I'm not gonna say that the motivation behind everything. I can't tell you. Like, what is their motivation? But they are selling you a dead universe. Like, there's death all around you. That's what they're selling you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Expand on that. What do you mean by dead universe, death all around me? Stuff is constantly dying.
Is that not what they're saying? Is that not what they're saying?
You're gonna have to put that in a different way. I don't know what you mean.
Well, the overall big picture is they're trying to tell you, and they program you with life is pointless.
Yeah.
Isn't
That's the big picture. Life is
And
pointless.
they're putting death all around you. Don't you think? Like, my question is, do you not think that's going to affect a person in their standing, where they understand where they are in the universe?
He can't answer your question honestly because he's already told you twice that he doesn't understand what you mean by death. So
yeah,
you need to explain to him what death means, so he can honestly answer your question.
Yeah, try to rephrase it in a different way.
But it's basically what they're saying is dead. They're saying that the moon is a rock.
Okay, you're not
It's a dead
explaining.
rock. It's okay.
This guy in the chat. Would it not change how you handle information from those? I already don't trust authorities, so I mean, no.
This is just the thing that I was saying, that don't you think that where a person believes that they are, or who they are, or what they are, is not going to affect them in like all levels, psychological, everything. Don't you think? And they are giving you a dead universe.
I think the
As they're
universe is.
teaching that to your children is a dead ass cosmos.
If dead ass cosmos, I don't know what you mean. Like,
well, that's not exactly true. That's not exactly true, because they're not giving you a dead universe. They're giving you a life universe with no point, no moral point. It's all just stuff. We're all just stuff.
Oh yeah, Helio, the sun, is giving us life, but what is the sun? It's just gas burning. So gas isn't really living. They're giving you a dead ass cosmos.
Hey, maybe since English, hang on. Maybe since English isn't your first language, I don't believe. Yeah. Look up a synonym for the word in your native language that you're trying to use, and come back to us with an English word that's not death.
Sorry, I'm trying
That's
to
what they're
understand,
selling you.
But I don't know what you mean by that.
You don't understand?
I sort of understand, but it's not clear, because the way to understand you, the only way we could understand what you're saying is by saying that they're looking for life on other planets and they haven't found it, so it's death out there.
Implying that they need to
is that
find
what you
life
mean?
From what? They need to. They're saying that you're trying to find life. Ooh, we found life over there. So what are they really saying? They're looking through a dead cosmos to find life. You need to find life.
Okay, I kind of understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
You're talking about the search for extraterrestrial life. Okay.
Yes. And they're saying that the moon is a dusty rock. Is rock alive? It's dead. So, and gas burning the sun, it's just gas. Again, not alive. It is dead. They're selling you a dead universe.
Oh, I can't afford it anyway, so.
Okay. But yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, so they're selling me a dead universe by telling me there's no life out there. They have to
This
search
is a
for it.
hypothetical. Just
hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah, that's just me throwing it out there. Like, if you want the reason why they lie, well, do not think that where you stand in the world and what you think you are, where you think you are, is that not going to affect you?
Is there a times 2 option on Discord?
Okay, so pretend that my intellectual pursuits are limited to things that I can control within my immediate life. Why would I care that on a universal scale it's different from what I thought? Does that make sense? Like, as a single person, I will never have the resources to explore space within my lifetime. So why would I be upset about this?
Well, why do you cling to the globe so much?
I don't.
There's no need to get upset. Like, they're doing a masterful troll. Like, they're doing a masterful troll. But it's not about the lie, it's about the troll. Just change that word around.
Okay, I don't think I phrased that correctly. So
they're having fun.
Ponder on what I said for a bit.
And they're selling you a dead universe, and you believe it, and that's making it funny. You're believing everything they say.
The why would they lie? The best I've ever heard is Eric DeBay's thing on Matrix. I doubt you could find the video, but I think he does the best job of explaining why they would lie. I can't remember
They're
the name of
having
the
fun
interview.
with it.
What's
something Matrix?
They're trolling you masterfully. Just going on with doubling it down on it.
I couldn't articulate it.
Yeah, they're laughing at you because you believe in a dead universe. It's not just about helio worship, like the sun is in the middle. They're laughing at you because you believe in a dead universe.
When Elon Musk does his flight around the moon, will we finally know the truth?
So let me ask you a question. I don't know. I guess I haven't gone to the 3 points with you. So, all right. So you definitely believe we live in a globe, right?
No. Like I said, I'm on the fence.
But you still have the doubt that it's flat. Am I right?
It does sound a little absurd that the Earth is flat. I will tell you that. But whatever.
All right. So let me ask you this.
School me. Let's go.
All right. So. Wait a second, my dog has to be an ass right now.
Oh, just wants to play.
So there's 3 points that we usually go to see how much you know about, what they tell us. And I'm gonna tell you what the 3 points are, and then I'm gonna ask you what you know. How do you know it to be true or not? There's no right or wrong answer about it. So one of the first points is the curvature of Earth, right? So who measured it, either in present times or in past, whatever you know about it. The second one is the axial rotation, whether the Earth is actually spinning, how did they detect it, or if anybody done it or whatever. And the other one is gas pressure without a container. How can we exist next to a available space where gas could actually spread out to? That's the 3 points. So there's no right or wrong answer. You just want to know how much you know about it. And first question, do you know who measured curvature, or how did they do it?
I do not. How did they do it? Can I make a guess? Can I just pretend this is a interview question?
I mean, you could definitely, your answer could be I don't know, right? That's definitely a good way to answer. But you believe somebody did it before, right?
If I had to guess, curvature probably wasn't measured until somebody had flight, because there just wouldn't have been a way to observe enough land out in front of you.
So again, it's a belief, right? That you believe somebody might have done it somewhere in the past or something.
I wouldn't say I believe. I'm just guessing. If I had to pose a hypothesis from a scientific perspective, then yeah. But no, as far as curvature, axial rotation, and whatever you said about gas, none of this rings a bell to me as far as who did it.
So if you don't know anybody done it, still, but you think there has to be curvature, but somebody had to have done it. I mean, your point of view is that somebody somewhere did it, right? That the curvature of the Earth, if you would have to guess, this is the way they would have done it, and so I guess you definitely believe somebody done it. Yes, that's yes or no. You don't guess somebody done it, or yes, you do.
I mean, I heard the laser pointer argument earlier. So I would assume there are at least some people out there testing this, yes.
So it's a belief. The second one is the axial rotation. Has anybody detected the rotation of the Earth, the spin?
Axial rotation. So if I was going to conduct this experiment, I would take some kind of body in the sky and then measure how much it moves from hour to hour. But again, don't know who's done that. Don't know what the measurement is.
You gonna post it?
No. Give him a second. This is no right or wrong answer. So you don't know who's done it, but again, right now I guess because you're on the fence, you really don't have a position, but you would have guessed somebody have detected this, right?
Yeah.
All right, so this is a belief. The third one is gas pressure without a container. So they say that the vacuum in space is a location where it's a lot less gas and like practically none, right? And we have gas pressure on Earth. So what will happen is, according to second law of thermodynamics, that if there's an area where gas could disperse to, in other words, if you have gas pressure next to a container that's empty, in other words, deprived of gas pressure, and you take away the barrier, the gas would disperse equally into both sections, right? It will continue to disperse. So they're saying that we live in gas pressure, and yet the vacuum of space has no pressure. In other words, where gas could disperse to. Is there a way to do you think that somebody has demonstrated, or a way that they can say we live next to a place that the gas could disperse to?
So I assume this is pertaining to the atmosphere and how the atmosphere of Earth can contain gases, right? Even though it's straight on the border of space, which isn't a vacuum.
Right, without a container. The definition of gas pressure is the amount that the gas asserts in the walls of the container.
So from what I know about gravity, is that the stronger you are to the center of the Earth, the closer you are to the center of the Earth, the stronger their gravitational pull is. So that would explain sort of an atmospheric pull containing gases around it. But again, no, have no idea who's measured this.
Or as demonstrated. I mean, it's believed that this could happen with gravity, but again, the gravity is stronger on Earth, and the closer you are. So how would it affect something that's further away from it? But
these are good questions, though. Right, I like this. This is getting my brain thinking.
Right. So that's one of the things that's an issue that is not. There's no demonstrable fact, and it's a violation of natural law, which gas will disperse into the variable medium, no matter what. There has to be something to contain it. In other words, you will have to. It's in the definition if you look it up.
Well, I assume there's not like a fine barrier around Earth. There's probably nitrogen that.
Right, but gas doesn't contain
gets weaker as you travel thousands of feet out further towards the outer hemisphere.
Right, you're talking about gas pressure gradient, but how do you have gas pressure to start with?
There you go. Again, I would assume gravitational pull. I don't know otherwise.
Right. I mean, so in other words, is a belief that you have the gravity would pull it in, but then we could definitely get into that. Into what is gravity, but again, all three of these pretty much is a belief that somebody has done it, and so it's a belief system. The scientists, some scientists have done this. I mean, if I would do it this way, but it's a belief system that have been imposed on you that you don't even know that. Okay, somebody has done it. It's just something that you believe that somebody's done.
Right, yeah, I don't know the Galileo of axial rotation or anybody like that. So,
right. So this practically is what we call this heliocentric model a religion, because you believe somebody's done it someday, somewhere, somehow, but of course, no evidence of it. Even if you look for it, there's none. But again, now the floor is open to anybody want to ask questions or speak about whatever the other things that he said about gravity or whatnot.
Yeah, anybody that wants to fill me in or not, I'll just go fuck myself.
All right, so when you said gravity can hold it, this would have to be demonstrated somehow, right?
Well, I assume. Okay, I am not a physics grad. I did physics in high school, and that was as far as my career got. I went into software engineering, so you have to forgive me if I sound like a fucking idiot.
I'm a software engineer myself.
I assume since gas is matter, gravity has a pull on all forms of matter.
Mass attracting mass.
Hold on. Let them finish.
Mass attracting mass, yeah, sure. Whatever the phenomena of gravity is, gas would be within its pull, and
so
that would kind of explain how the atmosphere gets weaker as you go further out from the core. In my mind.
What if I tell you there hasn't been an experiment of gravity ever, and the people that came up with it, either Newton or Einstein, never proposed a hypothesis and never tested their claims?
I mean, a hypothesis can be nearly entirely bullshit, so I'd be surprised about that.
No, actually,
semantics.
So no, it isn't actually. So in the scientific method, in science, there's a method, right? And it's very, very, very. It's I'm not saying eccentric, but it's very demanding. So there's a few steps you have to take to, to actually be a valid science experiment, and they're becoming either a theory. So the first thing you have to do is go again. The scientific method, it starts with an observation of a phenomena, right? A natural phenomena. They observe something happening in nature, and pretty much they'll go to the second step, which is, assume or predict a cause for the effect they're watching, right? So when they're doing this presumption, of what's going to happen, they're actually creating a valid hypothesis that could be either true or falsified. So in other words, the assumption, whatever they observe will be the effect, which that's called the dependent variable, and whatever you manipulate is called the independent variable, which is the cause of what you saw, the effect. And that's why it's very string. It's very, forgive me because English is not my first language. So when you go through these steps, they have to be verified and tested over and over again. And therefore, after they do all these tests, then they could create a scientific theory. Newton did none of these steps. Neither did Einstein. So there is no scientific theory of gravity. Newton's laws of gravity were debunked by Einstein, which is the current rhetoric. And Einstein never did a hypothesis or a hypothesis test, an experiment. And without an experiment, there isn't any science.
Okay, I guess I kind of see what you're saying, but
I think for the gas pressure vacuum argument, you don't even need to get into what gravity is. I mean, you can just give them gravity. Okay, there is a thing pulling stuff down, right? But gas is moving omnidirectionally, even at the surface where gravity is supposed to be strongest. So how is it affected? That's the whole problem.
Right. I definitely understand that, but I'd rather take gravity away because it isn't something that's actually causing anything. Because Newton. Why are you speaking what I'm speaking? Newton made gravity a cause, and Einstein made it an effect. So it's pretty much void there. How can you make something a cause and all of a sudden change it to an effect? So there's no point of saying gravity because gravity doesn't exist. There isn't any test for gravity, so it's just a colloquial theory. But anyways, so if their supposed cause, which you think is gravity pulling down, is no longer a gravity pulling because gravity isn't a force anymore. It's an effect. How is gas being pulled down?
If you remove gravity from my explanation, I can't tell you how it's being pulled down. So
I can open up
because if there was a case, whenever you pop the helium balloon, the air would definitely go down, right? Or any gases would just come down.
Well, no, helium's one of the least dense gases, isn't it?
It's dense, right? So let me ask you this. So helium goes up because it's less dense than what? The medium that it's in?
I'm gonna have to start googling shit, and I hate googling shit in a conversation because then I'm just reading what a website says.
But it's true. I mean, you just said that's correct.
The medium that it's in.
Pretty much the medium of air
is correct.
Is denser than the helium that is a lot less dense than the medium that is
right.
in.
And so
something that is less dense will go up. Then, depending on the medium. Now, actually, somebody put a actually great image right now, GIF in the live stream. So this is
like a football,
right? So the
underwater.
So things that are less dense than the medium they're in will go up. The things that are denser than the medium they're in will go down. Like a ball in air will go down, but if you put it in water, what will happen to the ball?
You're gonna say that again. The ball can go up and down in water. What?
So a ball, let's say a basketball, in air is a lot denser than the medium it's in, so it will go down. But if you take the ball and let it go underwater, what will happen to the ball?
Yeah, this is the point that he's trying
okay.
to
I'm
make.
sorry. So you're talking about buoyancy now. How does this?
It's not about buoyancy. It is buoyancy, but
is there any other force?
Right. So the whole thing is that what everything is medium dependent. So depending the density of a object in relation to the medium that is in will affect the direction it will go. You understand? Look at the live stream voice text.
No, I know what you're saying. It's just like I can't get much further on this because my physics education is minimal.
So, I mean, this is actually self-explanatory. As far as you, especially you told me the same thing.
Well, we're gonna get to a point where you're just gonna tell me things, and since I can't refute them,
no, you could test this yourself. You could test this yourself.
Yeah.
So in other words, get an egg. Get an egg. Put it in water.
Eggs aren't haram.
Excuse me?
Eggs aren't haram. I don't have any.
But whenever you have a chance.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Put it in water. Yes. If it spoils, it's gonna go to the bottom, dude.
Not even spoil. No.
What are you talking about?
Egg by itself. If you just grab a regular egg, just put it in water, it will go down. Add salt to the medium. You will dense the medium up. In other words, to the water, you'll make it denser, and then what's gonna happen to the egg is gonna go up. So what did you manipulate in your experiment will be the medium. So try this, and you will definitely see it. That's the medium is medium dependent. Just like steel will float in mercury because it's a lot denser than the medium.
Okay, so I'm confused as to how we got on this and how this relates to
because of gravity
proving an atmosphere. Gravity, okay.
So gravity. So in other words,
is gravity a weaker force than a density differential?
Gravity is non-existent. Gravity is never needed. Gravity is just like saying three-toed gnomes or unicorns.
Or my girlfriend. Sorry.
But being serious, that's pretty much what gravity is. I could tell you what's pulling you down is three-toed gnomes. And that's pretty much like you were saying. I would just have to believe what you said. Because you have no experiment. So if there's nothing that shows you that this is actually the cause, in other words, they gave you, hey, things go down because of gravity, but they've never actually verified this in an experiment. They just show you, look, I dropped the pencil, it goes down. Drop a helium balloon, it goes up. Oh, because of buoyancy? No, because the reason why the helium goes up is because it's less dense that the medium is in. If that pencil was in water, it would not go down. It will float because, same thing, it's a lot less dense than the medium that is in. So depending on the density of a medium, the object will either go up or down because of the density relationship. That's all it is. It's now gravity.
Yeah, everything seeks its equilibrium. Everything. Seeking its equilibrium.
Except my parents.
Well, that's just human nature. So then the whole thing is about gas dispersing into the medium. There couldn't be a vacuum of space because the gas will disperse to the available medium, which is a lot less. No,
All right.
no medium.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let me call up Elon, and I'll get you on the next rocket.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there. So, I mean, that's the thing. Have you ever seen what a rocket does? It pretty much does a parabolic flight. Everyone goes straight up.
Parabol is not straight up.
That's what I'm saying. They always do a parabolic flight. They never go straight up.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
that's pretty much what I'm saying.
I thought you said they said they did a parabolic flight. They go straight up. So it's like, what? Okay, never mind. I assume that's because they all launched from Florida, and Florida is on it's curved anyway. Florida's all fucking tipsy turvy.
You can definitely assume a lot of it.
Okay, well, some interesting things to think about. Wrong, iron is the heaviest element. This chat's very odd. Somebody else take over here. I've reached the end of my ability to care about this topic.
Not a problem, man. You can definitely come whenever you have any more. Or you can sit there and listen, man. There's definitely more Globers in here.
I like listening, but I got kind of thrust into a conversation and I felt like I had a responsibility to keep it going.
Yeah, this is the time we like to take a minute for the globe. Rest in peace.
He was a real homie.
He was, man. Made us imagine a lot of stuff.
Who knew the world was run by all those fucking globe salesmen, man?
All right, what's up, Trent? What are we testing?
Sorry, I had my mic down on my floor. What's up?
What are we testing? Just
he was telling me about like how why iron boats don't, or why don't they sink in the ocean?
There's air in them.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. I said take a piece of aluminum foil, curl it up in a ball, and then go toss it in your bathtub and see what happens. You make an air pocket, toss it in your bathtub. It's never gonna sink. And that's where I was getting at. I do understand that iron doesn't float on certain mediums, but yeah. That was just one of those things where it's just kind of butting heads a little bit.
Oh, it's literally the relationship between object and medium, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, everything, all matter reacts differently in certain environments, and so it's one thing to like keep in mind. But we were talking about specifically water and iron. I was like, you're never gonna take a piece of iron and toss it on water and it float, unless it's shaped weird or has like air inside of it.
Or displaces the medium that is on. So there's Frank Stevenson here. Has anybody spoken to Frank?
Yeah, I just verified them real quickly.
Oh, so he's there. Hey, what's up, Frank?
You're breaking up, dude. Or lady. Sorry.
Yeah, we're only catching a bit of what you're saying. You probably have your sensitivity a little bit too high. You probably have noise suppression on or something.
Frank, you probably need to get closer to your mic. You kind of sounded a bit far away.
Or your push to talk release delays too high. So one of the things. There's too many things that they could mess you up in Discord.
Well, he fell off.
Not off the edge, right?
We took him to the edge and threw him off. He sounded really young, so I don't think it would have been a good. I don't think it would have been a good conversation. Okay, I'm ready to be the punching bag again. So I don't know. I've answered a lot of questions in the last week. I kind of like to be devil's advocate up in here. And the people in the VC chat, I'm only just challenging you. Like, there's no personal feelings. So don't think that I'm set in my ways or anything like that. I like to debate, and I like to bounce stuff off of each other. Not round stuff.
Iron sharpens iron, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I always get treated as like I'm a fake or some bullshit up in here, and I'm not. I'm here to have discussions and you know look at things from different perspectives and try to understand and learn and try to change my own perspectives and stuff that has been instilled with me. So, you got to live and learn.
Sounds like a pretty healthy attitude.
Yeah, I mean, if I just believe whatever I want to believe, then am I going to ever know the truth, or am I just going to live this entire life believing stuff that was passed down to me or like whatever?
Yeah, right. And if you don't question what you believe, then you're never gonna know if you're believing something that's real or not real.
Yeah, I mean, you could turn the cheek and pretend that everything that's been taught to you was true. And I firmly believe that. I'm not bullshitting you guys. I believe there's a lot of BS that's taught to us. I mean, from everything from politics to science, even math. I mean, I think there's a lot of BS out there.
Or history.
Yeah, that too. I don't even bother with history because I wasn't there. I didn't see it. So how do I even know that's true? And then it's all it's kind of like the way history is set up is kind of like news based, where it's, I mean, if you think about history and the way that it's written, like you could actually make the argument that depending on where you learned it and what textbook you got it from, it's biased. Like I've never picked up two different history books and looked at the same chapters and read the exact same thing. Like, yeah, some of the story will be, but the way, there's commentary written in with the author as well. And so there's bias like written right in the history books. The Black Swan argument. Does this become my talk show? Oh my god. Black Swan theory. Events is a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a surprise, has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. Huh. I've heard the use black swan before, but I never read the definition until now.
Well, basically, the idea is that, because black swans are pretty rare, right? So usually what you see is white swans. So if you were to say, no, swans can also be black, it would be like, what? That's kind of crazy. But as soon as you see one black swan, then you've already disproven the claim that all swans are white. So you only need one, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what this meme is about. The modus tollens is right there. If P, then Q, etc. But basically, it means that if the Earth is a given size, the horizon should be at a given place always. And if you can see the horizon way further than that, then
yeah, I've seen the oil
your numbers are wrong.
example. I've seen the oil
and
rig
I
example.
hear refraction a lot, and it's like, oh yeah, I know the horizon is moving because of refraction, and it's kind of true because it always does. Like if you observe the horizon from the same location on the same day, different times, you can already get different results, right? Because there's always atmospherics and light bending shit going on. So that's true. There is refraction, but the point is that the hump of the horizon would be in front of the platforms, way in front of it. So if that's getting refracted to appear in a different position, the platforms are still going to be behind it. They're not going to jump to being, in front of it. That would be like saying I'm standing in front of a hill and there's some refraction and I appear on the other side of it. It's like that doesn't work.
Aramastan, I've looked at those. I actually followed Quantum, and I've been looking at his stuff.
Cool.
I mean, you got to give me a break. I've only gotten to like the flat Earth stuff like literally like a week and a half ago.
I'm doing pretty well then.
And I can't dispute anything. I've tried my ass off, and it ain't working.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, it was like community wasn't that big really, and it was like I spent 6 months looking into all this stuff and different things, and
yeah,
eventually you gotta be honest and say, okay, there's no evidence. It just makes zero sense.
Yeah, dude, I'm fighting it, and dude, I'm losing hard.
Yep.
I'm trying, guys. Cut me some slack. I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm not here to troll.
Oh well, I mean, it's more about you yourself, right? I mean, if you can be intellectually honest to yourself, then that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't prove the questions that are posed to me, then why would I still hold on to those beliefs? And so I've been kind of crumbled down over time. It didn't take long. It only took like a week and a half.
Yeah, no worries. It happened to all of us.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god, this can't be reality. This can't be real. No.
God, I actually took my telescope out over on the beach and shined it across the ocean, but I literally got the same image as these oil riggers. Like literally same thing. I wish I would have attached my my camera to it and actually took a picture. But
yeah, that would be cool. But I mean, it's kind of, what are you doing it for? I mean, I did a few observations myself. I live near some bodies of water, so but I didn't really document much of it or took pictures or something because I wasn't trying to like make something to convince someone else. I was just trying to figure it out for myself, right?
yeah, well, somebody on this Discord, I forgot who it was. I think it was Miggy. Miggy told me to. He was like, "You go do that." He's like, "You got the equipment to do it," and so I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go do it." And then I went out there and I realized, like, oh, like
Wait,
I was
damn,
like,
I can see too far.
I was like, I'm gonna prove this motherfucker wrong. Like that's literally what I thought. And then I set up my tripod, and my telescope on it, and I angled it down flat, and shit was flat. And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Okay, well, I guess I just need to shut up." Because obviously he proved me wrong. I try to. I have a really nice refractor telescope too, and yeah, he proved me wrong. Like I angled it straight down the ocean over here on Seattle, and yeah, turns out there is no curve. What's up? Awesome. And then I went and bought some beer. I was like, damn, I was wrong.
I borrowed a camera from my dad. He's like an amateur photographer. He has like a couple hundred cameras in this room in his house, So I got one with a decent zoom on it. I think it was like 30 or 40, I think. And I just went to the lake thing that I live at, tried doing some observations, and I saw clear across the other side, like 15, 17 kilometers. You could see the kids playing in the water at the beach. It's like there's no hump of water hiding nothing.
Yeah, I felt stupid after I did that experiment. I was like, okay. Apparently, I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, live and learn.
How about if you shoot your target? You aim to shoot and you hit your target. Does that mean it's disappeared?
Amastain asked me a question. He says, what keeps you from accepting the flat Earth as your own reality specifically? Currently, it's just I honestly I accept it like as a real thing at this point. Specifically at this point, like I don't have any arguments. Like I'm sure I'll come up with some, but at this point, everything that I've tried and have been questioned on, dude, I can't even I can't get anywhere. And so my belief system is actually just getting crumbled right now. So I mean, technically you could say that I'm accepting it at this point. Like I'm not arguing it anymore. I just don't have a good question at this point. Do you have a piece of evidence that you find that's most proving? No, I don't, because everything that I've tried to use to prove it, I failed on because because it always ended up into me saying I don't know, and then it also went to me saying, this is somebody told me this, is basically what it all boiled down to. Trust me, I like challenges, and I would love to like be able to set up an experience or a experiment that would kind of debunk.
A cube.
Yeah,
Try the cube.
Man.
Oh no, it's not going to debunk anything. It's going to prove flat. I'm just saying for those out there who want to.
I feel like I'm just gonna end up feeling stupid.
No, this is for the people who think that you might be full of it. They can try the cube also.
I mean, I can show you that like a heavy metal can float on water, but as far as the Earth,
optical, yeah, for an optical idea to try to get the bottom of that cube to come into view instead of just all 5 sides, the bottom to pop up like it would if it was going over a curve. Yeah, that's what they need to show. They don't need to show, like all the tests they do, like the helicopter sitting there and you can still see land on the other side. Kind of jank. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. So the cube thing would be a lot better. Like if they put a cube on the side of the helicopter and you saw the bottom of the cube, then I'd be like, okay, might be a curve there. Might be. But no.
I think I got a couple ideas now.
Yeah, like if you had a cube on the side of the helicopter just sticking out, you know what I mean? And you could see, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Even the bottom of a helicopter with just a flat surface underneath the little fucking things that sit down on the ground, the anchor, whatever the little things that sit on the ground. So when it goes up, you could have a flat piece of metal underneath that's like just painted a white color and everything else be dark. And then if you can see that part, you know what I mean? If the helicopter's sitting level and you can see that part still, then yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, because I just like the truth. So regardless, I mean, when that gives you the truth, whatever you do optically, if it can give you some kind of true idea of something, that's what you should do. If there's some out there that are better. There's also the one to do left and right. I don't know why people just they're like, hey man, I'm gonna look at this curve and it's gonna be right there straight out in front of me, but why isn't someone on the left, in the right, or in back? I mean, because it should be everywhere equally, exactly equal, the same, everywhere. Not just looking in front of you 2 miles or 3 miles. Yeah, it is pretty weird. Another thing I don't get is like if you walked away from me and right before you totally disappeared on a curve, wouldn't you be away from me at some type of angle at 69 miles away? When you would disappear before that amount of time? Something's not adding up on the globe. It's kind of spooky.
I guess it depends where you live, but yeah. I mean, if it was the Great Plains, you would see them forever. Definitely wouldn't see him go over the Cascade Mountains, but I mean that's
right. The little sailboat's got the pyramid on top. Little pyramid sail. And if someone's watching it go forward, they don't see the pyramid part. They just see the boat. If you're watching from the side, you'll see your friend watching that little pyramid sail away. When that pyramid doesn't tilt any fucking direction and it just stays flat. I mean,
yeah. Dude, what is the... I know I'm gonna side railroad. What is that country that they set up that was like on a like barge outside of the UK? I forgot what the name, like Cascadia.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. There's like 3 of them like that. There's
Sealand?
one. Yeah, there's another one they make out of like straw material, and they, some people live on that. There's one like you're talking about, and then there's another one where regular people just live off the water. There's just like a group of regular people who do it.
That's crazy.
So yeah, there's a couple. Anybody can, if you can float away from shore, not anchored to shore, you're your own island.
That's crazy.
That's kind of like a little rule in a way, I guess. I don't know if that's good or bad for you, but you could be it.
Yeah. Oh man, you'd have to live on peanut butter and jelly or something. or eat rabbits. And get scurvy.
Well, the shit, the stuff that they build the island with, the ones that do it right, they grow it right there on their little thing. So whatever their island is, they keep growing this grass thing right there in the middle of it. It keeps growing out of the water, and they just keep using it and using it and using it and using it. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could probably grow some other shit too out there. They're right on top of the water, so if you got like a little floaty, you got your weed, you got your fruits, you got your vegetables, about a foot off the water.
So is this why there's E. coli in the ocean?
No, I don't think. I think that's got to be some kind of weird fucking thing, because, like, if when you put a freshwater pool out in your backyard or fresh water, it's not that good. It'll be fucked up. But if you put salt water, it should stay. So I don't know why there'd be E. coli all up in that. That's weird.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
I think where in the hell they say there's E. coli in the ocean, all in it, all up in it. That's weird.
We get it all the time over here in Seattle in the Puget Sound, and that's all salt water.
E. coli from salt.
But that's because stupid waste management.
That's what I was getting ready to tell you.
Yeah.
Everybody has that problem. All of our water drains right back down to the sewer plant. They put it through a little teacup filter, and then we drink our shit and piss back. If, to me, science and technology couldn't be used on that better, rather than or desalinization. Desalinization to all the places that need that.
Become water
actual clean water. Yeah, real clean water. It's illegal to collect your rainwater in some places, man. The irony.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, like how we treat water, how we don't take care of it.
I just think it's weird that, like, they talk all this crap about technology, getting better and better and better, but then they go show you, oh, well, these people back in the day, they had a great filtration water system. Everything flowed great. This part of water was their drinking clean water came in and was separated from the wastewater. So like, and I'm like, hold on a minute. You mean people in the 500s had their shit separated, but we don't? Hold on a minute.
Yeah. That's crazy. It blows my mind.
I mean, it's got to make you wonder who's in control and who thought that'd be a good idea. Like, hey, man, I know what we're going to do. Collect up all this shitty rain, shit water that everybody put and everything comes down here. We're going to sell it back to them as energy. We're going to give it to them as heat in this one. Then we're going to feed it back to them as fucking water. There you go, guys. And we fertilize our shit with it, too.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised water doesn't have a bigger price tag on it than gas.
I think gas is 90% water, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. Kind of like running some water through coals for like a year, if that was the process, you know what I mean? It would eventually build up, or resin, Enough resin for marijuana is the same fucking thing as that. Coal, all that shit, oil.
What is this? This is...
Yeah, you can make marijuana diamonds, peanut butter diamonds these days, all kinds of weird shit. I mean, if it's true to form.
Oh yeah, THCA.
Yeah, so where is the gold that they're making?
I have no idea. Dude, the THCA looks crazy. It literally
What
looks
is it?
like meth crystals.
Oh yeah. The
Like, it's
marijuana crystals and shit.
Yeah, it looks like meth. That's crazy.
Well, they're hallucinogenic. Marijuana has hallucinogenic properties. Depending on where you see, that's what they do. They take it. They control exactly what goes into it. Now you're not getting your good. I know what people think, but it's stupid. I don't know why people fucking took it away from the dirt and just wanted to put it just in water. If you were gonna do that, you should do like I said, and just get it in a tube and grow your fucking pot plant or whatever on top of a little lake while it's floating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna do that.
I ate a bunch of shrooms yesterday.
Yeah. How'd they make you feel?
But I felt great. I felt fine. For a second there, I got like a little tummy ache, and then I just kind of just chilled out, like, and then I just started watching videos and just relaxing.
Did you see any archons or anything like that, or anybody like saying, "Hey, you"?
I was watching Pink Floyd. The Wall. I watched all of it.
Yeah.
And, I just sat back and enjoyed the new year and just had a good time. But I've tripped a lot. But
Have you ever communicated with anything while you were tripping, like looked at a tree and thought, "Man, I know what the hell you're thinking right now"?
Oh
or just
yeah,
anything like that, like
definitely.
Yeah.
I've definitely gotten vibes.
because I mean, the old stories are like that for Native Americans. They're like, well, and the Native American will tell them some story or tell them like this thing, and they're like, well, how'd you know that? And they're like, well, the trees told us, and the people will be like, oh, you're fucking retarded. What are you talking about? The trees told you. But the dude would literally look at him and be like, well, the trees told me. I heard it through the wind from the trees. I was like,
So one of the things that I do is I live over here in Washington. They grow all over the place, and I don't think buying mushrooms from people is good juju. And so I pick everything myself.
well, no, that's got to be some E. coli there too, right?
Yeah, I mean, you put the money involved, it's bad karma or something. I don't know what it is. But I've never had a good time from buying mushrooms from somebody.
Yeah, that's weird. They should. I mean, you shouldn't have to even buy them. Really, they should pick them and just give you some. That's usually how it's supposed to go.
Yeah. So I
Somebody
just
gets some. They have a bag or two, and they give you some. Like, here you go, man. Unless they, culture them.
Yeah, I bought all, or I mean, not bought all. I picked all of mine. And these are psilocybin cyanescens, which are the strongest. So.
Are they red and white?
No, they're wavy caps.
Are they purple at the top or orange? They go once they're bad, right?
Yeah. They're bluish. Or well, they're tan.
A lot of people
like
think.
towards the edge are blue.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who actually thinks it for the most part, but some people believe it has some stuff to do with schizophrenia sometimes. If you take bad mushrooms or bad, or have a really, really bad reaction from doses, you know.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I actually spent half of my night before I joined you, kind of walking this guy through. He ate a crap ton, and he flipped out, and he had a psychosis episode, and he started punching his walls, and he left a bunch of blood all over his walls, and this was in his parents' house, and I had to, like, he was like, "Oh, well, my parents don't trust me anymore," and I was like, "Dude, well, I would fucking trust you too, dude. Like, that's not okay. You don't do that." Yeah, he flipped. He flipped and just went straight up crazy. It's sad. And then now he's got to figure out how to restore a relationship with his family.
I think that happens with a lot of dumb juveniles.
Yeah. He's a young kid too. He's like he was only 18.
Yeah, just learning. You got to learn some of your actions have reactions.
Yeah.
And you
But
gotta go with
he was getting all stressed and depressed about it, and I was like, dude, you made a mistake, and you just I hate to say it, but you got to swallow it. Or what you did was wrong. Here, I switched to my phone. Can you guys still hear me?
Blueberry. Yeah.
Okay.
I those. Something is echoing.
Oh, I think it's if that guy had, you got to mute your thing, or else both of ours will echo together.
Oh, my speaker's off.
Oh no, not you. I was talking about the other guy. I think when he had his thing open, I think it made ours echo.
Yeah. No, I'll keep it muted.
Yeah, because I'm on a jank phone. I think it doesn't help.
I've not used my iPad Air, my iPad Pro yet for Discord. I wonder how that will work. Because the iPad Pro 11 doesn't seem to have a jack for it, or mics. So it's a speaker gadget. I haven't used that yet. One of these days I'll test it on a friend, give them a call and see if I'm echoing.
You can you hear me? You can hook up headphones to that iPad. You just need a dongle, it's called. It plugs from your iPad into your headphone. They got rid of the headphone jack, but you can still do it.
Okay.
Especially with Bluetooth. If you have any type of Bluetooth headphones, you can still hook it up to your iPad.
Okay, I will look for a jack.
Yeah, it's called a dongle. It's called a dongle. It's like an iPhone connection, with a headphone jack. You'll see it if you just look up dongle. So stupid. But
Type C. Type C-type dongle. I just heard a few hours ago those Flat Earth video songs. Why Would They Lie? What was that? The one by Sky? That was dope. Those two songs, listening to them one after the other. It was such dope.
Hey Rio,
Hey Globus.
what's going on? I was just going to tell you had a lot of static coming through your mic just then.
Well, that's that third world internet connection for you.
That's all good.
Imagine that everybody's on 100 Mbps and we are on 4 to 5 Mbps.
Oh, really? Is that the max speed you can get there, is it? Jeez.
Not really. They say you can get more than that, but when I try the meter, like they would promise you can get 50 Mbps, then you try it, it's like less than half of that. Welcome to the third world.
Yeah, you can't do much with that sort of speed, unfortunately.
And there are problems too. It's like I don't hear some people talking. So sometimes I will say some stuff on live only to realize later on that I have been talking over someone. It's like
it happens to me as well, though.
Yeah, so I didn't mean to be rude.
That's
Rio,
so good.
Rio, where are you from? If you don't mind.
Philippines. I'm from the Philippines.
Philippines.
Okay.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? That song is stuck in my head now.
It's pretty catchy.
It is. But you know what? There's some simpler answers to that. Why would they lie? Because they can, they did, and they do. As simple as that. And it's so very hard for people to accept
The
that.
next one. The next line to that is, why would they tell the truth?
They told you the truth so you could have a choice. The thing is, they gave you that calculator, and if you didn't press that, then you wanted to get fucked in the ass in your head. Sorry.
Rio, if I went to the Philippines, what would be the best dish I could what would you recommend?
Oh, that depends. What do you want? Beef? Chicken? Pork?
I'm down. I'm down with all of it.
I've tried that balot. Is it balot or whatever it's called? That it's like a duck fetus.
Yeah.
Lot.
I have never. I'm from the Philippines, but I've never tasted balut. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I had
cracked
it
the
once.
egg open, but I've not tasted the chick. I just had like the yolk and the juice, but I just left the duck chick.
Hmm. Yeah, I wish I would have left the duck chick as well. It was not great.
Baladi dish.
The what? Sorry.
Man, I think some places trick you. When you get there, they're like, oh, try this great dish. Everyone does it here, and all the kids are like standing back watching you. You're like, oh, cool. I don't know. I just think that sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you come to my place, the only thing that you're getting is you're getting ribeyes and mashed potatoes.
Well, same here, but there's little looks at, like, you can get like something, like you can go to certain places and get deer, buffalo, some weird stuff. But the regular exotic shit would just be like a hog balls or something. They'll be like, "Oh, hey, you guys, we got fried chicken." Come in there, you grab a piece, start eating, and everybody's laughing at you. You're like, "Why are you guys laughing at me?" They're like, "Those are hog balls. Those are Rocky Mountain oysters." And you're like, "What the fuck is that?" You're a kid. You don't know what they're telling you.
Yeah. You know what was actually really surprising to me is eating bear meat. Bear meat is actually really, really delicious. I was surprised how good bear meat is. That was one of the ones that.
A lot of people say that about
Yeah. Because bear meat is like, it's oily and greasy. It's like eating like a fatty burger is basically what it is. Like, it's just like the super fatty, because they run around.
Sandwich.
Yeah, because they run around a lot, and then they eat salmon and stuff like that, and so they got like the omega-3s and stuff in them.
Oh yeah, salmon ain't no punk. Swims upstream.
Yeah, and then the meat is actually, like, I was hesitant on even trying it, and then my buddy was like, "Go for it," and I was like, "Okay," and then I was like, "Damn, this is actually like really good."
I haven't tried it yet, but I know there's a place. There's a place right next to the other place I used to work to where they serve all kinds of just weird everything. Just weird shit.
Yeah. The one thing that I could never get into was liver. I cannot. Liver is bad.
Yeah, those are kind of, yeah. we serve those where I work.
Venison liver and stuff like that.
Well, we just do regular chicken livers, but yeah. They've got.
I've had raw horse liver in Japan. That was pretty good.
What is that?
Raw horse liver.
Raw horse liver?
Raw horse, yeah.
Liver.
Wow. That's a real thing. Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good, to be honest. It was only a small serving, and it came like sort of marinated and